The guy next door just awakened to the rare A-rank profession of Demon Fist Master, and my campus belle girlfriend immediately dumped me to hook up with him. Watching it all unfold, I just let out a cold laugh, because I possess a god-tier golden trait. No matter what profession I awaken, all my skills can be used without cooldown. Not to mention, I also have a hidden profession that surpasses even SS rank, the necromancer. All I need to do is summon the corpses of fallen monsters to slay forbidden gods and demons. Just as I was about to head into a dungeon to grind levels, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, isn't this Qin Yu, the top student who awakened as a summoner? I thought you'd be something special, but look at you now, playing with bugs." The speaker was Shuyong, a classmate of mine. His family was well off, and he always had a gang of lackeys around him. But today, there was a woman by his side. As if sensing the confusion and displeasure on my face, Shuyong pulled the woman into his arms and declared, "Your girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, is in my arms now, and she came to me willingly." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan showed no discomfort. In fact, the way she looked at me was utterly indifferent. After a long silence, I finally spoke slowly. "How is this any different from betrayal?" Without hesitation, Lu Ruyan sneered. "I only chose to be your girlfriend because you were the top talent at East Province's first academy. I thought you'd awaken a rare or hidden profession, but all you got was a lousy summoner." Shuyong is different. He awakened as a rare A-rank Demon Fist Master. Staying with you would only hold me back. At this moment, Shuyong beside me slowly raised his hand and patted my shoulder. "I doubt anyone would be kind enough to take you to a dungeon to level up, right? If you grovel on the ground like the insect beast you awakened and beg me, I might consider reluctantly taking you along." But the next second, I immediately slapped his hand away. "No need. I wouldn't stoop to your level." Hearing my words, Shuyong angrily raised his fist to strike. "Chinu, you think you're something? Ha! As a Demon Fist Master, a single punch from him would likely take half my life." But suddenly, Lu Ruyan stopped him, shaking her head. "Forget it. There's no point getting angry with someone so useless." Seeing this, Shuyong calmed down. "Since you don't know what's good for you, I can only wish you the best." Watching their retreating figures, I gradually relaxed my clenched fists. If Shuyong had attacked just now, I would have immediately summoned my worms to fight him to the death. One round would have been enough to make him pay with his life. In the major exam a week later, they'll witness what true overwhelming power looks like. By then, it'll be the two of them kneeling. Afterward, I hailed a cab and headed to the dungeon hall. It turned out that ever since the world became gamified, dungeons filled with monsters had appeared all over Blue Star. For newbies like us who had just awakened our professions at level 0, the only option was to level up in beginner dungeons. But instead of choosing a beginner dungeon, I went straight to the trial tower at the center of the dungeon hall. The trial tower has a total of 10 floors, with each floor's monsters being twice as strong as those in the beginner dungeon. If you want to level up quickly, the trial tower is undoubtedly the best choice, but without absolute confidence, no one dares to take the risk of challenging it. However, I'm not worried at all because I possess the ability to use skills without cooldown. This little trial tower doesn't even faze me. With that thought, I pressed the button on the tower without hesitation and swiftly rushed into the teleportation gate. The moment I entered the teleportation gate, the broadcast in the hall sounded, "Qin Yu, a solo player from East Province First Academy, has entered the trial tower." At that moment, Song Wanru, my classmate who had awakened an S-grade elemental talent, happened to hear the broadcast and froze on the spot. "Qin Yu entered the trial tower alone? Is he trying to throw his life away?" Inside the trial tower, I stood in the 1-minute safe zone, continuously summoning worms while quickly scanning my surroundings. Everywhere I looked, there were seemingly docile cluckers. As soon as the safe zone timer ended, I commanded the 15 worms beside me to charge at the nearest clucker. In just a few breaths, that clucker became a corpse. Without stopping, I waved my hand, and the swarm of worms immediately scattered, charging at the surrounding cluckers. All I had to do was stand aside and wait for the notifications. 3 cluckers killed, 30 EXP gained. Congratulations, player Qin Yu has reached level 1. HP and MP increased by 100 each. 3 minutes later, the first floor was devoid of living creatures. I didn't expect leveling up to be this easy. I grinned, about to head to the second floor when another golden trait popped up. Without hesitation, I clicked to draw it. A flash of golden light ensued. Golden trait Feast obtained. Feast, monsters killed and devoured by worms permanently increase the player's HP and MP. The moment I saw this golden attribute, I got excited again. Just how terrifying would my stats be after clearing the trial tower? Thinking this, I immediately rushed into the portal leading to the second floor. In the subsequent levels, I basically cleared each floor in 3 seconds without any pause, directly reaching the topmost 10th floor. The monster on the 10th floor was a level 10 eagle-eyed wyvern. Generally speaking, dragon-type monsters are extremely strong, with all stats exceeding 100 and a staggering HP pool of 5,000. This is precisely why no one dares to challenge the trial tower alone. Even a full party of 4 level 10 players would struggle to handle such a monster. But I wasn't the least bit nervous. I raised a finger and pointed at the roaring eagle-eyed wyvern in the air. Annihilate it. As soon as the words left my mouth, 8 black shadows instantly shot into the sky, giving the eagle-eyed wyvern no chance to react before obliterating it on the spot. As the wyvern collapsed with a thunderous crash, a deep notification suddenly echoed through the trial tower. Congratulations to player Qin Yu for clearing the trial tower in a total time of 13 minutes and 53 seconds, breaking the level 10 trial tower record. Afterward, on the high platform opposite the safe zone, a golden treasure chest slowly rose, but I wasn't in a hurry to approach it. Instead, I leisurely opened my stats interface. What I saw left me utterly stunned. Not only were my HP and MP shockingly high, completely doubling that of other players at my level, but I also still had 3 chances left to draw golden attributes. However, I suddenly noticed 3 new words appearing next to this section: can combine. Tentatively, I clicked on it and realized that 3 golden attributes could be synthesized into a super golden attribute. If golden attributes were already this powerful, how absurdly strong would a super golden attribute be? Without hesitation, I immediately chose to synthesize and open it. A burst of colorful light even more dazzling than golden radiance flashed. Super golden trait Parasite Nest obtained. Parasite Nest, after defeating an enemy, you can summon a worm of the same level to parasitize it. Once parasitized, a replicated insectoid will hatch from its corpse, possessing 50% of the original's attributes. Doesn't this mean I can summon incredibly powerful creatures beyond my level, even at 50% of their original strength? This is absolutely insane. At this moment, I looked at the corpse of the hawk-eyed wyvern in the center of the arena, my eyes gleaming with excitement. Summoning Arc Parasite Nest, 2 worms immediately scurried toward the corpse. The moment the worms burrowed inside, the wyvern's body began convulsing in an extremely twisted manner. Suddenly, the wyvern's head exploded entirely, and a giant worm's head burst forth, taking its place. Parasitism successful. Clone genes stored in the hive. Clone name, Hawkeye Dragon Worm level, 10 HP, 2500 strength, 100 speed, 150 skill. Wing/cooldown, none can unleash 2 wind blades from the sharp wings on its shoulders, dealing 200% of its attack power as damage. Summonable, no cooldown, consumes 100 MP. Now, who could possibly pose a threat to me in the major exam? After calming my emotions slightly, I walked up to the golden treasure chest. It said that the trial tower's rewards are quite generous, at least blue tier equipment or higher, but the probability of obtaining mage class gear isn't particularly high. So I didn't get my hopes up too much. Congratulations to player Chinu for obtaining the purple tier equipment Venomous Ring +1 and a hidden dungeon abyss of Howl's Access Pass +1. At the first sight of the reward, Chinu's mouth opened wide in surprise. His luck was just too good. The poison ring was a universal equipment that could be worn by all professions. The wearer can make his attacks carry the poison attribute, causing percentage damage to the enemy's life value. And the higher the grade, the higher the percentage damage dealt. Equipment, like professions, is also divided into 5 grades: white, green, blue, purple and gold. This purple poison ring already belonged to being a top grade equipment. If one went to an equipment store to buy it, one would have to spend at least a few 100,000 gold coins. But because of the extreme rarity, it was now estimated to have been speculated to several million. But now he was directly getting it for free, which could only be said to be quite lucky. But the most important thing was still this hidden copy Howling Abyss Pass. In Blue Star, in addition to the ordinary copies in the copy hall that were known to be able to go in and out repeatedly, there were also some hidden copies. These hidden copies were more difficult and had better rewards. More gold could be obtained, and the grade of the equipment popped out by the monsters was at least purple. There is even the possibility of popping out the very best career-exclusive equipment. If you wanted to enter this kind of hidden copy, you had to have a designated pass to do so. But the hidden copy of the pass cannot be purchased to obtain, only by luck through the copy of the treasure chest, or secret rewards have the probability to open. But this probability is very small. So small that it was almost as small as popping out a gold-colored top-tier equipment. And this, Howling Abyss, that he had in his hands was a hidden copy of the mage class. In other words, it was possible to get the exclusive equipment of a mage class profession. As a summoner in the mage class occupation, he could just go and try it out. Even if he couldn't get the summoner's exclusive equipment, as long as he could explode a purple or even golden equipment that he could use, that would be earning. However, in an instant, Chinu suddenly looked embarrassed. On this pass, it was clearly written, team copy in 4 big words. This meant that he could not enter alone. At the very least, he had to find a teammate. But he didn't have many friends, no father, no mother, no brother, no sister, in the academy. The one who was probably the most familiar was Lu Chanshan. If it were before, he might not hesitate to team up with Lu Chanshan. But now, he felt disgusted to even see her. Not to mention teaming up. And teaming up with others, he doesn't want to share the rewards equally with them. Somewhat helpless, Qin Yu could only collect the pass into his backpack first, and then exited the trial tower. At this time, outside the trial tower, there was already a circle of people surrounding it. They were all attracted by the broadcast of the trial tower record-breaking. The first reaction was that this must be Song Wanru's doing. After all, she had awakened an S-rank hidden profession. To break the record of the trial tower, I'm afraid that only she would have the chance to do it. However, when they saw Qin Yu on the screen, who was above Song Wanru and 5 minutes faster than her, they all froze in place. Qin Yu passed the level 10 trial tower. Total time 13 minutes and 53 seconds. Nearly 14 minutes to clear the trial tower? Or was he alone? How was this possible? You know, the trial tower has 10 levels, and each level has a 1-minute safe zone waiting time. That is to say, excluding the 10 minutes of safe zone waiting time, Qin Yu, alone, used less than 4 minutes to clear the 10 levels of the trial tower? 6. Set of equipment? Is it as bullish as my poisonous ring? Song Wanru, who was at the side, was also frowning as she saw the information on the screen, somewhat in disbelief. How could Qin Yu, a summoner, have done it to clear the 10 levels of the trial tower in less than 4 minutes? And it was still solo. She had brought along 3 level 10 support-type professions that could allow her to output without fear, and that's why it would have taken her almost 20 minutes, and that's how she managed to pass through the training tower. You know, this is still because she was awakened to the S-rank hidden profession of Elemental Mage, the beginning of the 7 kinds of elemental skills, which can quickly eliminate those monsters in the 10th floor of the trial tower. However, Qin Yu was awakened as a summoner and only had one skill, summoning. Summoners themselves were basically not very damaging, and could only attack through their summons to inflict damage on the enemy. But they had only just awakened their professions and were both level 0. A level 0 summoner, even if the summons were more bullish, it would be impossible to clear the 10 levels of the trial tower in less than 4 minutes, right? At most, it would only reach the 5th floor. After all, the monsters before the 5th floor were relatively easy to deal with. But the latter 5 floors were definitely not something that a summoner, or not a single person, could tackle. At first, she also felt that Qin Yu would probably be dissuaded when he reached the 5th floor. But it turned out that not only did he pass the trial tower, and he also broke the record. Even a full 5 minutes faster than the record. This guy, awakened, is really a summoner? At this time, Qin Yu slowly walked out of the trial tower, and Song Wanru immediately greeted him and stopped him when she saw this. Qin Yu, wait. Being suddenly called out, Qin Yu was stunned, and after seeing Song Wanru, his face was even more filled with doubt. In fact, he had no idea why there were so many people surrounding this neighborhood. Much less did he know why Song Wanru called out to him. What's the matter? Qin Yu said doubtfully. How did you do it? Song Wanru was a straightforward person and immediately opened her mouth to inquire. Passing the trial tower in less than 4 minutes, this is almost impossible. Moreover, you're still a summoner. What's wrong with a summoner? Don't look down on anyone. Qin Yu immediately frowned upon hearing this. If you're deliberately coming to question me, I advise you not to waste your time. If you have this effort, you might as well go and find a copy to properly level up. Don't think that just because you've awakened an S-ranked hidden occupation, you think that you're above everyone. I don't mean that. Song Wanru's small face instantly turned red and she hastily shook her head. Just as she wanted to explain, she realized that Qin Yu had already walked through the crowd and onto the street. The replica hall was packed with people, and in no time, he had lost sight of him. After coming out of the trial tower, Qin Yu went to the equipment street on the side. After clearing the trial tower, those monsters also gave him a lot of scattered equipment, as well as some gold coins. However, he couldn't use any of those equipments, so he planned to go and sell them, plus those gold coins, for a new outfit. He usually worked hard and thrifted to barely have enough to feed himself, which wasn't enough to purchase weapons and equipment at all. This also made it so that he had been wearing the same training clothes issued by the school, and his weapons were of a tattered white grade. Although he was now nearly invincible, this was only for the damage aspect. The defense and survival aspects were also the summoner's weak points. After all, a summoner had little means of preserving his life. Excluding his summons, he was just an ordinary person. Even if his current blood level was approaching 1000 points, he would still be in danger of losing his life if he was set on fire or sneak attacked. In the absence of a nurse, equipment was the only safeguard that could ensure that he wouldn't be instantly set on fire and killed in seconds. After working for most of the day, Qin Yu looked at the set of blue equipment on his body and nodded with satisfaction. This set of blue equipment was relatively the most cost-effective. Defense almost added more than 500 to him. Intelligence added 10 points. The only thing that was a bit lacking was that they were all loose pieces that couldn't trigger additional set effects. A set, including helmets, chest armor, gloves, boots 4 kinds, need 4 pieces of the same type can trigger additional set effects. Necklaces and rings are universal and can be worn indefinitely. However, it is very difficult to get a complete set. In the replica, only the replica boss will steadily burst out a piece of loose pieces with a set effect. That is to say, if one was lucky enough, it was possible to pass through 4 times and get a complete set together. But this probability was too low. Moreover, even if you were lucky enough to get a set together quickly, the attributes on the equipment might not always perfectly match the profession's positioning. Even if the attributes were perfect, they might not always be strengthened to that attribute. Therefore, Qin Yu did not dwell on it too much. He just wanted to simply boost his defense and survival ability to avoid being seconded. After all, the difficulty of the Howling Abyss was even higher than the Pilgrimage Tower, so once something unexpected happened, wasting the pass would be a small matter, but if he took his life as well, then it would be too late to regret. Looking at the darkening sky, Qin Yu intends to go home and rest. But at this time, Shi Yong and Lu Chanxian suddenly walked out from the high-level equipment store on the side and just happened to bump into each other. Yo! Isn't this Qin Big Waist? What? Actually have money to buy equipment? I thought you'd be hiding at home, not daring to go to a copy? Shi Yong's face was filled with a sarcastic smile, especially after seeing Qin Yu's blue loose equipment. That smile became even brighter. Brother Young, don't be angry with Qin Yu. It's already good enough for him to put together a set of blue loose equipment. We can't have him wearing a purple set just like us, right? Lu Chanxian on the side held Shi Yong's arm, her eyes full of smiles. Shi Yong had just bought her a purple Wind Chaser set, which was worth $200,000. Although this was not considered top-tier equipment, at the very least it was a purple grade, and there was also a set effect, which could be much stronger than those loose pieces on Qin Yu's body. Sure enough, her leaving Qin Yu and choosing Shi Yong was the most correct choice. Is a purple set awesome? But at this time, Qin Yu suddenly opened his mouth and asked. If I'm not mistaken, the wind chasing set on you is at most 200,000, right? A mere 200,000, and you're mesmerized like this? Qin Yu, you can't even come up with 200,000, and you still have the nerve to lecture me here? That's hilarious. Are you here to deliberately tell me a joke? Lu Chanxian was instantly amused by Qin Yu's words, not noticing in the slightest Qin Yu's right hand that was slowly raised. It was only until the ring with a greenish glow on the index finger was placed in front of her eyes that her smile came to an abrupt end. This is a highly poisonous ring? Or is it a purple grade? How did you get this? 7. Comprehensively crushed, don't be a dog-eyed. Lu Chanxian raised her hand to take it, but she grabbed it. The poison ring, but the best of the best in general equipment. That percentage of blood loss passive, in fighting monsters, especially group monsters, is very good. However, it was quite rare, and its drop rate was at the bottom of the list of generic equipment. Even for copy bosses, there was less than a 1% drop probability. In the equipment store, a blue-grade poison ring was sold for 500,000 gold coins. And the purple poison ring, the current market price is at least 3 million up. And there was no market for it, it was impossible to buy it at all. How could Qin Yu have this purple poison ring? Do you still find what I said funny? Qin Yu slowly lowered his hand, the corner of his mouth curling up as he said. Lu Chanxian, don't be dog-eyed. That purple suit really isn't much of a big deal, so I guess it's only a silly woman like you that would find it enjoyable, right? Hearing Qin Yu's mockery, Lu Chanxian's hand that was raised in the air was also instantly fixed. Although she wanted to open her mouth to retort, she could not find a reason. After all, the poison ring on Qin Yu's hand, one of them could be worth more than 10 wind-chasing sets on her body. The smile on Shi Yong's face at the side also instantly froze, completely losing the complacency he had just felt. He did not want to believe, how could Qin Yu have such a precious poison ring? It was impossible for Qin Yu's humble family to come up with that much money to buy this purple poison ring. So, there was only one possibility. This guy obtained the highly poisonous ring from a copy. But how was he so lucky? Moreover, how did he, a summoner, clear the copy? Isn't it just a purple poison ring? What's there to be proud of? After freezing for a few seconds, Shi-Yong then snorted disdainfully and pretended to say with a face of disinterest. You, a summoner, even if you were lucky enough to explode this purple dramatic poison ring, you wouldn't be able to make it into the top 5 in the grand exam. How much damage do you expect those 2 bugs you summoned to deal? No kidding. Yeah. What's the big deal about having this ring? The gap between professions is unavoidable. Lu Chanxian immediately spoke in agreement when she saw this. Qin Yu, you're estimated to be less than level 2 now, right? This is the disadvantage of a summoner. There are still a few days to go before the big exam. Do you think you can last a few minutes in the exam room at this level? The monsters in the big exam are at least level 5, there are still 6 days left. Can you rise to level 5? If you don't have enough level, with that poisonous ring, don't advance to level 5, you won't even make it to the bottom 5. The 2 of them looked at each other and laughed. They should know that the 2 of them had gone directly to the level 5 copy and had brought 2 high-level professionals with them, brushing for almost half a day before they both reached level 3. This speed was already relatively fast among the same group of people. After all, both of their professions had relatively high damage and short skill cooldowns, which allowed them to quickly rise to level 3. And like Qin Yu's awakened summoner, not only was the damage not high, but the cooldown was longer, plus there was no one to help him, much less cross-level to a high-level copy. So, his level was definitely not as high as theirs. If you wanted to get a good grade in the big exam, the most important thing was still the level. Just having an extremely valuable ring was definitely not enough to support him to be able to rank high. In other words, even if Qin Yu was holding an extremely high-grade purple poison ring that was worth a few $1 million and could not even be purchased, it would still be impossible for him to surpass them in the grand exam. However, at this moment, Qin Yu was suddenly snorted coldly, then slowly asked. How do you know that I haven't reached level 2? What if I'm already level 5? Level 5? Ha ha. Qin Yu, do you even talk big without a draft? Shi-Yong burst out laughing at the sight. Level 5? You can rise to level 5 in a day? You think you're Song Wanru? Qin Yu. Lu Chanxian on the side also had a sneer on her face. You can't be too hypocritical, there's no need to pretend in front of us, so I'll despise you even more. The 2 of us, we've only just reached level 3, how can you, a summoner, rise to level 5? You take us as cuties. Do you? Leveling up to 5 in a day, this was something that was basically impossible. Low-level subplans gave very little experience, and if you wanted to level up quickly, you had to cross over to a higher-level copy than your own to fight monsters. But this could only be done with the help of a high-level professional. It was impossible for a single person to do a cross-level solo copy. Even Song Wanru wouldn't dare to cross-level to challenge a high-level copy in the early stages. Not to mention Qin Yu, a summoner. Seeing that the 2 didn't believe him, Qin Yu didn't make a fuss and directly waved his hand to open his information, placing it in front of them. Name, Qin Yu. Profession, summoner. Level, level 5. The moment they saw the information, the smiles on the 2's faces froze once again, and they even somewhat did not believe their eyes. How is this possible? How could you, a summoner, rise to level 5 in a day? Lu Chanxian could not accept it. The reason she left Qin Yu was because she felt that the summoner profession that this guy had awakened was too ribbed and could not help her, and would even drag her back. But now he is not only higher leveled, he even has excellent equipment. Then wasn't he just lifting a stone and hitting his own foot? It's impossible. Even if someone helped you enter a high-level copy and brush the monsters, it's impossible for you to level up to level 5 in a day. Shi-Yong also refused to believe the truth. Grouping up to brush the books would definitely result in some experience being shared out by those high-level professionals. It was already the limit of limits for him and Lu Chanxian to rise to level 3, and it was simply impossible that anyone would surpass them. Unless, Qin Yu was a solo cross-level scrubber. As if he could see the shock and disbelief in the eyes of the 2, Qin Yu kindly opened his mouth to explain. You guys don't have to be surprised, I just simply cleared the trial tower once. The experience of the trial tower can be much more than a copy. Upon hearing the words trial tower, the look of surprise on Shi-Yong and Lu Chanxian's faces then worsened once again. They naturally knew that this trial tower was a good place to practice leveling, but without full certainty, they simply did not dare to challenge the trial tower. But Qin Yu said that he had passed the trial tower. Moreover, it could be heard from his tone and words that he was a single person and had passed the trial tower with great ease. How could this be possible? Qin Yu was a summoner, how could he have soloed through the trial tower? The two immediately wanted to question, but at this moment, a dainty cry suddenly came from the distance, interrupting them. Qin Yu! I've finally found you. I really didn't look down on you, I'm just a little surprised that you alone were able to break the record of the trial tower. Can you give me a chance to apologize? I'll treat you to dinner, and by the way, we can talk about that pass. 8. Killing Heart, the schoolgirls' initiative to form a team. Song Wanru's sudden appearance instantly dashed the thoughts that the two had wanted to question. Even more so, the feeling of shock was even stronger. Qin Yu had not only soloed through the trial tower. Moreover, he had also broken the record? This was really beyond their cognizance. Song Wanru. Did you just say that Qin Yu single-handedly broke the record of the trial tower? Seeing this, Lu Chanqian disbelievingly immediately opened her mouth to inquire. You can't be joking, right? Qin Yu is just a summoner, the 10-layer trial tower, at the very least there must be more than 100 monsters, and the highest monster level is a level 10. How could he pass the trial tower alone and break the record? Do I have to lie to you guys? If you don't believe me, you guys can go to the trial tower and see for yourselves. Song Wanru instantly glanced at Lu Chanqian in displeasure before pulling Qin Yu towards the distance. Looking at the back of the two leaving, Lu Chanqian immediately sat on the ground like a deflated balloon. She could not accept the fact that Qin Yu had actually progressed so quickly. Even, it was somewhat beyond her tolerance and cognition. Upgrading to level 5 in a day. This kind of upgrading speed was probably only achievable by an S-ranked profession like Song Wanru. Plus, he had an extreme purple poison ring on his hand. At this rate, he might actually be able to enter the top 5 of the grand exam. Moreover, there was also a possibility that he would be selected by the Dragon Bane Guild. The Dragon's Bard Guild would only select 3 people from the top 5 of the grand exam to join. Song Wanru would take the brunt of it, and would definitely take up a spot. Shiyong, as an A-ranked rare profession, would also most likely be selected. Then the last remaining spot was her only chance. This was also the main reason why she had chosen to stay with Shiyong. With Shiyong's help, this last spot to enter the Dragon's Bane Guild, she would have been the most hopeful. However, Qin Yu's sudden upsurge had completely shattered her asinine plans. The position that had belonged to her was now going to be snatched away. Moreover, it was still snatched away by her own abandoned trash ex-boyfriend. Get up! What's the point of crying and sniveling? But at this moment, Shiyong let out a low drink that made Lu Chanqian retrieve her thoughts. Instead of crying there, why don't you think about how you're going to deal with that guy? Deal with? Are you thinking? Lu Chanqian immediately climbed up from the ground when she saw this, and the expression on her face changed from puzzled to surprised. Find a chance to finish him off. Shiyong sneered, looking at Qin Yu's faraway direction, his eyes filled with killing intent. The grand examination only happens once, I will never allow anyone to threaten my ranking. And, this way I can also get the poison ring in his hands, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Also, you should have heard Song Wanru mention the pass just now, right? Pass? Lu Chanqian froze for a moment. Yes. It's a pass that allows you to enter a hidden copy. Shiyong nodded. Breaking the records of the trial tower is a surefire way to obtain a hidden copy pass. And the monsters in the hidden copy will give more experience gold and superb equipment, and there's even a possibility of obtaining the profession's exclusive equipment. This kind of thing was actually gotten by Qin Yu, it's simply a waste. That's right. That's right. He must die. Lu Chanqian's eyes also sprouted an indignant essence at this time. Since a choice had been made, there was only one way to go. The Longing Guild only recruits once a year, 3 people per city, 15 cities in 5 provinces in China, a total of 45 spots. Once she missed out, she would never have the chance to enter the Dragon Guild again. She would only be able to go to an ordinary guild for the rest of her life. This would never be possible. Brother Young, have you already thought of a way? Of course. Have you forgotten what our family does? Shiyong took out his phone and quickly dialed a number over. Hello? Help me send out a reward notice for $500,000 for a person's life. Name Qin Yu. Within 6 days, I want news of his death. Song Wanru led Qin Yu all the way out of Equipment Street. At the location of the intersection, there was a luxury car parked. Beside the limousine, there was also an old man standing, and when he saw Song Wanru walking over, he immediately opened the car door respectfully. "Eldest miss, you've come. I've already booked a good spot at Snowmoon Building, private room 888, ordered the best set menu according to your request." Thanks old Lou. Song Wanru quickly got into the car, but Qin Yu still stood motionless beside the car. "I accept your apology, but dinner is still waived." Qin Yu looked at Song Wanru in the car and slowly opened his mouth. "I have to hurry back to rest, I don't have the time to go waste time with you." "Kid, don't be ungrateful, it's your honor to dine with our missy." The old man on the side saw this and immediately rebuked, but was stopped by Song Wanru raising her hand. "Qin Yu, a meal won't take much time. Moreover, don't you want to solve the problem of the pass in your hand?" Song Wanru smiled faintly and patted the empty seat beside her. "Your people skills aren't that good, so it must be difficult to find a teammate, right? I can help you. But I don't lack teammates." Qin Yu remained indifferent, holding his arms and quietly looking at Song Wanru. "As long as I put out the news that I have a pass, there will be a large number of people who will come to actively look for me to form a team, and moreover, there will also be a lot of benefits to be gained. Why would I want to find a competitor to team up with? The person who broke the trial tower record single-handedly, is he still afraid of me as a competitor?" Song Wanru instantly covered her mouth and laughed out when she saw this. "Besides, if you wanted to, you should have found a teammate a long time ago, instead of dragging it out until now. This shows that you don't trust those strangers at all." "I guessed right, didn't I? So, instead of looking for those human strangers to team up, you might as well look for me as a competitor." Hearing Song Wanru's words, Qin Yu did not retort. He did have concerns in this regard. But Song Wanru, he was equally unable to trust. Because what he had gotten was a pass to the Howling Abyss, a hidden copy belonging exclusively to the mage class. Song Wanru's awakening was also a mage profession. If she grabbed the boss and happened to pop out the elemental mage's exclusive equipment, wouldn't that be equivalent to working for her for nothing? As if she could see the entanglement in Qin Yu's eyes, Song Wanru immediately came over and forced him into the car with one hand. "Qin Yu, I know your concerns. I can assure you. If the equipment popped out by the copy boss is suitable for you, then I definitely won't grab it. If the equipment I need pops out, I will also give you relatively equal compensation, how about you don't lose?" Looking at the serious eyes of Song Wanru beside him, Qin Yu nodded. "Good, but I still have one more condition. I will only team up with you alone, our team, we don't need more people." 9. A generous feast, it's also considered to be a rich woman in the evening. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Song Wanru froze for a moment. But in a flash, she immediately nodded and agreed to Qin Yu's request. Although the hidden copy was very difficult, the level was the same as the highest level of the players in the team, which meant that even if there were only 2 people, they should actually be able to handle it. She actually did not have any expectations for the equipment that would be popped out by the hidden copy boss. As long as it wasn't exclusive equipment, she could buy it with money. The important thing was that hidden copies could gain a lot of experience. This was much faster than going to those regular copies and brushing them over and over again. Moreover, she could use this to observe Qin Yu. For a summoner to be able to single-handedly break the record of the trial tower, this guy was definitely not that simple. The Grand Examination adopted a point system. In a closed examination room, fixed monsters would be placed, and the one who killed the monsters and gained the most points within the stipulated time would be the first place. This also made the speed of killing monsters the main factor in ranking the professionals. As the only professional who had started with 7 skills, she shouldn't have been faster than her. But Qin Yu had done it. And it was more than 5 minutes faster than her. This kind of terrifying speed of killing monsters was definitely not something an ordinary summoner could do. A summoner that can outrun an S-ranked hidden profession. Or a single person. She had to figure out what was going on before she could? Absolutely not, letting this guy steal her first place. Snowmoon House, a famous auxiliary-type restaurant in Linghai City. The reason why it was called an auxiliary-type restaurant was because the dishes in here basically came with some degree of auxiliary effects. Ordinary dishes that restored blood and blue, increased skill damage, and cooldown times were all just appetizers. Most importantly, there were top-notch supplements that increased various attributes. However, such dishes were in short supply and very expensive. If it wasn't the famous nobles who were generous, they simply couldn't afford to consume it. Inside the private room, as soon as Qin Yu took his seat, he saw the precious intelligence-boosting tonic in front of him. This was also the reason why he finally chose Song Wanru as his teammate. Song Wanru was the daughter of the #1 richest man in Linghai City. Ordinary equipment wasn't of interest to her, and she took the initiative to find herself, fearing that she was only here for that profession-exclusive equipment. However, the probability of exploding exclusive equipment was very small. Even if it did burst out the elemental mage's exclusive equipment, she certainly wouldn't treat herself poorly. Moreover, there was no need to worry that she would backtrack. After all, there was no need for a city richest person to do that kind of nasty thing. The value of an exclusive equipment was incalculable. At that time, no matter what he requested, Song Wanru would probably fulfill it. Have a taste, this is what I specially asked old Lu to prepare for you. Cloud Deer Jade Renewal Cream, 1 serving of this will permanently increase your intelligence by 5 points. This is currently the highest intelligence boosting auxiliary tonic in China. Worthy of being Miss Song, you're generous. I'll be polite then. Qin Yu had nothing to be embarrassed about, and without waiting for Song Wanru to finish, he swallowed the Cloud Deer Jade Renewal Cream in front of him in one gulp. A cool and incomparable sensation immediately flowed through his entire body. Intelligence, 40-45. Blue level, 12-17-12-67. Seeing the information popping up on the system bar, Qin Yu immediately grinned. This intelligence for nothing is really fragrant. With just 1 serving, it was as much as the intelligence provided by this entire set of equipment on his body. Moreover, this was a permanent boost. It was completely different from the temporary attributes provided by the equipment. Soon, the dishes on the table were swept away by Qin Yu. Song Wanru, on the other hand, did not touch a single bite and watched quietly from the side. How's the food? I'll have old Lu send you back? Seeing Qin Yu burping, Song Wanru then opened her mouth to ask. No need, it's too much trouble. Qin Yu quickly wiped his mouth, then immediately got up and walked towards the door. I'll just go back by myself, we'll gather outside the duplicate hall tomorrow. Without giving Song Wanru a chance to stay, Qin Yu pushed the door and left, heading straight for the bathroom on the side. After the flooding was over, a relieved Qin Yu then decided to hit the road back home. However, at this time, a quarrel suddenly came from the private room next to him. The door then suddenly opened and a skinny girl violently flew out of it, right into Qin Yu's arms. The girl's face was pale, there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her collar had been torn out of a large opening, so that a large swath of snowy whiteness could be vaguely seen inside. Hello? Are you all right? Looking at the dying girl in his arms, Qin Yu looked a little overwhelmed. Save. Save me. The girl only uttered 3 words before she fainted. Immediately afterward, 3 men walked out of the private room. The man in the lead had a sturdy physique and was covered in tendon meat. He was followed by 2 other men who looked like his followers. Cut. This woman really can't be beaten. I just punched her lightly and sent her flying out. The man shook off his fist and looked at the girl in Qin Yu's arms and sneered. Brother Long, you're a level 25 berserker now, how can that girl doll withstand a single punch from you? The 2 followers beside him immediately laughed and agreed, then looked at Qin Yu with disdain in their eyes. Hey! That kid, hurry up and help that woman over, don't delay our brother Long's good deed. You 3 big men, bullying a little girl, don't you feel ashamed? Qin Yu was not intimidated by the 2 men's intimidation and said quietly. Get out of the way. I want to take her away. You're taking her away just because you say so, huh? Do you know who we are? The 2 followers immediately stepped forward, not even noticing that Qin Yu had already silently summoned 2 worms behind him. Life-sacrificing strike. Qin Yu let out a low chant, and the 2 worms behind him then sprinted violently, instantly sending them flying into the wall and fainting. Seeing the almost dying state of the 2, the man froze in place. These 2 followers of his were immediately level 10, and their blood quantity was approaching 1,000. How could they be hit by this kid with 2 bugs and almost run out of blood and pass out? This kid looked like he had just reached adulthood and had probably just awakened his profession. How could he have such high damage? Just as he stood frozen in place, Qin Yu had already walked around him with the girl in his arms. On his way downstairs, he didn't forget to leave a sentence. By the way, Brother Long, right? You'd better hurry up and bring those 2 underlings of yours to get treated, otherwise I won't be responsible for any life-threatening situations. Also, don't go around bullying girls just because you have a high rank, or else next time, it won't be your two henchmen who fall. Listening to the voices echoing in the hallway, Qianlong's face grew darker and darker, his veins rippling, and he continued to gasp for air. You two don't lie on the ground and play dead. Hurry up and find out who the hell this kid is? I'm going to let him know what will happen if he offends me, Qianlong. 10. Hidden copy. The small flock of spectral crows was not enough to be feared. Qin Yu sent the girl he didn't know to a healing point not far away and returned home. It was his duty to do what was right, but that was about it. His house was close to the academy, basically next to each other. But the truth was, he didn't live here before, instead living with his parents in the suburbs. Both of his parents served in the military, but just once when they were out on a mission, they met with an untimely death, and the squad they were in was completely wiped out. In order to take care of them, the sons and daughters of martyrs, the Eastern provincial government built a house near the academy and took them over. The house was not big, but it was big enough for him to live alone. Dad, Mom, I'm back. As soon as he entered the door, Qin Yu walked to the spirit table on the side of the living room and lit 3 joss sticks and inserted them into the incense burner. He then wiped the ashes on the spirit table before going upstairs. Inside his room, there was only a table and a bed, and the table was clean, with only a photo frame on it. Inside was a photo of him and Lu Chanshan together. Although it was a group photo, the distance between the two was a bit far. Without looking carefully, one would think that it was PD up with 2 photos. Perhaps from the beginning, this woman approached himself, not because she liked it. Rather, it was because of his extremely high talent, thinking that he would be able to list to the thighs. Without the slightest reminiscence, tearing up the group photo and throwing it into the trash, Qin Yu immediately laid down on the bed and closed his eyes. His main goal right now is to prepare for the big exam, take the first place, and enter the Dragon's Bane Guild. As for certain women, they were all inconsequential matters to him. Early the next morning, Qin Yu immediately set off to the entrance of the replica hall. But what he didn't expect was that Song Wanru was waiting at the agreed location even earlier than him. Seeing Qin Yu appear, Song Wanru immediately greeted him with a smile, without the slightest trace of fatigue from waking up early. Qin Yu, you came. I brought a lot of supplies, share some with you? Hidden copies are no joke, although the level isn't high, the number of monsters inside is several times higher than ordinary copies. It's not like you're allowing me to bring other teammates, so I'll have to resort to this. No need, you'd better keep it for yourself. Seeing this, Qin Yu immediately shook his head and then went around Song Wanru into the replica hall. This could not help but make Song Wanru a little unhappy. It wasn't just breaking the record of the trial tower, but it wasn't so crazy, right? The number of monsters in the hidden copy was much more than in the trial tower. Even if he was confident that he would be able to remain uninjured, as a mage-type profession, the consumption and recovery of blue was an important issue. Without a nurse, supplies were a must. But this guy actually arrogantly refused. Did he really think he was invincible? The two walked into a vacant teleportation array on the side one after the other, then Qin Yu took out the pass in his backpack and clicked it open. The pass has been opened. Entering the hidden copy of Howling Abyss. The teleportation array flashed with a burst of light, instantly taking the two away from the replica hall. When the two opened their eyes again, they had already arrived in an unfamiliar area. The surroundings were barren, and on both sides were towering peaks that could not be seen. Only a small path could be passed in front of them. With the gusty wind, Song Wanru immediately tightened her clothes and looked around cautiously. However, Qin Yu was not the least bit alarmed and quickly summoned 2 worms. He then strutted into the pathway. Looking at Qin Yu's calm and collected stance, Song Wanru felt a pang of irritation. This guy didn't look like he was here to clear a copy at all, it was more like he was here on vacation. However, this was not important to her. The Howling Abyss was an exclusive copy for the mage class. She only needed to make sure that she could find the copy boss safely. As for those small monsters, there was no harm in leaving them to Qin Yu to deal with. Even if Qin Yu was accidentally injured, or even if his life was in danger, she was confident that she could take out the boss and leave this place alone. Soon, they encountered the first wave of monsters. 5 level 5 spectral crows. The spectral crows were the most common and numerous monsters in the Howling Abyss. Moreover, they were swarm-type monsters. Once they appeared, there would be at least 5 of them. However, Qin Yu only had 2 summons, so it was still a bit difficult to deal with 5 spectral crows. But just as Song Wanru wanted to step in to help, she suddenly saw that the 5 spectral crows that were constantly circling in the air all landed on the ground. What the hell? Song Wanru's face was shocked. She didn't even see what happened before those 5 underworld crows were instantly disposed of. Moreover, most importantly, there were 2 worms by Qin Yu's side. This guy, could it be that he didn't even use his summons to finish off those 5 underworld crows? Hearing Song Wanru's surprised inquiry behind him, Qin Yu ignored it and instead crossed over the corpses of these spectral crows and continued walking forward. Only then did Song Wanru realize that on the ground, apart from the corpses of those spectral crows, there were also 6 snow-white insect cocoons. These constantly trembling cocoons gradually shattered before long, and the 6 worms slowly drilled out from within, quickly catching up with Qin Yu. Seeing this scene, Song Wanru could not help but freeze directly in place. 6 worms had appeared again? Wasn't Qin Yu only able to summon 1 worm at a time? But how did 6 more suddenly appear? Could it be that just now, Qin Yu had summoned 6 more worms in that blink of an eye? How could a summoner have such a fast skill cooldown? Looking at Qin Yu's back that was gradually fading away, Song Wanru hurriedly chased after him, wanting to inquire. However, at this time, Qin Yu suddenly shielded her behind him, not giving her a chance to open her mouth at all. Only to see that, at some point in time, a large swarm of black pressurized underworld crows had appeared in the air. At a rough estimate, there had to be more than 50 of them. Not good. It's a flock of spectral crows. It seems that the bloody odor of those few spectral crows just now lured them over. A flash of panic immediately flashed across Song Wanru's eyes. With so many spectral crows, it would be difficult for the 2 of them to cope. Even if she had all her firepower, she was afraid that she would only be able to take out a portion of them, and she could not avoid getting hurt. If there were defensive and recovery type teammates in the squad, there might still be a chance. But Qin Yu, as a summoner, was simply unable to provide her with a buffer and wait for cooldown time. Looks like we can only fight. Song Wanru's beautiful eyes glared as 7 rays of light suddenly flashed behind her. With such a large-scale monster swarm, only she could save the day. After all, as an elemental mage, she possessed the most spell skill attacks in her entire profession. If she was lucky, there was a chance that she would be able to wipe out the monster swarm and retreat in one piece. But suddenly, Qin Yu slowly took a few steps forward, then with a wave of his big hand, a huge black shadow slowly appeared in front of him. Come out! Eagle-eyed Insectosaurus. Let them see who is the overlord of the air. 11. Terrifying summons, instantly killed in seconds. The huge black shadow flew violently into the air, and with only a flap of its wings, a wind blade rushed into the group of spectral crows, instantly slicing a large portion of the spectral crows in half. The black shadow looked like a dragon and had a pair of sharp feathered wings. But what was terrifying was its head, which was a constantly wiggling worm. This bizarre monster caused Song Wanru to freeze once again. This monster was summoned by Qin Yu. But he was only level 5, he should only have 1 skill. How could he summon a different summon? Moreover, the appearance of this monster was just too similar to the boss of the 10th floor of the trial tower, the Hawkeye Gargoyle. Whether it was its size, appearance, or the way it attacked. It was all exactly the same as the Hawkeye Gargoyle. Only, its original eagle head had turned into a worm. Most importantly, this monster was also level 10. How could a level 5 summoner have a level 10 summon? During the time she froze, it was only a few minutes of work. The hawk-eyed bug dragon had then finished off all the clusters of spectral crows in the air. Looking at the corpses of the spectral crows all over the ground, Qin Yu immediately sent a few worms beside him over to partake of them. He could not afford to waste so many corpses. These 50 spectral crows were estimated to be able to bring his blood and blue levels to a higher level. It was at this time that Song Wanru retrieved her thoughts and slowly walked over to Qin Yu's side, asking softly. Qin Yu, that monster, is it also your summon? You mean the eagle-eyed dragon worm? Qin Yu looked at the monster in the air and nodded with a smile. Of course, isn't it obvious? But what about those bugs? Song Wanru raised her hand and pointed at the worms that were partaking of the corpses, her face filled with doubt. You're only level 5, how could you possibly have 2 different summons? Moreover, that monster is level 10. Anything is possible, the potential of a summoner is infinite. Listening to Qin Yu's ambiguous answer, Song Wanru was obviously a little less receptive. This fellow was deliberately skimming off the topic. The only thing that could be determined now was that Qin Yu's awakening must be a summoner. However, his skill cooldown was surprisingly low, and the damage of his summons was still extremely high. There was also this exaggeration that the Trial Tower 10th floor boss had become his summon. No wonder he was able to break the trial tower in more than 5 minutes. After thinking for a long time, Song Wanru thought of a reason. Before his awakening, Qin Yu's test score was even higher than hers. Yet, he had awakened an ordinary summoner. This was clearly not in line with common sense. Therefore, he must be stronger than everyone else in other aspects. Talent. It must be talent. When one awakens a profession, it will be followed by the awakening of the profession's talent. What Qin Yu had awakened must be a very exaggerated talent. This would explain his strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary summoner. Looking at the worms that were constantly crawling on the ground, as well as the huge monster hissing in the air, Song Wanru couldn't help but gulp in fear. With these summons, Qin Yu would definitely be able to get a higher ranking during the grand exam. There was even a chance that he could get the first place. She didn't dare to make any delusional claims right now that she would be able to force her way past Qin Yu. Just that hawk-eyed dragon worm alone, she was still barely able to solve it under the protection of 2 level 10 knights and a level 10 healer. If it was her alone, there was absolutely no way she could fight against it. Plus, Qin Yu had so many extremely damaging worms following him. Even if she was an S-ranked hidden profession, she was afraid that it would be very difficult for her to take advantage of the grand examination. However, she couldn't be discouraged. The grand exam was ranked based on points, and her 7 skillful attacks would not necessarily be slower than Qin Yu's speed in killing monsters. As long as she was able to master the rhythm and finish off most of the monsters before Qin Yu, she would be able to lock the first place position. Thinking of this, Song Wanru immediately chased after him and unleashed her skills to brush up the monsters. She hadn't forgotten her purpose for coming here: to kill the copy bosses while also upgrading as much as possible. The two of them worked quite well together, and those spectral crows, no matter what direction they attacked from and sneak attacked from, had no effect and could only be instantly killed in seconds. Song Wanru's 7 elemental attack skills also made Qin Yu, who was on the side, marvel. Fire, water, wind, thunder, grass, ice, rock. Each of the 7 elements had an attack skill and could also change into various different skill effects through the reactions between these 7 elements. For example, if the fire attribute and the water attribute were merged, an evaporation effect would occur, and additional skill damage would be inflicted on the enemy. For each attribute, a reaction could be formed with the other 6 attributes. In other words, if the skills of all 7 attributes hit an enemy, it would cause an additional 7 stages of skill damage. Theoretically, as long as the skills were activated fast enough, they could always generate reactions, and the monsters would be resolved faster. However, this required very exquisite maneuvering skills. This was perfectly displayed from Song Wanru's body. Her utilization of these 7 elemental skills could be described as being at ease. Even, the speed of clearing monsters had once surpassed him. One should know that the damage of the worm he had summoned, the Shedding Strike, had already exceeded 2,000 points. The level 5 monsters in the Howling Abyss were basically killed in seconds. However, the worm's dash took time, and there was still a chance that it could be dodged. But Song Wanru's skill was instantaneous and had a not-so-small range, and it was more difficult for those monsters to dodge it. Seems to be aware of the sight of Qin Yu's gaze, Song Wanru more and more vigorously up, only to see a variety of light in the air, hit the monsters surrounded by fleeing in all directions. Seeing this, Qin Yu did not continue to grab monsters with her, but instead rode the Hawkeye dragon worm and flew into the air. The Howling Abyss as a whole was a huge cracked canyon, and they were now in the mid-range area. The copy boss was within the deepest swamp of the abyss. After determining the exact location, he immediately rushed over there. The experience and gold given by those small monsters were minor, but the most important thing was the copy boss's drop rewards and the high amount of experience. Taking advantage of Song Wanru's current vigor in clearing those small monsters, he could just make a move to go directly to the area of the copy boss and single-handedly brush off the boss. This way, he could be the first to pick the drop rewards. In case the copy boss dropped any rare equipment, or exclusive equipment and other goodies, he would be able to directly pocket it without having to worry about being robbed. The speed of the Hawkeye dragon worm was very fast, and in no time at all he reached the top of the swamp. In the open space in the center of the swamp, there was a huge deep pit, so deep that it couldn't see the bottom, and only a thin layer of white silk could be vaguely seen on the surrounding ground and trees. It was as if there was some kind of magic inside the incredibly dark deep pit, drawing him down slowly. Until, that is, he saw a pair of eyes with a reddish glow. 12, so what if you can transfer damage? I'll still force seconds on you. The moment he saw the red light, Qin Yu subconsciously grabbed the scales of the eagle-eyed dragon bug and dodged to the side. Just in time, he dodged a white silk thread that sprang out from the deep pit. Only to see that a large giant spider crawled out along the silk thread. Seeing Qin Yu in the air, its mouth opened and several more white silk strands attacked. Wing scroll! The eagle-eyed dragon insect's wings shook, and 2 wind blades then rushed out in a flash, instantly cutting through the bursting silk threads. Without giving the giant spider a chance to react, 2 more wind blades sliced it directly in half. The dark green juice violently splashed towards the surroundings, igniting a gust of white smoke. Isn't this a copy boss? Qin Yu did not see the information of killing a copy boss on the information bar, suggesting that this giant spider might just be a small monster. In the next second, a low roar immediately emanated from the deep pit. The muffled low roar spread upwards in a cone shape, and then countless red lights were seen flashing up inside. Those were pairs of red eyes with a ferocious light. Damn it! Qin Yu immediately flew upwards, and as he ascended, he saw countless giant spiders erupting from the deep pit, instantly crowding the entire open space. Saying countless is a bit of an exaggeration, but there were at least dozens of them. However, these giant spiders were the same as the one he had just finished off, still not copy bosses. But this was actually a good thing for Qin Yu. If this deep pit could have unlimited monsters appearing, then he could keep rushing here, and no matter if it was his level, or his blood and blue levels, they would all increase rather quickly. Thinking of this, Qin Yu smiled faintly, raised his hands and shouted. Summon! Eagle-eyed dragonworms! 10 hawk-eyed dragonworms instantly appeared, neatly lining up in the air. Kill for me! At Qin Yu's command, the 10 hawk-eyed dragon insects then instantly rushed down and fought with the giant spider swarm in the open space. Qin Yu, who was in the air, didn't just watch either, and kept summoning the worms. The giant spider swarms that were still dominating in numbers were soon suppressed and gradually engulfed by the worms. However, after these giant spiders died, they would spew out venom with corrosive properties, occasionally taking a few worms with them. If it was an ordinary summoner, he could probably have stayed put and waited for death by this time. But Qin Yu was different. He had no cooldown on his skills. Coupled with the fact that he now had plenty of blue, losing a few worms was nothing at all. Even more, he had more and more blue, which he could not use up. However, at this time, a murmur once again came from the pit. Then a huge spider web erupted out of it, instantly enveloping the entire open space. It also made the worms that had already spread almost all over the ground instantly unable to move. Subsequently, a much larger spider slowly crawled out from the pit, and with its mouth full of fangs wide open, a torrent of dark green venom gushed out, and in a matter of moments, half of the worms directly flew away. Copy boss giant venomous arachnid mother has appeared. Please be careful. Boss name, giant venomous arachnid mother, level 10. Level 10. Skill 1, toxin outpouring. Spray a fan of venom from her mouth, covering a range of up to 5 meters in front of her, dealing 200% spell damage to herself, with poison and weakness effects. Skill 2, arachnid web. Arachnid mother is connected to the life values of other spiders, and the damage taken will be transferred to other spiders until there are no replaceable spiders. The moment he saw the introduction of this copy boss, Qin Yu could not help but shiver. The wide range of killing skills that come with weakness are okay, but isn't the spider web skill a bit too buggy? As long as there was a small spider beside her, it could replace her to resist damage. In other words, as long as the follower is not exhausted, it will not die. The only way to solve this kind of monster was to clear all the surrounding small monsters first, and then finally go after it. But this was the arachnid mother. After coming out from the pit, it had stayed in the center of the spider web without moving, and apart from spraying venom around, it was constantly giving birth to her young. The speed at which it gave birth could be said to be comparable to the ordinary spiders in his knowledge. Several hundred eggs at a time. It was good that hatching took time. Qin Yu looked at those eggs attached to the spider web and without any hesitation, he immediately commanded the 10 hawk-eyed dragon insects in the air to attack frantically towards that side. Countless wind blades instantly swept through the spider web, slicing it into pieces. At the same time, it also made those insect eggs that had yet to hatch disappear. The giant poisonous spider mother instantly let out a mournful wail, followed by 6 eyes with a reddish glow staring tightly at Qin Yu in the air. With a sharp mouth, a huge spider web swooped towards Qin Yu. However, 2 wind blades flew out, and Qin Yu followed the loophole and escaped from the encirclement. Looking at the agitated poisonous arachnid mother above the deep pit, as well as the other spiders eyeing it from the side, Qin Yu let out a long breath, and then the corner of his mouth slowly curled up. Will transfer damage, huh? Then I'll see how long you can hold out? With a wave of Qin Yu's hands, the 10 hawk-eyed dragon insects in the air quickly dispersed. However, the target was shifted from those small spiders to the arachnid mother. Wing scroll. Cut for me. The attack distance of the hawk-eye dragonworms was farther than the spider mother. Plus, they were also faster than the arachnid mother, and could easily dodge the spider webs used to restrict their movements. So they could attack all the time without any scruples. Countless wind blades densely charged towards the arachnid mother, but they did not cause any damage. Only those small spiders around them were seen exploding one after another, bursting out with dark green blood. It was the first time arachnid mother had encountered such a headstrong player. She already knew that she could deflect damage, but she was still attacking him one after another. However, when it saw that there were more and more hawk-eyed dragonworms in the sky, it couldn't help but show a hint of panic in its eyes. This fellow, it couldn't really be able to forcefully finish itself off, could it? For a moment, it actually developed the idea of wanting to run away. Want to run away? Did you ask for my opinion? Qin Yu smiled heartily, then waved his hand again and dozens of worms appeared, charging towards the arachnid mother. Life-sacrificing strike. Dozens of worms hit the arachnid mother's abdomen like cannonballs, instantly blasting a large hole in it. The intensive wind blade attack, coupled with the dozens of worms' super high sheer life strike damage, even though the arachnid mother had the skill of transferring damage, it was still possible to forcefully dunk it to death. The arachnid mother's eyes were tinged with unwillingness. Until it stopped moving, it still hadn't figured out that it, which had the transfer damage skill, would be taken out in this way. Congratulations to player Qin Yu for having killed the copy boss giant venomous arachnid mother. Rewards have been issued to the backpack. Player may leave the copy at any time. Seeing the message that suddenly popped up, Qin Yu was instantly delighted. However, he did not rush to check the reward, but quickly opened his attribute interface. Because, that wave just now had directly allowed him to ascend 3 levels in a row. 13, 3 levels in a row. New word bug attachment. Name, Qin Yu. Profession, Summoner. Level, 8. Blood, 1617. Blue, 1967. Power, 10. Speed, 10. Intelligence, 45. Physique, 10. Defense, 300. Talent, Insect Heart. Equipment, Deadwood Staff, Blue Decaying Iron Helmet, Blue Lockjaw Armor, Blue Wilderness Gloves, Blue Boots of Calmness, Blue Poison Ring, Purple. Skill, Summoning LV1. Cooldown, no cooldown. Consumption, 10 blue, consumption, 10 blue, consumption, 10 blue, consumption, 10 blue. Can summon a larval stage worm to fight for you, their attributes are only 50% of your attributes. Usable gold phrases, Circle of Reflux, Gorgeous Strike, Life-Saving Strike, Parasite, Worm Nest. Worm Nest Summon, Hawkeye Dragon Worm. Cooldown, no cooldown. Consumption, 100 blue. Available skill points, 12. Available gold words, 3. 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 Moving up from level 5 to level 8 could be considered a qualitative leap. After all, the experience value required starts to rise exponentially from level 5 upwards. Level 5 to level 6 requires 5,000 experience. For level 6 to level 7, 7,000 experience was required. And so on. After he killed the giant poison spider mother, it directly allowed him to rise by almost 2 levels, which was enough to show how exaggerated the experience value provided by that spider mother was. The entire 12 bonus points were naturally added to intelligence. Intelligence directly rose from 45 to 57. Blue quantity, on the other hand, directly broke through the 2,000 mark, coming to 2087 points. What was the concept of 2,000 points of blue? As the nurse, or healer, who had the most amount of blue among the thousands of professions, at level 8, it was only 1,500 points of blue. Yet he had over 2,000 points. This meant that he could summon 20 Hawkeye flying dragons at once. Or summon 200 worms at once. Thinking about this, Qin Yu could not help but shiver. This number was too terrifying. He personally felt that it was exaggerated when he heard it. To think of a scene with 200 worms surrounding him. That was simply too spectacular. With this number of summons, wouldn't any monster be directly killed in seconds? At this moment, an explosion suddenly came from above the deep pit, interrupting Qin Yu's thoughts. The corpse of the giant venomous arachnid mother was propped up and exploded, and a giant spider with a worm head instantly emerged. Parasitization successful, replicant genes have been deposited into the worm nest. Replicant name, Giant Vermin Arachnid Mother. Level, 10. Blood, 5000. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Intelligence, 200. Physique, 200. Skill, Toxin Pouring Spider Web. Cooldown, none. Consumption, none. Summonable, no cooldown, consumes 100 blue power. The information of the parasitized, giant poison arachnid mother's replica, the giant insect arachnid mother, appeared in front of Qin Yu's eyes all of a sudden. The replica of a level 10 copy boss could actually have 5,000 drops of blood, and all of its attributes were not low. It was hard to imagine how exaggerated the real attributes of that giant poison arachnid mother would be. Plus the effect of that skill spider web. If it wasn't for the addition of those gold phrases, one really wouldn't have been able to mess with it. But now, it had also become its own summon. A summon that had an extremely high blood volume that could also deflect damage, and had a huge range that even came with poison and weakness damage. It could be said to be very secure. He couldn't imagine that if he put this guy in the grand examination hall, would it directly make those candidates wet their pants? After taking the giant insect arachnid mother back to the insect nest, Chinu then placed his gaze on the attribute interface again. Synthesizing the 3 times drawable gold words into a new super gold word, he immediately opened it. Along with a flash of colored light, the new phrase appeared. Acquired super gold word, bug attachment. Effects, can use the skills of the summon creature with unchanged effects and damage. This time, the introduction of the super gold lexicon was quite concise, with only a short sentence. This could not help but make Qin Yu frown. Skills that can use summons? It meant that he, a summoner, could now use the skills of summoned objects in addition to summoning skills? Wait. Suddenly, Qin Fei fiercely realized that something was wrong. This golden phrase didn't seem that powerful, it might just give him some more skills to be able to personally tackle monsters even when he didn't have a summoner. However, the replica summon he had just gotten by parasitizing the giant insect arachnid mother had a spider web skill, but it was able to transfer damage to other followers. If he was able to use the skill of the summoner, wouldn't that mean that he was now able to transfer damage to the summoner as well? It was important to realize that he now had enough blue to summon a very large number of summons. Even the giant insect arachnid mother was able to spawn on its own. It could be said that there was a constant stream of summons that were born. If he could still use the arachnid web skill to deflect damage, wouldn't he never die then? Qin Yu was momentarily too excited to speak. He had always been worried about his survival. That was why he had temporarily bought a set of equipment for emergencies before entering this place, putting together a bit of defense first to avoid encountering danger. But with this super gold word, he no longer had to worry about his life and safety. As long as the summons were unending, he would not die. All these broken equipment on his body could be sold as well, and defense was no longer useful to him. Right now, he only needed equipment that increased his intelligence and blue. Other than that, all other attributes were useless. At this time, an idea suddenly came into his mind. There was a copy that could perfectly drop the equipment he wanted. Temple of Sanctuary. It was an equipment copy for a support-type profession. Inside was a set of equipment called Faith Guardian, which could increase one's maximum blue value. Moreover, the 4 pieces of equipment in the set only added the intelligence attribute. This was the kind of equipment that only healers would brush up on. But it was just right for him. For the next few days, he just needed to stay in the Temple of the Sanctuary all the time. Upgrading while brushing the Guardian of Faith set of equipment until the start of the big exam. This set was considered a healer's pre-graduation equipment. The mob rate wasn't low. With 5 days left, he was confident that he would be able to brush this set out. In the middle of his thoughts, he heard the sound of Song Wanru rushing not far away and immediately looked behind him. Song Wanru's face was furious, and the moment she saw Qin Yu, she raised her hand and cursed angrily. Qin Yu! Are you still a human being? To actually leave me alone in the middle of the road? And yet you sneak here yourself and snatch the boss? Isn't this a division of labor? Qin Yu immediately laughed at the situation and opened his mouth to explain. Going together is too inefficient. You clear the small monsters and I fight the boss. Won't this save time? You wouldn't be afraid that I'll take the drop rewards for myself, right? How can that be? I'll share my backpack with you. Qin Yu immediately opened his backpack, but the moment he did, he froze in place. Hello? What's wrong with you? Wanru, who was beside him, looked at Qin Yu's backpack with some confusion, but similarly froze in place. Only to see that within the backpack, there was clearly an equipment that shone with golden light. It was named, Undead Necklace. 14, want to kill me? I'm undead now. Necklace of the Undead, gold quality. The effect is that it can resurrect killed monsters and temporarily turn them into one's followers. Sort of the top equipment of a necromancer. When brushing monsters, it could often achieve a situation where the more you fought, the more helpers you had. But this thing was the exclusive equipment of necromancers, and although it was a universal equipment, neither of them could use it. Equipment that couldn't be used, even if the effect was exaggerated, it was still like a scrap. The two people's surprised look gradually disappeared, although there was some disappointment, but after all, this is also a superb equipment, hanging in the mall at the very least easily a few million into the account. In addition to this undead necklace, there were also 100,000 gold coins, and 20 high-level breakthrough stones. The value of high-level breakthrough stones is also not expensive. Each one was worth around 100,000 in the mall. And it was an important breakthrough material for weapons and equipment. Weapons and equipment can be broken through 3 times, level 30, level 60, and level 90. Level 30 is low level, level 60 is medium level, and level 90 is high level. Each breakthrough requires the consumption of a breakthrough stone. However, the higher the rank, the lower the probability of successful breakthrough. The number of high-rank breakthrough stones required to successfully break through an equipment to a high rank was quite large. These 20 high-rank breakthrough stones were not even necessarily usable. Wanru, let's split it equally, 50,000 gold coins for one person and 10 high-rank breakthrough stones. As for this undead necklace, I'll transfer the money over to you after I sell it. Qin Yu wasn't too sad when he didn't explode any equipment that he could use. After all, this undead ring can be sold for a few $1 million, even if he shares it equally with Wanru, he can at least make a big profit. This way he could directly buy a top-tier, gold quality, Faith Guardian, set in the mall. There was no need to waste time on brushing equipment. And with the rest of the money, he could just about buy all the enhancing stones and level up the poison ring on his body. No need. However, Wanru shook her head, then walked towards the exit ahead. Our family doesn't lack money, so this necklace, as well as the gold coins and breakthrough stones, will all be given to you. Looking at Wanru's somewhat disappointed back, Qin Yu did not say anything more and gladly accepted. Wanru, as the daughter of the richest man in Linghai City, this few $1 million is definitely not something to look at. After all, she chose to approach herself and took the initiative to form a team for her exclusive equipment, not for money. Now that it didn't go as she wished, she naturally wouldn't want these things. The two of them came into the exit portal one after the other and returned to the replica hall. However, they didn't return to the replica hall in the city, but the outskirts. This situation was actually quite common. Because the hidden copies weren't among those regular copies, they were entered by opening a portal with a pass. So when returning, they would then be teleported into one of the nearby copy halls. Obviously, the girls had bad luck this time. They were teleported to the farthest replica hall from the city center. Wanru was on the phone, presumably asking old Lu to drive her back. Qin Yu, on the other hand, went outside to the street and silently waited for the bus. Although he had become a rich man now, there were some things that didn't need to be so broken. Just then, he suddenly felt that there was a rustling sound coming from the woods behind him. He immediately turned around, but found nothing. But an extreme sense of palpitations kept lingering in his heart. It felt like someone was secretly staring at him from behind. In the next second, a dagger went through his chest. Kid, someone spent $500,000 to hire me to kill you, sorry about that. At some point, a man in black clothes covering his face appeared behind Qin Yu. The dagger was violently pulled out, and looking at Qin Yu who had fallen to the ground, the man instantly gave a cold smile before he was about to leave. His employer had told him that the target this time was a level 5 summoner and had single-handedly broken the record of the level 10 trial tower, telling him to be careful. But now it seemed that the employer might have been exaggerating a bit. A level 5 professional, even if he was S-ranked, it was impossible for him to single-handedly break the record of the level 10 trial tower. Moreover, this guy was a summoner. Although a summoner was a B-ranked profession, it was the weakest of the combat-type professions. Even if his summons were awesome, they were still level 5 after all. How could he possibly beat that Hawkeye flying dragon on the top floor of the level 10 trial tower? Moreover, it was like a joke to have broken the record. However, just as he turned around to leave, he suddenly heard a somber inquiry behind him. "Who asked you to kill me?" The moment he heard the voice, the man quickly turned around. Seeing Qin Yu, who had risen from the ground, his eyes widened in surprise. "You? How are you still alive? I clearly hit your vitals. I didn't give you the chance to question me." Qin Yu patted the dirt on his body. The wound on his chest had completely healed. "If you tell me who your employer is, I might spare your life. But if you don't want to talk, I don't mind letting you leave this world directly." Several worms suddenly sprang out from behind Qin Yu and quickly surrounded the man. In fact, the moment he sensed something was wrong, he immediately summoned 2 worms. This was what saved him from death. However, looking at the few worms that kept crawling beside him, the man just let out a cold laugh once again before speaking disdainfully. "Although I don't know why you've survived, but aren't you looking down on me a little too much if you want to kill me with just these few worms?" He was a silver medal killer of the Killer Association. Currently level 20, could he still be afraid of a level 5 summoner? What's more, these worms didn't even look like they had the slightest bit of combat power. Even if he didn't use his skills, he could easily finish them off. Suddenly, one of the worms rushed towards him, and he subconsciously raised the dagger in his hand to block it, but he was knocked out by a great force, and his equipment instantly shattered, and he fell to the ground and entered a state of near death. This could not help but make him suddenly fearful. To know, he now has 2,500 blood, plus the equipment on his body to provide him with more than 800 shield. But that bug only hit him once, and directly made him have less than 100 blood left. Isn't this a bit too terrifying? Looking at Qin Yu, who was slowly walking towards him, the panic on the man's face deepened and he immediately wanted to beg for mercy. However, Qin Yu did not give him another chance. His right arm gradually transformed into a sharp feathered wing, and with just a gentle stroke, he instantly made him drink his hatred to the northwest. Afterwards, he picked up the cell phone in the man's arms and found the first number and dialed it. After the number rang a few times, it was answered. "What? Is it done? Remember to bring his body back to me, or I won't pay." A familiar voice came out, but the prolonged silence seemed to make the other party notice that something was wrong and immediately hung up. 15. Equipment enhancement, add to level 30 in one breath. Qin Yu silently wrote down the number on his cell phone before turning around and returning to the bus stop. The voice just now was obviously Shi Yong's. This guy actually hired an assassin to kill him? It seems that he was scared by his growth rate and was afraid that he would threaten his ranking in the big exam, so he went out of his way to spend $500,000 to hire an assassin to come at him. Thinking of this, Qin Yu could not help but reveal a cold smile. It turned out that in Shi Yong's eyes, his life was actually only worth $500,000? This guy, is he not taking himself too seriously? This matter, Lu Qianshan must also know. This pair of dogs want to kill him. Then don't blame him for being ruthless. At this time, a familiar luxury car stopped in front of him, and it was old Lu who got out of the car and opened the door for Song Wanru. Song Wanru glanced at Qin Yu before getting into the car, her lips trembling slightly, as if she was going to say something but didn't open her mouth. It was only when she was about to close the car door that she said softly, "Qin Yu, I recognize your strength. But that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. I'll go all out for the big exam 5 days from now, and I definitely won't give up first place to you." After saying that, Song Wanru closed the car door, and then the car left the spot with a roar. Looking at the car going away, Qin Yu's originally gloomy face gradually changed into a pleased smile. On one hand, it was because the strength was recognized. On the other hand, it was the fact that this woman had taken him as her only competitor. Song Wanru's talent was second only to his, and belonged to the category of geniuses who were 1 in a million. To be recognized by her and treated as the only competitor, this was something to be proud of. But unfortunately, this first-place position, he wouldn't let go. There was no career advantage. In order to ensure that he could enter the Dragon Bard Guild, he had to take the first place and let the head of the Dragon Bard Guild know of his strength. This would prove himself and also make his parents in the Heavenly Kingdom proud of him. Taking public transportation back to the city, Qin Yu first went to the equipment store and hung the undead necklace obtained from the hidden copy in the mall. The price, set at 5 million. This price sounded a bit high, but it was reasonable. He flipped through the mall interface, and there was no undead necklace for sale in there. This showed that this equipment was still very rare. Therefore, he set the price a little higher, and as long as a powerful necromancer saw it, they would definitely not hesitate to lay their hands on it. After all, this thing was unattainable. One had to happen to have a pass to the Howling Abyss and then be lucky enough to pop this equipment. Now that it was available in the mall, surely it wouldn't be long before someone contacted him. Afterwards, he split the remaining $100,000 into two. Leaving $10,000 as living expenses, the remaining $90,000 all bought equipment upgrade materials. The intense poison ring was something he planned to keep, so there wasn't any problem upgrading it. There was a free enhancement device in the equipment store, so as long as the equipment was placed on it and the upgrade materials were added, it would be automatically upgraded. Enhanced equipment name, Poison Ring. Equipment grade, Purple. Equipment level, Level 0. Equipment effect, attacks with poison attribute damage, inflicting 4% of the enemy's life value damage per second. Please place upgrade materials. Seeing the prompts on the device, Chinu immediately put all the upgrade materials in his backpack in one go and clicked OK. Only to see the progress bar instantly fill up, and the level on the poisonous ring was rising crazily. Until, it stopped at the highest level of 30. Equipment has reached the highest level, please place breakthrough materials for breakthrough. Qin Yu just happened to buy an initial breakthrough stone and placed it on it. In reality, he didn't feel that he could break through successfully. So it was just one initial breakthrough stone that he bought. The result, however, was beyond his expectations. Equipment has broken through to the middle rank. Maximum level broken through to level 60. The success rate of breaking through from beginner rank to middle rank was actually not high. But he didn't expect to succeed at once. Taking the poison ring off and putting it on his hand, the information of the equipment appeared in front of his eyes once again. Equipment name, Poison Ring. Equipment grade, Purple. Equipment level, Level 30. Equipment effect, enables the equipper's attacks to be accompanied by poison attribute damage, inflicting 7% of the enemy's life value damage per second. Moving up to level 30 only caused the percentage of poison attribute damage to rise by 3%, but it was still considered a very large increase. It deals 7% of the enemy's life value damage per second. In other words, it would only take 15 seconds to instantly kill an enemy. This was already quite exaggerated. If one could raise this poison ring to full level 100, the damage percentage would reach 14%. What kind of concept is that? In other words, it would only take 7 seconds to finish off the enemy. This poison effect could be said to be very useful when dealing with monsters that had extremely high blood volume or extremely high defense. However, if it was a monster that possessed a high poison resistance itself, or a monster that could purify itself of debuff effects, then it would be a different story. Qin Yu put away the equipment interface with satisfaction and then immediately walked out of the equipment store. All he needed to do now was wait for someone to contact him to purchase that undead necklace, and then use that money to buy a top-tier, Faith Guardian, set and level it up to full level. If he had any money left over, he would then level up the poison ring to full level as well. This way, it would be considered a great success. Although it was said that with his current strength, it was already enough to cope with the environment of the grand examination, but who would not want to make themselves stronger? There were still 5 days to go before the grand examination. He wanted to make himself as strong as possible within these 5 days. And in the case of ensuring that he could come first, he would settle the pair of dogs, Shi Yong and Lu Chanqian. After coming out of the equipment store, Qin Yu went to the copy hall without stopping, found a copy specialized in brushing experience and started brushing it until dark. But the results were minimal. He was now level 8 and wanted to rise to level 9, he needed almost 10,000 experience. But the maximum level copy he could enter was only level 13, and he couldn't enter any higher level copy at all. So much so, the experience he gained in this half day couldn't even level up one level. There was no other way, he could only go home to rest first and come back tomorrow to continue brushing. But just as he returned home, he saw a girl sitting on the pile of stones next to the entrance, holding her arms and looking around vigilantly. Upon discovering Qin Yu who had returned, the girl then suddenly jumped down from the pile of rocks and rushed over without hesitation, hugging him. This could not help but cause Qin Yu to freeze instantly, his body too stiff to move. Male. A man and a woman are not related, what's wrong with you, little girl? Do we know each other? Hearing Qin Yu's question, the girl was obviously even more puzzled, lifting her little brain in disbelief and asking. Benefactor, don't you remember me? At the Snow Moon building, it was you who saved my life, ah? 16, same bitter people, will you be my brother? Hearing this, Qin Yu then suddenly reacted. Wasn't this the same little girl he brought out from Snow Moon House that night? It's you? How did you find this? There was a message at the healing point, so I followed it and found my way here. As if she could see a slight displeasure on Qin Yu's face, the girl hurriedly loosened her tight embrace. Isn't it possible that I'm a bit too abrupt? Then I will leave now. The girl turns around with some aggravation and slowly leaves. But at this moment, Qin Yu's voice then came from the back. Come in, it's too late now, you're a little girl going back, is it hard to think that you still want to be stared at by gangsters? Qin Yu slowly entered the courtyard, looking at the girl who immediately excitedly chased after him. He could not help but reveal a bitter smile. He shouldn't be pestered by this girl, right? Although this girl is quite cute looking, but he really doesn't have any ulterior motives for saving her. What's your name? Closing the door to his room, Qin Yu immediately asked. You fainted that day, I didn't even have time to ask you. Benefactor, my name is Manhwa, a nutritionist. Manhwa lowered her head and spoke somewhat shyly. Don't be afraid, benefactor, I only came here today to show my gratitude. If it wasn't for you that day, I might have already been trashed by those punks, or even already have a corpse. I will leave tomorrow, I will definitely not cause any trouble to you, benefactor. Hearing Manhwa's words, Qin Yu just silently sat on the sofa and brewed a cup of hot tea water and drank it. Forget it, right? If you just wanted to come and thank me, you wouldn't have come to my house to look for me at night. Tell me, what kind of difficulty have you encountered again? Manhwa froze for a moment, then immediately revealed a helpless smile. Actually, it's that I was dismissed from Snow Moon House. Fired? What happened? Qin Yu frowned. That dragon, his name is Qianlong, he's the boss of the hunting grounds in Linghai City, and after offending him, people will definitely not take it lying down. Snow Moon Tower was also afraid of getting into trouble, so they dismissed me, and I had no place to go. The hunting grounds? Qin Yu was instantly startled. He did not expect that guy to actually have this kind of status. A hunting ground is a kind of personal organization under the guild. The main job is to provide the guild with upgrade materials dropped by various monsters. It was also known as the legendary monster hunters. They purposefully hunted monsters in the wild and handed over the corresponding materials dropped to the guild, then they could get a certain amount of bounty to make a living. But the monster hunters in Linghai City had been unified, and there was only one hunting ground left. And that dragon is actually the boss of the hunting ground. No wonder it's so arrogant. Obviously the girl was the victim, but in the end, she was dismissed for fear of getting into trouble, and now she can't even find a place to stay. Seeing that Qin Yu did not speak again, Manhwa then suddenly stood up and then bowed deeply towards him. Benefactor, I originally didn't want to come and bother you. But there's really nothing else I can do. My parents died when I was a child, and Awakened was still an auxiliary-type professional nutritionist who could only make ends meet by working in an auxiliary-type restaurant. But now, I've been kicked out, and there will be no more restaurants to take me in. I'm happy and thankful that you're keeping me. But if Qianlong finds out that I'm hiding here, it will definitely lead to trouble for you. I think I'd better hurry up and get out of here. Manhwa slowly got up. She was indeed only here today to thank Qin Yu for saving her life. Qianlong, as the boss of Linghai City's hunting grounds, had nearly 200 monster hunter henchmen. Offending him was equivalent to losing the qualification to go to the field and brush the strengthening materials. This was because the slightest carelessness would result in the loss of one's life. The hunting grounds covered almost all the monster activity areas outside the suburbs. As long as someone who had offended them was found to have gone to the hunting grounds outside the suburb, they would act quickly and finish them off without mercy. That was why no one dared to mess with them. Even a restaurant as big as Snow Moon House was afraid of getting into trouble. Qin Yu had already clashed with Qianlong, and if she still stayed here, she was afraid that the trouble would get bigger and bigger. She really couldn't bear to let her benefactor get hurt because of her. But at this moment, Qin Yu slowly put down his teacup and shook his head. I hope you understand that even if I don't keep you, that guy probably won't let me go. From that night onwards, this beam has already been formed. Manhwa was about to say something when he saw this, but he was interrupted by Qin Yu speaking. Moreover, most importantly, I'm not afraid of that guy's retaliation at all. Just stay here at ease. If that guy dares to come, I will definitely make him look good. Qin Yu gave a light humph, then got up and pressed Manhwa onto the sofa once again. So what if he's the boss of the hunting ground? Can he be more powerful than the boss of that hidden copy? So what if there were over 200 henchmen? He could also summon over 200 worms, and even more in number. If that guy really dared to come after him, then he would definitely make that guy regret it. But actually, he didn't want to leave Manhwa behind at first. The reason he decided to stay was because, like himself, she was also a poor person whose parents had died. He couldn't stand that a poor person who was in the same situation as himself was being bullied like this. Seeing Qin Yu's determination, Manhwa could not help but shed tears of emotion and hugged him again. Allowing the tears to wet his clothes, this time Qin Yu did not become stiff, but reached out his hand to pat Manhwa's head tenderly in the same manner. This girl is too similar to himself. In the beginning, saving her was because it was his duty to see justice. But now, he truly wanted to protect this little girl with the same illness. Benefactor. Thank you. Really, thank you. Don't call me benefactor, it's quite awkward. Qin Yu wiped the tears from the corner of Manhwa's eyes and said with a smile. Just call me Qin Yu. That won't do. How can I call my benefactor by his full name? Manhwa immediately shook her head, and then a pair of large eyes blinked flickeringly as she opened her mouth thoughtfully. How about I call you brother? I don't have any relatives, so if you, benefactor, don't mind, from now on, I'll be your sister. How about it? Brother Qin? The moment he heard the three words, Brother Qin, Qin Yu was instantly shaken by a tiger. This was the first time someone had addressed him so intimately. For some reason, it made him think of Lu Chanqian. No wonder that woman likes to call Shi Young as Brother Yong, who wouldn't be confused when hearing this name? But before he could open his mouth to refuse, Manhwa had already rushed in the direction of the kitchen. Brother Qin. You definitely haven't eaten yet, right? Let me borrow your kitchen. Let you taste my handiwork, my cooking is delicious. 17. A flood of wise men. Am I picking up a treasure? This was the first time, after his parents passed away, that Qin Yu felt fireworks in his home. Manhwa was tiny, wore a frilly apron, and even stood on tiptoe when cooking. But even so, she still made 4 or 5 dishes and filled the table. Quickly taste it. It won't taste good if it gets cold later. Although the table was filled with some simple home-cooked dishes, Qin Yu did not dislike them, but picked up his chopsticks and tasted them. Manhwa, on the other hand, looked on with a smile. Although she was awakened as a nutritionist, she didn't have the chance to cook when she was at Snow Moon House. This was because her rank was very low, causing her to only be able to cook some relatively simple dishes that didn't meet the high standards of Snow Moon House. So much so, that she could only do some food delivery work. This also led to a vicious cycle, and her level continued to rise very slowly. All along, it had also been her who had eaten her own dishes. Therefore, after seeing Qin Yu eat his own dishes, she was very happy. But at this moment, Qin Yu stopped and a look of surprise suddenly lit up in his eyes. This? How is this possible? He immediately looked towards the other few dishes, picking up and tasting each one, the shock on his face gradually turning into surprise. Intelligence, 5762. Blue amount, 2087-2137. There were a total of 5 dishes on the table, and each of them increased his intelligence by a little bit. It was important to realize that these were some home-cooked dishes. Generally speaking, these primary dishes would not have the effect of directly increasing the attribute cap. But luckily, these dishes just did. Moreover, every single one of them added intelligence. Seeing Qin Yu's state, Manhwa also immediately asked in confusion. What's wrong? Is the flavor bad? Nah. It's fantastic. Qin Yu pulled Manhwa to his side as he spoke excitedly. Manhwa, don't you know what effect your dishes have? Each of these 5 dishes has added a point of intelligence to me, which is already equivalent to the ranks of high-level dishes. Ha! Manhwa froze for a moment, then immediately shook his head. No one has eaten the dishes I've made yet, so I didn't know it would have this effect. Can you show me your career interface? Okay. Seeing this, Manhwa immediately shared her occupation interface. In the next second, Qin Yu swallowed hard. There was nothing wrong with the occupation, and there was nothing wrong with the level. However, Manhwa's talent was a rather heaven-defying existence. Name, Manhwa. Profession, nutritionist. Rank, level 1. Talent, intelligence flood. Dishes only increase intelligence, the higher the level, the more it increases, not limited by the dish. Dishes will only increase intelligence. Although this talent seemed to be very restrictive, it was the equivalent of an invincible existence for a mage-type profession. It was important to realize that she was only just level 1 now. The very dish he made would increase his intelligence by 1 point. Moreover, every single dish had this effect. If the level was even higher, wouldn't that increase in intelligence be even more? This could be too much faster than upgrading and adding points. Generally speaking, this kind of top-notch dish that could permanently increase attributes basically had to be done by a level 60 or above nutritionist. And for each dish, it was priced at an exorbitant amount. Most importantly, the ingredients required for the dishes were also all very high grade and took a very long time to make. Just like the Cloud Deer Jade Renewal Cream that he had eaten at Snow Moon House before, not only did it require the meat of the treading Cloud Deer, but it also had to be stewed for 3 whole days and 3 nights before it could be completed. The treading Cloud Deer could only be obtained in the wild and was extremely rare. The success rate was also extremely low. Even after 3 days and 3 nights of stewing, one might not be able to make this dish. But now, Manhwa had just made a few home-cooked dishes and had the same effect. This time, he had picked up a treasure. Looking at the excited smile on Qin Yu's face, although Manhwa did not know why, she was also happy about it. This showed that she was still of some use. "Brother Qin, if you like it, I can make you some more." Manhwa looked at the several plates on the table that had already been swept away by Qin Yu and immediately stood up again, but was stopped by Qin Yu. "Forget it, I can't hold up anymore. Rest first, we'll talk tomorrow." Qin Yu burped. Although he wanted to add a few more points of intellect, his meal was simply not enough to support him to eat a few more dishes. Getting up, he went to the bedroom on one side. This was the room his parents used to live in, and every once in a while he would clean it up, so it was very clean and tidy. "You can stay here. If there's anything else you need, you can mention it to me and I can help you out." Looking at the spotless room in front of him, Manhwa shook his head almost without the slightest hesitation. No. This room is already very good. Compared to the utility room of the Snow Moon building, it's already very good. Before coming here, she had been living in the Snow Moon building's utility room. It wasn't because there weren't any extra guest rooms there, but they didn't intend to offer it to a little girl who didn't have much of a role to play and felt it was a waste. But she didn't say anything more. After all, as an orphan, she wasn't qualified to choose anything. As long as there was a place to lie down, she could be satisfied. But Qin Yu offered her such a good condition. For a moment, 2 hot streams once again slipped from the corners of her eyes. This was also the reason why she chose to recognize Qin Yu as her brother. The posthumous photo in the living room she had noticed long ago. As the same bitter people, shouldn't they just embrace each other for warmth? Plus, Qin Yu liked her cooking. This proves that her existence is very valuable. Seeing this, Qin Yu then still went forward and wiped away the tear stains on Manhwa's face, and then took out $5,000 and placed it in her hand. "These are for you, as the cost of this month's ingredients. From now on, the task of eating 2 meals a day will be yours. Other than that, you don't have to do anything, just stay at home." "Brother Qin. This 5,000 is too much. You can't use this much in a month." Manhwa hurriedly wanted to separate the money and return some to Qin Yu, but was once again interrupted by Qin Yu. "The rest, you can save it. I'm going upstairs to rest first, you also rest early." Without giving Manhwa a chance to open her mouth, Qin Yu immediately left the room, taking the door with him. After a long moment of silence, Manhwa could only put away the $5,000 into her backpack. She had never fought such a rich battle before. After all, as a level 1 nutritionist, she didn't know many dishes, and most of them were home-cooked dishes that didn't cost much. Even if she bought ingredients, at most, it would not exceed 100 a day. However, she could just take this opportunity to quickly upgrade and learn some new dishes. This would also allow Qin Yu to be able to improve his meals as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Manhwa suddenly became energized and rushed to the table to make a list. 18. The most poisonous woman's heart, a new round of plans. At this time, inside a villa in the city center. Yong angrily threw his cell phone against the wall and shattered it. Still a ING silver medal killer? Can't even handle a student. In fact, after receiving the call from the killer and realizing that there was no voice from the other side, he realized that something was wrong. But he didn't think much about it. It wasn't until the head of the Killer Association told him that the mission had failed that he reacted to that call, which was made by Qin Yu. This is great. Not only did he fail to kill the man, but he also wasted $500,000 for nothing. But while he was angry, he was also very puzzled. Qin Yu had only just reached level 5, but those people from the Killer Association were all above level 20 and had been through many battles. How could he possibly beat them? Even if he was gifted, it would be impossible for him to counter-kill the other party with such a high-level suppression, right? Lu Chanxian on the side was also puzzled at this time. However, she quickly recovered her smile, then slowly walked behind Shi Yong and opened her mouth to comfort him. Brother Young, don't get so angry, the strength of the Killer Association is clear to all of us, there is no one they can't kill. I'm afraid that this failure is most likely not because of Qin Yu. HM? What do you mean? Shi Yong turned his head in disbelief, not really understanding what Lu Chanxian meant. It must be Song Wanru who helped him escape. Lu Chanxian snorted coldly and said with certainty. Yesterday, didn't Song Wanru come to find Qin Yu? I reckon it should be for that pass, they must have teamed up together to go to that hidden copy today. Coming out of the copy and running into a killer, do you think Song Wanru would just watch Qin Yu get killed? Are you trying to say that it was Song Wanru who killed that killer? Song Wanru was the daughter of the richest man in Linghai City, can she not have any bodyguards with her? This time when she went to the hidden copy, she must have brought helpers as well, so it's normal for that killer to fail. Lu Chanxian's explanation was not unreasonable. The Killer Association was sending out killers according to the bounty missions. In other words, if the target of the bounty mission was a low-ranked rookie, then the association would send a relatively not very powerful killer to carry out the mission. And if the target was an expert, then they would accordingly send a stronger assassin. However, if, in the course of the assassination, a higher strength helper suddenly appeared, then there would be the occasional failure of the mission. He had truthfully told the Assassin Association all about Qin Yu's strength. The Assassins Association, mission accomplished. Once they had taken the bounty, they would definitely send out an assassin who was 100% capable of accomplishing the mission. But now, the assassin was killed and the mission failed. Then this was bound to be, it couldn't be something that Qin Yu could have done. This damn Song Wanru, bad things at this time. Shi Yong could not help but curse. Although their Shi family had a place in Linghai City, they were still far from the Song family. Not only was the Song family the richest in Linghai City, but Song Wanru's father also held a key position in the government. If they were offended, it was estimated that the Shi family would never have a place in Linghai City again. Brother Yong, don't be discouraged, although we can't do anything about Qin Yu now, but when it comes to the period of the big exam, no one will be able to help him. Lu Chanxian slowly took Shi Yong's arm, then leaned down and whispered. Only to see Shi Yong's eyes suddenly become sharp, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The most poisonous woman's heart, the saying is really true. Darn it! Brother Yong, isn't this all for our own good? Lu Chanxian instantly revealed a playful smile, then raised her small fist and pounded at Shi Yong's chest. However, Shi Yong immediately grabbed her wrist, and then picked her up in a hug. However, that guy wasted $500,000 of my money, I have to take out this bad breath before I can do so. After saying that, he pinched Lu Chanxian's butt ruthlessly, and then hurriedly climbed up the stairs. Not a moment later, a miserable scream came from upstairs. Waking up early in the morning, Qin Yu smells a smell of food. Going downstairs to the living room, Manhwa has already made breakfast, still with the configuration of 4 dishes and 1 soup, which can be considered quite luxurious in breakfast. Brother Qin, you woke up in time, I was just about to go up and call you? Manhwa immediately pulls the stool away and presses Qin Yu to sit down. Quickly taste it, I've been cooking these for a long time. Qin Yu did not say anything, he just smiled and picked up his chopsticks and spoon to eat. Soon, the meal on the table was ransacked. At the same time, he also received a hint that his intelligence had risen by 5 points in the information bar. 2 meals a day, each meal could rise 5 points of intelligence, that would be 10 points a day. 5 days would be 50 points of intelligence. This was already equivalent to the total number of points that would be added for another 4 levels. It was difficult for him to level up even 1 level now, this 50 points of intelligence that he would gain only after leveling up another 4 levels, he felt happy just thinking about it. Manhwa, the meal is delicious. I'm going to brush up on my books now, and I'm counting on you for the midday meal. Don't worry, I promise to complete the mission. Manhwa nodded, then smiled and collected the dishes into the kitchen and washed them without any complaints. Even a face full of happiness. After leaving the room, Qin Yu immediately got into the car that was heading to the mountainous region. He is not in a hurry to get the equipment for now, there are still a few days left, if no one buys that undead necklace, he will think of other ways. Instead, his current plan is to go to the mountains to hunt for wild monster leaders. As long as he could find the monster leaders, the experience he could gain would be similar to the next copy. But most importantly, these wild monster leaders had the probability of dropping equipment breakthrough stones and equipment advancement stones. The equipment breakthrough stones he really needed, especially the middle and high level breakthrough stones. If he spent money on them, it would probably be a big expense. After all, this thing was just needed, and it wasn't 100% successful. If he could get some more before the big exam, then he would be able to save a fortune, and the probability of all his equipment being fully upgraded would be a bit higher. And equipment advancement stones were even rarer. Especially blue into purple, and purple into gold advancement stone especially so. Equipment advancement stone, as the name suggests, has the chance to make the equipment grade advanced. If it can be successfully advanced, the attributes can be improved by more than a little bit. Moreover, there was also the possibility of new effects. One more thing, he could also collect more replicant genes by parasitizing those monster leaders. Because of the effect of the bug possession. As long as there were more summons, the stronger he would be. That's why for these few days, he was planning to spend them in the mountains. For this reason, he also purposely searched the internet for the locations of possible monster leaders lurking in the mountains of Linghai City. Although it wasn't necessarily accurate, there were at least some directions. The closest one should be this one. Qin Yu's fingers that were scratching the screen stopped, then 3 fingers zoomed in, and a bird-shaped monster suddenly appeared on the screen. 3-headed devil bird, let's take you first then. 19, since you guys want to die, then I don't mind giving you a ride. There were currently a total of 3 monster leaders that had been discovered in the mountains of Linghai City. The 3-headed demon bird was the one that had been discovered the most times. But it was also the most difficult to deal with out of the 3 chieftains. This was because the other 2 had a relatively single attack method. But the 3-headed demon bird was different. Its 3 heads could send out completely different attacks with 3 attributes. And the range was huge. Therefore, ordinary people didn't dare to mess with him at all, and they might lose their lives if they weren't careful. The area where it rested was at the top of the mountain. There was an extinct volcano there, which was now completely covered in greenery, and the population of the 3-headed demon bird inhabited it. Qin Yu got out of the car and made his way up the mountain. The mountains of Linghai City belonged to the kind of mountains that stretched endlessly. The vegetation on the mountains was very lush, only the location of the crater still had little life. The time to get to the top of the mountain was around 1.5 hours. So he didn't waste any time and climbed up the mountain one by one. Unbeknownst to him, he had just entered the mountain when he was targeted by a group of people. Isn't that the guy that Brother Long told us to watch out for? He actually dared to come to the hunting area? You guys hurry up and follow. I'll contact Brother Long immediately. They were monster hunters who happened to be hunting here. Originally, they wanted to earn some extra money, but they didn't expect to run into a big surprise. If they could capture this kid back, there would be no shortage of rewards. That would be much better than hunting hard every day and earning hard money. But then they realized that something was wrong. The place Qin Yu was going to seem to be the crater at the top of the mountain. This guy, can it be that he wants to go to the 3-headed demon bird? Does he not want to live? A student who had just graduated and had yet to take the big exams actually wanted to go hunting the 3-headed devil bird that was almost a hunter's nightmare? But it was normal to think about it. This guy dared to provoke Brother Long. His guts must not be ordinary. I heard that this kid is a summoner. You guys, how did a summoner dare to call out to Brother Long? I've investigated him. This kid is called Qin Yu. He's a student of the Linghai First Academy. He scored first in the talent test, but I don't know why he only awakened a summoner. So what? Summoner is a waste profession. One can only say that this guy is young and ignorant and doesn't know how powerful our Brother Long is. The 3 of them looked at each other in disbelief, and couldn't help but have a light smile on their faces. Qianlong's strength was something they had witnessed for all to see. As the boss of Linghai City's hunting grounds, a berserker who had already come to level 25, his strength could be said to be one of the best in the entire Linghai City. Coupled with the fact that there were nearly 200 monster hunters under his command, that Qin Yu dared to mess with Qianlong, simply because he was tired of living. But soon, they realized that something wasn't quite right. This kid was clearly a summoner, but he couldn't see any summons around him. When he encountered a monster that came around, he simply waved his hand lightly and then fled without looking back. Not a moment later, the monster collapsed to the ground, completely losing its vital signs. This was really too strange. Could it be that their information was wrong? This guy wasn't some kind of summoner? At this moment, a group of level 10 pale moon wolves suddenly appeared in front of them, instantly surrounding Qin Yu. The pale moon wolves were pack animals, and once they appeared, there would not be less than 10 of them. This couldn't help but make the 3 people following behind instantly grunt lightly. This kind of monster was a newcomer killer. If a person came across it, there was nothing they could do except run. But if one is surrounded, there is basically little possibility of escape. Qin Yu, this time, will surely die. It seems that there is no need for us to make a move. It's impossible for this kid to escape when he's being targeted by so many level 10 pale moon wolves. We have to keep a close eye on him. Don't let those wolves eat this kid clean, or else we won't be able to go back and deliver. The 3 of them smiled heartily, tacitly feeling that Qin Yu was already dead. But at this moment, the air suddenly darkened, and above them, a black shadow suddenly swept by, and a huge spider monster violently landed in front of Qin Yu. I'll go. What kind of monster is this? This sudden appearance of the monster caused the 3 to be startled. They had never seen this kind of monster before. There weren't many spider-shaped monsters to begin with, and what was even weirder was that the head of this spider monster was replaced by a worm, which looked oppressive. This entire mountainous area was their hunting ground. Regardless of what kind of monster that wasn't dangerous or an alpha-level monster, they would have some impression even if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. But this spider monster with a worm head, they didn't have any impression. In that case, this spider monster might not be the original monster of this mountain. Then how did it suddenly appear here? The 3 of them were still puzzled, but they saw Qin Yu jump onto the spider monster with a single leap. Then, as if the spider monster was under some kind of command, its mouth opened and a large amount of venom was sprayed out, instantly resolving the dozen or so pale moon wolves around it in an instant. What a strong power! Seeing this scene, the 3 of them unanimously let out an exclamation. To be able to have this kind of damage and instantly resolve so many pale moon wolves, I'm afraid that at the very least, it would have to be an alpha-level monster. But most importantly, this monster did not attack Qin Yu and even listen to him. It was hard to believe. The 3 of them immediately trembled and broke out into a cold sweat. This monster, was it this kid's summon? Was this reasonable? Was this something that a freshly graduated summoner could summon? Are we still following? One of the monster hunters inquired with some fear. This guy has an alpha-level summon, aren't we just sending ourselves to death if we go? The 3 instantly fell into silence. Originally, they thought that this kid wasn't that strong. After all, he was just a summoner. But unexpectedly, his summons were so exaggerated. It had completely exceeded their expectations. With just a few of them who had just reached level 10 as professionals, trying to fight against an alpha-level monster would be no different than sending them to their deaths. But just as they stood still and hesitated, a rustling sound suddenly came from their surroundings. Only to see several spider monsters of similar size to a human surround them, their scarlet eyes staring tightly at them. The 3 of them hastily pulled out their weapons, but in the next second, several spider webs burst out, instantly controlling them in place and unable to move. Subsequently, Qin Yu riding a giant insect arachnid mother slowly dropped down from above, landing just in front of them. You few, you're that Shenlong's traitors, right? Looks like he didn't follow my advice, huh? Qin Yu shook his head helplessly with a disappointed expression. It's not my fault. If you want to blame me, you can only blame your boss for not knowing what's right. He's the one who wanted you all to die, it has nothing to do with me. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu waved his hand, and the few spider monsters that surrounded the 3 instantly pounced on them, and without giving them any chance to beg for mercy, they parted them. 20. Female and male magic birds, hard against shockwaves will also second you. In fact, before deciding to come to the mountains, he had guessed that he would be targeted by Shenlong's people. So he deliberately found a road that basically no one would normally walk up the mountain. But to his surprise, he still ran into that guy's men. However, this was just a small hiccup. He wouldn't let these 3 people affect his plans. On this kind of rugged mountain road, the giant insect arachnid mother's movement speed was much faster than his on foot. After all, it could ignore the terrain and lay its spider web above the dense jungle, leading straight to the top of the mountain. There was no need for a detour or too much steepness or anything like that. Along the way, when they encountered monsters that came over to block the road, the small spiders beside the arachnid mother would take care of them along the way. Basically, it was just a matter of a spider web control plus a few bites. Anymore, if he encountered a higher ranked monster and added a venom, he would instantly make them lose their desire to struggle. Soon, he arrived ahead of schedule at the place where the 3-headed demon bird had once appeared. The volcanic area at the top of the mountain. This place had once experienced a volcanic eruption, and volcanic rocks could be seen everywhere. But now it was filled with greenery, and although volcanic ash still consistently floated in the sky, it looked no different from an ordinary jungle. Near the crater, there was a clearing. On the open space, there were many sharp three-fingered footprints, and not surprisingly, they must be the traces left behind by the three-headed demon bird. At this moment, Qin Yu noticed that at the edge of the clearing, there was a huge bird's nest built up with tree branches that was as high as 2 people. He immediately climbed up on his giant insect arachnid mother. Only then did he realize that there were actually 5 huge bird eggs inside. Qin Yu was just about to get closer to check it out when he heard a mournful wail coming from the distance, like a bird's call or a dragon's whistle. A monster with huge wings and 3 bird heads instantly rushed to Qin Yu's side. On all 3 bird heads, coincidentally, there was a black circle-shaped mark. The 3 sharp beaks opened and instantly lit up with different rays of light. This was the attack method of the 3-headed devil bird. Each head could release a different attribute shockwave damage. Fire attribute, ice attribute, and electric attribute. And the fiercest of them all was the fire attribute shockwave damage. It was said that the power was comparable to a volcanic eruption. Seeing this, Qin Yu hurriedly jumped up from the giant insect arachnid mother and summoned the eagle-eyed insect dragon to fly into the air. Just in time to avoid those 3 shockwaves with different attributes. However, the giant insect arachnid mother could not escape, and was hit by the 3 shockwaves, instantly bursting into flames. Although it wasn't fatal, it was indeed quite scary to look at. This was also the reason why he subconsciously dodged away. Wing scroll. 2 wind blades instantly flew out and charged towards the 3-headed demon bird. However, the speed of the 3-headed demon bird was quite fast, dodging the wind blades with just a sidestep, followed by 3 more shockwaves shooting out at the same time. However, Qin Yu did not panic, and with a wave of his hand, 10 hawk-eyed bug dragons instantly appeared in the air. At the same time, the ground was immediately covered with giant insect arachnids. It could be said that the crater, which was still very spacious, was crowded with monsters in an instant. This couldn't help but cause the 3-headed devil bird to instantly mess up. It could only indiscriminately attack the enemies closest to it. But it didn't help. With such a large number of monsters, no matter how fast it was and how wide its attack range was, it would inevitably be injured. As long as it is attacked, it will be given a poisonous effect. In 14 seconds, it would instantly perish. As expected, within half a minute, the 3-headed devil bird was trapped by the spider web and was hit by the wind blade, dying of poisoning. At this time, several worms instantly rushed out and instantly burrowed in the moment the 3-headed devil bird landed on the ground. However, Qin Yu frowned. Although he had defeated the 3-headed demon bird, he did not receive any prompt message. Whether it was a defeat message, an experience boost, a drop reward, or anything. This was really unreasonable. Just as he was still puzzled, a black shadow suddenly appeared from his back, and a fiery shockwave violently rushed out, instantly passing through his body. The fiery shockwave lasted for a full 10 seconds before it gradually dissipated. The rows of jungle below all instantly turned into ashes. A 3-headed devil bird of a somewhat larger size somehow suddenly appeared. The mark on its head was different from the dead one. It wasn't a circle, but a black solid circle. 2 seals that just happened to overlap. I see, I forgot that 3-headed devil birds all come in pairs. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the air. The billowing black smoke was violently fanned away, and Qin Yu stood unharmed on top of the eagle-eyed bug dragon with a smile on his face. He had forgotten that 3-headed devil birds were usually a pair. A male and a female. The one with a black solid circle mark on its head was the male devil bird. The one with a black circle mark on its head was the female devil bird. Only when all of them were resolved would the defeat message appear and one would get the experience and drop rewards. And seeing that Qin Yu was still alive, the male demon bird obviously froze for a moment. It was the first time it had seen someone able to resist its shockwave. Was this guy's defense so high? But its shockwave wasn't a single damage. The shockwave would last for 10 seconds, and within those 10 seconds, it would deal 1 damage every second. Taking the full 10 damage, it would be more than 10,000. Even if Qin Yu didn't die, he shouldn't be unharmed, right? The male demonic bird did not continue to think and immediately gathered energy, wanting to send out another shockwave. Even if he was able to resist it once, he would never be able to resist it a second time. But at this time, Qin Yu had already disappeared from its field of vision. In the next second, a bellowing cry suddenly appeared above it. Qin Yu's fists clenched tightly, and with a fierce downward thrust of the winged blades on his arms, he instantly stabbed into one of the male devil bird's head. The male demonic bird suffered pain and the other two heads quickly bit towards Qin Yu. However, it was dodged by Qin Yu with a retreat. He only needed to injure the male demonic bird for a moment to make him perish instantly. But it would not be so easy for it to kill itself. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the male demon bird also ran out of life value and fell to the ground, becoming a parasite of the worm. The defeat message also finally came on the message bar. Congratulations to the player who has defeated the leader three-headed demon bird. Player's level has risen to level 9, gaining 4 bonus points. Gold word extraction +1. Drop rewards have been placed in the backpack. Information has been synchronized to the world channel. Information has been synchronized to the world channel. Qin Yu just briefly glanced at the few messages that suddenly appeared and couldn't wait to open his backpack to check the rewards. 3 mid-rank equipment breakthrough stones. 1 blue to purple equipment advancement stone. There are also 20,000 gold coins. The rewards were quite moderate. Although there were no high-level breakthrough stones or purple to gold advancement stones, the middle-level breakthrough stones were also what he needed. Most importantly, the experience given by this alpha-level monster's three-headed demon bird was indeed a lot. It directly topped up his experience bar that was still halfway to the top. From level 8 came level 9. 21. Shocked Song Wanru, 2 super strong duplicates. Inside the duplicate hall in the city center, Song Wanru had just come out of a level 10 experience duplicate and stood in place checking her attribute panel. Her current level had come to level 6, and she was still close to reaching level 7. This was the result of her hard work over the past 2 days. Constantly entering high-level experience copies to brush up her level, and being single. This was to ensure that not a single bit of experience was wasted. The reason why she worked so desperately hard was because she saw Qin Yu's strength. This guy was able to break the trial tower record solo and had such a powerful summon, so she naturally couldn't let her guard down, much less give up first place to Qin Yu. As an S-rank hidden profession, she was actually very proud of herself. It was clear that she knew for sure that she would be able to enter the Dragon Bard Guild, but she was still unwilling to be robbed of the limelight by someone else in the grand examination. In the academy, Qin Yu had always pushed her down. After awakening his profession, it was clear that he was only a summoner, and there was a world of difference between him and her own S-rank hidden profession. However, in terms of strength, she was still far inferior. This was tantamount to pouring cold water on her. Therefore, she had to take advantage of these few days to level herself up to level 10. Professional level 10 was a qualitative change. This was because the overall effect of the skill would be raised by 1 level. That is, it was upgraded from LV1 to LV2. After a skill was upgraded, no matter if it was from power or various aspects, there would be a great increase. Especially with her profession. Elemental Mage had the most skills in the entire profession. 7 in total. If the skills could be upgraded, then there would definitely be a very significant increase in the speed of clearing monsters. At that time, even if Qin Yu's summons were bullish, they wouldn't be as fast as her 7 skills bombarding them in succession. But right at this moment, a message suddenly flew across the message bar. Congratulations to player Qin Yu for having killed the alpha-level monster three-headed demon bird. Although the message only flashed by, Song Wanru saw it clearly. Qin Yu killed the alpha-level monster three-headed demon bird? How was this possible? None of the 3 chieftain-level monsters that had been discovered in Linghai City were below level 20. The three-headed demon bird was the existence with the highest attack power among them, and it was unknown how many people who wanted to go on a crusade against it had been killed. Such a monster was actually killed by Qin Yu? Wasn't he only level 8? Even if his summon was the hawk-eyed dragon in the Tower of Trials, it should only be level 8. With a level 8 summon, it was almost impossible to take out that three-headed devil bird. That three-headed devil bird, the male and female duality were always together. 1 was difficult to tackle, 2 was never possible. But the news from the World Channel would not lie. Qin Yu had truly finished off that three-headed devil bird. A feeling of powerlessness immediately spread in her heart. Is it hard to believe that this guy's strength growth is really this terrifying? Previously, he had single-handedly broken the trial tower record. Now it was solo solving the alpha-level monsters. With this kind of strength, how in the world was he going to surpass it? Thinking of this, Song Wanru immediately shook her head. She could not be affected by this news. Qin Yu wasn't weak in the first place, it was only because he had awakened an ordinary summoner that he stereotypically felt that he would be weak. But if he had awakened a strong occupational talent, then his strength would be raised by more than one tier. He would also keep getting stronger. He should continue to work hard himself as well. Wanru, who had wanted to rest for a while, immediately turned around and entered the experience copy again. She could not allow the gap between herself and Qin Yu to grow wider and wider. At least in terms of level, she couldn't be too far behind. Right now, Qin Yu was already level 9, while she was just about to level 7. If she could level up her level, maybe she could utilize the advantage of her profession to suppress Qin Yu in the big exam. But she didn't notice that the very moment she entered the copy, on the World Channel, another message floated by. Congratulations to player Qin Yu for having killed the alpha level monster, the Inferno Armored Dragon Louse. Really good. Really good. I didn't expect to have a windfall. Qin Yu couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth as he looked at the Inferno Armored Dragon Louse in front of him, which had been blasted into charcoal. After resolving the three-headed demonic bird, he then planned to go home and rest. After all, it was already afternoon and returning home was just in time for dinner. Compared to brushing monsters, eating became something he had to do every day now. After all, it was a steady 10 points of intelligence every day. He even wanted to eat 8 meals a day, but it was just too much for his heart. But just then, the Inferno Armored Dragon Louse suddenly burrowed out of the ground and stopped him. Frightened, he immediately let the three-headed demonic insect that he had just successfully parasitized attack, instantly blasting it into charcoal. It directly allowed him to gain another half a bar of experience. Moreover, this time, his luck was not bad, as this dragon louse exploded a high-level equipment breakthrough stone for him, as well as 4 middle-level breakthrough stones. There were also 20,000 gold coins. This was quite a bit stronger than the rewards of the three-headed demon bird. Qin Yu opened the insect nest and checked up on the information of the 2 replicas he had just collected. The Inferno Armored Dragon Louse was a defensive type monster, a huge beetle type monster. The armor on its back was incredibly hard and was ablaze with flames, feeling indestructible. However, such an alpha-level defensive monster was instantly killed by a single skill of the three-headed demon bird's replica. This kind of power was simply too terrifying. Replicant name, Three-Headed Demon Bird. Level, 20. Blood, 3000. Strength, 100. Speed, 300. Intelligence, 300. Physique, 150. Skill, Fire Ice Electricity Blast. Cooldown, None Intelligence, 300 Intelligence, 300 Skill, Fire Ice Electricity Shockwave Cooldown, None Intelligence, 300. Cooldown, None. Consumption, None. Summonable, No Cooldown, consumes 100 blue. Replica name, Inferno Dragon Bug, Level, 20. Replica name, Inferno Dragon Bug. Level, 20. Blood, 5000. Power, 100. Speed, 100. Intelligence, 100. Physique, 400. Skill, Earth Tremor. Hammer on the ground, shaking the surrounding area of 10 meters, causing 200% damage to your own constitution, with a burning effect and a stun effect. Skill, Anti-Armor. Passive Counter Armor, can counter 20% damage. Cooldown, None. Consumption, None. Summonable, No Cooldown, consumes 100 blue. After seeing the specific attributes of the 2 replicas, the corners of Qin Yu's raised mouth never came down. One could only say that it was worthy of being a chieftain-level monster. The attributes and skills were just outrageously exaggerated. The 10-second sustained damage of the three-headed demonic worm could deal 600 damage every second, so 10 seconds would be 6,000. If the 3 shockwaves attacked together, the total damage would be 18,000 points. With this terrifying damage, it was no wonder that the Inferno Armored Dragon Louse could be instantly killed in seconds. The attributes of the Inferno Armored Dragon Louse were also very amazing, especially the super high life value and control, as well as the noble anti-damage passive skill. It could be said that this monster was like a city wall. And it was still a rampart that could counter damage. Placed on the battlefield, it was definitely a great killer that could disperse the enemy formation. 22. Paying the price, the white-haired man who came to the rescue. He now had 4 replicas to summon. Hawkeye Dragonworm, super high mobility coupled with a wide range of ultra-fast frequency attacks. Giant insect arachnid mother, unlimited proliferation of damage immunity with superb control and debuff abilities. Three-headed demon worm, sustained magic damage attacks with 3 attributes and explosive total damage. Inferno armored dragon bug, extremely high defense plus passive anti-damage, and group control and extra damage effects. For types of replicas, plus endless worms, he couldn't think of any other monster that could resist his wave of attacks. However, this was still far from enough. His level was still a bit low. Although he had now reached level 9, he was already second to none in the academy, and there was no one higher than him. But he wasn't satisfied. Level 10 was a watershed. Every time he leveled up to 10, his skills would be upgraded. Summoning skill upgraded to LV2 would be able to summon higher level summons. There were 5 stages of insect monsters. Larval stage, growth stage, complete stage, alienation stage, and unity stage. The worm he summoned now was in larval stage form. If it could be upgraded to the growth stage, the attributes would increase while unlocking more skills. Then, the overall strength would definitely be able to rise even more. And he would be able to reach level 10 soon. As long as he found the remaining alpha level monster and finished it off again, it was estimated that he would be able to fill up his experience bar and break through the level 10 mark. There were still 4 more days to go, and before the big exam, his level might be able to go even higher. What's level 10? Level 15, level 20, it's all possible. Qin Yu can't wait to see the expressions of fear and terror on Shi Yong and Lu Chanshan's faces. Want to kill him? He would like to see who will live to the end? And at this moment, inside the hunting ground base camp, Shenlong was standing in front of the window, and there was a woman crouching on his crotch. A monster hunter stood behind him, trembling with fear, not daring to say a single word of nonsense. He was the one who came back to ventilate, and then returned after realizing that he couldn't contact the other 3 companions. Only then did he suddenly realize that those 3 companions who chose to follow Qin Yu had already turned into white bones. If it wasn't for the pieces of clothing next to them, he wouldn't even dare to recognize them. In addition to the corpses of those 3 people, there were also spider webs all over the ground. One has to know that there are no spider-type monsters within the hunting area. So, the only possibility. The spider monster that killed the 3 of them was someone else's summon. Wouldn't this be just the right match for Qin Yu? You mean to say that the 3 brothers from our hunting ground were destroyed by that kid alone? And, there aren't even any corpses, only a few bones left? At this moment, Shenlong's voice came, instantly causing him to shiver. Should be. Other than him, there's nothing suspicious up the mountain today. Moreover, he happens to be a summoner, it must have been his summons that took them out. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Shenlong raise his hand, frightening him so much that he hastily covered his mouth. He knew Shenlong's fiery temper very well. At times like this, it could easily spill over into itself. However, he slapped the woman underneath him on the face, directly slapping her to the side, half of her face instantly swollen. A bunch of losers. A single student can't handle it. Does it have to be me personally? Shenlong turned around angrily, the anger on his face already overflowing. Go get Lao Er, I don't believe it, that kid can still be so arrogant? Looking at his men who stumbled and ran out, Shenlong only felt his anger increase. Although he was the boss of the hunting grounds, the quality of these guys under his hands was worse than one another. There was suppression from the guild above, and now they were being taunted by a high school student, and even had 3 of them killed. If this were to spread out, where would the face of the hunting grounds, where would his Shenlong's face go? In Linghai City, he was never the only one who bullied people, no one had ever dared to bully him. It could be said that apart from the people of the guild, and the several great families of Linghai City, other people he simply did not put in his eyes. This was especially true for a high school student like Qin Yu, who had no background, not a high rank, and not a strong profession. But on the contrary, this kid was always in his way. Originally, he just wanted to find an opportunity to teach Qin Yu a lesson. Now, it seemed that he was the one who was too lenient. You! Get your ass over here! At this moment, Shenlong turned his head towards the woman at the side and roared in a deep voice. The woman was instantly startled, and then didn't dare to slow down the slightest bit as she crawled over. Dragon! Brother Long! What are your orders? What's the waste of words? Put your ass up! Lousy hasn't had enough, can't you women see that? Shenlong picked the woman up in a hug, then looked out the window once again, his eyes fierce as a wolf. What's so great about killing a few little chickens? The hunting grounds weren't just for those losers. Soon, he would pay for his behavior. As soon as he entered the house, Qin Yu went straight to the dining table. But it was as if there was an uninvited guest in the house. Only to see that at the dining table, there was a man with a full head of white hair, chatting with Manhwa with great interest. Seeing Qin Yu return, he then turned his head with a smile and spoke. "Nice to meet you, Qin Yu-san. I'm sure you don't even know who I am. But that's not important. What's important is that I'm chatting with this little girl." Looking at this stranger who suddenly appeared without much measure, Qin Yu frowned, then immediately walked up to Manhwa and said in a deep voice. "I don't care who you are. Leave this place immediately now. Otherwise, I don't mind driving you out with my own hands." Okay. I'll leave now." The white-haired man quickly stood up at the sight, then walked to the door with a smile. "Student Qin Yu, a word of advice for you. You can't be too arrogant as a human being, lest you draw fire. Otherwise, when the time comes, you won't even know how you died?" After saying that, he pushed open the door and walked out, and politely brought the door with him. Seeing him leave, Qin Yu then turned to ask Manhwa. "Do you recognize that guy?" "I don't recognize." Manhwa immediately shook her head. "I had just finished cooking when I heard someone knocking on the door, and I thought it was you, Brother Qin, so I didn't ask too many questions and directly opened the door." "Don't you recognize him, Brother Qin? He seems to know you very well and told me about you." "I thought he was your friend?" "I don't have any friends." Qin Yu spoke indifferently, then immediately noticed a very conspicuous box on the table. It was a cake box with colorful bands tied on it. There was also a note hanging on it. "Student Qin Yu, this is my gift to you. I hope you like it and can enjoy it. Oh? White burn. 23. A mere bomb and you want to kill me? A gift?" Qin Yu frowned tightly as he looked at the gorgeous box on the table. For some reason, it always felt a bit out of place. Moreover, he could vaguely hear that there was a ticking sound inside the box. "Brother Qin. Shall we open it?" At this time, Manhwa came over to the side of the gift box and put her hand over, so she wanted to undo the strap on it. But suddenly, Qin Yu took 2 steps behind Manhwa, picked her up and quickly moved away from the box. "Don't move around. That box is not a gift. Rather, it's a bomb." Qin Yu protects Manhwa behind him and looks at the box and the note on it, his face filled with gravity. He had some impression of the name Bai Zhuo. This was also a member of the hunting ground and was second only to Qianlong. His profession was a bombardier. The way he attacked was by causing large range damage through a variety of explosives. He also had a catchphrase that was a household name. "Explosion is art." It was said that as long as there was someone this guy had his sights set on, there was no one who could escape the art of explosions. I should have thought of that. He had offended the hunting grounds boss, Qianlong, and killed 3 of his men, so that guy definitely wouldn't let him off easily. Bai Zhuo was probably sent out by Qianlong to kill him. But he didn't expect that Bai Zhuo would actually find his home directly. However, it was just a bomb. He really didn't give it a second thought. He had hardened himself against the damage of that 3-headed demon bird that exceeded 10,000, so it was hard not to be afraid of this little bomb. With that, he immediately summoned a few worms, then slowly picked up the box on the table and strutted towards the courtyard. Manhwa on the side was startled when she saw this, and hurriedly opened her mouth. "Brother Qin. What are you doing? That's a bomb. It's too dangerous." The moment Qin Yu said that it was a bomb, Manhwa immediately realized the identity of the man who had come from a bad place. That terrifying demon who had once killed an unknown number of people with his bombs. Almost no one was able to leave alive from his bomb blasts. Especially when there was a huge difference in level. Qin Yu was only level 9 now, but Bai Zhuo was already level 20. With such a gap, that single bomb would be able to kill Qin Yu directly. After all, a level 9 summoner's blood level was estimated to be around 1,000, and even with the equipment, he wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand the damage caused by that bomb. However, Qin Yu's face was devoid of any panic, and by the time he reached the courtyard, he had also opened that box completely. Inside the box was a time bomb. The moment he opened it, the countdown was also nearly over. Bai Zhuo did not leave, but sat on a roof not far away, smiling as he watched Qin Yu's house. His favorite thing was to observe the moment those people were blown away. The blood and flesh erupting everywhere, the mutilated limbs, and the helpless eyes. All of them would appear completely in front of his eyes with the moment of the explosion. Every time there was an explosion, it would be doubly pleasurable for him. And, every single time, he had never missed. Before striking, he would tailor a bomb with enough power according to the target's rank strength to ensure that he could kill the target in one blow. Chinu, on the other hand, was the one with the lowest rank and the weakest strength since he had acted so many times. In fact, he had no idea why Qianlong had asked him to deal with a high school student who was only level 9. However, he didn't mind. The art of explosion wouldn't pick anyone, much less dislike a weak fellow. After all, the outcome was the same. Soon, he saw Qin Yu, who had walked into the courtyard, and the already opened box in his hand. The time he set for the explosion was 1 minute. Counting from the moment he left, it should just be the end of the countdown now. Avalanche. Baizhuo snapped his fingers, just as the bomb in Qin Yu's hand exploded violently. But he didn't see that wonderful scene as he had hoped. He just saw a puff of white smoke enveloping Qin Yu. There were no screams, no splashes of blood and flesh, only thick white smoke. This really made him a bit surprised. What was even more unexpected was, in the next second, the smoke cleared and Qin Yu stood in place like a nobody. Even the equipment on his body didn't have any traces of shattering. Baizhuo couldn't help but rub his eyes, as if he couldn't quite believe the scene in front of him. Although the bomb he set up this time was not as powerful, it was still enough to instantly kill a level 9 summoner. After all, a summoner wasn't like a warrior, or a knight who had a higher physique. His base blood quantity was very low. Even if he reached level 9, plus the defense of his equipment, it wouldn't be more than 1500. That bomb should be just enough to finish him off. But Qin Yu acted like he hadn't received the slightest degree of damage at all. This was really strange. Can't it be that this guy has an injury immunity skill? That's impossible. How could a summoner have such a skill? The equipment on his body was also some loose pieces. It wouldn't have this kind of bug-like effect at all. He wasn't the only one who was very shocked. Manhwa at the door also froze in place. She was much closer, and the moment it exploded, a stream of air rushed out, even causing her to take a few steps back and almost fall. This was enough to prove that the power of this bomb was immense. However, Qin Yu was unharmed, only a trace of black charcoal marks on his gloves. The bomb had indeed exploded in his hands. However, the damage was not sustained in the slightest. But why was that? Manhwa was tempted to go up and ask, but at this time, Qin Yu was waving his hand towards her, stopping her. Stay at home, I'll go and return. Remember to heat up the dishes for me, I'll be back to eat. Afterwards, with a fierce leap, Qin Yu jumped onto the roof of the next door and sped towards Baizhuo. Seeing this, Baizhuo immediately fled towards the distance. The bomber's skill cooldown was also very long, and during the window period, he could only run away. Even if his opponent was a summoner, he couldn't be careless. After all, just the scene of carrying the bomb hard was enough to give him chills. It was the first time he had encountered such a tricky situation. There was actually someone who was able to completely carry the damage of one of his bombs. And it was still a summoner who was only level 9. The only possibility was that the information was wrong. This guy called Qin Yu was definitely not just a level 9 summoner. Either the level was wrong or the occupation was wrong. Otherwise, there was no way he could have carried the full damage of the bomb without being injured at all. His speed wasn't too slow, plus it was now dark, and soon Qin Yu was lost to him. But before he had time to celebrate, a black shadow swept past above him, instantly causing his body to tremble. Baizhuo, I accept your gift. As a courtesy, I'll give you a gift as well, so you have to catch it. Baizhuo immediately looked up, only to see a monster with 3 heads staring at him in the air, all 3 mouths open at the same time, lit up with different lights. Qin Yu rode on the monster and only waved his hand. 3 shockwaves then shot towards him sharply. 24, if people don't offend me, I don't offend them, but if they do, I will kill them. The location where the two were now was the seashore. 3 shockwaves instantly passed through Baizhuo's body and shot into the sea, stirring up waves. After 10 seconds, the shockwaves gradually dissipated. There was also no longer any figure of Baizhuo on the pier. Qin Yu stayed in the air for a few minutes, confirming that White Scorch did not reappear before he rode the 3-headed demon insect back home. Back home, Manhwa immediately rushed up, worriedly scanning Qin Yu up and down. Brother Qin. Are you alright? I'm fine. Sitting at the dining table, Qin Yu quickly ate his meal while saying, when I finish eating, let's leave here immediately. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Manhwa froze for a moment, but still obeyed and quickly started packing up her things. She knew that Qin Yu was doing this for a purpose. The fact that the hunting grounds could find their way here meant that it was no longer safe. If they still continued to stay here, they were afraid that it would become more and more dangerous. But if they were targeted by the hunting grounds, where else in this Linghai city would they be safe? Originally, I thought that they wouldn't dare to retaliate in the city, but now it seems that it's just a matter of time before it's too late. Could it be that they could still escape to other cities? It doesn't matter to her, but Qin Yu still has to take the big exam, so he can't leave at this time. Brother Qin. Why don't I leave? I'll go confront them. I can't hold up your future because of me. Nainua had a serious face, but Qin Yu just shook his head and then said, We're only leaving temporarily, it's not like we're not coming back. Perhaps, with a bit of luck, we'll be able to move back here again in the morning. Huh? Seeing Nainua freeze, Qin Yu did not explain. Instead, he immediately picked up the things in her hands and put them aside, before pulling her out of the door. And went all the way to an inn not far from the side. Looking at the hotel in front of her, the expression on Nainua's face became even more puzzled. She didn't understand, what was Qin Yu up to? Nor did she know the meaning of his words just now. Nainua, stay here tonight and wait for me to come back to pick you up. I reckon, soon I'll be able to rush back, and by then, no one will come to trouble us anymore. Brother Qin. You don't think you want to? Nainua understood Qin Yu's thoughts only now. There was only one way to make the hunting grounds never come after them again. That was to get rid of Qianlong. But Qianlong's strength was extraordinary. He was a level 25 berserker, violent and incomparable, and countless people had died in his hands. Although Qin Yu's strength was also very strong, if he really ran into Qianlong, he would not necessarily be able to gain the upper hand. After all, he still had 200 or so henchmen. To fight 1 against 100, no matter how much one thinks about it, it's impossible to fight? Or rather, it was purely and simply sending him to his death. No way. Thinking of this, Nainua immediately grabbed Qin Yu's arm, his head shaking like a rattle. Doing this, you will die. Don't worry, that guy can't kill me. But Qin Yu only smiled faintly, then displayed the black marks on his gloves. Even a bomb can't kill me, so what makes Qianlong able to kill me? But Nainua still wanted to say something, but was forced into the hotel by Qin Yu. Be good and wait for me here. If I find out that you dare to leave before I come back, then watch out for your ass being swollen by me, right? After saying that, Qin Yu lightly slapped Nainua's butt before immediately rushing towards the outside of the city. The slight tingling on her buttocks did not make Nainua feel uncomfortable. Because she knew that this was Qin Yu protecting her. Not letting her continue to stay at home was also because he was afraid that someone would come over to find them in trouble again. Looking at Qin Yu's fading figure, Nainua could only silently pray in her heart. Other than that, there was nothing she could do to help. Brother Qin. You must come back alive. I'll always be here waiting for you. At this moment, outside the hunting ground, 2 monster hunters were patrolling. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in the air, and then the person walking behind them was instantly pulled away from the spot by a ball of spider silk. Before long, the person who was pulled away was left with nothing but a pile of white bones scattered all over the place. The person walking in front of him realized that something was wrong after a while, but before he could turn around, a wind blade instantly cut off his body, causing him to be instantly cut off at the waist on the spot. Before he died, he only saw a figure riding a big bird, speeding through the air. There were also worms and spiders all over the ground right behind him. Boss! Boss! It's not good! In the hunting ground building, Qianlong was suddenly awakened by a shouting noise, and just as he was about to lash out, the door to his room was violently slammed open. A monster hunter rushed in, his face full of panic. Boss! There are so many unseen monsters rushing into the hunting area. It's already chased them here. Bunch of losers. What kind of monsters could make you guys panic so much? Qianlong rolled over and stood up, copied the clothes on the side and draped them over his body. With so many brethren in the hunting grounds, did I raise you for a living? Can't even handle a few monsters? Boss, those monsters are endless, like they can't be killed, we really have no choice. As soon as the words fell, the window of the room suddenly shattered. A man covered in blood slammed into the room from outside, almost on the verge of death. It's Qin Yu. It's that guy. Finding the door. The man squeezed out a few words with his last ounce of strength. And this caused Qianlong to instantly freeze in place. But without waiting for him to react, a spider monster climbed in along the window, its scarlet eyes staring deathly at the corpse on the ground as it swiftly crawled over. The monster hunter at the doorway was so frightened that he immediately sat on the ground. Even Qianlong was startled by the one-person-tall spider monster. This monster is that kid's summon? Qianlong frowned in confusion. He knew that Qin Yu had awakened to the summoner profession, but he had just awakened, his level was not high, and the summons he held would not be too high level for him to be right. But this spider monster, it clearly didn't look like a primary monster. Although he didn't know much about summoners, he still understood this kind of common sense. But people don't lie before they die. This meant that this spider monster was indeed related to Qin Yu. And most importantly, that kid actually dared to come to the door of his own accord. Can't it be that Bai Zhua had missed? Without giving him a chance to react, the spider monster had already arrived in front of him, and its large mouth covered in jagged teeth opened up, about to bite at him. However, Qianlong only retreated a step back, and then his right arm quickly swung back and became reddish, and when he swung out a heavy punch, it instantly pierced through the spider monster. Dark green juice sprayed all over him, but he was simply fearless. Pulling out his arm, he then rushed to the window and leapt down. While landing, he stomped on 2 more worms. Humph. Nothing more than that. Just a few worms, still really think they can pose a threat to me? Qianlong smiled contemptuously, but in the next second, the smile on his face instantly froze. Because, countless worms as well as spider monsters pressed over from not far away. 25. Tyrannical decapitation. I'm an insect plague. It was the first time he had seen so many monsters. For so many years, as the boss of the hunting grounds, he had seen them all, whether they were low or high level, or large-scale swarms of monsters. And, every time, he was able to solve them easily. But with a swarm of this size, the moment he saw it, he felt an extreme sense of oppression. It was as if it was the end of the world, a natural disaster coming. There was no way for him to fight against it, and the end result could only return to death. However, as a monster hunter who had fought hundreds of battles, these low-grade monsters could not make him feel afraid. After all, in his opinion, they were all just targets that would only take a beating, and none of them could carry a single punch from him. What was the point of having a large number? As long as he had enough stamina, even if there were more of these monsters, he would be able to handle them with ease. But right at this moment, miserable wails came from both sides of his body at the same time. On the left side, a monster hunter was dragged into the air by several hawk-eyed bug dragons, and died from a living split. On the right side, another monster hunter was directly bitten off and swallowed by a 3-headed devil worm. This could not help but make Qianlong look dumbfounded in place. These 2 types of monsters could be more than 1 level stronger than those bugs and spiders. They were also Qin Yu's summons? How could this be possible? A level 9 summoner could summon a level 20 summon? Who could believe this when told? Moreover, the most important thing was that so far, a total of 4 types of monsters had appeared. This was something a level 9 summoner could do? And the number of summons, it was just unbelievable. Then Qin Yu, how on earth did he do it? The swarm quickly surrounded Qianlong, including the remaining 100 or so monster hunters who still had nowhere to run. Their faces all showed a look of panic. After all, with such a large number of monster swarms, they were simply unable to fight against them with their strength. However, Qianlong let out a bellowing cry as his entire body turned completely red and rose up in a white mist. A bunch of bugs. Scared less. If anyone dares to run, I'll be the first to yank his head off and kick it as a ball. Qianlong's chiding caused the 100 or so people present to tremble. Running was also death, not running was also death, so wouldn't they be bound to die? But at that moment, a voice slowly came from the distance. Surrender without killing. The only one I want to kill is Qianlong. Only to see, an inferno-armored dragon bug stepped out in the shadows, carrying Qin Yu on its back. The moment he saw Qin Yu, Qianlong angrily blasted out a fist wind instantly sending a group of worms flying. However, when it touched the inferno-armored dragon worm, it dissipated in a flash as if it had hit a wall. Want to kill me? Are you kid-worthy? Qianlong slowly took a few steps forward, looking at the swarm of worms that had already surrounded them, as well as those strange flying birds in the air. He couldn't help but let out a light snort. You don't bother to inquire about it either? I, Qianlong, am most unafraid of these monsters. You think that making such a big battle will scare me? Simply ridiculous. Oh? Is that so? Seeing Qianlong's reaction, Qin Yu did not say much and simply waved his hand. The 20 eagle-eyed dragon worms and 3-headed monster worms in the air immediately stared at him. Subsequently, dozens of shockwaves coupled with the overwhelming wind blades quickly enveloped the encircling circle. At once, a wave of wailing and screams suddenly rang out, taking out almost half of them in an instant. And this couldn't help but make Qianlong finally reveal a look of fear. He had thought that this Qin Yu fellow was just bluffing. Even if he was able to summon such a large number of summons, it was probably some low-grade monsters with no strength. Although it looked oppressive, it was definitely a bluff, and it was okay to bully those under him. But when it came to him, it was definitely not good. But that shockwave, and the damage from the wind blade, was what made him feel the fear of death for the first time. As an advanced professional who was already level 25, the attribute aspect had actually reached an extremely high level. After all, level 20 could already unlock the second talent. The strength raised was definitely not something that any level 9 professional could touch. As for his awakened berserker, his first talent was the strongest of the berserkers, tyranny. By converting anger into strength, it rapidly boosts his attributes, up to 3 times. The second talent, on the other hand, was physical strength specialization. The berserker's attack method was extremely stamina consuming, but this talent would allow him to not worry about stamina consumption at all. As long as he didn't die, he could keep fighting. Therefore, upon seeing such a huge number of monster swarms, he wasn't the least bit scared at all. But the moment he saw that shockwave and wind blade, he then subconsciously dodged away. Because a thought suddenly popped into his head. If he didn't dodge away, then he would definitely die. And that was indeed the case. Those men beside him who didn't have time to dodge were killed in an instant. Their levels were all over level 10, and with their blood plus defense, they were all above 1500. But they didn't even last 3 seconds, and were directly turned into ashes. And the shockwave lasted for 10 seconds. I'm afraid that the total damage had reached over 5,000. Not to mention, how much damage could those dozens of shockwaves cause? Even if he was level 25, it was impossible for him to carry it. But this Qin Yu was clearly just a high school student. How could he have this kind of strength? Moreover, in that case, it seemed that Bai Zhua had probably perished as well. Well, did this scare you? Qin Yu leapt down from the back of the inferno-armored dragon bug with a disdainful smile on his face. Qianlong, I should have warned you not to come and actively trouble me again, but it's clear that you didn't take it to heart. Whether it's those traitors of yours who followed me, or that white scorch who came to my house to set off a bomb, it's all you're doing, isn't it? If you want me to die so badly, then I can't still let you continue living so comfortably, can I? You want to kill me? Qianlong immediately let out a cold snort, then drank in a deep voice. I'm the guild's imperial hunting ground manager. If you kill me, aren't you afraid that the higher-ups will blame you? Qin Yu, even though I've found a lot of trouble with you, you've also killed so many of my men, so we're kind of even. Even? Hearing Qianlong's words, Qin Yu immediately frowned, and feather blades manifested on his arms. Your second-in-command destroyed my home and almost blew up my sister, and now you're telling me that you're already even? You're treating me like a cutie. Muddling, are you? Sensing a strong murderous aura, Qianlong hastily assumed a defensive stance. However, in the next second, Qin Yu disappeared in place, and with a stroke of his arms, 2 wind blades swiftly passed through Qianlong's body, and although the damage was not high, it left 2 not-so-shallow blood marks on his arms. Ha! Just this? Qianlong coldly laughed and turned around, and just as he wanted to counterattack, he realized that his blood bar was dropping exponentially fast. In no time, he entered a near-death state. Before he could react to what was happening, 2 more wind blades slashed at him, instantly slicing off his head. 26. Taking over the hunting ground, Sister's true heart. Qianlong's head was like a leather ball as it rolled over and over on the ground, eventually coming to rest at the feet of a monster hunter, who was so frightened that he stumbled and sat on the ground. This was the boss of the hunting ground, and to be taken out so easily, then wouldn't all of their men die as well? The dozens of people who were still left immediately knelt down at the sight of the situation and kowed out in Qin Yu's direction, begging for mercy one after another. Please don't kill us. As long as you spare us, we'll work for you as cows and horses. How can we do it? Oh? Like this? At this moment, they couldn't care less about face. As long as they could save their lives, they could accept anything. After all, even Qianlong had been killed in seconds. What waves could these rookies of theirs create? From now on, the hunting grounds will be taken over by me, Qin Yu. You guys can quit, or you can stay and find another way. But for those who stay, every dollar earned by the hunting ground will be equally divided amongst each and every one of you. Qin Yu's words immediately startled everyone present. One must know that when Qianlong was still around, most of the money from the hunting ground was held by him alone, and all of them belonged to the wage earners, and after all the money was turned in, only a small portion of it was taken out and then distributed to them. In the end, the money in hand was only enough for them to live on. But if it was distributed completely evenly, then the money they got would definitely be a large portion higher than it is now. This was definitely a good thing for them. I'll stay. I'll stay too. Almost instantly, everyone all fell in line, without any hesitation at all. The hunting ground was a community of interests, and since Qin Yu could allow them to obtain higher benefits, they naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, there was no eternal boss. But there are forever gold coins. At this time, a bald man smiled and came up beside Qin Yu and said with a fawning face, "Ha ha! I've long heard of young Master Qin's mighty name, and now it seems really extraordinary. With you here, the hunting grounds will definitely get stronger and stronger." Sensing the doubt in Qin Yu's eyes, the bald man immediately introduces himself. "My name is Bald Boy, I am the supervisor of the hunting ground." "Supervisor? What for?" A supervisor is responsible for the security of the hunting ground. In layman's terms, it's similar to a security guard. Anyone who wants to reasonably enter the hunting grounds needs to go through the gate I'm at and pay the entrance fee to do so. Oh. Qin Yu suddenly remembered that he did see a gate when he went up the mountain, but instead of going that way in order not to be noticed, he flew straight through on his Hawkeye dragonworm. "Then I have just the thing to give you a task." Qin Yu pulled Bald Boy into his arms as he spoke softly. "There are still a few days left before the big exam. If someone named Shi Yong and Lu Chanxian want to come to the hunting grounds to practice, you can help me stop them." "They are your enemies?" Baldy immediately memorized these two names, and then tentatively inquired. "Sort of." Qin Yu nodded. "If you do it, then the second in command of this hunting ground will be yours. It's a rare opportunity, you have to grasp it well." After saying that, Qin Yu leapt onto the three-headed devil bird and then left the place with the swarm of insects. Seeing Qin Yu finally leave, the crowd could not help but let out a long breath, sighing that they had escaped. Although they said that they were happy for being able to get an extra share of the money, the oppressive scene just now still made them feel doubly afraid. This sense of fear could be much stronger than Qianlong. However, Baldy's face was unable to hide his joy. He had long looked at Qianlong with displeasure. As a fellow berserker, he had been disdained by Qianlong because he was born with a bald head due to his natural hair loss, and had been asked to watch the gate. This time, it was a year. If it is not because of the obvious difference in strength, he would have killed Qianlong long ago. Who loves to suffer who suffers? Now, Qianlong was killed by Qin Yu. He seized the opportunity to approach, then next, the hunting ground's second in command position, he must take it. No matter what that Shi Yong and Lu Chanxian is? None of them will be able to take a step forward at the gate of the hunting ground. When he returned to the hotel, it was already dawn. As soon as Qin Yu enters the door, he sees Nainua, who was lying asleep on the sofa outside. Before he could go over, the little sister at the front desk suddenly said, "You're finally back." This little girl couldn't be persuaded. She had to lie here and wait for you to come back. "We wanted to take her to the guest room, but she refused to go." Looking at Nainua's quiet and sound asleep lovely appearance, Qin Yu could not help but feel a little heartbroken. This girl, can't it be that she has been waiting for him here all night? "I'm sorry, I'll take her away now." Picking up Nainua, Qin Yu immediately left the inn and returned home. The dishes on the table in the living room had yet to be cleaned up. However, he didn't rush to get them, but first placed Nainua on the bed in the bedroom and covered her. At that moment, he noticed the book sitting on a side table. The book was cute, with a small rabbit drawn on the cover. When he opened the first page, there were a few small lines written on it. "I made 4 dishes and 1 soup today. Brother Qin is very happy. Carrot. In the evening I decided to go buy some ribs to treat Brother Qin, who was tired after a long day." Although there was only one sentence, it made people feel warm. On the second page, there was the evening's recipe. It describes in great detail the ingredients, ratios, and timing of each dish, and is very elaborate. Although Qin Yu did not know the exact production process of the nutritionist, this carefully prepared recipe was already enough to prove Nainua's heart. She is really doing this with all her heart. Suddenly, Nainua on the bed furrowed her brows violently and said as if she had a nightmare, "Brother Qin, I'm so scared. Don't leave me behind. You won't die." Will definitely come back alive? I still want to make you many delicious meals. Seeing the pained expression on Nua's face, Qin Yu then could not help but be moved again. This girl is truly treating him as her own brother. Whether it is from the fact that she waited for herself for one night, or from the carefully prepared recipes and the incomparable worry in her heart, it could all be seen. With these alone, it was enough to prove that he had not saved her this time in vain. Don't worry. Qin Yu slowly wipes away the beads of sweat on Nua's face and mutters in a small voice. From now on, I won't even let you worry so much. Brother me, I will also never let you suffer a bit of harm again. Only when Nua gradually regained her composure did Qin Yu get up and go out of the room to clean up the dining table. And by the way, he made a bowl of noodles, added an egg and returned. Looking at Nua, who had changed her position and her whole body had shrunk into a ball, Qin Yu doted on her and pinched her little face, calling out softly. Sister, get up and eat. Taste brother's handiwork, this noodles can't be eaten by ordinary people at all. Oh? 27, strength beyond S-class, is this guy really a summoner? The big exam was just around the corner, and all the candidates were all on guard. Those whose families are rich and powerful will prepare a top-notch equipment set for their sons and daughters at the store. At the same time, they would send special protection to help quickly upgrade their training. Ordinary students from average families, on the other hand, will embrace the warmth of the group, forming teams to go to the duplicates to brush monsters and upgrade, to raise their strength as much as possible so that they could rank a little bit higher in the big exams, and be seen by a good guild or get into a good university. This also made the replica hall overcrowded. In addition to those candidates, there were also those who came to help out, and there were also some who came over specifically to offer paid business on behalf of the duplicates. But most importantly, there were some school and guild personnel who had specially come over to scout for information. Principal Zhao, I heard that your Linghai city has produced an S-rank hidden profession this year? In the midst of the crowd, a man in a suit with a heroic demeanor turned his head to Principal Zhao, who was at the side, and asked in a deep voice. Ha ha! Captain Jean is really well informed. Yes, it's none other than our first academy's student Song Wanru. Elemental mage, the future is unlimited. Zhao Chang's face was filled with a smug smile. After all, this was a very glowing existence when placed on any principal. Not only did it show that this student was exceptionally talented, it also showed that they had taught them well. Seeing this, Jean Li also nodded in satisfaction. He had heard of the name Song Wanru, the only daughter of Song Weiman, the richest man in Linghai City. With a superior family background and having switched to an S-rank hidden profession, it was hard to imagine how quickly this girl would develop in the future. Are there any other good seedlings? Ji Li then looked at Zhao Chang and asked again. Although the Dragon Bard Guild said that they would recruit 3 people from each city, if the quality of the top 3 from the grand examination is too poor, it's possible that the spots could be given to other cities. After all, it's not like everyone can get into the Dragon's Bane Guild. It's better to have a shortage than a flood. You should understand that, right? I understand. In addition to Song Wanru, there's another one called Shuriyong, who awakened to the A-rank rare profession of magic fighter. Although this kid is an S-rank, this rare profession is also noteworthy, and if he's cultivated a little bit, he'll definitely also have a great future. Not bad. Is there more? Ji Li wanted to ask again, but Zhao Chang held his tongue for a while without saying the next person. As I recall, the report card you gave me earlier, the number 1 was a student named Qin Yu? How come I didn't hear you mention it? Qin Yu. When he heard this name, Zhao Chang then sighed instantly. Alas, I won't hide it from you, this child Qin Yu's grades have always been at the top, even higher than Song Wanru's natural grades. But whoever thought that he only awakened an ordinary summoner? Summoner? Upon hearing Zhao Chang's words, Jin Li, on the other hand, was suddenly stunned. After all, it was reasonable to say that there would be a certain relationship between talent grades and awakened professions, but it was the first time he had seen a difference of this much. This kid's grades were even better than Song Wanru's, but his occupation was that he had only awakened the weakest of the combat-oriented occupations, summoner. This was really a bit of a pity. In the middle of the conversation, the two arrived near the trial tower. There were still not many people patronizing this place. After all, the level 10 trial tower, a profession with little strength, wanting to pass is a pipe dream. Unless, one was looking for a few full level 10s to help out. And it also has to be a reasonable pairing of teams to do so. But by doing so, one would more or less share out the experience and rewards, and if one were to spend money on hiring people to pass the trial tower, it would be even more completely uneconomical. At this time, Jean Lee noticed the recording screen on the side. As long as someone entered the Tower of Trials to challenge them, the screen would leave a record of the number of floors they passed and the time they passed. The first few records were nothing to look at. Basically at the 5th or 6th floor, they would voluntarily withdraw from the trial tower, not daring to continue upwards. This was actually quite normal. After all, students like them who had just graduated, their levels were generally not high, and in this 1 week's time, they were at most 5 or 6 levels. Being able to reach the 5th floor of the trial tower was already considered average. Suddenly, he found Song Wanru's name on it. For member squad, Captain Song Wanru cleared level 10 trial tower. Took 19 minutes and 30 seconds. The date of this record was the day after the awakening ceremony. In other words, Song Wanru had decided to form a team to clear the trial tower first on the second day, and had indeed successfully completed it. Most importantly, the clearance time was only 1 minute slower than the previous record. This was already quite terrifying. A level 0 professional who had just awakened his profession and was able to team up to almost break the record was truly worthy of being an S-rank hidden profession. If it was any other A rank or B rank, not to mention breaking the record quickly, it was not certain if they could pass the level. This could be the confidence in one's own profession and strength. Coming so early to clear the trial tower was definitely for that super high experience value and premium rewards. It was estimated that by doing so, she could directly rise to almost level 5. When the big test came, she might be able to break through to level 10. With this kind of level, coupled with an S-rank hidden profession, the top student might not be her. But at this time, he realized that underneath the record Song Wanru was in, there was actually another record. Originally, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Until, he glanced at Qin Yu's name on it. Subsequently, his originally calm eyes whitened violently, and he couldn't even help but suddenly curse out an expletive. This could not help but make Zhao Chang beside him suddenly startled and hurriedly asked, "Captain Jean, what's wrong with you? Why are you so agitated? Look for yourself." Jean Lee immediately raised his hand to the screen, only to see that the record on it clearly read, "Solo, Qin Yu breaks the level 10 trial tower record. Total time 13 minutes and 53 seconds. I'll go." The moment he saw the record, Zhao Chang let out the same exclamation as Jean Lee. "What's this? That Qin Yu kid actually broke the record? It's still a single." Jean Lee forcefully suppressed his inner excitement and slowly spoke. "Moreover, it also surpassed the original record by as much as 5 minutes. Records don't lie. But wasn't Qin Yu a summoner? How could he have soloed through the trial tower and broken the record? Moreover, he had entered the trial tower challenge even before Song Wanru. This meant that he was also level 0 for the challenge. The difficulty of a level 10 trial tower was quite high. It was impossible for a level 0 professional to clear the trial tower without the help of a high-level teammate, let alone break the record. Even S-rank hidden professions like Song Wanru didn't dare to attempt it. Qin Yu, a summoner, actually dared to, and also broke the record by exceeding the original record by almost 5 minutes? This guy, how on earth did he do it? Zhao Chang. Are you lying to me? Is this kid really a summoner? Jean Lee instantly glared at Zhao Chang beside him and snapped. "Forget it. Now find him immediately, I want to ask him personally. With this kind of strength, there's no way it's just an ordinary summoner." 28.10 level mark. Skill LV2. Growing bugs. Congratulations to the player who has defeated the leader, the Abyssal Python. Player has leveled to 10 and gained 4 bonus points. Gold word extraction +1. Drop rewards have been placed in the backpack. Information has been synchronized to the world channel. Within a swampy area of the hunting ground, Chinu looked at the giant python that had fallen to its death on the ground with a smile on his face. He had spent 2 whole days searching for this last alpha-level monster, the Abyssal Python. However, the time it took to resolve it was only a few seconds. Although it sounded a bit worthless, it was in fact very worth it. Because this Abyssal Python was a precious dark attribute attack. There were a total of 7 ordinary attributes. On top of that, there were 2 relatively special attributes. Light attribute and dark attribute. Light attribute attacks could be used on oneself and teammates, as well as on enemies. When launching a light attribute attack on oneself and teammates, it would purify all debuff effects on them. Light attribute attacks on enemies will dispel any enhancement effects on them. While the dark attribute could only be activated against enemies, it could ignore defense and directly consume life value. This effect could be said to be quite perverse. Especially when facing some monsters with high defense and professionals with excellent equipment, it could cause very exaggerated damage. To put it in layman's terms, if one possessed a dark attribute attack, any enemy in front of him would be like stripping off his clothes and being naked. The resolution speed would be more than a little faster. In addition to this, there were also high experience values and rewards. He had risen to level 10 as expected. Gained 5 mid-rank breakthrough stones and 20,000 gold coins. And a purple rise gold advancement stone was exploded. With this item, he would be able to upgrade the poison ring from purple quality to gold quality. The poison damage ratio would be drastically increased, and the efficiency of resolving enemies would be much faster. At this time, the Abyssal Python's replica information had also been deposited into the bug nest. Replicant name, Abyssal Python. Level, 20. Blood, 3000. Strength, 300. Speed, 300. Intelligence, 100. Physique, 100. Skill, Dark Teeth. Tear through sharp teeth, inflicting 200% of your own attack power and dark attribute damage to the enemy. Cooldown, none. Consumption, none. Summonable, no cooldown, consumes 100 blue, consumption, none. With the addition of this Abyssal Python worm in front of him, there was no more defense to speak of. Moreover, its movement speed and attack speed were quite fast, coupled with the fact that it could automatically claim the enemy. In the Great Exam, he only needed to send out a few of them out to instantly finish off the monsters around him. With that, Qin Yu immediately opened the attribute interface, the corners of his mouth grinning up to his ears. Name, Qin Yu. Profession, Summoner. Level, 10. Blood, 2017. Blue, 2627. Power, 10. Speed, 10. Intelligence, 71. Physique, 10. Defense, 300. Talent, Insect Heart. Equipment, Deadwood Staff, blue decaying iron helmet, blue lockjaw armor, blue wilderness gloves, blue boots of calmness, blue poison ring, purple. Skill, summoning LV2. Cooldown, no cooldown. Consumption, 20 blue, consumption, 20 blue, consumption, 20 blue, consumption, 20 blue. Can summon 2 larval stage and 2 full-grown insect creatures to fight for you. Larval stage creatures have 50% of the summoner's attributes, full-grown insect creatures have 60% of the summoner's attributes. Usable gold phrases, Ring of Reflux, Gorgeous Strike, Sacrificial Strike, Parasitic Worm, Nest Worm attachment. Bug Nest summonable, Hawkeye Dragon Worm, Giant Insect, Arachnid Mother, 3-headed Demon Worm, Inflammatory Dragon Worm, Abyssal Python. Cooldown, no cooldown. Consumption, 100 blue. Available points, 0. Pumpable gold phrase, twice, pumpable gold phrase, twice. His current attribute interface could be completely described as luxurious. A level that far exceeded that of his peers, and a blood and blue quantity that didn't belong to the terror of this level. Coupled with those 5 super strong replica summons in the insect nest, every single one taken out belonged to the existence of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. But most importantly, it was the upgrade of the summoning technique. LV1 LV2. Although the amount of blue had risen from 10 points to 20 points. However, the summons had increased from only 1 larval stage worm creature to 2 larval stages and 2 growth stages. The larval stage was only 1 worm creature. However, there were a full 8 types of worm creatures in the growth stage. Flying worm race, earth worm race, water worm race, beetle race, fighting worm race, poison worm race, giant worm race and secret worm race. These 8 races, all evolved from the larval stage. Regardless of summoning creatures from that race, they were much more useful than larval stage worms. The main thing was that his skills had no cooldown. Plus, there was plenty of blue, so he could summon a variety of different races of worm creatures exactly as he needed. There were more possibilities. The strength was also stronger. With that, he immediately raised his hand and slowly spoke. Summoning technique. A light flashed, and in addition to the 2 worms, 2 creatures with sharp claws appeared in front of him. Summon, Mantis Worm. Race, Fighting Worm. Period, Growing Stage. Looking at these 2 domineering mantis worms, Qin Yu released his summoning spell again, but it still had the same result. It was then that he reacted to the fact that he was afraid that each race could only summon 1 type of creature and could not be changed. But this did not matter to him. Even so, he still had 8 additional choices. Combined with his current high attributes, the attributes of these summoned creatures had also exceeded the same level by an extreme amount. Although he didn't have any extra skills, he had the enchantment of the poison ring, and the attacks of these summons could similarly have a poison effect attached to them. As long as they injured the enemy, they would be able to kill them instantly. Thinking of this, Qin Yu did not continue to test the summons of the other 7 races, so he planned to go down the mountain and return home. He could not keep Manhwa waiting any longer. However, just as he passed by the gate of the hunting ground, he saw Shuyong, who was cursing with Bald Boy. "Who the hell are you? How dare you stop me from entering the hunting ground? Know who I am? Shuyong, the eldest son of the Linghaishire family. If you dare to stop me, do you believe I'll break your legs in a minute? Linghaishire family? What does that have to do with me?" Baldy spat out a mouthful of saliva fiercely and spoke disdainfully. "Today, no one can enter the hunting grounds, I said so." Facing this contemptuous attitude of Bald Boy, Shuyong angrily then raised his fist. It was the first time he had ever encountered someone who dared to disrespect him so much. But at that moment, he glimpsed Qin Yu, who was coming down from the mountain and passing by the gate, and immediately raised his hand to point over. "What gives that guy the right to go in? Call your oldest here. I'd like to see what else you guys have to say." 29. The captain of the 3rd team, the focus of the Dragon Bard Guild. Bald Boy hadn't wanted to talk nonsense with this Shuyong anymore. So what if he calls himself the boss? Do you really think that Chen Long is still around? You know, it was the new boss who told himself to stop them. But just as he was about to make a move to drive them away, he was suddenly tugged on the shoulder. The visitors are guests, how can you kick them out? Don't let others talk about it outside when the time comes. It would be bad if our hunting ground plays big names. Looking at the puzzled Shuyong and Lu Chanshan, Qin Yu did not say much, but picked up the POS machine on the table and handed it over towards them. "I'm really sorry, this guy is a bit unaware of what's going on. Will the 2 of you pay? After paying, you can go in and practice." Although he didn't know why Qin Yu was so familiar with this janitor, in order not to waste any more time, Shuyong immediately took the POS machine. However, when he saw the amount on it, an angry look appeared on his face once again. "You managed to ask me for $1 million, Qin Yu. You tricked me? Take it that I haven't been to the hunting grounds before? The ticket here is only $1,000 a person, and you've directly doubled it 500 times? That's the price now?" Seeing this, Qin Yu turned his head to look at Baldy and asked softly. "Do you think so?" "Yes." Baldy immediately nodded. "It's about to be the big exam, so the ticket price will naturally be higher. If you can't afford it, get lost, don't block the gate and cause trouble." "You!" Shuyong was just about to lash out when Qin Yu hastily reached out and pressed his raised fist. "Shuyong, I advise you not to get into trouble at this time. Tomorrow is the big exam. If you commit some offense at this time and make trouble with the law enforcement team, then it's really not worth it. Finding you some money is a small matter, but if it affects the big exam, you don't need me to remind you of the importance of that, do you?" "I don't need you to remind me." Shuyong shook his hand away, and then turned to leave with Lu Chanshan. He had thought of coming here on the last day to sprint for a bit of leveling. After all, he was already level 7 now, and it would be too inefficient for him to go back to the duplicates to brush up on the monsters. The reason why he didn't come directly to the hunting ground to brush the monsters was because it wasn't very safe, but now that he was strong enough, if he was lucky, he would be able to fully level up to level 8 today. At this level, he was definitely a top-notch existence among the candidates of the same class. But what he didn't expect was that he was actually stopped outside. And he was also taught a lesson by Qin Yu. The most irritating thing was that he had no way to retort. If he really made a move and made a scene to the law enforcement team, affecting the big exam, it would be too late to regret. However, Lu Chanshan didn't have much anger, instead she was a bit puzzled. "Qin Yu, how did he get so familiar with the gatekeeper?" To know, the hunting team people are generally more violent, and they most look down on is the young students, but Qin Yu and that guy is a good buddy. Even more so, it's like a superior-subordinate relationship. This was too unbelievable. To be able to climb into a relationship with someone from the hunting grounds, and to feel that the status is not small, is this really something that Qin Yu can do? Thinking of this, Lu Chanshan's charming eyes turned, then slowly disengaged Shuyong's hand. "Brother Yang, you go back first, I suddenly have a bit of a bad stomach, don't let me delay you from brushing monsters." Shuyong frowned. "Alright, then let's meet in the replica hall, at the entrance of the experience replica." Watching Shi Yong walk away, Lu Chanxian then immediately turned around and returned to the hunting ground gate. Just in time, she saw Qin Yu surrounded by two middle-aged men. This isn't. Lu Chanxian's eyes widened violently, her face filled with shock. Those two middle-aged men, she recognized them both. One was Zhao Chang, the principal of Linghai First Academy. The other was Jin Li, the third team leader of the Dragonin Guild. Why did these two people suddenly come to find Qin Yu? Could it be that they wanted Qin Yu to enter the Dragon Bard Guild? Principal Zhao, is there something you're in such a hurry to find me? Looking at the two who suddenly stopped him, Qin Yu could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Zhao Chang was a person he knew very well. As the principal of the First Academy, he would only contact those students with excellent grades. As for those with average and very poor grades, he would not even look at them. Before he participated in the awakening ceremony, Zhao Chang still took care of him. But after he awakened as a summoner, the guy never once took care of him again. Instead, he went to Song Wanru's side to shush him. But this was understandable. After all, an S-ranked hidden profession was definitely much more important than a summoner. But now what was this guy coming to him for? And this strange man next to him, what was he here for again? I'm fine, it's Captain Jean, he wants to find you. Zhao Chang's face was full of smiles as he immediately introduced himself. This is Captain Jean Li Jin from the Dragon Jin Guild, he specially came to us today to observe the good seedlings. The squad captain of the Dragon's Bard Guild? Qin Yu was startled, but without waiting for him to speak, Jin Li immediately opened his mouth and asked. Qin Yu, can you tell me what profession you have awakened? Summoner, why? A summoner can you solo through a level 10 trial tower? And it's more than 5 minutes faster than the original record, do you know what concept this is? In the face of questioning, Qin Yu had long been accustomed to it. Captain Jean, I have no need to lie to you. Isn't Principal Zhao here? You can ask him to see if I'm lying? On the day of the awakening ceremony, he was present for the entire day, and although his attention may have been on Song Wanru, all of our information should have been recorded. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Zhao Chang couldn't help but tremble. However, he still managed to hold on to his composure with a chortle. Captain Jean is asking you how you managed to pass the trial tower and break the record all by yourself? Speak properly. This is a rare opportunity to get in touch with the Dragon Bane Guild, you have to seize it. Qin Yu didn't pay attention to Zhao Chang, but slowly moved his gaze to Jin Li. Captain Jean, have you heard of the insect race? Bug race? Jin Li was instantly stunned. I've heard of it, it's a very large race. It's hard to believe that your summon is the insect race? That's right. The bug race is a very large one, which makes it possible for me to summon summons that far exceed those of ordinary summoners despite my low level. Now, do you understand why I was able to break the trial tower record? Jin Li nodded and did not continue to ask. There was a fixed number of monsters on each level of the trial tower. If Qin Yu was able to store enough summons within the safety zone, this could indeed achieve the effect of clearing the level quickly. Qin Yu, I'll remember you. I'll focus on you for the big exam tomorrow. Don't let me down, it's not often that I, Jin Li, would expect so much from someone. 30, begging me for forgiveness? I don't want a lousy one. To be remembered by the squad leader of the Dragon Bard Guild was something to be very proud of. This meant that his chances of entering the Dragon Bard Guild would be much higher. But this was only a probability boost. If he did poorly in the big exam, then that probability would only be reduced to 0. However, he wasn't worried at all. With his current strength, first place in that grand exam could be said to be easy. Coupled with the fact that he knew the squad leader of the Dragon Bane Guild, it was only a matter of time before he joined. Seeing that they had gone far away, Qin Yu then planned to return home as well. But at this moment, a familiar voice came from behind him, interrupting his steps. Qin Yu. Wait. Qin Yu turned around in confusion and realized that Lu Qianshan had appeared behind him at an unknown time. Why haven't you left yet? Qin Yu, I want to apologize to you. Lu Qianshan still had an aggrieved look on her face, then slowly held Qin Yu's hands. It was me who was wrong before. I shouldn't have looked down on your profession, not to mention I shouldn't have broken up with you on impulse. Will you forgive me? Forgive you? Qin Yu lets out a light laugh as if he has heard a heavenly joke. Lu Qianshan, are you out of your mind to actually be able to say such words? A good horse still doesn't eat back grass? Or is it that your brother Yong has played enough and doesn't want you anymore? I didn't. I really realized that I was wrong. Lu Chanxian directly hugged Qin Yu when she saw this. Her soft body was like a sponge, as if she could pinch out water. We can still go back to being like before, right? Our feelings of these 3 years, you shouldn't have forgotten them all, right? Lu Chanxian squeezed out a few tears with great effort, and her entire body tightly shrunk in Qin Yu's arms, just like an aggrieved little girl. This was her best trick. So far, no boy has been able to withstand this wave of her pitiful offense. Feeling the slight trembling on Qin Yu's body, she couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. She knew Qin Yu too well. This guy looked obstinate, but he simply couldn't watch a girl cry in front of her. As long as she dropped her tears, she would inevitably be able to take him down. And she was only doing this so that she could have the chance to get acquainted with that leader of the Dragon Bane Guild. If she could get acquainted, the probability of her being noticed in the big exam would become greater, and it would be easier for her to enter the Dragon Bard Guild. When she entered the Dragon Bard Guild, she would then dump Qin Yu and find the next more powerful guy at that time. This plan was simply perfect. Now, as long as she waited for Qin Yu to loosely agree. But in the next second, she didn't hear the words she wanted to hear. Lu Chanxian, has anyone ever said that you are particularly hypocritical? Qin Yu lowered his head and looked at the 2 tear tracks on Lu Chanxian's face, without any expressive reaction, even more cold. You think that just by dropping a few tears and saying 2 kind words, you can make me forgive you and Yong for what you did to me? And want to make up with me and make me accept you again? Dream on. Qin Yu pushed Lu Chanxian down with one hand and then stomped on the side of her head, scaring her so much that she closed her eyes at once. Qin Yu. You really misunderstood. Lu Chanxian still wanted to argue a bit but was interrupted by Qin Yu with a scolding. Don't think I don't know what's in your heart? But I advise you not to waste your efforts. Instead of coming to please me, why don't you go to that limber brother Yong of yours? But he's probably busy upgrading right now, so he probably couldn't care less about you, right? A lousy who can sell her body as long as she gets benefits. I wouldn't care to have one. Qin Yu slowly got up and without the slightest hesitation turned around to leave, not caring at all about Lu Chanxian who was still lying on the ground. He quickly walked away. In his opinion, rather than wasting time with this here, it is better to hurry back to the equipment store in the city to upgrade the ring. He can also go home as soon as possible to accompany Manhwa for dinner. Qin Yu. You asshole. And when she saw that Qin Yu was actually so desperate that even her best moves were not good enough, Lu Chanxian could not help but break down and cursed. At the same time, her hatred towards Qin Yu became even more obvious. Qin Yu. You wait, dare to reject me, you will definitely regret it. The big exam is the time of your death. Arriving at the equipment store, Qin Yu couldn't wait to place the poison ring on the strengthening device. He then placed the purple Rise Gold Advancement Stone, which was shining with a golden light, on the other end. God forbid, it has to work. The probability of success for advancement stones and breakthrough stones was about the same, especially at the highest level, which was quite low. He didn't want this precious purple Rise Gold Advancement Stone to go to waste. Pressing the enhancement button and looking at the progress bar on the screen, Qin Yu could not help but look worried, fearing that he would hear a shattering sound when the time came. But suddenly, a burst of golden light lit up. There was no sound of shattering, instead, there was a ding of a crisp completion sound. Subsequently, a golden ring appeared in front of him. Equipment name, Poison Ring. Equipment grade, Golden. Equipment level, Level 30. Equipment effect, enables the equipper's attacks to carry poison attribute damage, inflicting 13% of the enemy's life value damage per second. Nice! Qin Yu excitedly swung a fist into the air, instantly causing the people around him to show contemptuous looks. However, Qin Yu did not care about it. Instead, his attention was completely drawn to the golden poison ring in front of him. Upgrading from purple quality to gold quality had increased the damage by a full 6%. This was a value that was equivalent to a boost of 60 levels to achieve. It was enough to prove how big the gap between a grade was? Calculating like this, if one could raise this golden poison ring to full level, it would be able to deal 20% of the enemy's life value in damage every second at most. In other words, it would only take 5 seconds for the enemy to die instantly. Thinking of this, Qin Yu immediately bought all of the tens of thousands of dollars he had gotten over the past few days to buy reinforcement materials and began to reinforce it, leveling up the poison ring to level 33. However, the effect of the enhancement was minimal. At this time, Qin Yu opened the mall interface. That undead necklace was still not patronized. This also made him not have enough funds to be able to continue upgrading the poison ring. However, this was harmless to him. Even if this ring couldn't be fully leveled and he didn't have a set on his body, he could still come out on top in tomorrow's big test. But just at this moment, his phone suddenly rang and an unfamiliar number lit up on the screen. Qin Yu didn't want to answer it, but this number kept calling over and over, so he had to tap the answer button somewhat breathlessly. But before he could open his mouth to inquire, the other party suddenly said urgently, "Qin Yu. It's not good. That guy Yong has sent out a hunting order. As long as whoever can kill you in the grand exam will send out a whole set of purple suits, and 1 million gold coins. You must be careful, even if it affects your grades, you can't lose your life." 31. Hunting down and killing order? Do you think I'm afraid? On the opposite side of the phone, it was clearly Song Wanru's voice. Manhunt order? Qin Yu was first stunned, then blandly replied back. "Oh, just let him come though, I'd like to see who dares to touch me then?" Hearing Qin Yu's reply, Song Wanru was silent for a while before speaking again. "Qin Yu, it's fine to be confident, but not conceited. Yong is determined to have you die this time. With so many chips, even if you're more powerful, it's impossible for you to deal with so many people. If you can't, I can join you." Without waiting for Song Wanru to finish, Qin Yu immediately interrupted. "Thanks to school mistress Song's kindness, I appreciate it. But this is my own matter, I can't delay your grades because of this. You've already done me a great favor by purposely giving me this call to tell me about this." Qin Yu hung up the phone after saying that, and then looked around vigilantly. No wonder he felt that someone was always staring at him as soon as he entered the duplicate hall. It turned out that it was because of that hunting order. A purple equipment set, plus $1 million in honorarium. In total, it added up to almost $2 million for his life. It sounded like a good deal. But even that Killers Association couldn't do anything about him. Did Yong expect those students to pose any threat to him? Could it be that they were trying to get them to affect his performance in the big exam? That could be the only explanation. He's afraid that he's a threat to the rankings, so he's issued this kill order. If he can get rid of him, then everyone will be happy. If you can't get rid of him, you can affect his performance and prevent him from entering the top few rankings, so it's more cost-effective to spend $2 million. But this wishful thinking was a little too loud. Does he really think that those students can affect him? It's simply ridiculous. There are only 1,000 candidates in the entire Linghai city. Excluding those who didn't dare to cause trouble, the rest were estimated to be a few hundred. But he was now able to summon several hundred summons by himself. Even the blood and attack power of a single summon was stronger than theirs. What makes them able to affect him? On the other side, Song Wanru slowly put down the phone, her brows already wrinkled into twists. She had also just heard the news and immediately called Qin Yu. She didn't want her opponent to be unable to use his full strength due to this kind of reason. But it wasn't like she could do much to help. Although the grand examination could be teamed up, it was the individual points that were recorded. Doing so would drastically reduce one's points. Just like what Qin Yu had said, if it really delayed the results, then it would really be too late for her to regret. At this moment, old Lu on the side slowly walked over and softly comforted. "Eldest miss, there is no need for us to be so concerned about an outsider. Isn't that your family's son doing this also a disguised solution to a competitor for us? Snipers and muscles fight for the fisherman's profit. In that case, we can just profit from it. Won't the first place in the grand examination be at our fingertips?" "What? You think that if that Yong didn't do this, I wouldn't be able to get first place, right?" Song Wanru's sharp eyebrows crossed. Just one glance made old Lu's body tremble. "No. I didn't mean that. How can that brat Qin Yu be compared to you, missy?" Seeing this, Song Wanru did not argue with old Lu anymore, but sat on the sofa and opened the World Channel. The day before the big exam, the ranks of all the candidates would be announced on the World Channel. It was also known as the ranking list. Thus, letting them and the major universities and guilds know their current approximate strength. The comparison of strength, occupation accounted for part of the reason. Levels and equipment accounted for another part. Secondly, was the familiarity with the occupation and skills. Among them, level determined their most basic attributes, especially blood and blue. A high base attribute meant a high margin for error. If they didn't die easily, they could produce more output. Moreover, one's own level was also related to the skill level. Skill level is the key to strength improvement. The first skill upgrade was level 10. It was followed by level 30, 60, and 90. With each upgrade, the skill effect would have an extremely exaggerated presence. Yet, her level was only 9 right now. In the past few days, she had desperately brushed leveling copies, and it could almost be said that she had wasted her sleep and food. However, the leveling up was very slow. In the end, she was only a little bit short of breaking through level 10. But this was harmless, and those remaining experience values, she could wait until the big exam test center to take care of them. She had the most initial skills in the entire profession, and if she could raise her skills to LV2, then she was confident that no one would be able to surpass her monster clearing speed. The first place, it was not hers. However, the moment she saw the leveling charts, she couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. Qin Yu had unexpectedly risen to level 10. He had risen to the top of the rankings. This was almost impossible. Even if he soloed through the trial tower and took out an alpha-level monster, it would be impossible for him to rise to level 10 in 7 days. Qin Yu was level 10 and Wanru was level 9. The two of them were leading in leveling off a cliff. Shi Yong, who was in 3rd place, was only level 7. Not to mention Lu Chanshan, who was level 6 in 4th place. Seeing Wanru frown again, old Lu on the side immediately came around and similarly saw the list on the screen. That kid is actually higher than your rank, Missy? How is that possible? Although old Lu was only a full-time driver, and his awakening was also a life-class occupation, but after living for so many years, he had also seen quite a few sessions of candidates who had just graduated. But there had never been one who had risen to level 10 7 days after awakening their profession. Even Wanru, a top-tier pride who had awakened an S-rank hidden profession, had brushed the books every day and used every method that could rapidly level up, and only then barely managed to get to more than level 9. This was already the highest level that graduates could reach in his impression. But this kid, a summoner, could even reach level 10? This guy, what kind of monster is he? Wanru's face was grave. Although she had known for a long time that Chinu was not some ordinary summoner, she still could not help but feel a little melancholy after seeing the rankings. It was as if she had seen the rankings of the grand examination in advance. Missy. Old Lu hurriedly stepped forward when he saw this and said, "It's fine, this rank list doesn't mean anything. The big test is more than your comprehensive strength, it's not like whoever has a high rank can take first place. Missy, your profession, even if that guy's rank is higher than yours, so what? You can just as easily crush him and get first place." Seeing that Wanru still had a gloomy face, old Lu then immediately walked to the side in front of the side room and then slowly opened his mouth. "On the day of the grand examination, Master will specially come back to watch the competition, and he instructed me to give you this set of equipment before the grand examination. With this set of equipment, you will definitely be able to take first place in the grand examination this time, young miss." 32. The big test begins. Walking 2 million. The Great Exotic Exam was considered one of the few important days on the Blue Planet. Especially for students who had just graduated. After all, it was the only way to change their lives. Good grades, and they'll go straight to the top, honoring their ancestors. Bad grades, then they would be ordinary people for the rest of their lives, trash in the mouths of the powerful, and live out their lives in mediocrity. Not only are these students worried, parents are even more worried. Because the examination center was located in the hunting area on the mountain, the candidates had to get up early and leave for the examination center. This also made the road to the test center crowded with people, the driveway and sidewalk were all packed with people. But at this moment, a black shadow flashed through the air. Qin Yu and Manhwa flew towards the mountains in the eagle-eye bug dragon without the slightest worry. No need to get up early, no need to get stuck in traffic, no need to waste energy. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the examination center. It's really lively. Looking at the sea of people at the entrance of the examination center, Qin Yu could not help but let out a sigh of relief. The entrance to the examination center is still full of people, excluding the parents waiting outside. Further inside are 3 rows of heavily armed guards. 1 row of people from the academy. A row of people from the professionals guild. There was also a row of people from the army. It was enough to see how important this exotic ability exam was. These 3 rows of guards inwards were the waiting area for the candidates, waiting until the time of the big exam arrived, before they would enter the mountain together to take the exam. Around the waiting area was the viewing gallery, with representatives from the major universities in China, leaders from the Professionals Guild, and bigwigs from the military. Other than the candidates, all idle people please move to the spectator seats. A chorus rang out, and only then did the crowd at the entrance of the examination center begin to disperse to both sides. "Brother Qin, I'm going to wait for you in the audience. You'll definitely get first place, I said so. Don't worry, just watch brother perform." Qin Yu stroked Nua's head, then he quickly walked into the waiting area. But as soon as he entered, he felt the watchful gazes of the people around him. Those people were in groups of 3 or 2, not only were they staring at him, but they were also whispering, as if they were plotting something. However, he did already know the reason, so he was calm and unhurried. A group of rookies, still wanting to kill him? Really don't know the heights of heaven. There were more and more people in the waiting area for the examination, and all of Linghai City's more than 1,000 examinees were gathered here, all waiting for the moment when the grand examination would begin. At this time, 3 people slowly walked from the spectator seats to the high platform in front of the waiting area. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was Jinli, the captain of the 3rd squad of the Dragon Bane Guild. The other was Wei Ruhai, the principal of the 1st University of the Eastern Province. The woman, on the other hand, was Yen Hong, the captain of the Falcon Squad of the Eastern Province Border Army. One represented the largest guild organization in China. One represented the most authoritative vocational academy in the Eastern Province. One represented the central force of the Eastern Province's military. The moment the 3 of them took the stage, the waiting area became silent. A powerful pressure suddenly struck them, weighing them down. The sense of oppression given by Jinli and Wei Ruhai was a bit better. However, this woman called Yen Hong was always haunted by an aura of death. Just by looking at her, Qin Yu felt a chill in his back. One could only say that it was worthy of being from the military. Only those who had come into contact with the border of the abyss would have such a heavy killing intent on them. The 3 of them exchanged glances, then Jinli and Wei Ruhai took a step backward in tacit agreement, ceding the only microphone to Yen Hong. However, Yen Hong did not pick up the microphone, but instead spoke directly. A shout, like a flood bell, enveloped the entire arena. "I am Yen Hong, the main invigilator of Linghai City for this grand examination. The grand examination will begin soon, and I would like to reiterate the requirements of the examination. The rules of the examination are a point system. The examination time is 8 hours, i.e. 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. The test location is the hunting area in the back of the mountain. The monsters inside are at a minimum of level 1 and at a maximum of level 15. Killing level 1 monsters earns 1 point, level 2 monsters earn 2 points, and so on. If the monsters in the examination center are all cleared within 8 hours, then the grand examination will end early, and the ranking on the scoreboard will prevail. Teams are allowed during the exam, but squad members may not exceed 4 people. The entire exam period is monitored, and killing each other is prohibited. However, if there are casualties due to their own reasons and they are unable to continue with the exam, the academy and guild will not care. So please be sure to pay attention to safety." After saying this, Yen Hong scanned all the candidates present and once again let out a shout. "Now I announce. The grand examination officially begins." As soon as Yen Hong's words fell, several helicopters suddenly took off from the distance, the loud roar with the gusty wind making everyone present almost unsteady. Then dozens of doors suddenly opened around the waiting area, and they could choose on their own from which door to enter the examination center. The examinees were instantly in disarray, somewhat at a loss for words. Most of them followed the crowd and quickly rushed into the nearest door. However, Qin Yu was not in a hurry at all. Although the grand examination was a point system, with his knowledge of the hunting area, those high-level monsters generally liked to gather at the top of the mountain. With 8 hours of time for the grand examination, there was no need for him to be in such a hurry. Even if he wasted a few minutes, the points provided by those low-level monsters were not worth mentioning. At this time, Shi Yong and Lu Chanshan passed by him. There was still a contemptuous smile on their faces. "Qin Yu, don't blame me for not reminding you that it's not too late to quit. Otherwise, when you get to the examination center later, what dangers might be waiting for you? In case if you lose your life, it will be too late to regret it then." Looking at the extremely arrogant 2, Qin Yu just snorted coldly. "Instead of caring about me, why don't you worry about your own safety? Don't let the time come when you pair of dogs die before me. Humph. I'd like to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Chanshan, let's go." Looking at the backs of the 2 leaving, Qin Yu silently memorized the door they entered. This is one of the reasons why he is not in a hurry to enter the examination room. This pair of dogs wanted him dead so much, then he naturally wouldn't let them go. Although that Yan Hong clearly stated that they were not allowed to kill each other. But that didn't mean he didn't have the means to finish them off. If he can't do it himself, then he can just send a summoner to do it. At that time, all he needed to do was to randomly pick a summon to go over there, and he would be able to make sure Yong and Lu Chanqian die instantly. Without continuing to wait any longer, Qin Yu then casually picked a door to enter the examination room. But just as he rushed into the passageway, he sensed that there had been a squad behind him closely following him. He had entered the examination room a few tens of seconds later than the others. Therefore, this squad following him must be rushing towards himself. Sure, Yon's traitor? Qin Yu could not help but laugh, then immediately accelerated his pace. Since they were so eager to die, he didn't mind giving them a ride. Anyway, it would only be a matter of a worm bumping into them. 33. The summoner that no one favors, breaking the doubts. Inside the waiting area, Yan Hong, Jinli, and Wei Rohai had already returned to the viewing gallery. Yan Hong was in the main seat, with Jinli and Wei Rohai sitting on either side. A few rows behind them were the other colleges and universities, as well as the representatives sent by the guilds. Zhao Chang sat behind Jinli, his face full of tension. As the principal of Linghai City's first college, the quality of the candidates seriously affected the college's enrollment. If the students in this session did not do well, then his position as the principal might not be secure as well. Even the entire academy would be completely replaced. Luckily, this year, there was an S-rank hidden profession Song Wanru. With her, it shouldn't be too disastrous. And that Qin Yu. Although Jinli was very optimistic about him, and also had the achievement of breaking the trial tower record single-handedly in. But the grand examination and the trial tower could be completely different. With 8 hours of examination time, the monsters in the examination center could be much more than those in the trial tower. Each floor of the trial tower had a minute of safety time. This also allowed him time to be able to stock up on summons so that he could quickly clear the level. But the great examination was about fighting for time. After all, there were only so many monsters in the examination hall, and if he didn't hurry up and kill the monsters, the points would get worse and worse. At that time, it would be quite difficult to chase back. In other words, he did not feel that Qin Yu would be able to get a very good ranking in the grand exam. The speed of a summoner clearing monsters was not that fast. It wasn't even comparable to those professions with direct offensive skills. Without enough time to stock up on summons, there wasn't even a way to keep himself safe. Moreover, he deliberately paid attention to the equipment on Qin Yu. The guy was covered in loose blue equipment with a defense of a few hundred at most. Even if his level was the highest level 10 in the room, it was just over 1000 blood, so if he slightly encountered a group of higher level monsters, without enough summons, it was basically the same as sending them to their deaths. This is the biggest drawback of the summoner. The cooldown time was the highest in the entire profession. Even if they had reached level 10 and the summoning technique came to LV2, there would only be a slight change in the level and type of the summon item. The cooldown would not change at all. This also meant that he would not be able to gain any advantage in this big test that required grabbing monsters and points. Not to mention comparing to Song Wanru, he couldn't even compare to Shi Yong and Lu Chanqian. After all the candidates had entered the examination room, a large screen slowly appeared in the air in front of the viewing gallery. An entire screen was evenly divided into 50 smaller screens, randomly observing some of the candidates in the examination room. Meanwhile, on the far right side of the screen, there was a points leaderboard that recorded their real-time points. After taking his seat, Yan Hong then immediately scanned the screen. As a representative of the military, he had the same idea as both Jinli and Wei Rohai, wanting to select a few outstanding seedlings from this class of candidates to go back and cultivate. The results, however, were a huge disappointment to him. Other than Song Wanru, he hadn't seen any students that caught his eye. Out of these 1,000 people, there was only this one person who could hold his own. And this good seedling would definitely be picked by Jinli. After all, the Dragon's Bane Guild was spread throughout all of China, and the resources it could give were far more than what the army gave. Moreover, it was also relatively safer. A girl who was picking between the army and the guild would definitely choose the guild over the army, which was not as rewarding and dangerous. In other words, he could only wait for Jinli to finish picking people. Even though the guy would only pick 3 people, he would definitely not let go of this only seedling. With that, Yan Hong turned his head to Jinli at the side and inquired with a smile. "Captain Jin, I heard that you already came here yesterday to investigate the information? How's that? There's already a candidate in mind that you want to pick, right?" "Of course." Jinli nodded, then handed over the 3 lists in front of him. Yen Hong immediately glanced at it, and unsurprisingly, there was indeed one song Wanru. The other 2, on the other hand, were Shi Yong and Qin Yu. Shi Yong, class a rare profession demon fighter, currently level 7, seems to be getting by. But this Qin Yu. Summoner? Are you sure? Seeing the puzzlement on Yen Hong's face, Jin Li just smiled. Look at his rank. Rank? Seeing this, Yen Hong once again lowered his head, and only then did he realize that Qin Yu's level had actually reached level 10. It was fully 3 levels higher than that Shi Yong. Is this a level that a summoner can reach in 7 days? How is this possible? But this is the truth. Jin Li clasped his arms, his eyes full of excitement. For a summoner to be able to rise to level 10 in 7 days, this is already enough to prove his strength. Moreover, Captain Yen, do you know? This kid went straight to challenge the level 10 trial tower when he had just awakened his profession. That's quite normal. Yen Hong frowned. The trial tower gives a lot of experience, so if you can clear the trial tower before the big exam, you might save a lot of time practicing. But this guy is challenging the trial tower solo. Jin Li smiled as he looked at Yen Hong, his tone full of admiration. And, while clearing the level, he also broke the record, a whole 5 minutes faster than the previous record. How much? Yen Hong was instantly shocked. This was really a bit of a break in her cognition. One must know that the difficulty of the trial tower was actually very high. It was already very difficult for a high school student who had just awakened his profession to challenge the trial tower and try to pass. Not to mention having to break records. The previous record, which was already very exaggerated, was taken by 4 level 10 squads. But this kid was not only a person, but also a summoner, and was able to break the record in the case of passing the level. And it even surpassed the original record by almost 5 minutes? At this time, Wei Rahai, who was on the side, also heard the two talking and brought his head over. This proves nothing? He must have utilized the safety time for each level in the trial tower, that's why he cleared it so quickly. This is the usual technique of summoners, you guys shouldn't have forgotten, right? Yes. Zhao Chang, who was sitting at the back, immediately chimed in. Even though that kid broke the trial tower record, he won't necessarily rank high in the grand exam. Summoners' limitations are huge. By the time he's hoarded enough summons and wants to clear the monsters, the points will have long since been pulled apart, and there's no way to catch up. Otherwise, why can't we see the Qin Yu on the leaderboards and on the screen at all? The two of them glanced at each other with an unspoken feeling. So what if he broke the trial tower record? So what if you have the highest rank? A summoner, in the grand examination, was definitely not as powerful as those advanced professions and rare professions. The lower and upper limits of the professions were too low, and instead of training such a guy, it would be better to go for those S-rank and A-rank professions. Summoners, dogs don't even want them. But suddenly, Jin Li raised his hand and pointed to that last split screen and smiled. Who says you can't see Qin Yu? Isn't that it? Several people immediately raised their heads to look in the direction of his finger, and sure enough, they saw Qin Yu's silhouette. This fellow, however, was flying in the sky. Underneath him rode a monster they had never seen before. 34, straight to the top of the mountain. The next thing that happened was a natural disaster. Strange. Where did that guy go? He's too fast, why did he disappear in a flash? The sneaky 4-member squad that had been following behind Qin Yu arrived late and pounced. For some reason, they had been following very closely. But suddenly, it was as if Qin Yu had evaporated, disappearing in front of them in the blink of an eye. Hurry up and look around the neighborhood. Killing him is 2 million, isn't this too much better than our hard work for the great examination? They weren't very strong, and they definitely wouldn't be able to get any good rankings in the grand exam. Instead of fighting to the death to rush that scoreboard, it would be much better to get some quick money to go back and do some small business. And most importantly, Qin Yu is a summoner. As a sewer profession amongst the combat-oriented professions, even if they were no longer strong, the 4 of them would definitely be able to deal with a summoner. But at this moment, the healer in the team suddenly let out a scream. Many disgusting worms appeared around them. These worm-shaped monsters were something they had never seen before. What a fuss! Isn't it just a few worms? The warrior, who was the main attacker in the group, disdainfully skimmed his lips and immediately drew his sword upon seeing these worms. But before he could attack, one of the worms charged headlong and slammed straight into his body. In the next second, he fell to the ground, his blood level going to 0. This couldn't help but cause the remaining 3 to freeze in place. They weren't even sure what had happened. How could their teammate instantly die after being hit by that monster? This was simply too exaggerated. But no one gave them time to think. The worms that surrounded them rushed up one after another, taking away all of their blood just like when they killed their teammates. This could not help but make Qin Yu, who was in the air, reveal a cold smile. Want to kill him? In the end, it could only be self-inflicted. Without wasting any more time, he immediately flew towards the top of the mountain after seeing that the 4-man squad was exterminated. His plan was to brush down from the top of the mountain. Since the points were based on the level of the monsters, it was only natural for him to tackle the higher-leveled monsters first. From the foot of the mountain to the top, it had to be a 2-hour journey. In other words, for the other candidates to challenge those monsters with high levels, it would also take them 2 hours to do so. Not to mention, they wouldn't even dare to come to the top of the mountain. According to what that Yen Hong guy said, the highest level of the monsters in the examination center was level 15. But their average level was only 7, 8, or even more like 5. The target must be those low-level monsters at the foot of the mountain. In this way, there was no one at all to steal these high-level monsters from him. Being able to gain high points while also raising his level in blood and blue levels in the process, it could be said that he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Most importantly, it would only take him half an hour to fly up. For this half hour, the difference in points wasn't too big. He only needed to take out a few more high-level monsters, and he would be able to get his points back. Or even, be able to reach first place in 1 leap. While rushing, Qin Yu opened the scoreboard. Wanru was undoubtedly number 1, and she had already risen to level 10, and her points were rising rapidly. There was a gap between Shiryong, who was in second place. There was already a difference of almost 100 points. There was almost no way to surpass this gap. But he could. Soon, he reached the top of the mountain and spotted several antlered goats that were skulking around in the clearing. These goats had a pair of huge antlers and were the most common level 15 monsters in the hunting grounds, belonging to the power-type monsters. If one was topped by its antlers, one would be crippled without dying. Especially in the case of high school students like them, who had just graduated and had too much of a level difference, even a 4-member squad wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. Not to mention trying to finish it off. However, this was nothing to Qin Yu. A level 15 monster? A level 20 alpha level monster, he could kill it in an instant. Aren't these monsters as simple as chopping up melons and cutting vegetables? Summoning technique. With a wave of Qin Yu's hand, 100 worms and 100 mantis worms instantly appeared in the clearing, instantly surrounding the few antlered goats. Seeing this, the antlered goats immediately wanted to counterattack. But before they could launch their attack, they were instantly drowned by the swarm of worms, and after only a few seconds, the antlered goats were reduced to white bones. Player Qin Yu has killed level 15 antler goat X4, gaining 60 points. The 60 points were obtained in an instant, and this caused him to instantly appear in the leaderboards. Although it was only last place, it was only temporary. As if he was a judge, Qin Yu commanded the swarm on the ground in the air and began to rapidly expand around him, killing all the monsters he encountered in seconds. The points and rankings also immediately rose rapidly. Now, it was the real natural disaster that had descended. From the moment he reached the top of the mountain, there was no possibility of anyone else getting first place. Almost everyone in the viewing gallery was attracted to the screen where Qin Yu was. They had never seen that particular kind of monster before. A dragon's body with a worm's head. Could this not be Qin Yu's summon? Yen Hong was most overly shocked. Although she was not sure what kind of monster it was. But there was no doubt that dragon monsters were the strongest race. The fact that Qin Yu's summoned object was even related to the dragon race meant that, amongst summoners, he already belonged to be the top of the line. But what about that worm's head? Qin Yu told me that his summons are of the worm race. At this moment, Jin Li, who was on the side, suddenly spoke up, breaking everyone's doubts. Now it seems that this guy didn't lie to me. Jin Li was actually taken aback. He had always thought that the insect race that Qin Yu had spoken of were all worms, or insect monsters that had little aggressiveness and could only win with numbers. But this guy actually directly pulled out a hybrid monster of the dragon and worm races. This really made his eyes light up. No wonder, this guy was able to single-handedly break the trial tower record and be the first to level up to 10. However, that didn't mean he would get good grades on the big exam. The drawback of a summoner was the long cooldown time. Although Qin Yu's summons looked strong, he had already wasted a long time, and once the points were widened, it would be very difficult to catch up again. Humph. In the end, it's just a bug. Suddenly, Wei Rohai couldn't help but shake his head, revealing a disdainful smile. Even if it grows a dragon body, this is still a worm. How powerful can it be? Let's see, this time, Captain Jean has looked at the wrong person. I thought that the people of the Dragon's Bard Guild were all wise in their eyes, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. Might as well give our school the right to choose first, so as not to waste the quota. In the face of Wei Rohai's provocation, Jean Li didn't pay any attention at all, but always looked at Qin Yu's screen. Was he going straight to the mountaintop? But the mountaintop could be full of level 15 high-level monsters. Qin Yu he was only level 10, wasn't this going to send them to their deaths? 35. The swarm of insects that roamed the mountains instantly came in second place. A summoner's primary means was summons. Whether it was attacking or surviving, they all needed the help of the summons. In other words, once the summoner died, the summoner would be at a very dangerous point. This time, the big test was the highest monster level ever. The highest level was 15. This was also because there was an S-rank hidden profession this year. Elemental Mage, Song Wanru. The S-rank profession ceiling was very high, not to mention the hidden profession. This level 15 monster was actually prepared for Song Wanru. The purpose was to test the power of her Elemental Mage. However, Song Wanru chose to play it safe, sweeping upwards from the bottom of the mountain. But Qin Yu was charging directly towards the top of the mountain. He did realize that Qin Yu might be trying to close the points gap by challenging high-level monsters. But wasn't this a bit too risky? How could he dare to risk something that even Song Wanru did not dare to attempt? Half an hour had passed since the time of the grand exam. Unsurprisingly, Song Wanru was riding high on the scoreboard. 500 points. More than 200 points higher than the second-place Shi Yong. This was the difference in professions. The Elemental Mage had 7 initial skills and an extremely short cooldown, so in terms of monster clearing speed, no one could possibly be faster than her. Plus, she also wore a golden-colored suit, making any monster in front of her in existence to be killed in seconds. Someone in the viewing gallery immediately saw the suit on Song Wanru and shouted excitedly. It's a golden quality nightmare set. This is a divine equipment for a mage-type profession. The crowd's gazes instantly moved to Song Wanru's body, revealing looks of surprise. The nightmare set could lower the magic resistance of the enemy beside it, thus significantly increasing the magic damage it could inflict. The higher the grade, the more magic resistance it could lower. With a golden quality, it could even reduce the enemy's own magic resistance to a negative number, thus causing super magic damage. It seems that in order for his daughter to successfully take the first place in the grand examination, that guy has put his blood on the line. The corners of Yen Hong's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Song Wanru's father, Song Weiman, was a soldier just like her. However, Song Weiman was affiliated with the Western Province, while she was from the Eastern Province. And this golden nightmare suit was Song Weiman's signature equipment. As an archmage, with this golden nightmare suit, he could be said to be famous in the battlefield in China as he was able to kill gods and Buddhas. Unexpectedly, this equipment that he used for his own body was now handed over to his daughter's hands. With this equipment, it seems that she should definitely be able to take the first place in this session of the grand examination. However, in the next second, she keenly noticed that Qin Yu had appeared on the leaderboard at some point. Moreover, it was rapidly climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wasn't this speed of points increase a little too exaggerated? Suddenly, Jean Li, who was on the side, stood up violently, immediately disrupting her thoughts. Captain Jean, why are you so startled? Yen Hong opened her mouth to inquire with some displeasure. Watch yourself, this isn't in the guild. Jean Li rarely ignored Yen Hong's rebuke, but instead pointed at the screen where Qin Yu was with an agitated expression, his mouth opened wide in surprise but there was no sound. After several seconds, he then stumbled and said, Quick! Quickly look! The crowd looked towards Qin Yu's side with some confusion, then one by one, they stood up violently. None of their faces showed a look of shock. Only to see that Qin Yu was still riding on that eagle-eyed bug dragon. However, on the ground beneath him, it was densely crawling with worms and mantis worms. The number was so high that it even spread over the entire screen. And, the most terrifying thing was, wherever they went, not an inch of grass grew. Almost none of the monsters could escape the swarm of worms. Instantaneous kills. One must realize that Qin Yu was now at the top of the mountain. This area was basically filled with monsters above level 10. However, Qin Yu did not need to do anything at all, and with just the countless number of swarms, he swept away all the monsters within his sight. The points had even reached the 5th place directly. This horrifying scene could not help but make Yin Hong and Wei Rohai on the other side of the room unable to help but stand up. What is this? In fact, none of them believed that Qin Yu was able to make it to the scoreboard. Although he had the highest rank in the entire room and had soloed through and broken the record of the trial tower, it was still very difficult to quickly catch up with the leaderboard with only one summon. Even after seeing him directly abandon the monsters at the foot of the mountain and go straight to the top, they were certain that this guy was probably already broken. After all, he was only level 10 as well, so how could he possibly try to take out that level 15 monster with just one summon? This belonged to being a pure and simple waste of time. The cooldown time of a summoning spell was at least 10 minutes. If it was a very strong kind of summon, the cooldown would only be longer. Therefore, not only was Qin Yu doing this of little use. Moreover, he might also give away his own life. But what about these crawling, countless worms and mantis bugs all over the ground? Even if Qin Yu had reached level 10 and his summoning technique had risen to LV2, it was impossible for him to summon so many worm summons at once. The viewing gallery was silent, everyone was stunned speechless by this scene. Among them, the most shocked were none other than the 3 people sitting in the first row. Yin Hong, Jin Li, and Wei Rohai. The 3 of them represented the 3 strongest organizations in China. But as strong as they were, they couldn't explain the scene they saw. A summoner could have such a large number of summons. Could it be that this guy had some special ability? Strong interest instantly lingered throughout the viewing gallery. Now, no one was even paying attention to any Song Wanru and Shiyong. Everyone's eyes were attracted by Qin Yu. This Qin Yu, who was able to drive a swarm of insects to attack, was the only center of attention in the entire arena. Moreover, the most important thing was that on the scoreboard, Qin Yu had already come to 2nd place. Obviously, he had not been on the list at all just now. After less than an hour, he had directly climbed to 2nd place. If this speed was maintained, then the number 1 position would really not be certain who would be able to take it? After all, Qin Yu was sweeping down from the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain is the area where some of the high-level monsters are located. Coupled with his fast monster clearing speed, it is estimated that he will soon be able to catch up with Song Wanru's points. Moreover, according to this trend, Qin Yu would overtake Song Wanru and take the 1st place in the grand examination. What an eye-opener for us. Yin Hong couldn't help but sigh with a smile while clapping. Looks like we can all leave work early today. Captain Jin, Principal Wei, I won't grab that Song Wanru from you guys, but I, Yin Hong, will take this Qin Yu. You guys shouldn't have any opinions, right? After all, a small summoner, you guys shouldn't be too rare to want it, might as well give it to me, what do you guys think? 36, 3 major organizations competing. Lu Chanshan's plea for mercy. Yin Hong's words were not like an inquiry, but an order. As a representative of the military, she was also the captain of the number 1 squad in the Eastern Province, the Falcon Squad. Her sense of oppression was not just words. But Jin Li and Wei Rohai were both veterans. Especially Jin Li, who was also battle-hardened, had experienced countless life-and-death situations, and had fought many high-level monsters. This intimidation couldn't scare him. Obviously, it was he who noticed Qin Yu first, and this woman had questioned it at first. Now that she saw Qin Yu's exaggerated strength, she wanted to draw him in again. She also said that he is a small summoner? This is clearly a summoning army. 1 man against 10,000 armies. Captain Yen, you're wrong to say that. Where to develop is their own choice, we have no right to interfere. How are you so sure that Qin Yu will choose to go to the army? Jin Li smiled as he sat down and said confidently. Our Longyin Guild is the number 1 guild in Huaxia, there are chapters in 15 cities in all 5 provinces of Huaxia, there are a lot of resources and at the same time, we can also develop a series of cultivation programs for them. Can you give all these to your military? Captain Yen, I advise you to take a quick look at the other seedlings, Song Wanru and Qin Yu, I want them all. The 2 men were at swords drawn, as if the air had frozen. Seeing this, Wei Rohai on the side hurriedly rounded up the situation. Don't argue, don't matter where this kid chooses to go, isn't it all about contributing to Huaxia? There's no need to make relations so frosty. Even if he chooses to go to our place, then I'm sure. Before Wei Rohai could finish, the 2 of them glared at him at the same time, causing him to instantly shut his mouth. Although the role was a bit unpleasant, there was one thing that the three of them did agree on. This fellow, Qin Yu, they would never let go. A summoner that could play a role far beyond that of an army. Moreover, this was still at a mere level 10. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this guy would be after a higher level. 2 hours had passed since the time of the grand examination. Shi Yong and Lu Qianqian had just finished off a level 8 pale moon wolf and were sitting on a rock to rest. They were now at the halfway point of the mountain. But strangely enough, there were pitifully few monsters here, and only a few monster bones could be seen sporadically. After searching for a long time, they were able to find a pale moon wolf that had fled in a hurry, and finished it off with no effort at all. But here, there shouldn't be only one monster. Could it be that Song Wanru had already swept through this place? After all, the other students didn't dare to head up the mountain, and even if they were in a group, they wouldn't dare to take such a risk. If that was the case, then Song Wanru would definitely be number 1 on this big exam. S-class hidden profession, leveled up to level 10, plus a luxurious outfit. Only she could arrive here so quickly and sweep away the monsters here. If that seemed to be the case, it would be futile to go further up. Since there were no more monsters here, I'm afraid that the top of the mountain wouldn't stand a chance either. Just let Song Wanru be the only one to do it. The two of them just need to keep the second and third. But suddenly, Lu Qianqian broke the tranquility with a scream. What's going on? What's all the fuss about? Shi Yong immediately turned his head, and just when he wanted to get angry, he saw the leaderboard open in front of Lu Qianqian, and instantly froze in place. Only to see that Song Wanru had actually dropped to second place. And the first place was actually Qin Yu. Moreover, Qin Yu's points were more than 200 points higher than Song Wanru. Are you kidding? How is this possible? Shi Yong instantly stood up, his face full of disbelief. Although Qin Yu had a poison ring in his hand, but after all, the summons were limited, and he shouldn't be able to brush the monsters too fast. Moreover, he had issued a $2 million hunting order. How could that guy still rush to the first place in the grand exam when he had so many people looking for trouble with him back? Lu Qianqian at the side was also directly shocked and unable to speak. She had always thought that Qin Yu, who had awakened as a summoner, was a waste and had nothing to show for it. But the reality hit her face hard. The charts don't lie. This guy's strength, I'm afraid, is really more powerful than all of them. Not only was he stronger than Shi Yong, but even Song Wanru. But what was the reason for this? How could a summoner be so strong? Obviously, this was one of the weakest combat professions. How did he manage to suddenly gain so many more points? Suddenly, at that moment, a black shadow flashed through the air. Then a huge python violently sprang out from the nearby woods, its open bloody mouth seeming as if it could swallow Shi Yong and Lu Qianqian whole. A level 20 monster? Isn't the highest level of monsters here level 15? Without giving the two of them a chance to react, the abyssal python suddenly bit down, but it was dodged by their resourcefulness. However, the stone was victimized and directly shattered into crumbs. Seeing this scene, Shi Yong only had one thought in his heart. That was to run. This unknown monster was level 20, and it was simply not something that they, level 6 or 7 professionals, could deal with. Moreover, this monster revealed a hint of strangeness. It clearly had the body of a python, but it had the head of a worm. This was definitely not a monster from the hunting grounds. Without any hesitation, Shi Yong pulled Lu Qianqian and fled towards the mountain. But before he could run a few steps, a spider web suddenly shot out from the side, instantly sticking to Lu Qianqian's legs, instantly causing her to fall on her ass. At this time, a giant spider monster slowly crawled out from the woods, also with a worm's head. It was still level 20, with a great sense of oppression. Brother Yong! Help me! Lu Qianqian was terrified, and as she looked at the giant insect arachnid mother that was slowly crawling towards her, she struggled, but it was not helping. She could only beg for help with Shi Yong beside her. However, Shi Yong did not hesitate to let go of his hand and ran towards the other side without looking back. Looking at Shi Yong that quickly disappeared back, Lu Qianqian heart unprecedented despair. She did not expect that the man she relied on with all her heart and soul would abandon her in this life and death situation. If it was Qin Yu, I'm afraid he would have tried his best to save himself. Even if he knew that he couldn't kill the spider monster and the python monster, he would still fight for his life and wouldn't leave himself alone here. Lu Qianqian gradually gave up struggling. But suddenly, a silhouette fell from the air and slowly walked towards Lu Qianqian. It's really ironic, isn't it? The man you chose actually left you behind and ran away alone? I thought there was true love between you two? Now it seems like bull. This familiar voice instantly made Lu Chanxian open her eyes. Qin Yu. It's really you. You save me. As long as you can save my life, I can promise you anything. Be a cow or a horse, even if you make me a dog, I'm willing. Looking at Lu Chanxian's disgusting begging appearance, Qin Yu just shook his head with a cold smile. Lu Chanxian, I'm not here to save you, I'm here to kill you. However, I was afraid of dirtying my hands, so I sent my 2 pets to do it for me. Next, savor the fear of death. 37. Next target, melted Shuyong. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Lu Chanxian froze for a moment. Only then did she notice that the 2 level 20 giant monsters had all stopped where they were. They did not attack Qin Yu and her. Could it be that these 2 monsters were also Qin Yu's summons? But they were all level 20. Qin Yu was only level 10, how could he summon a level 20 summon? Can it be that this is a new skill for summoners at level 10? That's impossible. In the academy, the teacher had talked about it. Summoners, as the sewer of combat lineage professions, only had one skill for the entire rank, and that was summoning. The summons would not exceed the summoner's own level. Moreover, it would only inherit 50% of the attributes. But these 2 monsters were both level 20. And both were the size and strength of alpha level monsters. How could this be Qin Yu's summons? But right now, she didn't have time to think about the reason for this. Her hands hurriedly grabbed Qin Yu's leg, once again revealing that aggrieved, pathetic look. Qin Yu, I can promise you. From now on I will definitely not betray you, my entire being is yours. You can play any way you want, I'm good at everything. Let's go home at night, I'll give you a show. Scram! Qin Yu directly kicked Lu Chanxian off, then patted his pants leg and turned around in disgust. How could I have been blind enough to look at a lousy like you before? It's really not enough to die. The moment he left, Lu Chanxian's mournful screams came from behind him. This time, there was not the slightest bit of pity in his heart. For this kind of woman who started a mess and tended to be a bully, staying for one more second would be a favor to her. And the next target was that Shuyong. Not only did he spend money to hire killers, but he also issued a $2 million hunting order for those candidates to waste his time and cause trouble. How could he keep such a person and not kill him? With that, Qin Yu lifted his hand and waved it, and the 3-headed demonic insect on standby in the air swooped down and stopped beside him. Only when Qin Yu got on top of him did the 3-headed demonic insects rise up in the air and sprinted towards the direction that Shuyong had fled. Shuyong's speed was not fast, and the 3-headed demonic insect soon discovered his trail. Looking at the fleeing Shuyong underneath him, Qin Yu couldn't help but reveal a sneer of contempt. Want to kill him? Let's see who is the one who dies this time. Flame shockwave. Burn me. At Qin Yu's command, the 3-headed demonic insect's large mouth immediately opened, and a shockwave accompanied by a fiery flame was violently emitted, sweeping towards Shuyong's direction. However, as if he had sensed the danger, Shuyong dodged aside with a flip, dodging the shockwave. Afterward, he looked into the air, his eyes filled with panic and fear. It's Qin Yu. It's really Qin Yu. How could he have such a powerful summon? Shuyong couldn't figure out how Qin Yu, a level 10 summoner, could have a level 20 summon? Moreover, there was more than one. The python monster and spider monster that he encountered earlier, and now this 3-headed monster bird that could only fire shockwaves that he was riding underneath him. Without exception, they all had the head of a worm. Combined with the 2 worms that Qin Yu had summoned earlier. All of them showed that these 3 monsters were out of Qin Yu's hand. But these 3 monsters are all level 20, and each one of them is at the chief level of strength. He was only level 10, so how could he have a summon of this level? But Qin Yu did not intend to give Shuyong time to think as another ice shockwave shot towards him. Shuyong couldn't dodge and half of his body dodged it, but the other half was instantly frozen, unable to move. Damn it! A body frozen by an ice shockwave would soon enter a state of necrosis if it did not break free in time. Although it wasn't fatal, it could cause permanent damage. Shuyong desperately struggled and used his other hand to frantically smash the icicles, even though his frozen shoulder had already begun to slowly ooze blood. But it was not helping. With his current attack power, it was simply not enough to break this icicle. At this moment, Qin Yu slowly landed on his 3-headed demon insect and stopped not far in front of Shuyong, the 3 heads opening their mouths wide at the same time, illuminating with a shining light. Qin Yu. Wait! Facing the fear of death, Shuyong trembled and opened his mouth. It was that Lu Chanqian who took the initiative to seduce me, hiring a killer and placing a kill order were all ideas she gave me. If you want to kill her, just let me off, just treat me as a fart and let me go, I will never provoke you again, okay? Seeing that Qin Yu did not reply, Shi Yong hurriedly continued. This way, I'll give you money, our family is very rich, I can give you as much as you want. Or, whatever equipment you want, materials are fine, as long as you spare my life, I can promise you all of it. Shi Yong, don't waste your efforts, there's no way I'm going to spare your life. Qin Yu's face was as cold as ice, looking at Shi Yong as if he was looking at a dead man. How could I possibly let go, a person who once tried to kill me? Qin Yu. Don't you give your face away. Seeing this, Shi Yong suddenly roared in anger. Our Shi family has cooperation with the Assassin Association, if you kill me, my father, he won't spare you. Seeing Qin Yu frowning, Shi Yong also suddenly gained confidence and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Scared, right? Although the assassin I hired before failed, the Assassin Association mission will be accomplished. If I die, my father he will definitely go back to the Killer Association to renew the contract, and by then, you will definitely die as well. The Killer Association was well known in Huaxia. Although this organization was not recognized by China, it had still existed in China for so many years, and there were always people who would find them through some sort of channel and pay high rewards to get them to kill people. And, it has never failed. However, Qin Yu still had a disdainful attitude, and when he heard Shi Yong's threat, he then snorted coldly. Humph. Do you think I will be afraid? Killer Association, if you want to come let them come as they please, I would like to see how they can kill me. Triple shockwave, blast me. Without wasting any more time, Qin Yu waved his hand and 3 shockwaves shot out in a flash, instantly melting Shi Yong on the spot. After resolving this pair of dogs, Qin Yu's mood was unrivaled. It was even more painful than when he took the first place in the grand examination. Opening the leaderboard, he took a whole 2,000 points, easily taking the first place. It was a whole 1,000 points higher than Song Wanru in second place. One could only say that it was far ahead. This was actually expected of him. He knew that he had swept through almost all the monsters from the top of the mountain to the mountainside. If he hadn't encountered those Shi Yong traitors, his points might have been even higher. 38, first in the great exam. Super Gold Phrase Equipment Master. Afterwards, Qin Yu opened the attribute interface. Being first in the grand exam was just incidental, brushing as many monsters as possible and upgrading was the most important purpose. Name, Qin Yu. Profession, Summoner. Level, 12. Blood, 4,217. Blue, 4,907. Power, 10. Speed, 10. Intelligence, 79. Physique, 10. Defense, 300. Talent, Insect Heart. Equipment, Deadwood Staff, Blue Decaying Iron Helmet, Blue Lockjaw Armor, Blue Wilderness Gloves, Blue Boots of Calmness, Blue Poison Ring, Purple. Skill, Summoning LV2. Cooldown, no cooldown. Consumption, 20 blue, consumption, 20 blue, consumption, 20 blue, consumption, 20 blue. Can summon 2 larval stage and 2 full-grown insect creatures to fight for you. Larval stage creatures have 50% of the summoner's attributes, full-grown insect creatures have 60% of the summoner's attributes. Usable gold phrases, Circle of Reflux, Gorgeous Strike, Sacrificial Strike, Parasitic Bug Nest, Bug Attachment. Bug Nest Summonable, Hawkeye Dragon Worm, Giant Insect, Arachnid Mother, 3-Headed Demon Worm, Inflammatory Dragon Worm, Abyssal Python. Cooldown, no cooldown. Consumption, 100 blue. Available points, 0. Available gold words, 4. Available gold words, 4. Although he had only risen 2 levels, his blood and blue levels had risen by a full 2,000 points. This exaggerated data, he would be shocked when he saw it. 4,000 blood, almost 5,000 blue. This was an attribute that had to be level 40 to reach. And he was only level 12 now. Professionals of the same level, even if they were a high body mass profession like knight, warrior, or a high blue quantity profession like nurse, array master, would only just pass 2,000 blood in blue quantity. And the main thing was, such an exaggerated amount of blood blue. Meaning, the number of his summons could be doubled again. With 4,900 blue points, he could summon 490 worms. 49 worm nest replicas. What kind of concept was that? With 200 worms just now, he had swept through all the level 10 plus monsters in this examination hall. But now he was able to summon up to 490 worms at once. With a swarm of this size, even if he was allowed to sweep back and forth within this examination center twice by himself, he wouldn't have the slightest problem. Those 49 worm nest replicas were even more terrifying. No matter which replica was summoned, it would be a heaven-destroying existence. And that ultra-high blood volume was going to make the damage of his golden word, life-sacrificing strike, almost immeasurable. With 4200 blood volume, the worm's blood volume was 2100 points. That is to say, the damage of life-sacrificing strike will come to a terrifying 8400 points. This was only the damage that one worm could deal. If there were 490 of them, the total damage would be 490 by 8400 equaling 411,6000 points. 4 million damage. That's not even a second for whoever you want? After all, he had never heard that there were monsters with a total blood count of 4 million on the blue planet. And that was just for now. As long as enough monsters were swiped, the more blood and blue there was, the total damage of the life-sacrificing strike would be even higher. It could be said that the future was limitless. Qin Yu forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and then moved his gaze to the golden word extraction. After saving up for so long, he had only managed to save up enough for 4 extraction opportunities. He naturally wanted to use it up immediately to see what more powerful super golden phrase could be drawn. Clicking on synthesis extraction, a colored light appeared at once. Super Gold Lexicon Equipment Master has been obtained. Effect: breaks occupation restrictions, allowing the use of all occupation equipment, including exclusive equipment. The moment he saw this gold phrase, Qin Yu froze for a moment. It felt like this gold phrase wasn't as powerful as the ones before. It looked like it was just boosting the additional attributes provided by the equipment. After all, they could have used all professional equipment in the first place. It was just a matter of whether or not the attributes were suitable and cost-effective. Unless, it was some exclusive equipment. Suddenly, Qin Yu, as if he had thought of something extraordinary, could not help but excitedly meow an expletive out. This super gold word could allow him to ignore the restrictions of his profession and use the equipment of all professions. Wasn't that in fact telling him that he could use the exclusive equipment of other professions? Most importantly, he happened to have an exclusive equipment. The exclusive equipment of a necromancer, the necromancer necklace. The effect of the equipment was that it could resurrect killed monsters and temporarily turn them into his own followers. This equipment, and its suitability with summoners, was also very high. By turning dead monsters into one's followers, coupled with one's own large number of summons, there would be a situation where the more one fought monsters, the more helpers one had. Just thinking about it made him feel horrified. And it wasn't just this undead necklace that he could use, but the exclusive equipment of other professions he could also use. The effects of exclusive equipment were all very bullish without exception. If he was able to put together an exclusive equipment, then his strength would be further greatly strengthened. Too bullish. The incomparable excitement in Qin Yu's heart could only be transformed into these 3 words coming out of his mouth. However, the undead necklace had already been hung up in the mall by him, and he had to hurry to take it off the shelves. Otherwise, in case any guy happened to buy it, it would be difficult to buy it back again. At this time, a roar suddenly came from the air. A helicopter slowly stopped above him, followed by a set of rope ladders falling down. Candidate Qin Yu. The grand examination has ended, we are here to pick you up and take you down the mountain. Qin Yu was about to leave, so without any hesitation, he immediately climbed up the rope ladder. As soon as he settled down, he saw Wanru sitting across from him. Wanru had a dejected look on her face, and with her head lowered, she didn't even notice that there was an extra person across from her. However, Qin Yu could also understand. After all, Wanru, as the only S-rank hidden profession this year, no one would think that she would not be able to get the first place in the grand exam. Even she herself, she definitely thought so. As the highest-ranked professional, she also wore a top-level mage set equipment. With this kind of configuration, it was surprising that she would only take second place, no one would be able to accept it. One could only say that it was her bad luck. She ran into this pervert. The helicopter soon returned to the waiting area, and apart from the 2 of them, all the other candidates had basically left the examination room early. The number was a little less, but this was also a normal phenomenon. Every year, there would basically be some candidates who died accidentally during the grand exam. But it was usually some of the weaker candidates. But this year, there were actually 2 deaths even in the top 5, which was truly a first-time occurrence. However, no one cared about those 2 guys. Everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Yu and Song Wanru, who came down from the helicopter. Especially the dark horse Qin Yu, who had raced all the way and spent only 2 hours before charging straight to the first place in the grand examination. A summoner was able to obtain the first place in the grand exam with a difference of 1,000 points beyond the S-rank hidden profession. This was really shocking. Therefore, almost the instant Qin Yu landed on the ground, the 3 people in the viewing gallery rushed to Qin Yu in unison, throwing out olive branches. Qin Yu, come to our first university, I'll give you the best quality teaching resources, and for 4 years of university, we'll fully cover all your expenses. Qin Yu, come to our Longyin Guild, all kinds of resources are at your disposal, and we will also provide the best training program, which will definitely allow you to have an unlimited future. Qin Yu, with your strength, coming to our military is definitely the right choice. As long as you come, I'll be able to let you rise 3 levels in a row and become the captain of the Raging Flame Squad. In the Eastern Province's military, 1 person will be under you, and 10,000 will be above you. 39 unrefusable conditions, I want them all. Looking at the 3 people who suddenly appeared in front of him, Qin Yu could not help but take a few steps back. He didn't expect that he was actually so sought after. His idea all along had been to go to the Dragon Bard Guild. After all, there were more than just countless resources in the guild, there would also be opportunities to go to some rare copies in secret realms. But the fact that the university and the military had actually come up with such high conditions as well, it couldn't help but make him a little hesitant. Especially the conditions given by Yan Hong. 3 consecutive levels of promotion and making him the captain of the Raging Flame Squad. The Flame of Fury Squad was the second only to the Falcon Squad in the Eastern Province's military. At the same time, it was also the team that his parents had served in. They were both scouts in the team, but unfortunately died during a scouting mission. Being able to be the captain of the Fury Flame Squad, this undoubtedly brought him 1 step closer to his dead parents. As if sensing the entanglement on Qin Yu's face, Yan Hong immediately multiplied his words. Qin Yu, think clearly before answering. Although the university and the guild can give you a lot of financial assistance, joining the army is a real thing that will train you for real combat experience. Coupled with your special abilities, if you come to the army, you can definitely hold your own. In less than 5 years, you are estimated to reach the rank of general and become the youngest general in China. Yan Hong was very excited. When she saw the worms that covered the sky, she had an uncommonly favorable impression of Qin Yu. This guy was material born for the army. If Qin Yu joined the Eastern Province's military, then their overall strength could definitely be taken to another big level. After all, he had so many worms in one shot. 1 person could be used as an army. This is still at level 10, if the level rises, the worms will also evolve, and then that scene is simply unimaginable. However, Qin Yu was silent for a while before smiling and looking at the 3. 3 of you guys really like to give me difficult questions. No matter which condition it is, it's all too much for me to refuse. How do you guys let me choose this? Qin Yu pretended to be contemplative in his thoughts as his eyes swept back and forth over the 3 people's bodies. Or else would this be alright for you guys? I can join all 3 of your organizations at the same time so as not to offend each other. Hearing Qin Yu's words, the 3 coincidentally all frowned. Joining 3 organizations at the same time, this was the first time they had heard of this idea. Although it was said that there was no rule that said a person could not join 3 organizations at the same time. But this was a bit too greedy. Seeing this, Wei Ruhai immediately lost his temper and spoke in a deep voice. Qin Yu, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you took the first place in the grand examination? Still wanting to join all 3 of our organizations at the same time, you're not taking yourself too seriously? Letting you choose is to give you face, don't be ungrateful. As if he had already anticipated Wei Ruhai's reaction, Qin Yu only looked at the other 2 quietly, as if asking for their opinions. Jin Li was hesitant, but Yan Hong said immediately without hesitation. No problem. I'll keep both the rank and the squad leader position for you, but I also have a condition. Once the border needs manpower, you must be the first to return to the army without any chance of refutation. This is a military order, and the only thing I ask of you. Yan Hong unprecedentedly agreed to Qin Yu's idea, which could not help but also make Wei Ruhai and Jin Li beside her freeze for a moment. This showed that she really liked this brat Qin Yu, which was why she agreed to such an excessive request. Since Captain Yan has said so, then what is there for me to disagree with? Seeing that Yan Hong had agreed to Qin Yu, in order not to let go of this good seedling of Qin Yu, Jin Li could only nod his head in agreement. Anyway, the military region's abyssal border site had been calm for many years, so Qin Yu would not return there for a while. In fact, he would still stay in the guild and work for the guild. It would just be a name on the military side. In other words, he was not at a disadvantage. The three of them reached a consensus, and Wei Ruhai was the only one who stood aside like an outsider at a loss for words. He did not expect that the two people, Yen Hong and Jin Li, would actually agree to this excessive request from Qin Yu. Although this kid had a strength that was different from that of an ordinary summoner, and had also managed to take the first place in the grand examination. But he thought that it was just a coincidence. A summoner, after all, was only a B-rank sewer profession. Even if he had a large number of summons, as long as he encountered monsters with high defense or high group damage, there was still nothing to fight against. Instead of competing for a summoner, he might as well go for an S-rank profession. Student Song Wanru, do you want to consider coming to our #1 university in China? High-quality teaching resources, free of expenses, oh? I don't lack money. Song Wanru spoke faintly. Moreover, I have long since finished self-studying most of the knowledge within the university. I'm sorry, Principal Wei, you're not within my choices. Once again being rejected in public, Wei Ruhai's face instantly darkened like coal. Although he knew that he wasn't much of a competitor in front of the Dragon Bane Guild and the military. But to be rejected so dryly, this was really a bit faceless. The big exam ended early. Qin Yu and Song Wanru all entered the Dragon Bard Guild as expected. They would report to the guild a week later. The other candidates, on the other hand, were picked by other guilds and universities, and it was considered a happy occasion for all. But despite this, Song Wanru's face still didn't look any better. As she was leaving, her body couldn't even stop trembling. It was no longer just a matter of losing the first frustration. Rather, she was afraid of something? Qin Yu, who was on the side, wanted to open his mouth to inquire, but was forced back by an extremely strong pressure. Wanru, come here. One could only see a middle-aged man wearing a straight coat with a torchlight gaze blocking the two's path with a chorus. Song Wanru's body immediately trembled, frozen in place instantly in fear. Before the two reacted, the man slapped Song Wanru in the face. The force was so great that she stumbled and almost fell. Fortunately, Qin Yu beside her supported her, which allowed her to stand. Hello? Who are you? How can you just hit someone? Qin Yu looked at the man in disbelief, but the man didn't care about Qin Yu at all, but naturally kept staring at Song Wanru. Awakening an S-rank hidden profession, and wearing the golden nightmare suit that I specially prepared for you, yet you can't even compare to a summoner, you've really disgraced our Song family. Hurry up and go home with me, I want to be served by the family law. Hearing the man's words, Song Wanru instantly shivered in fear again, a layer of cold sweat instantly appearing on her forehead. Qin Yu then realized that this man might be Song Wanru's father, Song Weiman. He had heard that the Song family had strict family teachings, no wonder Song Wanru would be so scared after losing first place in the big exam. But he wasn't a member of the Song family. Although this is your family matter, I shouldn't interfere. But if you want to take her back, you have to ask her opinion, right? But she's already an adult, you can't force her to do anything. 40. Song family law, the reason why you have to win. This time, Song Weiman didn't ignore Qin Yu, but just one glare made him shiver. No one has ever dared to lecture me in front of me. Kid, do you want to die? Song Weiman's voice was soft, but it was filled with killing intent. It was as if in his eyes, Qin Yu was already a dead man long ago. However, Qin Yu did not flinch in the slightest and said calmly after a light laugh. Uncle Song, there are quite a few more people here, if you want to make a move on me in public, you have to have a reason, don't you? Moreover, I don't think you can kill me. The two of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point for a while. All right. At this time, Song Wanru let out a shout, breaking the silence. Dad, I'm sorry for letting you down again. All along, you've demanded that I do my best in everything so that I can stand up to the Song family's facade. As long as I do something slightly wrong, you'll serve me with the family law. But that doesn't mean I didn't try hard. What's the use of trying? I want results. Song Weiman quickly glared at Song Wanru and snapped. You lost to a summoner, and you still have the face to argue with me here about what the reason is? How could I have such a failed daughter like you? Dad, I'm not as bad as you say. Song Wanru let out a long breath, then slowly spoke. You can't be so strict with me because of my mom's death. With my current strength, I can. You shut up. Before Song Wanru could finish her sentence, Song Wayman suddenly let out a bellowing cry, then raised his hand and slapped towards her again. However, he was caught by Qin Yu reaching out. Uncle Song, don't fall down. One slap is a lesson, two slaps would be an insult. Scram! Song Wayman immediately shook off Qin Yu's hand. As if noticing the gazes of the people around him, he did not continue to lash out, but only looked at Song Wanru condescendingly and said indifferently, Song Wanru, you have disappointed me. If you still want to return to the Song family, you have to get first place in the Dragon's Bard Guild's initiation test. Otherwise, I'll pretend I don't have you as my daughter. After saying that, Song Wayman turned around and left in a desperate manner, without the slightest hesitation. It was as if Song Wanru really didn't do it, then he would absolutely kick Song Wanru out of the house and disown this daughter. The moment Song Wayman left, Song Wanru cried like a flooded embankment. As if the pressure accumulated for more than 10 years, in this moment completely released. In response, Qin Yu could do nothing but stand aside and watch quietly. He was unable to empathize or comfort. This kind of thing could only be allowed to be digested by her. Brother Qin. At this time, Manhwa suddenly tugged at Qin Yu's clothes from behind and asked in a somewhat puzzled manner. What's wrong with this big sister? Crying so miserably? Didn't get first place, so she's a bit sad, right? Hearing Qin Yu's reply, Manhwa blinked, then walked over to Song Wanru as if she was familiar with herself and opened her mouth as if she was petulant to comfort her. Big sister, don't cry. There are so many people in the big exam, it's already impressive that you were able to get second place. Song Wanru, who was still sobbing, suddenly saw a cute little loli appear in front of her eyes, her mood instantly improved and her tears stopped instantly. Little girl, thank you, I'm fine. Song Wanru slowly reached out and rubbed Manhwa's little head, squeezing out a smile with all her might. It's a good boy who doesn't cry. Manhwa smiled and pulled out a lollipop from her bosom, placing it in Song Wanru's hands. Reward you with a candy. Eat a candy when you're sad, then you'll become happy. Looking at the lollipop in her hand, Song Wanru hesitated for a moment, then slowly put it into her mouth. A sweet but not greasy flavor instantly surged into the taste buds. But that wasn't the most important thing. Rather, she suddenly received a message in front of her. Congratulations to player Song Wanru, intelligence +1. Song Wanru instantly frowned, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, she looked down at the lollipop in her hand and almost shouted out in surprise. This? Where did you get this lollipop? A single lollipop could actually increase intelligence by 1 point. This was something that even Snow Moon Tower was unable to do. I made it myself, huh? Manhwa immediately ran back to Qin Yu with some fear, not understanding why Song Wanru was so excited. Song Wanru, on the other hand, pondered for a while before this suddenly released a smile. So that's how it is. She had never been able to figure out that being an S-rank hidden profession elemental mage and having a superb equipment, she should not have been inferior to Qin Yu. But after seeing Manhwa, she suddenly found the reason. This little girl was a top-tier nutritionist and could actually possess an ordinary lollipop with the effect of increasing intelligence. With her help, Qin Yu's intelligence was feared to have exceeded his own by a lot. As a mage-type profession, the amount of intelligence meant the strength. That was why Qin Yu was able to sweep all the way down from the top of the mountain at a speed so much faster than her. Qin Yu, thank you for helping me just now. Song Wanru slowly got up and looked at Qin Yu with a calm gaze. But my matter, I always have to solve it on my own. A week from now, we'll see you at the Dragonine Guild, and at that time, I will definitely not lose to you again in the guild examination. After saying that, Song Wanru took slow steps towards the exit. But before leaving, she still smiled and touched Manhwa's head, speaking in a doting manner. Little girl, thank you for the candy as well. Can you tell sister what your name is? My name is Manhwa. Song Wanru silently memorized her name before she turned around and left the place. And after she walked away, Qin Yu then immediately led Manhwa towards his home. Sister, in the future, remember not to easily give your food to others. Why? Manhwa inquired suspiciously. Qin Yu didn't answer and just walked quietly. Manhwa's ability was extraordinary. The less people knew about this matter, the better. Otherwise, it would easily cause trouble. He will report to the Dragonine Guild in a week's time, and he will conduct a week's assessment and ranking at the guild. Sorting out the rankings among the 40 or so people selected from the 5 provinces of China was like a small grand exam. These top few celestial pride that came from each city would stay in the guild closed for a week. If Nai Nua encountered any trouble, he would have no time to care. Therefore, it was imperative to keep a low profile during this period of time. Unbeknownst to them, in the audience, there was a man wearing a black trench coat and black sunglasses who was staring dead on in their direction, revealing a wry smile. 41. Entrance examination, Tianlong people I dare not move? After the big exam, everything seemed to be back on track. With a week's break, most of the candidates would choose to go for relaxation and entertainment. However, Qin Yu had dove headfirst into the hunting grounds and began training in physical skills. Summoners had always attacked with their summons as a form of attack. Without the summons, they lost their power and means of resistance. But now he had the effect of the golden phrase, insect possession. It was possible to use the skills of a summoned object. When facing some weaker level monsters, he could completely eliminate the need for summons and just rely on himself to take care of them. Especially with the skills of the 5 current replicants. Hawk-eyed bug dragon's wing roll. The giant insect arachnid mother's toxin dump and spider web. The fire ice electricity shockwave of the 3-headed demon worm. The inferno armor dragon worm's earthquake and anti-armor. And the abyssal python worm's dark tooth. The 2 passive life-saving skills, arachnoid web and anti-armor, were left aside for now. He had already mastered the other 5 active offensive skills. It was even possible to launch multiple skill combinations with ease. The main reason for practicing this was to specifically deal with the Dragon Bard Guild's initiation test. He didn't intend to use his full strength right from the start. This would be targeted by some people and become a target. By suppressing it first and then raising it, and waiting until the critical moment before suddenly exerting his strength, this would ensure that he could securely take the first place in the assessment. The ranking in the initiation assessment was related to the resources and development paths that could be obtained afterwards. Most importantly, the person who came first in the assessment would receive a random hidden copy pass and a key to the secret realm. The hidden copy pass would burst out exclusive equipment. The secret realm key, on the other hand, was a necessary item to get to the secret realm. The secret realm was different from the copies. The area in there was bigger, and there were more monsters. And the materials and equipment dropped by the monsters were more luxurious. It could be said that coming back from the secret realm, not to mention earning a fortune, it would definitely be full of money. Mainly, the experience value would grow very quickly. After a trip to the secret realm, one would be able to ascend at least 3 levels or more. Therefore, in order to get the reward of being ranked number 1, these heavenly prides selected from various provinces and cities would definitely do their best to fight for it. However, in front of Qin Yu, no one was good enough. So what if they were heaven's pride? An S-ranked hidden profession like Wanru was pushed down by him. This first place, he was bound to win. At this time, he turned his head to look at Nai Nua who was playing at the side. Today was the day to report to the Dragon's Bane Guild. Over the past few days, he had been feeling that someone was secretly observing him in the vicinity. But it was only for a moment. By the time he reacted, that feeling suddenly disappeared again. For safety's sake, he purposely brought Nai Nua to the mountain and asked Baldy and the brothers in the hunting ground to help look after her. Brother Qin. As if sensing Qin Yu's gaze, Nai Nua quickly ran towards him and jumped up to hug him, her eyes full of smiles. You must be careful and attentive, I will wait here obediently for you to come back. Oh? Good sister. Qin Yu dotingly touched Nai Nua's head, then looked at Baldy who followed behind him. Baldy, help me take care of my sister during this week, if anything happens to her, do you know what the consequences will be? Understood. Baldy didn't dare to slack off and immediately nodded his head. Don't worry boss, this hunting ground is full of our people, it's unlikely that anyone will come here to look for trouble. Seeing this, Qin Yu did not continue to instruct and hurriedly descended the mountain. The Longyin Guild Linghai City branch was located on the edge of the Linghai Sea. It was an hour's drive by taxi to get there. At the location of the guild entrance, there were several rows of luxury cars parked. Not surprisingly, they should be coming from various provinces and cities to participate in the guild assessment. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Wanru standing at the entrance. However, she appeared to be pestered by 3 boys and was somewhat at a loss for words. Pretty girl, meeting is fate, don't be disrespectful. Our brother Lin is the #1 son of the Central Province's descending Dragon City, the #1 in the city's university exams, the proud son of heaven who has awakened the S-ranked profession's hidden occupation, the Templar Knight. If you make friends with him, you definitely won't lose out. Get out of the way. One of the boys suddenly went up and grabbed Song Wanru's shoulder, but was immediately shaken off by her shaking her shoulder. Even so, she was still powerless in the face of the 3 people in front of her. The use of skills and brawls were not allowed in the city, and she didn't want to make trouble with the law enforcement team. If she let her father know, she would surely not be able to avoid another severe beating. But now, it seemed that she couldn't do it without making a move, I'm afraid. How ungrateful, it's a blessing for you that our Lin brother can take a liking to you, you girl from a small place, how dare you resist? The boy was about to get his hands on him again, but all of a sudden, a wind blade flashed by from the side and rushed straight towards him. However, it was blocked by another person raising his shield. Who? The 3 of them instantly looked in the direction where the wind blade appeared, only to see an unimpressive-looking boy wearing a blue bulk outfit walking over. Where did that bumpkin come from, dare to spoil our good deed? The boy who was attacked was furious and was just about to start cursing when he saw Qin Yu scratching his head awkwardly and opening his mouth somewhat apologetically. Sorry, 3 of you? I have a grudge against this woman, I didn't mean to attack you guys. Can you let me take her away and settle a personal matter? Are you kidding me? The boy obviously didn't believe Qin Yu's words at all, and grabbed his collar as he roared in anger. You clearly wanted to make a move on me just now, when can't I see that? Know who the old man is? Look at your raggedy equipment, how dare you provoke me? Believe it or not, I'll beat you down in a minute? In the face of the boy's hysteria, Qin Yu just quietly looked at him as if he was looking at a little cutie. General eyes. Now, we have a grudge. Ha! Without waiting for the boy to react, Qin Yu backhandedly gripped his arm, and then pressed downward with force, knocking him down with a sweeping kick, forming a counter-control in just an instant. Pain, pain, pain. The boy fought back, but to no avail. He was awakened to an agility-type profession, his strength was not even as good as Qin Yu's, and he was simply unable to break free. Kid, do you know who we are? At this moment, the boy on the side who hadn't said anything immediately stepped forward and said cross-eyed. We are honored guests who have traveled all the way from the Central Province, and have come here to participate in the Long Yin Guild's membership examination. You dare to touch us, I'm afraid you don't want to live too long? Lin Haoyu looked at Qin Yu, his tone full of disdain. After living for so long, he had never seen a guy with such big guts. Even if they weren't from the Dragon Bard Guild, with their status and position in Dragonfall City, it was enough to make this guy die 800 times. However, at this time, Qin Yu was suddenly laughing lightly and then said, What's the big deal? I'm also here to participate in the initiation test. Besides, just because of that, you guys can just molest girls here? Could it be that you guys are Tianlong people? 42, a summoner, can also enter the Dragon Yin Guild? After saying that, Qin Yu kicked out, and the boy in front of him rushed towards Lin Haoyu's direction like a leather ball, almost crashing into the 2 of them. A guy like you can also come to the Dragon Yin Guild to take the test? You're afraid you're not making us laugh, right? Lin Haoyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Dragon Guild is a first-class top guild in China. Just by being like you can also join the Dragon Guild? Look at this raggedy equipment of yours, right? Do you think I'll believe your big words? The ear-piercing jeers were endless. At this time, the boy who had been kicked down also finally stood up, and was thinking of lashing out, but was stopped by Lin Haoyu. Kid! You injured my companion, this can't just be forgotten. If you immediately kneel down now and kowtow and apologize, we can still reluctantly spare you once, otherwise, if things get too big, when you get to the law enforcement team, you won't be able to avoid squatting inside for a few days. At that time, it won't be as simple as just apologizing. Kneel down and apologize? Hearing Lin Haoyu's incomparably arrogant words, Qin Yu merely snorted coldly. You guys molested a girl in public and in the end, you're asking me to apologize to you? You guys are really interesting, huh? Cut the crap. What qualifications do you bumpkins have to lecture us? Kneel down. The boy who had just been subdued and kicked off rushed to Qin Yu's body in an instant, and a high kick came towards Qin Yu's face. But at this moment, a black shadow flashed violently not far away, instantly blocking his kick. Who the hell are you? Breaking my good deed again. The boy roared in anger, but in the next second he was so shocked that he shut his mouth. Dragon Bane Guild's 3rd squad leader, Jinli. Jin Li shouted in a deep voice, and immediately caused the three Lin Haoyu people to tremble. Daring to cause trouble at the entrance of the Dragon Blight Guild, you three have quite a lot of guts, huh? Captain Jin. Lin Haoyu swallowed violently, then slowly spoke. It was that kid who beat up our people first, it has nothing to do with us. The evil one is the first to complain. Qin Yu looked at Jin Li in disbelief and then said. They were the ones who molested Song Wanru first, and I acted heroically. This, she can testify for me. Seeing Song Wanru nod, Jin Li then immediately understood what was going on. These three dudes from Central Province, he had some impressions. Lin Haoyu, S-rank hidden profession Templar Knight, level 9, number 1 in the Great Examination of Descending Dragon City. Li Wenlong, a class profession Berserker, level 8, second in the Great Examination of Descending Dragon City. Meng Long, a class profession fighter, level 8, third in the Big Exam of Descending Dragon City. The three of them are famous playboys in Dragonfall City, relying on their prominent family background and strong strength, they are all over the place. Unexpectedly, they actually set their eyes on Song Wanru today. Really good. Molesting a girl in public, and then hitting a rake. And in front of the guild, you three are really good. Moreover, this girl is actually someone under me. The three of them were stunned, and they couldn't stop the tension on their faces. This. Captain Jin, we really didn't know that she was one of your men. If we knew, how would we dare to be so presumptuous? You mean, if it weren't for my people, you guys would be able to do this? Jin Li's words instantly rendered them speechless. This isn't Central Province, nor is it your Descending Dragon City, don't bring your to Linghai City. If I come across this kind of thing again, I'll personally kick you out of the Dragon Bard Guild. Jin Li was ostensibly giving them a leg up. But in reality, it was warning the Lin Haoyu trio not to lay a hand on his people. This was in Linghai City. If they dared to bully his people in his territory, even if they were from Central Province, that wouldn't do. Seeing this, Lin Haoyu's trio didn't dare to say anything more, so they followed Jin Li into the Dragonine Guild. He didn't realize that Song Wanru, this beautiful woman, was also a member of the Dragonine Guild, and she also happened to be one of Jin Li's people. Wasn't this just hitting the bull's eye? The captain of the Dragon Jin Guild had the right of preemption. Even if they were active guild members, they could be kicked out of the Dragon's Bard Guild as long as they had enough reasons. It was so hard for them to join the Dragon Bard Guild, they couldn't afford to lose their bright future just because of this. But suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. Qin Yu had actually followed them into the guild gate. Hey! Why are you following us in? Lin Haoyu immediately yelled at Qin Yu, his face full of arrogance. Hurry up and get lost. Is this a place you should come to? Seeing Qin Yu standing still, Lin Haoyu pulled his arm, wanting to forcefully push him out of the gate. However, at this time, Jin Li, who was on the side, directly picked away Lin Haoyu's hand and frowned. What are you mad about again? Qin Yu is also my man, why can't he come in? Ah? Lin Haoyu froze in place. You mean to say that this brat, like her, is also a celestial pride that you handpicked from the Great Examination? How is this possible? Why is it impossible? Qin Yu patted the folds on his clothes and asked back with a light smile. Could it be that I don't look like it? Like? Take a look at your raggedy equipment, you don't have much strength at first glance, how could you possibly enter the Dragon Bane Guild? Those who question their strength based on their equipment alone, it seems that your insights are nothing more than that. If you don't believe me, you guys can go to the World Channel and look for the list to see if I'm on it? Once again taunted by Qin Yu, the faces of the three instantly darkened a few degrees. None of them believed that this guy was actually someone from the Dragon Gilded Guild as well. But there was no need for Jin Li to lie to them. Lin Haoyu immediately opened the World Channel and found Linghai City's Great Exam Points list and the Dragon Bane Guild's acceptance list. There were only two names on the list. One was called Song Wanru, the girl they had molested. The other was really named Qin Yu. No wonder this guy wasn't afraid of them at all. It turns out that he has Jin Li behind him and is emboldened. And most importantly, this guy is actually the first place winner of the Grand Exam, so it's true that you can't judge a person by their appearance. Summoner? But suddenly, Lin Haoyu was attracted by Qin Yu's information. This guy is actually a summoner? A summoner could get first place in the Grand Exam? It was truly a travesty. For a summoner to get first place, it seems that this Linghai City is truly hopeless. Thinking of this, Lin Haoyu couldn't help but show that disdainful sneer on his face again. Originally, he had thought that this guy had something special. At the very least, he had to be a class A rare profession. But I didn't expect that he was just a summoner. Being able to enter the Dragon Bard Guild was nothing more than luck. But at this moment, Li Wenlon, who was on the side, suddenly spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Brother Lin, it's a good thing we didn't do anything to that girl? She's actually an S-rank hidden profession like you, huh? 43. Membership examination, individual battle and team battle. S-class? Hidden profession? Lin Haoyu once again placed his gaze on the screen, and only then did he realize that Song Wanru's profession was actually an S-rank hidden profession, elemental mage. This was a profession that was even rarer than a Templar. This couldn't help but make him a little envious. With the same S-rank hidden profession, an elemental mage's ceiling was higher than a Templar knight. After all, damage was greater than defense. Professions with high damage had no problem upgrading. However, professions with high defense would not have an advantage in fighting monsters. In this way, the level difference would appear. Song Wanru was level 10 and he was only level 9, although the difference wasn't much, it would get worse over time. But looking at the information on the screen, he always felt that something was wrong. A few seconds later, his eyes widened violently, too surprised to speak. That Qin Yu, surprisingly, was already level 12. Summoners, but they were notoriously slow to upgrade. The cooldown time was super long, and even if the summons were bullish, they couldn't upgrade quickly. But this guy was actually higher leveled than Song Wanru, who had awakened the elemental mage. How did this guy do it? And, the most exaggerated thing is, this Qin Yu is still the first place winner of the grand exam. A summoner actually pressed an S-ranked hidden profession for 1,000 points. The total score even reached a horrifying 2,000 points. 800 points higher than his score. I'm afraid no one would believe such a score. But it was clearly written on the scoreboard, even if it was outrageous, it must be true. Looking at the backs of the few people in front of him entering the guild hall, Lin Haoyu immediately shook his head and retrieved his thoughts. There must be some kind of misunderstanding in this. That guy, a summoner, still dressed in rags, how could he have taken so many points in the grand exam? The only possibility was that someone had helped. That girl called Song Wanru was most likely close to that Qin Yu. That's why she gave up a large number of points to this guy in the grand exam. And his super high level was probably brushed with Song Wanru's help. That would explain why this guy chose to give her a break? Thinking about everything, Lin Haoyu couldn't help but snort coldly. Unexpectedly, the grand exam that was originally used to screen top talents would now actually become so ridiculous. A jerk could actually get first place in the grand exam. Moreover, it was also possible to enter the Dragon Gilded Guild. Was that Jean Li a feeder? Even this kind of person can be wanted, really not afraid of others laughing at him? A guy like Qin Yu will be revealed when it comes to the initiation test. At that time, he didn't even need to do anything, this guy himself would definitely roll home in disgrace. At this time, inside the guild hall, there were already a gathering of the top talents selected from the 5 provinces and 15 cities in China. Every single one of them was someone who had excellent results in the grand examination. The Dragon's Bane Guild, with a total of 15 captains, selected talents on behalf of the 15 city chapters. And these talents were gathered together for re-ranking. Through the ranking, these talents were given relative rewards and materials, as well as corresponding cultivation routes. Although it was said that after entering the Dragon Bane Guild, one would be able to level the playing field. But who wouldn't want to get more resources and become stronger? And while it appeared to be ranking them, it was actually ranking these 15 captains as well. As long as the person they picked got a good ranking, then the corresponding captain would also receive a reward. And, the position would also become higher. The 15 captains in the Dragon Bard Guild were divided into the top 5 and the bottom 10. The top 5 were the mainstay of the Dragonblight Guild. They were also the only 5 captains with titles: Kirin, Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xianwu. If you can reach the top 5, you can walk horizontally in the Dragon's Bard Guild. Under one person, above 10,000. Besides the guild president, these 5 captains are the ones with the most power. These 5 positions will be replaced every year. However, Jean Li hadn't entered the top 5 for several years. It wasn't because his strength wasn't good. Rather, it was because in recent years, the level of students in Linghai City was just not good, far inferior to other cities. Therefore, Jean Li had always been very bitter. Looking at those who were not as good as him, yelling in front of him, he was filled with resentment. However, the rules were set by the president, and he had no right to change them. The only way to change the status quo was to find a seedling who could take the top few rankings. Song Wanru and Qin Yu were his treasures. Song Wanru, as an S-rank hidden profession elemental mage, has the advantage of profession, is considered to be the head gun. And Qin Yu is the bottom card, a different summoner with unlimited potential. It could be said that this was his most promising chance to sit in the top 5 chairs. Qin Yu and Song Wanru stood behind Jinli, looking at the others around them with eyes full of caution and curiosity. These people, although nominally, were all guild members. But right now, they were all competitors and enemies. But they didn't know each other, and they didn't know what the content of the assessment was exactly. Qin Yu was observing the people around him, but Song Wanru was observing Qin Yu. She wanted to thank Qin Yu for his help just now. Without Qin Yu, I'm afraid that this matter wouldn't have ended so easily. But she was torn at the same time. Although Qin Yu had helped her a lot, they were also competitors with each other. In order to take first place, she shouldn't be affected by these things. But then again, she felt that it was a bit unjustifiable. At this moment, a large screen slowly fell from the high platform in front of the guild hall, interrupting her thoughts. A snowflake flashed and disappeared, only to see a man wearing a dragon head mask suddenly appear in the screen. The moment the man appeared, the guild hall was instantly silent. Ladies and gentlemen of the heavens, welcome to the Dragon Bard Guild. I'm the president of the Dragon Bard Guild, Zhang Yinglong. The man smiled and said again after scanning everyone in the hall. But don't feel that you guys are absolutely safe now. The last team in the initiation test will be eliminated with all their members and lose the right to join the Dragon Bard Guild. So, everyone must work hard and get good grades in the assessment, oh? Subsequently, snowflakes once again drifted on the screen, and a few seconds later, the rules of the initiation test were revealed. The initiation test is divided into 2 parts. The first part is the individual battle. All members will fight 1v1 in the arena, and each winning game will accumulate 1 point. The second part is a team battle. Each squad will enter the same test copy for a speed race, and points will be awarded according to the rankings. The points from both parts will be added together to determine the final ranking. The rules were simple, but this caused the 15 captains present to freeze. It was because in the past, the membership assessment only had individual battles. This time, a team battle had been added, which clearly weakened the individual's strength respectively. If you got the first place in the individual battle, you would at most get 6 points. But if the team battle gets the first place, it is directly 15 points. Therefore, in order to get the first place in the total points, one must rank high in the team battle. 44. The first of the 5 provinces in the big test. You guys are open for business, aren't you? The moment he saw the rules of this examination, Jinli had a burst of despondency. Team battles tested the tacit understanding of cooperation between teammates. Generally speaking, a top team has to be 4 people. A main attacker, a secondary attacker, a support, and a meat shield. In this way, no matter whether it is damage or defense, or reply, it is very comprehensive. No matter if you threw away the secondary attacker, a 3-man squad would also make up for it. But there were only 2 people under him, and they were both primary attackers. With all the other teams being 3 people, his 2 people did not have any advantage at all. At this moment, an extremely discordant sound suddenly came from beside him, instantly causing him to frown. Old Jean, huh? Why did you only pick 2 people this year? Can it be that you've broken the mold and given up on the chance for promotion? Jinli glanced to his side. Over there stood a bald man with a scar on his face and a huge sword on his back. Just mind your own business, I don't need you to mind my business. Am I not concerned about you? The bald man scoffed and spoke. This test is a team battle, how are you going to fight us with 1 less person here? Look at my team, main attacker, secondary attacker, defense meat shield, it can be described as perfect, I simply don't know how to lose? Let's see, you'd better hurry up and give up the exam, lest you lose face and can't hold your head up again? Looking at the smug and arrogant smile on the bald guy's face, Jinli clenched his fists as if he was going to slam them up in the next second. This guy was called Shi Chang, and like him, he was a berserker. Both of them entered the Dragon Bard Guild at the same time, and also became the captain position at the same time. Shi Chang's strength was a bit weaker than his, but whenever he joined the guild, this guy could always press him head-on, and his ranking was always above his. Although it didn't reach the top 5 positions, it made him very unhappy. Because, this guy was always taunting himself with this. But he was unable to refute it. After all, the guy he picked had never been competitive. But suddenly, Qin Yu behind him suddenly spoke. I think it's better for you to hurry up and have those guys under you hurry up and abandon their exams, lest I come down too hard and cripple them all. Qin Yu's words caused Shi Chang to suddenly freeze. However, he didn't get angry, he just scanned Qin Yu once with interest, then slowly asked. Kid, what's your name? And what is your awakened profession? How dare you speak so loudly? Want to disable my people? Summoner. Qin Yu immediately spoke. Summoner? Shi Chang once again stared blankly before suddenly failing to hold back an explosive laugh. Ha ha ha. Old Jean, are you here to be funny? You recruited a summoner into the Dragon Bard Guild? Our Dragon Bard Guild has never had the existence of a profession like a summoner. After saying that, Shi Chang looked around with a shout. Did all the other captains hear that? Old Jean, he brought a summoner to the guild, this is really outrageous. His mom opened the door to outrageous to the core. Old Jean, if I say so, if you don't want to take the initiation test, just apply directly with the president, no one will look down on you, you're not going to pull a summoner to spam it, are you? Which one of the people present is not an S-rank profession? At the very least, they are a ranked, and there are countless hidden professions and rare professions. You found a summoner to take the test, aren't you afraid of slapping your own face? As soon as Shi Chang's words fell, a burst of giggles came from the hall. It did sound funny. For as long as the Dragon Bard Guild had been established, no one had ever brought back a summoner during the initiation test. After all, summoners were just too weak in the early stages and basically had no advantage against any profession. It was impossible to get a high ranking unless the other party let go of the water. Jean Li, on the other hand, had actually brought back a summoner. Finished? Jean Li fiercely glared at Shi Chang when he saw this, and then immediately opened his mouth. Qin Yu is no ordinary summoner, he... However, before he could finish, Shi Chang interrupted him again. What kind of ordinary or not ordinary is a summoner? You guys should stop trying to find a way out for yourself. But as an old friend, I won't laugh at you, after all, you've been like this for so many years. Shi Chang wanted to say something else, but at that moment, snowflakes flashed on the big screen once again. When the snowflakes cleared, a list of all the current new initiates information suddenly appeared on the screen. There were a total of 44 people, and their professions, ranks, and the number of points they had scored during the grand examination were all summarized together. Everyone's eyes were focused on the screen. However, in the next second, one of the captains let out an inexplicable scream, followed by a look of surprise and confusion on all the faces one after another. Only to see that the first place position was clearly the name of that Qin Yu. Riding high, surpassing the second place by more than 500 points. Leaderboards, first. Name, Qin Yu. Profession, Summoner. Level, 12. Exam points, 2000. The corners of Shi Chang's mouth that were still wide open instantly closed, no longer able to smile. After a few seconds of silence, he looked at the unassuming Qin Yu beside him in disbelief and yelled in confusion. How is this possible? How could a summoner get so many points? He wasn't the only one with this doubt, everyone else in the hall was extremely puzzled. Not only was this exaggerated amount of points, but his level was also the highest level 12 in the entire room. This was really puzzling. Summoners were notoriously slow to upgrade and had long cooldowns. Once the summoner died, the summoner became useless. This kind of profession, to be able to take 2000 points in the grand exam, was like a dream. However, it was clearly written on the list that it was impossible to make a mistake. Qin Yu was unperturbed and looked at the list on the screen and spoke disdainfully. Is 2000 points a lot? If it wasn't for someone messing up, I could have gotten 3000 points. You guys shouldn't be unable to do it, right? Put. Song Wanru behind her could not help but be amused by Qin Yu, this anti-mockery is really a bit level. Seeing Shi Chang being exasperated with a black line on his face, Qin Li's face was also much better, stepping forward and gently patting his shoulder, consoling him with a serious tone of voice. Hi. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Like I said, Qin Yu isn't some ordinary summoner, his strength is far more powerful than you guys can imagine. This is well shown by the data on that list. But you don't have to be afraid, there's no shame in losing to me. Qin Li laughed extremely happily, but at that moment, a light hum suddenly came from the other side. What's so great about having more points and a higher rank? That only means that all of your Linghai City's candidates aren't much of a level to allow a summoner to get so many points? But when it comes to this place, the strength and weakness will be known once you try. You, a summoner, can beat whoever we are present? 45. Must not be able to win PK, S rank. I also still second you. The one who spoke was Lin Haoyu. He stood on the other side of Qin Yu's team, his eyes contemptuous, as if in his eyes, Qin Yu was nothing. Which one of the people here is not a heavenly pride from various provinces and cities? You, a summoner, you'd better hurry up and give up the test yourself, otherwise, 1v1 duel, be careful of not dying or being disabled. Lin Haoyu was very confident. He had seen a lot of summoners, and their strength was just like that. If no one helped, how could he get so many points? It was estimated that in just one round, this guy would be eliminated. But at this time, Qin Yu was coldly replying back. Then do you want to try and fight me? Qin Yu's words caused a burst of laughter from the people around him. Especially the captain of Lin Haoyu's team, who was also the current owner of the Xianwu position, Tian Shiling. Kid, don't bet on it. Lin Haoyu's awakening is an S-rank hidden profession sanctuary knight. Although his attack power isn't high, his defense power is frighteningly high. Even if your summons were more powerful, they wouldn't be able to break his shield. Not to mention defeating him. Yes. Shi Chang, who was at the side, also laughed. A summoner still thinking of challenging an S-rank hidden profession, aren't you afraid that you'll have no shame after being knocked down? It doesn't matter if you lose your face, the main thing is to lose your captain's face? Don't you think so, Captain Jean? The corner of Jean Li's mouth twitched slightly, and just when he wanted to retort, he saw Qin Yu turn around and walk over to Lin Haoyu, asking with a smile. You wouldn't dare, would you? Everyone in the hall did not expect that Qin Yu would actually dare to be so rigid and take the initiative to challenge this Lin Haoyu, who was an S-rank hidden profession Templar Knight. Although Templar Knight as a defensive profession, the damage was not that high. However, as a noble light attribute damage, the Templar Knight can restore their own life value in defense. It could be said that it could both carry and nurse, making it almost the strongest defensive type profession in the S-rank professions. Generally speaking, defensive professions could be restrained with poison. But not the Templar Knight. The light attribute attack would also dispel its own debuffs while restoring its own life value and defense. Therefore, it could only be suppressed through bursts. But even assassins who focused on burst had no way to kill them in one hit. Unless it was a particularly high-level suppression. Or equipment crushing. But these two items Qin Yu did not have. It could be said that if the two really fought, Qin Yu would definitely lose. Lin Haoyu was also confused by the question, but after a few seconds, he sneered back. Ridiculous, would I be afraid of a summoner like you? Even if you ask that S-rank girl to fight me, I don't bring fear. Now we're going to the PK stage. If you have the guts, then come with me, or else you're out of the Dragon Bane Guild. Lin Haoyu quickly stepped out of the group, to which Xianwu Tian Shiling, who was the captain, didn't stop him. The 1v1 ring match was an old program for their Dragonblight Guild's initiation assessment. At first, it was also because some of the new members were not convinced by anyone, so it evolved into the current form. Through the ring match, rankings were made. Resolving conflicts would also make it easier to manage. Then Qin Yu chose to PK with Lin Haoyu in the first round, and the win would definitely be Lin Haoyu. This point could be said to be given to their team. He naturally wouldn't stand in the way. Qin Yu. But at this moment, Song Wanru pulled Qin Yu back and asked softly. Are you confident that you can defeat that guy? Otherwise, I'll go and fight him. Although you have many summons, I don't think you can break his defense. My attack frequency is high and I have a lot of skills, so there might be a chance that I can defeat him. Don't worry, I don't need to use my summons, I can take this guy down in seconds. Looking at Qin Yu's distant back, Song Wanru could not help but be a little puzzled. Although she knew that Qin Yu was indeed not some ordinary summoner. But the membership assessment was not a trivial matter. What's more, it was still a team competition. If Qin Yu ventured in like this, what if he missed out on first place? The crowd followed to the PK arena. It was a very large coliseum-like huge building with open space in the center and audience seats on both sides. The PK arena was surrounded by traces caused by attacks, and one look showed that this place had experienced many fierce battles. Xing Long, who do you think will win between the two of them? After taking his seat, a man with a full head of white hair looked at the one-eyed man beside him and asked with a smile. A matchup that is bound to be lost, I have little interest. The one-eyed man slowly closed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. Cut. What a bummer. Seeing this, the white-haired man turned his head again to look at the red-haired woman at the side with the same inquiry. Sister Vermilion Bird, what about you? Which one of them do you think will win? Me? The red-haired woman was lowering her head and messing with her nails when she heard the white-haired man's words, so she raised her head and glanced at the two men in the field. I'll go with that Chinu, he's better looking. Ah. How speechless. You two are so boring as hell. The 5 title captains sat in the first row. However, among them, only White Tiger Yu Fingxing and Xuanwu Tianshirling were interested in this PK game. It had been a long time since Dragon Bane Guild had had an interesting situation like this. Not only had it recruited in a summoner, and this summoner actually took the initiative to challenge an S-rank hidden professional. If he really let him win, it would definitely be the spectacle of the century. Jin Li sat behind Yu Fengxing, and it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous in his heart. Although he trusted Qin Yu's strength, he also knew the authenticity of his great exam results. But in this kind of 1v1 PK, Qin Yu did not have an advantage at all. As a summoner, although Qin Yu was able to manipulate a large number of bugs to attack, the damage dealt was sustained damage, and there was no way to deal with a meat shield like Lin Haoyu who could constantly recover his shield and blood. The end result could only be being rubbed on the ground. It's not too late for you to regret. In the field, Lin Haoyu looked at Qin Yu, who was not far in front of him, and raised his shield disdainfully. If you give up now, you'll just be laughed at. But if you persist, you are losing a point. This 1 point difference, do you know what it means? That's a lot of nonsense. Are you still fighting? Qin Yu twisted his wrist and urged in a deep voice. With this nagging time of yours, I've already played the second match. Big talker, I'd like to see, what strength does this guy of yours actually have? Lin Haoyu held up the huge shield in his hand and suddenly leapt, slamming it towards where Qin Yu was. However, Qin Yu was in a flash and quickly dodged the attack. Too slow. Triple shockwave. After standing still, Qin Yu raised his right hand, and a tricolored shockwave then violently rushed out, instantly passing through Lin Haoyu's body. 46. Terrifying burst damage. What about the strongest shield? The shockwave flashed with 3 variations of light, instantly causing the crowd in the audience to open their mouths wide in shock. Especially Shi Chang and Tianshirling, who directly stood up. Eyes wide open, they looked at the scene in front of them unbelievably while being puzzled. Wasn't this guy a summoner? How could he still hand-rub shockwaves? The two quickly looked at Jin Li, but realized that Jin Li was just as shocked as they were at this moment. He simply had no idea. How did Qin Yu do this? Could it be that this was his second skill after rising to level 10? Kind of interesting. At this moment, Xinglong Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, looked at Qin Yu and smiled slightly. This kid really isn't that simple. How could an ordinary summoner get first place in the grand examination? But this damage isn't nearly enough. Vermilion Bird Sume on the side smiled and ruffled the broken hair in front of her eyes, and her eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at Qin Yu. Unless, he can still hit the shockwave once. But that Lin Haoyu, he shouldn't give him another chance to hit it. The 10-second shockwave gradually dissipated. But Lin Haoyu didn't fall down, he was just half kneeling on his shield. His shield had cleared, and his blood was near the bottom, with only almost a few hundred blood left. This couldn't help but make him a little scared. But more than that, he was puzzled and shocked. Wasn't this Qin Yu a summoner? Why did he have other attack skills? And the damage of this skill was so high. He was now level 9 immediately 10 and had 2,000 points of blood, plus 3,000 points of the full resistance shield provided by his profession, totaling 5,000 points. But just one shockwave had directly chipped away 4,800 points of his shield and blood. Was this the kind of burst damage a summoner could inflict? One must know that he, as the strongest defense profession, had barely resisted the damage of that shockwave. Then if it was anyone else, wouldn't they be instantly killed in seconds? Admit defeat, you can't beat me. At this moment, Qin Yu, who was not far away, moved his arm away and slowly said. This time is to give you a lesson. In the future, remember to keep a low profile. The last person who was arrogant in front of me has now made his corpse impossible to find. Although this sounded so exaggerated, it was believable when Qin Yu said it. Still, Lin Haoyu braced himself and stood up, the smile on his face still disdainful. Making me admit defeat? What a joke! How could I possibly be defeated by a summoner? Seeing this, Qin Yu merely shook his head before raising his arm once again, aiming it in Lin Haoyu's direction. The light from the shockwave converged once again. But Lin Haoyu didn't intend to resist the damage of this thing any longer this time, and moved while charging towards Qin Yu. This was because he realized that although this shockwave had high damage, it also needed some time to build up its power. As long as he could dodge it, soon his own blood and shield would recover, and he would still win then. But suddenly, Qin Yu's other hand quickly lifted up and a spider web shot out violently, instantly sticking to his legs, causing him to instantly fall to the ground. Damn it! What is this again? Lin Haoyu struggled hard, but it was already too late. The shockwave had already shot towards him. It was over. He suddenly had some regrets. Why did he provoke this guy? Now not only was he going to lose the PK, but he was also going to lose his life. But he still didn't understand why a summoner would actually have such an exaggerated ability? Shouldn't he honestly attack with his summons and then hide behind it and shiver? Originally, he thought that Qin Yu, this guy, was able to get the first place in the grand exam because he was helped and got 2,000 points by a fluke. Now, it seems that he was the one who was short-sighted. But at this moment, a figure rushed down from the audience and instantly arrived in front of Lin Haoyu. Mongshan break. Tian Shirling fiercely threw out 2 punches, and a shield surrounded by air currents instantly appeared around him, blocking the shockwave. However, it could still be clearly felt that a few cracks appeared in that shield. We admit defeat. As the shockwave gradually dissipated, Tian Shirling immediately let out a loud shout, causing those present to instantly wake up. None of them had expected that this PK would end with Lin Haoyu conceding defeat. To be clear, none of them believed that Qin Yu could win in the beginning. After all, he was just a small summoner. How could this kind of profession beat an S-rank hidden profession? However, the truth was a hard slap in the face to them. Lin Haoyu was directly knocked down. Most importantly, that Qin Yu, as a summoner, didn't even use his summons? Your name is Qin Yu, isn't it? Tian Shirling asked softly as he passed by Qin Yu with Lin Haoyu in his arms. Are you really a summoner? A summoner, how come you don't have a summon object but instead use a skill that only mages can use? In the face of Tian Shirling's inquiry, Qin Yu merely hummed lightly before speaking. There's no need to be skeptical, I didn't use a summoning item just because I was afraid of beating this guy to death. My summons are far more powerful than that shockwave. Tian Shirling quietly looked at Qin Yu with a moment of dismay on his face. He had literally taken all the damage from that shockwave just now, and even the protective shield he had just used had barely resisted it. But this kid even said that his summon was even more powerful than the shockwave just now? This couldn't help but make him a little unsure whether he was telling the truth or a lie. After the PK ended, Qin Yu was also accrued a point. The big screen came to first place, and even Jin Li's team followed suit. This was a very good start. But even after Qin Yu returned to his seat, Jin Li and Song Wanru still didn't react to what had just happened. Especially Song Wanru. She prided herself on her high occupational skill burst, and even just now she had the audacity to PK with that Lin Haoyu on Qin Yu's behalf. But Qin Yu's 2 rounds of shockwaves directly rendered her speechless. Is this the kind of damage a B-ranked professional can do? It could directly bring that guy to the brink of death instantly. Qin Yu. Ha ha ha. I really wasn't wrong about you. However, before Song Wanru had the chance to inquire, Jin Li on the side hugged Qin Yu, his face overflowing with excitement. Afterward, he turned his head to Shi Chang, who had a dark face at the side, and asked triumphantly. See? What is the gold content of being number 1 in the Great Chinese Examination? At your level, you still have the nerve to evaluate our strength. And saying that we're sure to lose, why don't we just give up and leave? I see. The one who should leave is someone else? Captain Jean, it's not our team that's losing, don't think that you guys taking a point is that big of a deal, who's losing and who's winning is still not certain. Shi Chang snorted coldly before looking up at the big screen. He actually wasn't sure that his own people could beat that Qin Yu, but this human PK match, in itself, wasn't the focus of this membership assessment. The group match at the back was the most important thing. What could that Qin Yu be more powerful? Jin Li's team only has 2 people. He didn't believe that 2 people could still clear the level as fast as the 3 of them? 47, 1 point taken. The only sole remaining member of the 3rd squad. After the small interlude, the list and schedule for the individual PK tournament randomly appeared on the screen. The initiation test was a week long in total. The first 5 days were basically individual matches. On the first day, it was 44 into 22. The second day, 22 into 11. The third day, 11 into 6. The fourth day, 6 into 3. Day 5, 3 into 1. And on the sixth day, it's the team competition. On the seventh day, the assessment ended, and rewards and development opportunities were given out based on the rankings. Chinu had already finished the first day's individual competition, so all he needed to do was sit in the spectator's seat and enjoy other people's matches. He wasn't really interested though. As for tomorrow's match and who he was going to PK against, he didn't care at all either. Anyway, no matter who it was, there was only one result against him. That was to lose. But Wanru looked like she was very nervous and kept staring at the screen tightly. It wasn't until she saw the full match, and the opponent she was going up against, that the expression on her face couldn't help but become even more flustered. Chinu had taken a point for her team, but she was so unfortunate to run into an occupation that most restrained her. Ninja? This occupation is a bit rare, huh? Jinli also frowned, and after seeing Wanru's opponent, he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. The ninja profession was rather special, as an S-rank profession, although it wasn't as rare as the hidden profession. However, it was one of the top few existences among the assassin-type professions. The burst damage of this profession was particularly high. Moreover, it came without a shadow and went without a trace, and its initial skills were also very numerous, while Wanru was a mage, and what she was most afraid of was assassin-type professions like these. When the two went up against each other, with the same level, it was almost impossible for Wanru to win. However, with Qin Yu's previous experience, Jinli wasn't that worried and patted Wanru's shoulder, softly saying, "Don't worry, those guys aren't as powerful as imagined. Put your mind at ease, you're a hidden profession, there's still a chance to break the profession suppression." Wanru nodded, but her face was still tense. She even stumbled as she walked towards the PK arena. Qin Yu watched from the side, then shook his head. "There's no need to look, this PK game, Wanru can't win." It hasn't even been compared yet, how do you know the result? If a person loses her confidence and fighting spirit, then even if she's more powerful, there's no way she'll win. Even she herself doesn't think she will win, so how else can she win? Qin Yu's words caused the few people in the front row to be stunned. To be able to say such words meant that he was confident enough in his own strength. From there, he felt that no matter who he faced, he would win. But at this point, everyone did not dare to belittle this so-called summoner anymore. This kid was definitely not that simple. Wanru lost without exception. This was actually expected by the crowd. One had to be experienced enough to resolve the restraints in their profession. But they were all fresh graduates, so how could they have that much experience in sparring? And this also made it so that their third squad, on the first day, actually only scored 1 point and stayed in 10th place. The small number of people still didn't have much of an advantage. After losing the PK, Wanru went back to her bedroom alone. Chinu, on the other hand, was planning to go around the guild. After all, in the future, he would have to come here often to receive quests and do quests, so there was no harm in familiarizing himself with the environment. There were a total of 4 important buildings in the Longyin Guild. The first one was the guild building where they gathered at the beginning. There were 3 floors in the building, divided into 3 different levels of guild quests, where guild members could receive guild quests and complete them to obtain rewards. For each higher level, the level of the quest would be 1 level higher, and the difficulty would also be higher. However, members like them who were new to the guild could basically only pick up quests on the first level, and the second and third levels could not go up at all. In addition to the guild building, the other 3 buildings were the guild store, the guild training ground and the secret realm teleportation house. The guild store is very easy to understand, there are many rare materials inside, the kind that can't be bought in the city store. Like high-level advancement stones, rare equipment, all of them might be available. Only, you have to trade for guild points. By completing guild quests, you can earn guild points, which can be exchanged for rare materials and equipment. The guild training ground, on the other hand, was specially used for them, the newly joined members, to practice their skills, as well as their battle techniques. Here, one could battle any level of monster that had ever appeared on the blue planet and not worry about dying. Because of the holograms used in the training grounds, once a fatal injury was sustained, the hologram would disappear, thus ending the training. The secret realm teleportation house is very easy to understand. It was exclusive to the guild, the only entrance to the secret realm. However, one must have the corresponding key to do so. Every month, the guild would basically take some new members to explore the secret realm, but it was basically some of the more top-notch members. In other words, it was the top 5 in the assessment that had the probability of going to the secret realm once a month. After all, the monsters in the secret realm were all of a very high level, and without some strength you really wouldn't be able to come back alive. Qin Yu went to the guild store, intending to see if there was any exclusive equipment in there. Luckily, there is one in the store. Equipment name, Helmet of Recovery. Recovery Master's exclusive equipment. Equipment quality, gold. Equipment level, level 1. Equipment effect, recovers 1% of one's own blood and blue per second, and doubles when attacked. This equipment simply fit him perfectly. Although he had no cooldown on his skills and a lot of blue, there was always a moment when he ran out. If he had this equipment, then he would no longer have to worry about his lack of blue. The level 1 Helm of Recovery could restore 1% of his blood and blue every second. Then if it was raised to the full level of 100, then it would be able to recover 10% of its blood and blue per second. This exaggerated recovery speed. In just 10 seconds, he would be able to get his blood and blue levels back to full. But with this equipment, one would have to use 20,000 guild points to do so. According to his understanding, those quests on the first floor of the guild building could take almost anywhere from 10-20 points for each one completed. In other words, if he wanted to save up enough points to buy the Helmet of Recovery, he would have to do at least 1,000-2,000 quests. How long would this take? By the time he saved up enough points, this equipment would probably have been bought by someone else as well. Therefore, he had to find a way to get up to the second and third floors. Qin Yu stood at the entrance of the guild store and already had a preliminary plan in his mind. But suddenly, a girl stopped in front of him, squirming and carrying her hands behind her back as she shyly opened her mouth. Your fellow student Qin Yu, right? I saw your PK with Lin Haoyu, it was really awesome. Can I ask you to help me train my actual combat skills? If it's possible, I can promise you anything. 48, ask me to let go of the water? What I don't believe in the most is a woman's mouth. Undeniably, what was in front of him was a beautiful woman. Snow-white soft skin, silky hair, palm-sized small face, willow-curved eyebrows, watery eyes, curved small nose under a pair of red lips, can be said to be completely a beauty billet. Gorgeous and seductive. However, compared to Song Wanru, it was still a bit worse. Beauty, if I'm not mistaken, we should still be opponents now, right? To ask for advice from your rival at this time, are you afraid that your brain is not broken? I don't see you as a rival. The woman laughed slightly at the sight. With the strength you showed today, you'll definitely be able to take first place in the individual battle. I'm just in a ranked auxiliary type profession, I can't beat you anymore. I just want to let you help guide me a bit, see if you can let me earn one more point for the team? Looking at the pitiful look on the woman's face, Qin Yu was only silent for a few seconds, then suddenly turned around with a light laugh and left. Woman, don't lie in front of me, I can tell. Especially, a woman like you who likes to act pitiful to gain a man's sympathy. The woman instantly froze in place, looking at Qin Yu's back as he left, still wondering which of her words had been wrong to make this guy see the cracks. At this moment, Sume slowly walked from the shadows aside to the woman's side and asked softly. What? What did that guy say? He doesn't believe me. The woman looked at Sume with some remorse and slowly spoke. This guy is also too vigilant. A guy that is so wary of a beautiful woman would only have one reason. Sume's extremely beautiful face couldn't help but spill out a smirk. That is, he was once betrayed by a woman. What about that? Our group can all be girls. The woman immediately panicked at the sight and inquired. We're going to run into him tomorrow, if we can't do something ahead of time, then won't we definitely lose? No need to panic. Sume smiled and shook her head. It's not like doing tricks is the only way to win a PK. That kid left a backhand, but we also have a backhand. Who wins and who loses, that's not certain. Early the next morning, the crowd returned to the PK arena. As soon as Qin Yu took his seat, he felt the gazes of many gazes around him. It was as if everyone, on purpose, was observing himself. In fact, he had already expected it. His own play yesterday was enough to shock them. A summoner, instead of utilizing a summon to attack, hand-rubbed shockwaves. This had never been done before in the thousands of years of Chinese history. However, none of this mattered to him. What mattered was to take first place, and that was enough. However, looking at the empty Song Wanru's seat beside him, Qin Yu still sighed. This woman was very strong, and to be eliminated so early, she must not feel good in her heart. Plus, there was the threat of Song Wei Min. The pressure in her heart was far more than imagined. Right at this moment, a silhouette came from not far away and slowly sat beside Chinu. Feeling a strong fragrance of roses, Chinu originally thought that it was Song Wanru who had come and slowly turned his head. But instead, he realized that it was actually Sumei. "Little handsome, how are you?" Introducing myself, I am the current Vermilion Bird Captain Sumei. Sumei's jade hand gently lifted, 5 fingers standing lushly, stopping in front of Chinu. Chinu froze for a few seconds before he shook his hand. "Captain Vermilion Bird, what do you seek from me?" "I'm very optimistic about your strength. You'll be PKNG with the girl on my team in this one, and we'll definitely lose. So, I hope you can refrain from laying down a deadly hand." "That's natural." Qin Yu nodded. "PK matches are on point, only that kind of villain I won't show any mercy." "Ha ha. I'm relieved with your words." Sumei smiled sweetly, driving the long hair on her shoulders to shake slightly, each stroke tugging at Qin Yu's heartstrings. "Little handsome, I'll see you later then?" Following Sumei's distant figure, he saw 3 women, each of them unrivaled in beauty. And one of them was the woman who came to seek his help last night. Although he didn't know what they had in mind, the only thing he could be sure of was, since it was a competition, then they would not easily admit defeat. Then there was only one purpose for them to come to him 3 times. They wanted to make him let down his guard in this way. From there, they could win themselves by some means. But he won't fall for it. You want him to let go, right? Then he would do as they wished. The second day of the individual battle PK tournament officially began. Yesterday, half of the people were eliminated, and today, the number of people will be reduced from 22 to 11, and one person will have to take a turn in the next round, which will add 1 point directly. Chinu was ranked in the last group, and a woman named Zhang Meiyu from Sumei's squad PK. He didn't have much of an impression of this woman, after all, he didn't look closely at yesterday's PK. However, Jinli did immediately give him a precautionary shot. This Zhang Meiyu was the first in the great exam of Samuelia City in the southern province, an S-ranked divine archer. This profession was a little special. Unlike ordinary archers and gunners, she could use any long-range weapon as long as it was a long-range weapon. It was equivalent to weapon specialization. Any long-range weapon in her hands would boost her attributes by double and have a one-hit kill effect. Once she found an opportunity to deal lethal damage, then it would be instant death. As long as the blood level was below 50% or less, the lethal damage effect would be triggered. In other words, as long as one is up against the Zhang Meifu, the blood level will be directly halved. At Qin Yu's current level, his blood level was at most 1500, plus his defense, at most 2000. Having it would mean 1000 blood. With this amount of blood, it was basically just a matter of a few arrows, or a few shots. Therefore, in order to deal with this kind of opponent, if she can't be resolved as soon as possible, then the one who will be resolved will be Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu was still calm, leaning back in his chair and resting his eyes. One strike to kill? Fatal damage? Blood cut in half? So what? His current blood quantity was already 4,200 points. Half and half was also 2,100, enough to deal with that woman. And most importantly, he wasn't afraid to die. As long as there was a summon beside him, he would be able to resist fatal damage all the time. But the other party wanted a lot more. Once Sumei took her seat, she immediately looked at Zhang Meiyu beside her, and that smiling face instantly became gloomy. Remember what I told you? Remembered. Zhang Meiyu nodded. Do whatever it takes to achieve your goal? Even if it takes that guy's life, you have to take this score. Upon hearing the satisfactory answer, Sumei's face then returned to its usual smile. After so many years in the Dragon Bard Guild, the most important point she had learned was to do whatever it took. This was the only way to keep her position. At this moment, she turned her head slightly to glance in the direction where Qin Yu was and let out a cold smile. She didn't care what this kid was capable of. If he was obedient, then it was fine. If he doesn't listen, it would not be her fault if he lost his life. 49. Fighting with a summon is the greatest respect you can have. The 11th round of PK matches begins. Team 3 Qin Yu PK Team Vermilion Bird Zhang Meiyu. The moment he heard the announcement, Qin Yu stretched and slowly stood up. Jinli, who was beside him, also hurriedly stood up when he saw this and said worriedly, "Be sure to be careful. Sumei that is the best at making underhanded moves. Once you realize something is wrong, immediately surrender. Points can be avoided, but lives must be preserved. Don't worry Captain Jean, no one can kill me. Qin Yu opened his mouth in a cloudy manner and entered the venue without the slightest care. And a few seconds after he entered the venue, Wanru came to the audience and sat down. Her eyes were red and her face was haggard, looking like she hadn't slept all night. It was obvious that she was blaming herself for her failure yesterday. However, she suddenly figured out one thing. This was a team match after all. Individual battles were only a part of it, and an individual loss was not enough to make a team match fail. Although she had lost, Qin Yu had not yet lost. Therefore, she shouldn't be so disheveled. At the very least, she couldn't let her teammate carry that much pressure alone. Captain Jean. Qin Yu, is he on? Just got on. Jean Li turned his head to look at the belatedly arriving Wanru and immediately spoke. It feels like you're not in very good shape. Do you want to go back and rest again? I'm already fine. Wanru shook her head, her reddened eyes gradually firming up. Although I've lost, the team hasn't lost yet. Qin Yu, a summoner, didn't even give up lightly. How can I, as an S-rank hidden profession, fall before him? It's best if you can think outside the box. Jean Li said while looking at the situation in the field. The points that can be gained from individual battles are actually very few. What matters is the team battles. Your task right now should be to prepare for the team battle instead of wallowing in the pain of defeat. If Qin Yu can get a few more points, and you guys get another good result in the team battle, then we'll hopefully be in the top 5 this year. My goal is to be first in the examination. Jean Li was stunned, and when he heard Wanru's words, he couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his mouth. It's good to have a goal. I also hope that you guys can get first place, then I'll follow suit. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't envious. After working in the Dragon Bard Guild for more than a decade, why wouldn't he want to feel that Qilin title? But ever since he came here, the person in the unicorn position hadn't moved. That guy, but he was second only to the guild leader. Not only that, but the seedlings under him were also the most powerful. When it came to the entrance examination, he was able to take first place every year. Therefore, Jean Li didn't have much to look forward to. As long as he could make it into the top 5, it would be fine. After all, there were only 2 people under him, Qin Yu and Wanru, who could take more than 2 points in individual battles. If he could get 7 or 8 points in the team battle, with a total of 10 points or more, the top 5 should be about right. Then Shi Chang hasn't scored a single point yet, and has already been eliminated by 2 people, so this personal battle is probably a waste. This way, no surprise, his ranking must be higher than his. Let him always in front of him to show off, this time he must be all back. At this time, Wanru poked her head out to look at the center of the field and asked softly. I heard that Qin Yu's opponent this time is a girl? How is her strength? Is there any certainty that she can win? I can only say half and half. Jean Li instantly withdrew his thoughts and spoke in a deep voice. That Zhang Meiyu is also an S rank and is using a long-range weapon. Although Qin Yu's shockwave from the last fight was very powerful, it's relatively bulky, and when fighting with that Zheng Meifu, we'll have to see if that side is more capable of finding opportunities. Moreover, that Su Mei woman, maybe she's taught her men some dirty tricks again? Anyway, keep a close eye on them, I always have a bad feeling. A few minutes later, Qin Yu leisurely walked to the center of the field, in stark contrast to Zheng Meiyu, who was heavily armed on the opposite side. Divine Archer could use any long-range weapon, so Zhang Meiyu's body was almost full of guns and ammunition, and she also had a compound bow on her back. Looking at such a relaxed Qin Yu, Zheng Meiyu's face immediately revealed a hint of anger, quickly pulling out a submachine gun and aiming it at Qin Yu. Disrespecting me so much, could it be that you think you will definitely win? I just didn't think I would lose. Qin Yu slowly raised his right hand and 2 worms and 2 iron beetles appeared around him. This time, I'll use my summons to fight you, that's how I'll honor you. The sudden appearance of the worm creatures caused the people in the audience to light up. This was the first time they had seen Qin use summons. Originally, they thought that since that shockwave was so bullish before, his summons shouldn't be too weak either. Unexpectedly, it was actually such a few trashy insects. Instead of fighting with this kind of summon, it would have been better to use the shockwave that was used before. What kind of respect is this? This was clearly pure contempt. The corners of Zheng Meifu's mouth continued to twitch. This guy hadn't taken himself too seriously? She was at least an S-rank profession. And she was no worse than that Lin Haoyu. But this Qin Yu didn't use that shockwave against himself, but instead used these weak worms against her. Those 2 worms didn't seem to have any offensive power at all, and those 2 iron beetles were even worse, serving no purpose other than to take a beating. This guy wanted to use these 4 summons to take her down? Does he really think she's a parasite? Zhang Meiyu quickly aimed at one of the iron beetles and pulled the trigger. A bullet hit instantly knocking out a third of its blood. Humph. Sure enough, it's just like I guessed. I thought how powerful these bugs could be. Now it seems to be nothing more than that. Facing Zhang Meifu's provocation, Qin Yu was unimpressed. It only commanded these 4 insect creatures to surround towards her. And seeing this, Zhang Meiyu also dropped the guard in her heart. Originally, she had thought how strong this guy could be. After all, the image of those 2 shockwaves almost seconding people yesterday was still fresh in her mind. But if it was such a few bugs, what did she have to fear? A few more rounds were fired, accurately hitting the 2 iron beetles that rushed ahead, instantly finishing them off. Ha! Seeing this scene, Zhang Meiyu couldn't help but let out a cold snort. What different summoner! It was actually just average. Captain Sume had even specifically instructed her to be careful at all times, and that she could use her secret weapon and lay her hands on them when necessary. But now it seemed completely unnecessary. Since he looked down on himself so much and didn't use that shockwave, choosing to cope with this weak to explosive summon. Then she would let this guy pay the price. But suddenly, she didn't feel quite right. 2 more worms and 2 more iron beetles had suddenly appeared beside Qin Yu. However, this was harmless. A burst of gunfire came out, once again finishing off all the worm monsters. She was just about to tackle Qin Yu when she saw 4 more worms charging towards her. 50. Endless swarm, you think you can kill me? What's the situation? Zhang Meifu froze for a moment, finally noticing that something was wrong. Why was this guy's summoning speed so fast? She had just finished off 4 bug monsters, and suddenly 4 more came out. Could it be that he didn't have a skill cooldown? But how could that be possible? Summoners were known to be the profession with the highest cooldown. This was also the reason why it, too, was criticized by everyone. To summon once, it must take at least 10 minutes. Even if he was summoning these extremely weak bug monsters, that cooldown wouldn't be too short. How could the next wave of summons be summoned in a few seconds? It must be an illusion, right? Zhang Meifu shook his head and quickly dismissed the thought. Even if he was wearing all the cooldown reduction equipment, there was no way it could be that fast. At that moment, the 4 bugs had already rushed to her. Zhang Meiyu immediately reacted, flipping to the side while holding her gun with both hands, subconsciously emptying her clip and once again instantly resolving them. She had just stood still, before she could catch her breath. She then saw a new 4 insectoid monsters rushing over. This time, the suspicion she had just had instantly turned into a fact. It was not an illusion. Qin Yu had summoned a new wave of summons within seconds. This caused Zhang Meifu to instantly freeze in place. The people in the audience were also stunned once again to the point where their eyes glazed over and they couldn't speak. Only Jin Li, with a bemused face, looked at the center of the field as if this was all perfectly normal. What is this? Compared to Qin Yu's performance in the grand examination, this could only be considered the tip of the iceberg now. That mountainous swarm of insects, he would never forget it in his life. But he was still a little puzzled. Why did Qin Yu have to use this method to PK with that Zhang Meifu? It was obviously safer and quicker to use that shockwave. But he preferred to use a summon. Was it really to taunt the opposite side? At this moment, those 4 newly summoned bugs had already surrounded Zhang Meiyu once again. She snapped back to her senses and immediately raised the gun in her hand in preparation to shoot. However, she realized that there were no bullets left. Looking at the 2 worms that rushed over, she immediately threw the submachine gun in her hand and smashed them away, before picking up another submachine gun and sweeping it up erratically. But taking out 4 and 4 more, 4 and 4 more. Qin Yu's summons seemed endless. This could not help but make Zhang Meiyu fall into despair. At this rate, not only would she not be able to resolve Qin Yu, she wouldn't even be able to end the PK. But what was the purpose of this? Was it merely to humiliate her? Thinking of this, a flash of anger flashed across Zhang Meiyu's eyes. The hand that was tightly gripping the handle of the gun was also squeezing white. Qin Yu always stood in place, leisurely looking at Zhang Meiyu, who was constantly fighting with the insect summons not far away, his face as calm as water. His purpose was simple. This time, his opponent was a woman, and also a long-range attack-type profession, with an inevitably low blood count. Therefore, he couldn't use the same method he used to deal with Lin Haoyu to deal with her. In case he missed and killed her, then he couldn't afford the responsibility. And after a cursory observation, he realized. Although Zhang Meiyu had a lot of weapons on her, she didn't have that much ammunition. As long as she consumed all of her ammunition, she, who had lost her means of attack, would naturally give up PK and surrender and admit defeat. Although it would take longer, it was the safest way. Soon, the PK arena was littered with the corpses of those worms and iron beetles, and there were also bullet casings and bow and arrows everywhere. Along with the last arrow shot, Zhang Meifu completely lost her resistance. This long tug of war also finally came to an end. You lost. Qin Yu slowly walked in front of Zhang Meiyu and said softly. I didn't lose. Zhang Meiyu shouted excitedly. I haven't collapsed yet, how can you say that I've lost? But you have no way to attack anymore, is it hard to believe that you want to fight me with your fists? Zhang Meiyu was dumbfounded. As if she had lost all her strength, she sat down on the ground. Seeing this, Qin Yu immediately extended his hand with the intention of helping her up. But in the next second, Zhang Meiyu suddenly rolled up her sleeve and a sleeve arrow was instantly revealed. Swoosh swoosh. 5 arrows shot out swiftly, all of them accurately sticking at Qin Yu's chest. Who said I lost? I'm the final winner. This scene immediately stunned the people in the audience. None of them had expected that Zhang Meiyu had actually left a backhand, hiding that sleeve arrow so deeply. The most important thing was, the damage caused by the sleeve arrow at close range was also very high. With 5 arrows, it could at least deal 3,000 points of damage. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Meiyu had the ability to decimate enemies below 50% blood, this Qin Yu was afraid that he had already cooled off. Sume could not help but reveal a light smile at this moment. She admitted that Qin Yu had some strength, and if they fought hard, Zhang Meiyu really wouldn't be able to win. But that didn't mean that they would give this point away with their hands. In order to achieve their goal, they would do whatever it takes. It was normal for casualties to occur in PK matches. As long as it was within reason, it could be explained away. One could only say that Qin Yu was too unlucky to have met her people. Qin Yu. Seeing this, Jin Li immediately jumped down from the audience and arrived behind Qin Yu in a few steps. He had already guessed that guy Su Mei would possibly use a dirty trick, but he did not expect that it would actually be this kind of killing trick. Qin Yu had almost no chance of surviving. But suddenly, Qin Yu violently raised one of his hands and tightly pinched Zhang Meiyu's neck, lifting her entire body up. Woman, it's obvious that it's fine to admit defeat obediently, but you have to seek death, then don't blame me. Qin Yu pinched Zhang Meiyu with one hand and then aimed at her head by converging the shockwave with one hand. Seeing the shockwave that was close at hand, Zhang Meiyu was so scared that she instantly shed 2 lines of hot tears, and her body was instantly wet, so she hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I didn't do it on purpose. However, Qin Yu's face was cold and indifferent, and he clearly had no intention of letting her go. He would never be merciful to such a fellow who wanted to kill him. But at this moment, a fire cloud descended from the sky and instantly landed in the center of the two, forcing Qin Yu to quickly release his hand. Only to see that Su Mei had changed into a red tuxedo at some point and appeared beside Zhang Meiyu, her brows filled with anger. With that, she waved her arms and 2 beams of fire rushed towards Qin Yu again. Qin Yu was not afraid and was just about to make his move when he saw Jin Li blocking in front of him, dispersing all those 2 fire beams with just one punch. Captain Vermilion Bird, you're breaking the rules of the assessment a bit, aren't you? The examination is not yet over, is it possible that you want to interfere with the results? I'm just eager to protect people. The clothes on Sumei's body gradually returned to their usual state, and she said with a faint smile. Seeing one of your own being killed right away, anyone can't help but want to strike, right? What a protective heart, and what a way to not be able to resist wanting to strike. Without waiting for Jin Li to speak, Qin Yu clapped his hands and stepped aside, revealing the same smile. Then, according to what you said, when I was attacked to death by her sneak attack, wouldn't Captain Jin also be able to step in and help me kill her? 51. Bully too much, then there is no need for me to be merciful anymore. Qin Yu's rhetorical question immediately left Su Mei speechless. But after a few seconds, she then smiled and spoke again. Student Qin Yu, but aren't you not dead? Since you're not dead, doesn't that mean we can't talk about things like protection and making a move? The 2 parties each had their own words, and there was a silence. The audience was also silent. This was the first time they had seen this situation. Including being every captain, too. What is this? The test hadn't even ended, and no one had yet admitted defeat before it was interrupted in the middle. Who's going to count this as a win? Jin Lee quietly looked at Su Mei and then at Zhang Meiyu, who she was supporting, and said without the slightest hesitation. Since this is a misunderstanding, let's end it here. Your people lost, we. However, before Jin Lee could finish, Su Mei smiled and ruffled her hair as she slowly spoke. That's not necessarily true, is it? But my people haven't conceded defeat yet, just like you said, the test isn't over yet. How can you say we've lost? Your people don't even have weapons anymore, how else are they going to win? Hearing Su Mei's words, Jin Lee couldn't help but frown. Who said that without weapons, we have to be judged as losers? There has never been such a rule for the initiation test. Su Mei immediately snorted coldly, then shook her head and said. I admit that I interrupted the test first. But I did it as a last resort in order to protect the lives of the guild members. So, what exactly are you trying to say? Jin Lee immediately spoke up and interrupted her. Since the test is not over yet, then of course the test will continue. Su Mei slowly pulled out a pistol from her back and placed it in Zhang Meiyu's hand. Continue the examination? Jin Lee saw this and quickly retorted. Qin Yu was just seriously injured by you guys, and you want to continue the examination now? The assessment hasn't ended, so naturally it won't restart. Captain Jin, as an old man of the guild, you should understand this point, right? Su Mei carried her hands behind her back, quietly looking at Jin Lee and Qin Yu next to her, her tone full of disdain. Besides, I didn't force Qin Yu to continue the test. If you don't want to continue, isn't it better to give up? Upon hearing this, Jin Lee's face instantly sank into silence. It was true that such a situation had not occurred in the guild. After interrupting the assessment, it was actually right that it should continue. But Qin Yu had just been hit by 5 arrows, and although he didn't die, he was certainly almost on the verge of death. At a time like this, allowing them to continue the examination, wasn't this a clear case of bullying? Obviously, they had such a good chance to win the PK in the beginning, but now the situation was instantly reversed by this woman. Admitting defeat but not willing. But right at this moment, Qin Yu's voice came from the side again. Okay, I agree to continue. However, this time, you shouldn't interrupt our PK, right? Su Mei suddenly froze. She did not expect Qin Yu to actually dare to agree to continue. After all, in the beginning, she didn't even think that Qin Yu could survive. The damage that could be dealt by those 5 sleeve arrows already far exceeded the amount of blood possessed by a summoner of the same rank. However, even if he didn't die, his blood quantity must be extremely low. After summoning so many bugs, his blue level must have been depleted as well. In this situation, for this kid to still dare to continue, one could only say that he didn't want to die. Naturally, I won't interrupt you again. Su Mei replied with a smile. However, if you don't have time to surrender and die here, don't blame me for not reminding you. Qin Yu. Are you crazy? Saving your life is important. Can you continue in your current state? Jin Lee hurriedly pulled Qin Yu back, not wanting him to continue risking his life. However, Qin Yu spoke with a calm face. Don't worry, Captain Jin, that woman can't kill me. This point, what's mine is mine after all. In response, Su Mei just snorted coldly and turned to Zhang Meifu's ear, saying, That kid must be dying already, kill him directly, don't give him a chance to catch his breath. This point, you must take it for me. Jin Lee and Su Mei both returned to the audience. Jin Lee was extremely worried and uneasy. However, Su Mei was very calm. Although she didn't know why Qin Yu wasn't directly taken out by those 5 sleeve arrows, at the very least, the result was still the same. This kid's plan should have been to drag Zhang Meiyu's ammunition out of existence, thus forcing her to give up PK and admit defeat to take the points. But he didn't realize that he had allowed Zhang Meiyu to secretly keep a hand. With no blood and no blue. There was no way Qin Yu would win. Captain Jin, these girls are obviously bullies, why don't you persuade Qin Yu to surrender and bring him back? At this rate, Qin Yu will die. Seeing Jin Lee return, Song Wanru immediately asked excitedly. Why wouldn't I want him to give up? But in the PK arena, we have no right to interfere with a player's thoughts. Jin Lee looked helplessly at the center of the field and sighed. Now we can only pray that Qin Yu will be able to perform a miracle. If he dies, then we basically have no chance with the top 5 this year. Song Wanru's heart instantly cooled halfway when she heard this. On the one hand, it was because of the loss of hope of taking first place. On the other hand, it was because she could only watch Qin Yu go to his death. Whether it was as a teammate or as a former classmate, she did not want Qin Yu to die here. But she couldn't do anything right now, she could only stay here in the audience and pray silently. Chinu, you must not die. Song Wanru immediately looked towards the center of the field, clenching her hands and could not help but murmur under her breath. How could someone who could win over her easily die here? Even if he was to die, he would have to die in her hands. In the center of the field, Zheng Meiyu looked at Qin, who was not far away with a calm face, and could not help but be a little puzzled. This guy actually dared to continue PK? Although she had almost been counter-killed just now, the situation was now completely reversed. She, who had regained her weapon, dealt with Qin, who was already empty of blood and blue, and she couldn't think of a reason why she would still lose. Thinking of this, she opened her mouth in Qin Yu's direction and shouted. Qin, I advise you to hurry up and surrender. Lest danger arises in a moment, I won't show any mercy. Seeing that Qin Yu did not reply, she did not speak any more nonsense and instantly raised her pistol. However, in the next second, Qin Yu disappeared in place. A spider web then violently appeared and instantly covered her. No matter how much she struggled, it was to no avail. At this moment, 2 wind blades rushed out, instantly cutting off both of her arms. It also completely cut off the possibility of her resisting. That sentence just now, I'm going to return it to you. Qin Yu slowly appeared beside Zhang Meifu, and hundreds of worms instantly emerged around her to surround her. I've already given you the opportunity to surrender, but you didn't cherish it. Instead, you've even gotten murderous towards me. It's impossible for me to continue keeping people like you. Without any hesitation, the moment Qin Yu spoke, dozens of hundreds of worms came forward, completely drowning Zhang Meifu in the blink of an eye. After a few seconds, she became a white bone. 52. Provoking the 5 captains, the first place in the examination can only be mine. This terrifying scene startled everyone. Almost everyone instantly stood up. Especially the 15 captains sitting at the front, while their eyes were stunned, they couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. That sudden appearance of hundreds of worms, spread across the entire field, was simply too impactful and oppressive. So much so that they didn't even have time to react, and that Zhang Meifu instantly became a white bone. The smile on Su Mei's face immediately disappeared. It was replaced with a full of anger and incomprehension. She did not understand. Qin Yu clearly should have been empty of blood and blue. How could he still use a summoning technique? Moreover, he was also able to summon such a large number of insect creatures in a single moment? Even if we don't consider the issue of his own blue level. To be able to summon such a huge number of insect swarms, was this something that only a level 10 summoner could do? This kid really won't let me down. Jin Li instantly roared in a deep voice of excitement. This kind of scene was just like the time in the grand examination. Now he realized why Qin Yu was so sure that he would win just now. And, knowing that that woman could not kill herself at all. However, he also didn't expect that Qin Yu would actually be able to break out with this kind of strength even after resisting 5 arrows against his face. Obviously, just now, he had already summoned nearly 200 worms. Now, he has summoned almost 300 at once. This kid, I'm afraid that his strength is far stronger than what he had imagined. This kid definitely cheated. How could it be so exaggerated? Sumei looked hysterically at the few people beside her, unwilling to believe the results she saw. But no one answered from the 4 people beside her. In a personal battle PK, there was no such thing as cheating. It could only be said that they had completely misjudged Qin Yu's strength. The gold content of the first place in this 5 provinces grand examination might not be empty words. Seeing that no one responded, Sumei angrily dyed red all over her body once again. What she had awakened was the A-rank occupation Flame Warlock. One could control the fire attribute element at will to strengthen themselves and attack their enemies. It was the top tier of the A-ranked combat profession. Once Zhang Meiyu died, it basically meant that her squad had no chance with the top 5. How could she accept this? For so many years, she had reigned unchanged as the vermilion bird. Now, because of this kid Qin Yu, he was about to make her fall from her high position. He must, today, die. But the moment she wanted to rush down, a bellowing voice rang out from the side. Vermilion bird, sit down. Sumei was instantly stunned, and her body quickly stopped. Shilin. She slowly turned around, and saw that sitting in the main seat in the center, a man wearing a Kirin mask looking up at himself. Kirin was the highest profession amongst the 15 captains of the Dragon's Bane Guild. It could be said that he was truly under one person and above 10,000 people. Other than the guild leader, he was the existence with the most power of speech in the entire Dragon's Bane Guild. At the same time, he was also the strongest and most mysterious person in Dragon's Bard Guild, except for the president. No one has ever seen his true face, just like the president. And no one knew his name. Karen. Sume forced herself to hold back the anger in her heart and turned around. That kid openly killed a guild member. According to the rules, shouldn't we put him on the spot? Don't stop me, I'm going to burn that guy to ashes here. Zhu Yao. Sit down. As soon as the words fell, the Qilin let out another rebuke, causing all the people around them to have a heart palpitation and chills. Sume was even directly weak in the legs and had no choice but to sit down. Don't forget your identity, we can't interfere with the examination process. You've already interrupted once, if you do it again, beware of losing your position as captain. The Qilin's slow chant instantly made Sume's heart feel like death. In that case, it would be a tacit admission that her team, Zhang Meiyu, had failed. She was also completely out of luck with the top 5 position as a result. The 11th round of the PK tournament ends. Qin Yu wins and accumulates 1 point. Looking at the message lit up on the screen, Qin Yu did not have the slightest bit of excitement, but only silently pulled down the arrow in front of her and returned to the audience. As he passed by Sume, who had an expressionless face, he suddenly opened his mouth. Captain Sume, I'm so sorry, I hit a little too hard and took out your man. It would have been better if she had surrendered earlier, then the result might have been completely different from now. You brat, are you looking for death? Sume didn't get up, she just roared angrily and fiercely, and her body was once again dyed red. I just wanted to remind you, and all of you. Qin Yu looked up at the remaining 4 people in the same row and said with a smile. Don't provoke me, or else your people will end up like that woman, dead without a body. The first place in the examination, I'm bound and determined to win. After saying this, Qin Yu left the PK arena, not caring in the slightest about the subtle expression changes on the faces of these 5 people. What youthful exuberance! Yu Fengxing couldn't help but snort coldly. Thinking that you're invincible after defeating 2 top 5 guys? Old Yi! Will you see if I collect him tomorrow? Daring to taunt the few of us like that, really not afraid of death. Let's see, it's better to let your people be more careful. Yi Feng slowly stood up at this moment and led the people in his team to similarly walk towards the exit. That kid is very unsophisticated, don't get heavily. Don't destroy your own people's honor, okay? Yu Fengxing looked behind him at the few people in the team and snorted coldly. Isn't it just a summoner? Here I am, but I have a profession that specializes in restraining summoners. Following Yu Fengxing's gaze, Yi Feng saw a boy wearing a black robe, whose face could not be seen, and immediately revealed a smile. Good, then I won't nag. I hope you guys will win tomorrow. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Yu Fengxing and the 3 people under him to remain in the audience. Don't worry, Captain, that guy is not to be feared. At this time, the black-robed boy slowly spoke. What's the big deal about having many summons? All of his summons will eventually become my attendants. At that time, let that kid know what happens when he provokes us? Hearing his words, Yu Fengxing patted his shoulder in satisfaction before getting up to leave. Although it was unclear why Qin Yu was different from ordinary summoners. But that was all. When they encountered them, they would have to kneel obediently. After all, occupational restraints could not be compensated with strength. So what if there were more summons? So what if they could use skills other than those of a summoner? As long as there was occupational restraint, all of these things could be ignored. If he hadn't said those words just now, he might have let this kid off the hook. But now, in his eyes, Qin Yu was no different from a dead man. Daring to provoke their 5 brigades, Yi Feng and Qilin could tolerate it, but he could not. Once tomorrow arrives, it's this kid's time to die. 53. Occupational restraint? Sorry, nothing to be afraid of. Qin Yu. Wait. Qin Yu had just left the PK arena not long ago when Jin Li and Song Wanru immediately chased after him. Are you alright? Song Wanru pulled Qin Yu to her body with a face full of worry. Do you want to make a trip to the healing point? No need. Qin Yu shook his head. Do I look like I'm injured to you? But didn't you get hit by 5 arrows? How could you not be injured at all? Song Wanru obviously didn't believe it, so she dragged Qin Yu all the way to the healing points within the guild hall. Healing points were located almost everywhere in Blue Star, and there was naturally one within the guild as well. However, the healing point of the Dragon's Bard Guild was a bit different from other places. There was no therapist here, and an instrument was used instead. As long as a person stood in the instrument, it would display the person's current blood level in real time. Paying enough money would automatically start the healing. Qin Yu was somewhat helpless as he was forcibly pressed into the healing apparatus. Even though he had already said countless times that he was not injured, Wanru acted as if she couldn't hear him, always staring at the instrument's screen. After a few seconds, information on Qin Yu's current blood level appeared on the screen. But as if Wanru had seen something incredible, she rubbed her eyes and then came closer to watch it, and was so excited that she couldn't help but exclaim. "This? How is this possible? How could you have such a high blood count?" Only to see that on the screen, Qin Yu's current blood quantity was a full 4,200 points. This could not help but startle Wanru, as well as Jinli who was on the side. One had to know that Qin Yu was only level 12 right now, and was still a summoner, so how could he possibly have more than 4,000 points of blood? This was a pure blood quantity not counting defense. 4,200 points, in a mage class profession, one would need to be at least level 40 to reach it. How on earth did Qin Yu manage to do that? Seeing the shocked looks on the two men's faces, Qin Yu was unmoved and quickly descended on the instrument. "I've said that I don't need healing, but you guys refuse to listen. Qin Yu, what's going on with this blood level of yours?" Jinli immediately frowned and opened his mouth to inquire. "As far as I know, there's not much equipment that can increase blood quantity by this much, and with your level, even if you add all of your bonus points to your physique, there's no way you'll be able to have this much blood quantity. There's also that sudden appearance of the swarm and the shockwave with explosive damage, the spider web, and..." "Captain Jean." As soon as Jean Li's words left his mouth, Qin Yu immediately interrupted him. "There's no need to dwell on these, what's important is that I got 2 points for the team. Next, leave everything to me, we will definitely be the ones to take first place in this year's initiation test." Seeing that Qin Yu had no intention of explaining at all, Jean Li did not continue to pursue the matter. Just like what he had just said, as long as the result was good, that would be enough. As for why he had this kind of strength, it didn't really matter. After all, Qin Yu was now his own person. The stronger he was, the more favorable he was to himself. With this kind of strength, this year, they might actually be able to strike first in the examination. At the thought that he might be able to sit in that Chilin's position, Jean Li trembled with excitement. He then smiled and patted Qin Yu's shoulder and said, "You have a point, then I won't dwell on it. Originally, I wanted to remind you that you must be careful in the next game. Now it seems that there shouldn't be a need for that either." Seeing that Qin Yu's face was filled with doubts, Wanru, who was on the side, opened her mouth to explain. "Your opponent in the next game is Sushing Sai from the White Tiger team. His profession is Undead Mage, which just happens to be your summoner's restraining profession." Wanru's face was still filled with worry. After all, she was the one who lost to the occupation restraint. Plus, Qin Yu had just provoked everyone, especially the captains of the top 5 teams. They were bound to show no more mercy to Qin Yu. Although Qin Yu was very strong, whether it was that swarm, the shockwave, and this extremely thick blood. However, under professional restraint, there was still no room for resistance. Summoners mainly rely on summons to deal damage. A necromancer, on the other hand, could rely on the enemy's corpse to deal damage. When a summoner and a necromancer bumped into each other, once the summoner died, it could be used by the necromancer. Plus, they themselves were also able to summon undead summons, so in terms of numbers, the summoner would never have the upper hand. In the end, I'm afraid it would be a one-sided outcome. Even if Qin Yu was able to summon massive swarms. But in front of the necromancer, these swarms would eventually become his followers. However, after hearing Wanru's explanation, Qin Yu remained calm and even revealed a snicker. "A necromancer? That's quite a coincidence, I'd really like to meet this profession." "Qin Yu, you're not confused, are you? This is no joke." Wanru instantly said doubtfully. "You don't stand a chance of winning against that guy. Although you are indeed very strong, you can't be blindly confident, right? What if you lose your life?" "Don't worry, I won't die. You guys have seen my blood level, it's hard to kill me. What's more, I've already blown my load, wouldn't it be a shame if I don't get first place?" Qin Yu smiled faintly and fearlessly spread his hands. Seeing this, Jean Li and Wanru both looked at each other in dismay, and although they had 100 concerns, there was nothing they could do. All they could do now was to inform Qin Yu of the information of his opponent for that next round. As for whether to continue or give up, it was still up to him to decide. However, Qin Yu had given them too many surprises. Perhaps, he could really break the occupational restraints as well. On the third day, the audience filled up early. Even those who had been eliminated earlier had temporarily given up their team battle training and came here to watch the PK match. It was because they had all heard that yesterday, Qin Yu had publicly put down harsh words to the 5 captains to challenge the 5 brigades alone and take the first place in the examination. Although they had all witnessed Qin Yu's exaggerated strength. But to want to challenge the 5 captains' men alone could be a little too arrogant. Especially in this round, Qin Yu's opponent was a necromancer who belonged to the profession of restraint. It could be said that he was completely bound to lose. Coupled with the fact that he had just brutally murdered a guild member, I'm afraid it would be impossible for him to survive this round. Shi Chang purposely found a position with an excellent view, just so he could be the first to see Qin Yu's death. He had no grudge against Qin Yu. But it was because of him that the team Jin Li was currently on was even ranked higher than his own. This made him completely unacceptable. Not only him, Tian Shiling and Su Mei were equally unacceptable. The 3 of them sat together, staring tightly at the venue. Until the broadcast in the center of the venue rang out. Day 3, Round 1 PK match begins. Team 3 Qin Yu PK Team White Tiger Sushingsai. Official start. 54, Attribute Suppression? My attributes are above yours. Seeking golden tickets. Qin Yu and Su Shingsai walked towards the venue from the 2 sides of the audience respectively. Seeing the unimpressed smile on Qin Yu's face, Shi Chang couldn't help but snort lightly. This guy can actually still smile? Still thinks it's like the first 2 rounds and can win easily? He really thought he was invincible, didn't he? Occupational restraints were not something that could be broken so easily. If there isn't enough level difference, or a significant suppression in attributes, it's simply impossible to fight or even defeat it. This Qin Yu was only 2 levels higher than Su Shingsai, and his equipment was not as good as the other parties, so how could he possibly fight? It was estimated that it wouldn't last long before Qin Yu would be directly killed. Thinking of this, Shi Chang turned his head to Jin Li who was on the side and said with a bad smile on his face. Captain Jin, it's really not easy for you guys to get 2 points, in the past tests, you guys would at best get around 1 point. Now by the light of that kid, you guys even got 2 points. But I'm afraid that's where it stops. That kid ran into a necromancer, I'm afraid it's hard to even save his life. How many points can you guys get with only 1 person left in your team battle? But you don't have to worry, you guys won't be in last place at the very least. Shi Chang, it seems like your team only has 1 point, right? Instead of worrying about us, why don't you think about how to get more points in the team battle? Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your spot on the first team. Jin Li didn't spare any time in his mockery, and Shi Chang's face darkened with anger. The 3 people on his team had all been wiped out, and with only 1 point, he basically had no chance of finishing in the top 5. But that didn't matter. For so many years, he hadn't been able to reach the top 5 either. But he would never allow that Jin Li could press himself. The annoying thing was that Jin Li's team had now taken 2 points, 1 more than him. If they couldn't get 1 more point than them in the team battle, wouldn't Jin Li be riding on his head and ting on him for a year? But on second thought, this situation was basically unlikely. Qin Yu would have a hard time surviving this PK game. Then Jin Li's team would only have 1 Song Wanru left. With only 1 person left, even if she had the ability to have an extremely long range, very high damage, and a lot of skills, it would be impossible for her to win against a squad with 3 members under a time trial. Humph. The haze on Shi Chang's face suddenly dissipated, and after a cold snort, he turned his head to look into the field. Qin Yu had already met up with Su Shingsai by this time. Su Shingsai was dressed in a black robe and holding a staff topped with a skull, indeed a classic dress of a necromancer. Kid, you are still the first person who dares to provoke the 5 captains, I admire your courage. Moreover, your strength is indeed very strong. But unfortunately, you met me. Originally, I wanted to spare your life, but our captain gave a death order, so today you must die. Finished? Qin Yu held his arms somewhat impatiently, looking at Su Shingsai with interest as he slowly asked. I heard that you are a necromancer? What? Is it hard to believe that you are afraid? Seeing this, Su Shingsai immediately revealed a cold smile and spoke softly. Now that PK hasn't started yet, you can also surrender and give up so that you can at least save a life. I can give you 3 seconds to consider. Su Shingsai slowly raised 3 fingers. But before he could start counting down, he saw Yu pull out a necklace with a skull tied to it from within his neck. Then you should recognize what this is, right? The necklace tied with a skull shone with a dazzling black light, emitting a deadly aura. And it caused Su Xingcai to freeze in place. This is Necklace of the Undead? How did you get this? And, isn't this our necromancer's exclusive equipment? How can you use it? This you don't need to know. Qin Yu slowly placed the necklace into his arms before revealing a meaningful smile. I just want to tell you that although you are my restrained profession, with this equipment, there is no difference between me and you. In the same profession, do you think you can still beat me? Hearing Qin Yu's words, Su Xingcai instantly fell into deep thought. The undead necklace was an exclusive equipment that every necromancer could only dream of. The effect of the equipment was the same as the necromancer's undead resurrection skill though. However, undead resurrection had a blue consumption, and if it was done too many times, there was a high chance that the blue would not be enough. Moreover, there was a limit to the number of times. With his current level 10, he could only revive a maximum of 10 corpses at a time. However, the necklace of the undead could revive corpses without consumption or limitations, and as long as the enemy was taken out by itself, it could directly pull it up and turn it into its own follower. This is a great strength for necromancers. But Qin Yu, this kid would actually have one in his hand. Moreover, it was still equipped on his body. How was this possible? Su Xingcai immediately shook his head, not believing Qin Yu's words. This guy was definitely being an alarmist. The undead necklace was the exclusive equipment of a necromancer. How could he use it as a summoner? He must have known that he had no chance of winning, so he had gotten a fake from somewhere, wanting to use this to enable him to give up PK and thus win. How could he possibly fall for that? How could he possibly fall for it? Thinking of this, Su Xingcai immediately raised the staff in his hand and hammered it towards the ground, a black mist instantly rising around him. Kid, don't think you can scare me. You've already wasted 3 precious seconds, so next, it's your time to die. The black mist gradually dissipated, only to see 10 skeleton soldiers with long swords instantly appear beside Su Xingcai. Give me on. Kill that arrogant and cocky fellow. The eyes of the 10 skeleton soldiers instantly emitted red light as they rushed towards Qin Yu. Everyone in the audience, except for Jin Li and Song Wanru, had a playful smile on their faces. Especially Yu Fengxing, the corners of that mouth had even grinned to the base of his ears. These undead skeletons were much stronger than those bugs of Qin Yu. This was a dead end for Qin Yu. If he also chose to attack with his summons, there was too much of a difference in strength and those bugs would end up becoming Su Xingcai's followers. If he didn't use the summons and attacked with that shockwave. These skeleton soldiers were flexible in their movements and could completely achieve dispersion and then siege. Either way, Qin Yu would be hard to escape death. It could be said that this was the biggest limitation that necromancers had on summoners. Qin Yu did not dare to use the summoning technique at all. But if he attacked in any other way, and did not have an advantage in terms of numbers, the end result was all but death. After seeing Qin Yu similarly summon 10 worms, Yu Fengxing had already silently sentenced him to death in his heart. However, in the next second, the 10 worms were unleashed in unison, slamming into each of the 10 skeleton soldiers, instantly killing them all in seconds. 55, your bottom card, in my opinion, is too weak. The resurrection of the undead skill is required to be activated on the corpse of an enemy in a dead state in order to take effect. Generally speaking, the undead skeletons summoned by a necromancer before level 10 already had attributes comparable to level 15 monsters. Not to mention, it was these bug creatures that were only level 12. There was no chance of winning, and it was estimated that they would be directly killed in seconds, undead resurrection, and subsequently become the necromancer's followers. It was thought that Qin Yu might summon a few hundred insect creatures in one breath as he did in the previous game to fight for victory. But unexpectedly, this guy just reciprocated by summoning 10 worms, trying to deal with Su Xingcai's 10 undead skeletons. Wasn't this sending battle power to the opposite side for nothing? But who would have thought that the result would be beyond everyone's expectations? These 10 worms, however, directly killed the 10 undead skeletons in seconds. To know, this one level 10 undead skeleton had a blood quantity as high as 2000. The worms had killed them in seconds with just a single hit. This was too outrageous? And it couldn't help but cause everyone in the audience to freeze for a few seconds. This also included Su Xingcai. However, he did not panic. Although those worms were able to kill his undead skeletons in seconds, it didn't mean that he would lose this PK game. Because, these were not the only skeletons he could summon. Truly worthy of being the guy who was #1 in the 5 provinces grand exam, it seems that I have underestimated you. But those were just appetizers just now, the next one is the main event. Su Xingsai once again raised his staff and roared towards the air, and a thunderclap rang out. A purple lightning bolt then violently landed not far in front of him, only to see a large figure appear all of a sudden. This is Evil Spirit Knight. A boy in the audience immediately shouted excitedly. Evil Knight, this was a follower that could only be summoned by a necromancer after rising to level 10. The attributes of this follower were 2 to 3 times higher than an undead skeleton. It was equivalent to the strength of a level 20 monster. Moreover, he had skills that he carried himself, which were still dark attribute wide-range damage. It could be said that it had reached the alpha level. This kind of alpha level monster, even those S-ranked professionals didn't dare to say that they could definitely solve it safely. It usually took a complete squad of 4 people, who also had to be of equal level and work together well. Ha! What a fuss! Yu Fengxing couldn't help but reveal a smug smile when he saw this. As an S-rank profession, the necromancer's summoning ability was also outstanding, in addition to the special ability like Undead Resurrection. It was much stronger than those beast masters and summoners. At level 10, one could summon an evil knight that could rival the strength of a chieftain-level monster. After that, there was the sadistic queen, skeleton tyrant. Even the abyssal bone dragon. Almost every follower that could be summoned was quite exaggerated in strength. And this evil spirit knight could only be described as a phoenix feather. However, it was more than enough to deal with that Qin Yu, and those bugs he had summoned. However, Qin Yu's face remained very calm as he looked at the 2-man-tall evil spirit knight, who was clad in heavy armor and carrying a huge sword in his hand. He just gave a cold snort, then looked towards Su Xingsai, who was not far away, and asked in a loud voice. Is this your bottom card? It really disappoints me a bit. Thought you could pull out something powerful, but I didn't expect it to be a lump of iron that doesn't have much lethality? Big talker, you're still talking tough at the end of your life. Evil spirit knights, give it to me. Chop him into meat paste for me. With a low roar from Su Xingsai, the evil spirit knights then instantly set their sights on Qin Yu and quickly rushed over. The huge sword in his hand was held flat and swung violently, and a sound of breaking wind came out in a flash. It was so powerful that if one were to resist it, one would definitely die. But at this time, the PK field suddenly a violent vibration came. Underneath the evil knight's feet, a large pit sank out violently, instantly stopping its attack and tipping its body into it. A huge beetle-like monster that was several times larger than its size appeared within the field. It had hard barbs growing on its back and was ablaze with flames. Originally, the crowd thought that some alpha-level monster had rushed into the guild, and several captains were planning to get up to make a move to suppress it. However, they suddenly realized that Qin Yu had jumped directly onto the monster without any fear. Moreover, it was as if the monster even obeyed Qin Yu's orders and directly pressed that evil spirit knight underneath it. This could not help but cause them to reveal puzzled looks. Subsequently, the puzzled look suddenly turned into shock. Then after that, there was panic and disbelief. This monster, could it also be Qin Yu's summon? This can't be. Yu Fengxing stood up violently, his eyes staring at that inferno beetle dragon bug in the field, refusing to believe the scene in front of him. This was clearly an alpha-level monster. How could a summoner have a summon of this level? Those who were surprised were also Shi Chang, Tian Shiling, and Su Mei, who had come to see the fun. They were, originally, ready to celebrate Qin Yu's death. This arrogant brat could finally roll to hell as he wished and no longer be in their way. However, the sudden appearance of this huge monster made them instantly fall to the bottom. This guy had already brightened their eyes countless times. Obviously just a summoner, but with such exaggerated strength. This would be difficult for anyone else to accept. The main thing was that it broke their perception of summoners. How was this some B-ranked sewer profession? Having defeated so many S-rank professions, this was clearly more like an S-rank profession than an S-rank profession? Jean Li was even directly staring in excitement. That huge beetle-like monster, he hadn't seen it in the grand examination. He had thought that those worms were Qin Yu's only summons, but he didn't think that there was actually an unexpected surprise. This near-alpha-level summon could be said to be invincible amongst these members of this term. Especially in individual battles. An alpha-level monster was a heaven-destroying existence. It was impossible for anyone to solve it solo. In that case, I'm afraid that Qin Yu might actually be able to get first place in this personal PK match. In the venue, Su Xingsai watched in horror as his evil spirit knight was repeatedly rubbed by that inflammable beetle dragon worm without the slightest room for resistance. He didn't understand how a summoner could have a summon that rivaled this evil spirit knight. How could a B rank profession be comparable to his S rank profession? What's more, he was also the summoner's restraining profession. In the end, would he actually still lose? Along with the evil spirit knight's blood level completely zeroing out, he also completely lost hope of victory. However, Qin Yu did not immediately kill Su Xingsai, but instead looked at him condescendingly and slowly raised 3 fingers. I will also give you 3 seconds to consider. Within 3 seconds, if you choose to surrender and give up, then I may still be able to spare your life. Otherwise, you'll be like that woman from yesterday. And you'll be instantly obliterated by me. Which one is more important? Choose for yourself. 56.1/ Blindfolded unwelcome guest requesting golden ticket. Su Xingsai looked up at Qin Yu, who was standing in the inferno armored dragon bug. There were also those 3 fingers that he put up, falling into deep despair. Of course he did not want to die. But if he surrendered, although he saved his life, that Yu Fengxing would definitely not let him go. As the White Tiger captain amongst the 5 captains of the Dragon's Bane Guild, he was also the most short-tempered one. And as the most powerful member of his team, once he lost, it would mean that yet another one of the 5 captains was also cut down to size. The top 5 captains had already been defeated by 3 of Qin Yu. This was simply unacceptable to anyone else. Disgraceful, it was just too disgraceful. Even if the results of the individual battle were not to be used as the main aspect of the rankings, if they were really beaten by this guy in a string of 5 and got the first place in the individual battle, that would be a great shock to the entire Dragon Bard Guild, to these 5 captains. There had never been anyone who could provoke them so arrogantly. And could actually win against all of them. Tangled emotions continued to surround his heart, but at that moment, Qin Yu's countdown voice had already come from above. 3, 2, 1. With each sound, he couldn't help but feel his body tremble. It was only when the last sound rang out that he gathered the courage to raise his staff, wanting to continue resisting. He could not surrender. He still had a lot of blue left, and the cooldown wasn't too long, so as long as he could summon a few more evil knights, there was a chance that he could finish off that inflammable armored dragon worm. At that time, he would be able to instantly turn the tide of battle and win this round of PK. However, in the next second, he suddenly saw the 10 undead skeletons and the recently killed evil knights slowly stand up in the field. And they shifted their gazes to themselves one after another. Those scarlet and horrifying eyes were actually aimed at him this time, which couldn't help but make him instantly take a few steps back in fear. What's going on here? How could those followers that originally belonged to him suddenly come back to life? And they were also aiming that gaze that should have been directed at his enemies at himself? It was hard to believe. Zhang Xingsai's pupils contracted violently, and a horrifying thought spread in his mind all of a sudden. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you possibly have this ability? As if sensing the disbelief and surprise in Su Xingsai's eyes, Qin Yu simply looked around at the revived skeleton soldiers and evil spirit knights before smiling faintly. You've already wasted 3 seconds of your own, now you can go die. With a wave of Qin Yu's hand, the inferno armored dragon lice underneath him, as well as those undead skeletons and evil spirit knights, crushed towards Su Xingsai like a large army. Su Xingsai immediately lost his strength to struggle and was paralyzed with fear, and the staff in his hand immediately came off and fell to the side. Don't kill me! I surrender! I surrender! Looking at the undead army that was about to rush over, Su Xingsai's pleas for mercy no longer served any purpose. But right at this moment, a thin figure leapt down from the audience, followed by a flash of blade light that instantly cut off all the monsters in the venue. Qin Yu jumped down from the inferno armored dragon bug with a quick wit, then quickly looked in the direction of the silhouette, his brows furrowed. It was a man with a ponytail, wearing a green-colored tunic with 2 sheaths around his waist, and holding a long sword in both hands that was 2 meters long. Most importantly, there was a cloth tied in front of his eyes and his eyes could not be seen. However, Qin Yu could feel the killing intent in this guy's eyes. He has already admitted defeat, there is no need to rush him to the end. The man slowly put the knife away, then his gaze shifted from Zhang Xingsai, who was sitting on the ground and had been scared silly, to Qin Yu. Tomorrow, I will be your opponent. Please teach me more. After saying that, the man immediately returned to the audience, as if he had never appeared just now. Looking at the back of this fellow as he left, Qin Yu had a palpitating feeling in his heart after a long time. This feeling was exactly the same as when he met Yen Hong during the grand examination. Endless killing intent. Both this man and Yen Hong had a strong killing intent hovering over them. This man must have taken out countless monsters just like Yen Hong to have such a strong killing intent on his body. This could be seen from the fact that he had instantly killed the Inferno armored dragonfly with just one slash. He was stronger than everyone he had encountered in the past few days. However, he was not afraid. No matter who it was, nothing could stop him from taking first place. In the audience, Yu Fengxing's hair had all stood up in anger, like an upside-down white-haired broomstick. He had no intention of trying to save Su Xingsai. A guy who had disgraced their White Tiger team, he didn't feel pity even if he died. The big deal was that he dropped the White Tiger title this term. He couldn't allow such a disgraceful existence in his team. However, at this time, Yi Feng sent a member of the team down to rescue him. Looking at Su Xingsai, who had been rescued in front of him and was still shivering, Yu Fengxing directly slapped him over with a huge force. Useless thing. A piece of trash. You can lose even with occupational restraint. What use do I have for you? What a disgrace to our White Tiger. Hurry up and get the hell out of White Tiger, get out of Dragonin Guild. Yu Fengxing was about to step forward to make a move, but he was stopped by Yi Feng. When will you change your impulsive behavior? At this time, you're kicking out members of your team. Do you want to swing for the fences in the team battle in a few days? I'm furious. That kid provoked us so much, but we lost round after round. Why are we so unlucky? If we really let that kid take first place, how can we show our faces? I told you to be careful, but you didn't listen, so what can we do? Yi Feng shook his head helplessly and said slowly. That kid was able to get so many points in the big exam, he's definitely not that easy to deal with. You all were too gullible, that's why you suffered heavily. Olji, so what now? Yu Fengxing forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and opened his mouth to inquire. Are your people confident that they can deal with him? That's natural. Yi Feng smiled and looked at the man beside him without hesitation. Gu Feng is a retired student who came down from the army. He doesn't lose to anyone in terms of practical combat experience. That kid, even if he is gifted, he doesn't have half a chance of winning in front of Gu Feng. Yu Fengxing immediately turned his head to look at Gu Feng. It was as if the scene just now was still replaying before his eyes. This kid did have your demeanor just now, and with the power of that blade, I'm afraid that none of the people present would be able to defend against it. Even that old Tian guy's bastard shell probably wouldn't last more than a few seconds, right? That's a lot of words. At this moment, Gu Feng slowly rose and respectfully bowed towards the two. Compared to the captains, my strength is still very small. But against that guy, I can say that I'm 9 out of 10. 57, 18 years in the army? A battle of wills between masters. Have you guys heard? This session's new member initiation assessment has produced a dark horse. It seems to be called Qin Yu. He's already defeated 3 of the 5 captains. It's simply bullish. Moreover, this guy is also a summoner. Can you guys imagine? Can you imagine that a summoner can actually defeat the members of the 3 captains? Those guys are all S-class professions? I heard that guy can resist in fight. Not only can he rub shockwaves with his hands, but he can also summon a large swarm of insects to attack in an instant, and he didn't even die after being hit by 5 arrows. He's invincible. What is that? I took a sneak peek yesterday. That guy could even summon an alpha-level monster, and directly rub that necromancer's entourage on the ground. Not even a single hand was left to fight back. However, his opponent today is Green Dragon Team's Gu Feng. That guy is not easy to deal with, so I guess this dark horse of his will be cut down today. On the 4th day of the examination, many people who weren't members of the new entry guild had somehow appeared in the audience of the PK arena. They were burying their heads in whispers, and it seemed that they had all heard about Qin Yu's exploits, so they had come over to watch the match on purpose. After all, Dragon Bard Guild had never recruited a summoner before. This year, not only had a summoner appeared, but the strength of this summoner was also so exaggerated. He dared to provoke the 5 captains in public, and had already managed to defeat 3 of them. Today, he's even going up against someone from the Green Dragon team. If he wins, he will be in the top 3. Just 1 step away from first place. For a summoner from an ordinary squad to have this kind of achievement was really something they couldn't even think of. And this couldn't help but make Qin Yu uncomfortable, and could only silently open the guild channel and check the leaderboard. Currently, his 3rd squad had 3 points and was tied for 2nd place with the Green Dragon team. In 1st place was the Qilin team, which had accumulated 6 points. This meant that the 2 members of the Qilin team had not lost once so far. This achievement could not help but make even Qin Yu a little surprised. Although he knew that the Kirin team was the most powerful squad in the Dragon Guild, it was also a bit of an exaggeration that they had not lost a single individual battle so far. It was now the 6-3 stage. In other words, if these two continued to win, they would be able to gain a maximum of 9 points. Even if he was able to get first place in the individual battle, Team Kirin would still be able to get 8 points, which was 2 points higher than him. One had to be 2 points above them in the team competition in order to get the first place in the total points. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of his plan yet again. Suddenly, he glanced at his opponent for this round. Green Dragon Team Gu Feng's identity information. Name, Gu Feng. Profession, martial artist grade A. Level, 10. Only a rank? I thought he was an S-rank occupation as well. Qin Yu was a bit surprised. An A-ranked martial artist was able to cut off the Inferno Armored Dragon Louse with a single slash. This was something he did not expect at all. One must know that the Inferno Armored Dragon Louse was a monster that came with its own defense, coupled with its extremely high life value. It was normally impossible for someone to kill it directly in seconds. Even S-rank professions wouldn't necessarily be able to do so, let alone an A-rank profession. This guy, there was definitely something exceptional about him. At this time, when Jin Li arrived late and sat beside him, Qin Yu immediately opened his mouth and asked, "Captain Jin, do you know Gu Feng of the Green Dragon team?" Hearing Qin Yu's inquiry, Jin Li could not help but stare. That guy was able to take out my summons with a single slash. That kind of damage doesn't look like something an A-ranked profession could have. If it's an ordinary A-ranked profession, I'm afraid there's really no way he could do it. But what if that guy grew up in the military? Grew up from the army? Qin Yu then suddenly realized, no wonder that guy had such a strong killing aura on him. It turns out that this guy is really from the army. Seeing that Qin Yu still had a calm expression on his face, Jin Li then hurriedly said with worry, "That guy has followed the army for 18 years at the border. His practical combat experience is quite rich, not even inferior to some of the captains within the guild. So, Qin Yu, you must be careful. If you can't, then..." However, before Jin Li could finish, Qin Yu raised his hand to stop him. "Captain Jin, I'm questioning him with you not because I'm afraid, it's just because I'm curious. So what if I've spent 18 years in the army? To me, he's no different from anyone else?" At this time, the radio suddenly sounded. Day 4, Round 3 PK match begins. Team 3, Qin Yu PK Green Dragon Team Wang Feng. Jin Li wanted to say something when he saw this, but Qin Yu had already quickly gotten up and walked towards the center of the field. A guy who grew up in the army? Experienced in combat? Explosive damage? To be able to stay near the border of the abyss for as long as 18 years, this was indeed surprising and admirable. However, in front of absolute strength, anything was futile. The moment the broadcast sounded, a gasp of surprise also rang out from the nearly full audience. They all waited eagerly for this duel, wanting to know whether Qin Yu would be able to ride out the storm and continue his winning streak? Or was he going to be cut down by Team Qinglong's Gu Feng? Gu Feng was still dressed in a green shirt with a high ponytail and a cloth over his eyes, not feeling like a modern person. The 2-meter-long greatsword stood beside him, looking extremely oppressive. "You came." The moment he saw Qin Yu, Gu Feng smiled and spoke. "I have been waiting here for a long time. There's no need to be so polite, we're not that familiar." The two didn't communicate too much, nor did they immediately make a move, they just quietly stood in place and looked at each other. This couldn't help but make the circle of people in the audience a bit puzzled. What was this doing? How come they haven't started fighting yet? What is the meaning of staring wide-eyed? It's an idea engagement. At this moment, a voice rang out from the audience, interrupting the crowd's confusion. Those very strong professionals, before they actually start fighting, they will engage in an exchange of ideas to test the strength of the other party's spiritual power. If one side loses, then it means that their strengths are too different, and there's no need to do anything in this battle. But if both sides are equal in strength, this is how the real battle will begin. As soon as his words fell, the two people in the field then began to move slowly. Gu Feng pulled out the large sword on the ground and swung it around his waist. Qin Yu, on the other hand, raised his hands and dozens of worms and fly-winged insects instantly appeared beside him. The shadow-winged worms were a type of flying insect race that were very fast and used rapid attacks as their main means of attack. Dozens of worm creatures instantly surrounded Gu Feng. However, Gu Feng's expression remained calm, and then with a twitch of his sword-wielding hand, all of these bugs around him were instantly cut off. 58. A situation of certain death. But unfortunately I am invincible. Seeking golden tickets. Old Yi, this is stable. That guy's summons can't even get close to Gufeng, no matter what type of bugs, it's all just a matter of one slash. In the audience, Yu Fengxing sat beside Yufeng, his face filled with excitement. They were all very clear about Gufeng's strength. After following the army for 18 years at the border of the abyss, the monsters he had encountered and the techniques he had trained in had far surpassed those of his age. Even at that time, he hadn't yet awakened his profession. For a person without a profession to live there for 18 years, the difficulty could be imagined. Compared to those monsters at the border, Qin Yu's insect summoners could only be considered some minions. However, Yufeng had a rare sad face as he looked at the two people in the field and slowly shook his head. It's not that simple. That kid clearly could have summoned hundreds of bugs at once, as well as that huge beetle-like monster, to put pressure on Gufeng. But he didn't. Instead, he summoned dozens at a time, using this impossible-to-win method. Why do you think that is? Consuming physical strength. Without waiting for Yu Fengxing to answer, Tian Shiling, who was at the side, took the lead. The only possibility for dragging the battle out is trying to consume Gufeng's physical strength. The Sea of Men tactic, as long as we exhaust Gufeng's stamina, the winner of this PK will be that Qin Yu. Ah? Is this kid so calculating? Yu Fengxing couldn't help but be surprised. It's definitely not empty talk for him to get such a high score in the grand exam. I'm afraid that if Gufeng continues to be held back like this, I'm afraid that it's still a bit dangerous. Qin Yu did think so as well. Since he was unsure of Gufeng's exact strength, he could only go for a little bit of testing. Looking for weaknesses and at the same time, consuming his physical strength. Then he would look for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to him. He tried alternating attacks with creatures from the 8 races of the insect race, so that as long as Gufeng revealed a crack, then he could finish him off instantly. However, Gufeng was flawless. No matter what kind of creature it was, it simply couldn't get within 3 meters of him. Even long-distance attacks would be cut off by the light of the blade he wielded. This could not help but make him a little curious about the long blade in Gufeng's hand. As if sensing the confusion in Qin Yu's eyes, Gufeng could not help but smile slightly. Stop testing me with these low-level creatures, it serves no purpose for me. Even that alpha-level creature you summoned yesterday, before this blood moon in my hand, it's all just a matter of a single slash. Blood moon? Qin Yu froze, the doubts in his heart instantly dissipating. This was the exclusive equipment of a warrior. At the same time, it was also one of the 3 major long knives in China. The blood moon could drastically increase a samurai's attack power and would permanently increase the damage with every monster killed. If Gufeng had gotten his hands on this blood moon when he was a child, the damage it had accumulated over these 18 years would be absolutely unimaginable. This would explain why this guy was able to tackle the Inferno armored dragon louse with a single slash? Seeing the staccato on Qin Yu's face, Gufeng burst into laughter. Then with a fierce crouch, his body rushed towards Qin Yu. He was not just playing defense, but was likewise waiting for the right moment. He had actually guessed Qin Yu's mind a long time ago. Wanting to consume his physical strength? Then how could he possibly sit and wait for death? So the moment Qin Yu froze, he rushed forward without hesitation. With just one slash, he himself would be able to finish him off. Moreover, there was absolutely no chance that he would not be able to finish him off even after shooting 5 arrows previously. This blood moon, as a warrior's exclusive equipment, could boost his attack power by 3 times. Moreover, having grown up with him since he was a child, his accumulated attack power had already exceeded 5,000. He just didn't believe that a level 12 summoner could have more than 5,000 blood? It was with the determination to kill that he suddenly struck out. Instead of being like the 3 before him, hesitant and broken. Gufeng came behind Qin Yu in an instant, and with a wave of his long sword, in just a blink of an eye, several slashes of light rushed out and penetrated Qin Yu's body. A set of movements in a smooth flow. After slowly sheathing his long knife, Gufeng planned to leave. After all, he didn't think that Qin Yu could survive. The crowd in the audience also thought the same way. Especially Yifeng's few people who knew Gufeng's strength had already started celebrating their victory. Gufeng's slash alone was something that not many people could resist, let alone several slashes. That Qin Yu, it is estimated that he is already dead beyond death. Shi Chang was also instantly excited and couldn't help but shout out as he swung his fist up. It felt like his team member had won. Jinli, how unfortunate, huh? Your team's main force is gone now. There's only one person left on the team, so what if you get 3 points? How are you going to compare your team battles with other teams? What do I think? You guys might as well just forfeit the game, the result will be the same in the end anyway. It's better to just give up, so as not to lose face. However, Qin didn't reply, but always stared at the field. Only after a few seconds did he suddenly smile. How can you be so sure that Qin Yu will die? What's there not to be certain about? Shi Chang suddenly snorted coldly and spoke disdainfully. That Gu Feng is doing more than 5,000 damage in one slash, even if that kid Qin Yu's blood is thicker, it's impossible for him to take a few slashes and not die, right? He's a summoner and he's only level 12. Most importantly, the equipment on his body is also tattered, how can he possibly carry it? Don't be ridiculous. Shi Chang couldn't stop laughing, in his opinion, Qin was just a dead duck right now. At a time like this, still fantasizing about that kid surviving? It was simply laughable. However, in the next second, a sudden gasp of surprise came from the surroundings. Then almost everyone in the audience couldn't help but curse out a nationalist. This inevitably caused Shi Chang to look at the venue with a bit of confusion. The moment he looked over there, he then could not help but curse out as well. In the venue, Qin Yu was not dead. He even just patted the dust on his body and acted like he was fine. Logically speaking, after taking a few knives, even if he didn't die, he shouldn't be in that good of a state. What's more, Gu Feng's knives had extremely high damage, so how could this guy resist hard and not die? The crowd was incomparably puzzled, and Gu Feng was even more so. Even with the cloth tied over his eyes, the tight frown could be seen. This is impossible. You? How did you not die? Want to kill me? You don't have the ability yet. Qin Yu sneered as he raised his arms, and the 3 inferno-armored dragon lice then violently rose up and lifted him into mid-air. I still have a soft spot for people in the army. So, I advise you to give up and surrender quickly. Otherwise, I don't have a light hand, in case if I miss and finish you off, then I'm afraid I'll be in pain. 59, a ride. So what if there are 4 captains, take them all down. Gu Feng did not care about Qin Yu's words, but once again quickly gripped the handle of his blade. Although he did not know why this guy did not die. But he even less felt that this guy would be able to kill him. With just these 3 alpha-level monsters, it was completely insufficient to suppress him. Still wanting him to give up and surrender, it was never going to happen. But he was a bit puzzled at the same time. He had clearly killed one yesterday with ease, so why would Qin Yu summon the same 3 to deal with him? This was a complete waste of time. Not only did it not serve the purpose of draining his stamina, but it would also waste a large amount of his own blue. This feeling of something being wrong always lingered in his heart, causing him to hesitate and not dare to make a move. This couldn't help but make the people in the audience have doubts as well. They didn't understand why Qin Yu didn't die. Nor did they understand why Gu Feng was frozen in place. Could it be that because he was scared by Qin Yu, he didn't dare to strike again? Yi Feng frowned tightly, similarly very puzzled. It was a sharp contrast to his confident appearance just now. Sitting next to him, Tian Shiling, Su Mei, and Yu Fengxing, their entire faces were squeezed together. Qin Yu, this kid was able to resist Gu Feng's several slashes without dying. This really made them unable to figure it out. Could it be that this kid's blood count had reached 10,000? But even if it was 10,000, there shouldn't be any change in his status at all, right? He looked as if he hadn't taken any damage at all. What's the difference between that and being invincible? A guy who couldn't be defeated at all, what was the point of this PK fight? But they still didn't want to believe it. How could a summoner have such exaggerated strength? Summoning hundreds of swarms at once. Being able to directly unleash other skills other than summoning. Able to summon alpha-level monsters. Even able to harden 5 arrows and a few slashes without dying. Was this still the summoner they remembered? Old Yi. At this moment, Yu Fengxing closed his mouth that was about to dislocate and said in a deep voice. I think it's better to let Gu Feng hurry back. That Qin Yu kid is a bit too evil. If we lose another person, then I'm afraid that the team battle in the next 2 days will really be a disaster. Yeah? Old Yi, this kid is definitely more than that. Gu Feng probably realized this as well, so he's hesitating to continue piking? At this time, it's more important to preserve your strength. If by any chance you lose your life, it would really be too late to regret it. Looking at Chinu, who was standing on the head of that inferno beetle dragon bug with a relaxed face, Yifeng was silent for a long time, but in the end, he reluctantly stood up. As much as he didn't want to give up this point, he also didn't want to let Qin Yu continue to be arrogant. But if he had to lose Gu Feng's life, then he felt that a proper renunciation was still acceptable. But before he could say anything, Gu Feng had already leapt back into the audience and knelt in front of him. "Captain Yi, I'm sorry, I failed you. I'm no match for that guy. If the fight continues, I might die. In order to save my life, I gave up PK. But you can rest assured that I'll definitely get a good result back in the team battle, and I definitely won't let you down again." Gu Feng lowered his head, like a little kid who had made a mistake. His words, however, caused the others around him to be instantly startled. Gu Feng was the ace of the Green Dragon team. Even he felt that he couldn't beat Qin Yu, so didn't this prove that this guy was indeed invincible? But thinking about it, it was indeed true. He was able to resist several slashes from Gu Feng and yet he was unharmed. No one present was able to do that. He really deserved to be the number one in the 5 provinces of China in the Great Examination. This position is well deserved. "Get up, I don't blame you." Yifeng slowly helped Gu Feng up, then asked softly. "However, can you tell me why you feel that if you continue to fight, you might die? Logically speaking, that guy might just have some means to save his life, but didn't he also fail to injure you?" Hearing Yifeng's question, Gu Feng just silently opened his attribute interface and shared it. Only to see that, for some reason, his blood level had dropped by 1/3. Why is this? Yifeng, as well as the 3 people beside him, immediately revealed a puzzled expression. They had to know that they had been paying attention to the situation in the arena the entire time, and those summons that Qin Yu had sent out simply couldn't even get close to Gu Feng, let alone injure him. But what was with this drop in blood? At this moment, Gu Feng shook his head and spoke somewhat helplessly. "That guy, I'm afraid he possesses an anti-injury skill." Anti-injury skill? The 4 instantly came to a realization, understanding what Gu Feng meant. No wonder that guy had carried Zhang Meiyu's 5 arrows before, and today, he had carried Gu Feng's several knives, unharmed. It turned out that it was because of the anti-injury skill, which bounced all the damage back. All of my attacks just now were bounced back to myself, that's why my blood level suddenly dropped by 1/3. So, if I continue to attack, I'm afraid that soon, I'll die from the damage backlash I've dealt myself. Most importantly. Gu Feng paused for a few seconds before sighing. It's not just him, I'm afraid that those alpha-level monsters he summoned also have counter-injury abilities. A few people were immediately struck with fear. This guy even had such an exaggerated ability? Luckily, Gu Feng realized it in advance, or else he would have really been easily undermined by this guy. Right now, the 4 of them had completely changed their views on Qin Yu. Originally, they thought that this guy had awakened a summoner, so he should be very weak. They had also turned a blind eye to his first place in the 5 provinces Grand Examination. But now it seems that it was their minds that were too narrow. To be able to achieve this kind of result, one's strength must be extraordinary. The truth was also true. The 4 great captains, all of them were wiped out. This was enough to prove that Qin Yu was stronger than all of them present. But suddenly, a cold laugh suddenly came from in front of them. What a joke! The 4 titled captains of the Dragon Bard Guild are scared out of their wits by such a nameless junior, what a laugh! Several people's faces immediately revealed an exasperated look, and they just wanted to get angry, but then immediately shut their mouths when they saw the person in front of them. Only to see that Qilin was sitting right in front of them, with 2 people sitting beside him, a man and a woman, and the ridicule just now was the words of the man beside him. "One enemy, don't be rude." At this moment, the Qilin slowly spoke, but his gaze was always fixed on Qin Yu in that field. "That kid, I'll leave it to you. Remember to be gentle with your hands, don't get anyone killed. Keeping him can contribute a lot to our Dragon Bane Guild." After saying that, Kirin slowly stood up and glanced back at the 4 people behind him. Unlike a few of them, they can't be of any use. 60. Sorry, I won't join a team of defeated men. Qin Yu's victory quickly spread throughout the entire Dragon's Bane Guild. For a summoner to beat the 4 great titled captains, this was too much. It was also too unbelievable. And, in the 5th round, Qin Yu's turn was empty. Therefore, he was automatically promoted to the finals, taking a solid 2nd place in the individual battle. This caused the crowd to be more interested in this final round, as well. But the one who was most excited was Jean Li. Right now, his team had gotten 5 points and was currently ranked second. As long as he could get more than 10 points in the team battle, then he would be able to secure a spot in the top 5. This was the only and best chance for him. He actually did not expect Qin Yu to keep winning until now. Although during the grand exam, he had felt that this kid was not that simple. However, he did not expect that this guy had actually exceeded his expectations. That huge swarm of insects was not his limit at all. It was just the tip of the iceberg of his strength. As for the team battle, he wasn't panicking at all. Although there were only 2 people on the team, Wanru had an extremely strong ranged high damage, and Qin Yu even had the swarm pressing down on him, and in the case of a time trial, the 2 of them weren't necessarily inferior to the other team's 3-man team. It had been over 10 years, and he had been the captain for 6 years. Every year, he wanted to sit in the top 5. But every year, he was disappointed. The 5 provinces of China were also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes of students, and even the 3 cities within the eastern province were divided into classes. Linghai City, Green Source City, and Lanxi City. Of these 3 cities, Linghai City had the worst quality of student sources. Basically, only one S-ranked profession could be produced in a few years, and there weren't even many rare professions. As the person in charge of the Linghai City branch of the Longying Guild, he was tormented by the exams every year. If he couldn't pick a good seedling, he wouldn't get good grades in the membership test. This also made it so that every year, he was at the bottom of the list. Although it wasn't as bad as being at the bottom, it didn't make him happy. But this year was different. With Qin Yu's presence, it was very possible for him to be among the top 5 captains. In that case, not only would Qin Yu and Wanru be cultivated by the guild in an inclined manner, even he would follow the light, and his strength, which had not been refined for many years, would be able to get a substantial increase. This was an opportunity that he must not let go of. Due to his turn, Qin Yu had a day off. Originally, he wanted to go to the guild's training ground to familiarize himself with the map for this team battle and some of the monsters inside. But instead, he was forced by Jin Li to stay in his room, not allowing him to come and go as he pleased. The reason was even more outrageous. After Qin Yu had beaten Gufeng into surrendering, the 4 captains had wanted to throw Qin Yu an olive branch. Although the team could not be changed during the initiation assessment. However, after the assessment was over, the initiated members would be able to choose and change on their own to join a new team. However, this had to be agreed upon by both parties. This kind of thing, Jin Li would naturally not agree to. So in order to preserve Qin Yu, he had no choice but to temporarily lock him up in his room. It was euphemistically called a good rest, but in fact, it was because he was afraid that he would run away. But in reality, at this moment, Qin Yu's room was already overcrowded. The windows of the room were wide open, and the 4 captains were crowded in the room. For captains, with a status like yours, it's a bit inappropriate to rashly roll over the window and enter a guild member's room, isn't it? He. Little handsome, aren't we too eager to see you? Sume had changed into a sexy casual dress with a neckline so big that she could stuff down a head, revealing 2 large flaps of snow white. Although I'm mad at you for taking out our team's main force, I can barely forgive you if you can join us. Sister Su, didn't we agree on fair play? How can you be so foul? Yu Fingxing, who was on the side, immediately spoke up in displeasure. Scram! Only one of my people is missing, then of course it has to come from me first. Looking at the 4 captains that suddenly appeared in front of him, Qin Yu could not help but have his temples jumping. These few guys, changing their faces has become really fast? Obviously a few days ago, they were still cold-eyed and looking down on themselves in all kinds of ways. Now that he had proved himself, he rushed up and fell back. It was simply a case of not even having a face anymore. Ahem! Everyone! Seeing that several people had no intention of stopping, Qin Yu immediately coughed lightly and said slowly. Seemingly, I don't seem to have the will to switch teams. You guys talking to yourselves like this is a bit too disrespectful, isn't it? Hi! What are you saying, little brother? Tian Shirling immediately took a few steps forward and said with a smile. A top talent will naturally cause everyone to scramble for it. Wouldn't it be condescending for a unique heavenly pride like you to stay here in Jinli? It would be better to seek a reliable captain earlier. This will also pave the way for your future development, don't you think so? That's right, fellow student Qin Yu. Yi Feng also immediately spoke up at this time. With your strength, it's enough for you to join any one of us, and no matter who it is, we'll use our best efforts to train you as much as possible. Isn't that what you chose to join the Dragon Blight Guild for? We, as the 4 captains with the most seniority in the Dragon's Bard Guild, if you join us, you'll definitely be much stronger than staying by Jin Li's side. Hearing the words of these 4, Qin Yu was silent for a moment before he shook his head. It's true that I joined the Dragon Bane Guild because I wanted to become stronger. But even if I were to change teams, I would still want to change to the strongest captain under me. Are you guys right? What do you mean by that? Yu Fengxing instantly frowned. Are you trying to say that we are not strong enough? I didn't say that. It's just that a few of you guys are my underlings, so I can't jump ship to a team of underlings, right? Qin Yu smiled slightly, and although he didn't say it outright, the 4 of them were able to hear his words from it. This guy would not join the team of a few of them. Even if he wanted to change his team, he would have to find a team that was truly powerful and could win over him. And as of now, it was only the Qilin team that met his requirements. Don't be ridiculous. Su Mei immediately spoke in disbelief. You want to enter the Qilin's team? That's impossible. Instead of being rejected, you might as well pick one of us, it's still safer that way. Without waiting for Su Mei to finish, Qin Yu raised his hand and interrupted her. I think you guys seem to have misunderstood me. Whether it's you guys or that Qilin, I have no intention of joining. You guys are my underlings, and that guy is about to be my underlings, you're all the same to me. My goal right now is to get the first place in the test. As for switching teams, it's not within my scope of consideration. If you guys want to poach me, then you'll have to wait until after the examination. At that time I'll reconsider based on your performance. Should I go to your team or not? 61. So what if you're the strongest captain? I have never been in fear. Qin Yu's words instantly caused the 4 people on the opposite side to instantly freeze. After several seconds, they then suddenly regained their thoughts, and then they couldn't help but all reveal a disdainful smile. Student Qin Yu, confidence is a good thing, and we've all seen your strength in our eyes. But for you to try to defeat Kirin's guy, it's a bit too much. That Kirin guy was the reigning #1 of the Dragon Bane Guild for 10 years, it's a fool's errand for you to try to defeat him. Right? Little handsome Qin Yu, I admit that you're very strong, and you did defeat the main members under the 4 of us. But Kirin's men, there's no way you can beat them. Kid, listen to me. That Kirin guy is very vindictive, he's not as easy to talk to as we are. If you really mess with him, I'm afraid you won't have a good time in the Dragon's Bard Guild. Most importantly, none of his men are easy to mess with, and everyone who tries to touch them doesn't end well. If you don't want to die a horrible death, you should hurry up and cancel this idea. Otherwise, then I won't bother a few of you. Without waiting for them to finish, Qin Yu interrupted with a smile once again. No matter who that guy is? How powerful is it? I won't be afraid, nor will I change my goal. Moreover, I, for one, am most unafraid of retaliation. When he came out of Qin Yu's room, Yu Fengxing could not help but curse in anger. This kid is also too capable of pretending. We were kind enough to persuade him, but instead of being ungrateful, this guy even kicked us all out. He even blurted out that he wants to get the first place in the examination. If he can beat that Qilin's man, I'll eat. It's just a pity for such a good seedling. Yi Feng shook his head somewhat helplessly. If this guy really goes to the top, then 10,000 enemies definitely won't let him off easily. It's even very likely that he will disregard Kirin's orders and finish off Qin Yu. That's also his own choice. Tian Shirling sighed and spoke in a deep voice. We've already persuaded him, whether he dies or lives, it has nothing to do with us. The few people did not continue to dwell on it, and left the place by following the path through the back window. Originally, they only wanted to come and fight for Qin Yu. After all, a talent like this one really wasn't seen too often. But this guy was so bold as to want to challenge the Qilin. He couldn't be persuaded back. Then they could only wish him well. If he could defeat their men, Qin Yu would already be considered quite formidable. But to defeat one of Kirin's men, it's harder than climbing up to heaven. It wasn't because of anything else. Rather, it was the week's break before the initiation test. Kirin would train them devilishly, hunting all kinds of exaggerated monsters and performing all kinds of dangerous tasks. Even, it would take them to the legendary Death Valley to make a break for it. The Valley of Death was a copy that could only be visited by level 20 and above professionals, and it was rumored that no one could come out of there alive. Every year, Kirin would pick 3 satisfied people from the grand examination, bring them to the Valley of Death, and let them stay in there for 2 to 3 days. If they can survive, then the Griffin will agree to admit them into the order. If they couldn't survive, then they would be regretfully eliminated. Survival of the fittest, this was the law he revered. Although it was cruel, every year, one or two would be able to survive. And these people who survive, no matter what occupation, grade how, they all have a characteristic, that is, ruthless, no matter whether the opponent is strong or weak, or deadly. It could be said that without Kirin's orders, none of their opponents would have lasted more than 10 seconds. So much so, that in recent years, whenever someone ran into someone from the Kirin team, they would simply give up. After all, no one wanted to lose their lives for nothing. But Qin Yu was bent on doing so, and can only be said to be young and naive and unaware of the fear of death. On the sixth day, the final of the individual battle. The PK arena was surrounded by a packed house, and almost the entire Longyin Guild Linghai chapter had come here. They were ready to watch this unprecedented PK. How could a summoner make it to the finals? And when he ran into someone from Team Kirin, he didn't have any fear and still chose to answer the battle. Almost no one dared to be this bold. Could it be that this guy wasn't afraid of death? The people who came to watch the match were also divided into two camps. A small portion supported Qin Yu, while the majority supported 10,000 enemies. The Kirin team had reigned first in the examination for 10 years, and most people had chosen to simply give up. Now that there was finally someone bold enough to challenge, they naturally chose to embrace it. If he could really win, then it would be a huge shock to the entire Dragon Bard Guild. And most of all, this guy had already brought them many surprises. He had consecutively decimated the experts under the 4 major captains, 3 of which were S-rank professions, as well as a veteran who had been crawling around the abyssal border for 18 years. This kind of strength might really be able to make history. There were some fervent fans who, upon seeing Qin Yu appear, immediately flocked to him, shouting as if they were crazy. There were even some female fans who wanted to give him a monkey. However, Qin Yu was unimpressed by this and only smiled faintly before he walked through the crowd and sat down on his seat. On the contrary, Wanru, who was following behind him, was a bit unhappy. Although she also admired Qin Yu for being able to make it all the way through to the individual battle finals. But to give birth to a man without knowing him. These women were a bit too shameless. Qin Yu was resting his eyes while Wanru sat beside him, quickly looking up information on the identity of one enemy. It wasn't because of anything else, but she hadn't seen this guy's name when the Great Examination Points ranking appeared earlier. Logically speaking, someone who could enter the Qilin team shouldn't have too bad of a score. How could it be that he couldn't even find his name or information? At this time, Qin Yu, who was on the side, raised his hand and pointed to the person who was at the last place of the leaderboard and slowly said, "Don't look for it, this is that guy." Wanru immediately froze, then immediately frowned. "Stop it. How could that guy have such low points? That's a member of the Qilin team. Moreover, isn't that guy's name by Jie? It's not one enemy either? Who told you that one enemy is that guy's name? What if it's just a code name?" Qin Yu turned his head as if looking at a little cutie. Like eyes at Wanru. Of the 44 people on the leaderboard, all of them are correct, only this one is left, which means that this guy is that Qilin team's one enemy. Wanru did not refute Qin Yu's explanation. But how could she look at it and feel that it was wrong? This guy had the lowest points and was only an A-rank professional orc. How was a guy with this kind of strength picked by Kirin to join the Dragonbane Guild? 62, Kirin Bloodline, a near-invincible existence. Pray for golden tickets. Without waiting for Wanru to figure out why, Qin Yu had already gotten up and walked towards the PK arena. Regarding the guy called one enemy, Qin Yu actually did not care too much. This was because with his current strength, no matter who it was, he was confident that he would be able to defeat it. But this guy's identity, strength and occupation were really a bit strange. An A-ranked orc, still at the bottom of the scoreboard. No matter how one thought about it, there was little chance that he would be selected to enter the Dragonbane Guild. There was only one possible reason. That was that this guy, perhaps, had some special ability as well? Go! Seeing Qin Yu slowly walk into the PK arena, Qilin also finally opened his mouth. Remember, leave him alive. Don't worry, after I've had enough fun, I'll naturally leave him a little life. 10,000 enemies let out a cold smile, then fiercely got up, and without the slightest hesitation, he jumped down from the audience. When he landed, a burst of dust and gravel was stirred up. In just a blink of an eye, he had already rushed to Qin Yu's body and blasted out with a fist that resounded with a cracking sound. Qin Yu immediately raised his hands to parry, but was still knocked back several meters. The equipment on his body also instantly shattered and fell to the ground. Humph. I thought I'd come across a durable prey, but I didn't expect it to be so fragile as well. One enemy shook his fist with some disappointment and said, "Kid, the boss asked me to spare your life, you'd better surrender now, or I'm afraid you won't last more than 2 punches from me. Or if you feel disgraced, you can let those summons of yours come out to play with me, but the result will be the same." It was thought that the offense just now would make Qin Yu wince. However, Qin Yu did not pay attention to one enemy, but instead crouched down and sighed with some regret as he looked at the equipment that was shattered all over the place. "Alas, you guys, also do not say hello to start a fight, a pity that I have this piece of equipment. You will have to compensate me in a while, this body of equipment is also worth a few tens of thousands of dollars?" Hearing Qin Yu's words, one enemy could not help but frown. How on earth did this guy manage to be so flaccid? Not worrying about his own life at this time, he actually pitted the smashed equipment? However, he didn't think much about it. A cold smile surfaced on his face once again and said, "Want me to pay for your equipment? Then we'll have to see if you can leave this PK arena alive today?" 10,000 enemies violently rushed and once again arrived in front of Qin Yu. A kick came out, heading straight for his head. However, this time, Qin Yu swiftly sidestepped and dodged, and then his arms suddenly transformed into sharp feather blades, and with a fierce swing, he slashed 2 wounds on one enemy's chest. The wounds were not deep, but the insult was extremely strong. And this caused one enemy to instantly freeze for a few seconds. "You guy, you're also an orc? A summoner, how can he still take shape?" Qin Yu did not answer his question, but instead, his arms swung once again, and 2 wind blades appeared all of a sudden, rushing towards one enemy. However, at this time, one enemy suddenly let out a loud roar and instantly shattered the wind blades that rushed over. His entire body turned red, and his body was covered in hard scales, and his hands and feet turned into sharp claws. This was the ability of an orc to transform into the corresponding beast. This is the ability of an orc to take the form of its beast counterpart, the orc form, and attack with it. If one is lucky enough to take the form of an aggressive beast, then his strength may exceed a rank. However, if he transformed into some weaker beasts, his strength would fall to the ground, and he would not even be as good as a B rank or C rank profession. The beast that one enemy had morphed into was slightly different. The foreclaws were thick and sharp, like a tiger or lion-like beast. But his body was covered in scales, which clearly did not belong to the characteristics of this type of beast. Especially the pair of sharp horns on his head, as well as his tail that was constantly wagging behind him with jagged teeth. This guy. It's a griffin. This guy's Beastman incarnation is actually a griffin. Jean Lee in the audience shouted excitedly, instantly causing the surrounding people to be startled as well. The Kirin was an ancient divine beast, known as the 3 strongest creatures in China along with the dragon and the phoenix. It could be said that professions that were associated with these 3 divine beasts were all very powerful. Among them, the Kirin was the head of the 3 divine beasts. One enemy's Beastman form was actually a Kirin, so it was no wonder that he was chosen to join the Dragon Bane Guild even though his grades were so poor. A rare Beastman form like this could be treasured in a museum. This kind of bloodline, if slightly cultivated, would definitely be an existence that could dominate a party. In an instant, gasp after gasp came from the audience. A Beastman that could transform into the form of a Qilin. This directly elevated it from a rank to S rank. Even, it could surpass the strength of an S rank. Now, Qin Yu's probability of winning became even lower. At this time, Qin Yu also saw the end of this fellow. Although he was shocked, he was not afraid. "Kid. If you're afraid, then hurry up and surrender, don't force me to kill you." One enemy twisted his neck, then his scarlet eyes stared at Qin Yu as if he had seen his prey, and was about to rush over and bite his throat off in a minute. "One Qilin is not enough to make me afraid." Qin Yu clenched his hands into fists and briefly moved his wrists before revealing a smile. "But as a rare species, I'm out of the mind to kill you. If you're sensible, then surrender immediately and give me the first. Otherwise, I don't mind breaking your limbs and making you a crippled Qilin." It was the first time that one enemy had dared to taunt himself like this. He was instantly enraged, and the scales on his body stood up in pieces, flashing with a dazzling light. With that, his figure disappeared in place in an instant. In the next second, Qin Yu then suddenly flew out, hitting the wall of the PK arena and stirring up a puff of dust. A distance of several hundred meters, the force was immense. No one saw his movements, the speed was as extreme and inscrutable as lightning. But at that moment, a large swarm of insects violently surged out from the dust, sweeping in like a large army. "A few bugs in the district, you want to block me? One enemy laughed coldly, then his claws fiercely crouched on the ground. A burst of electric light instantly surrounded his body, rapidly spreading through the ground towards the surroundings for several hundred meters. In a flash, the swarm was completely annihilated. Looking at the large swarm of bug corpses beside him that had completely turned into charcoal, the cold smile on one enemy's face became more and more obvious. During those few days in the Valley of Death, he had been killing enemies every moment. On the day he left the valley, he had also reached the achievement of killing 10,000 enemies. Therefore, he had been given the title of 10,000 enemies. Compared to those 10,000 monsters, tackling these few hundred bugs was just too easy. Even if it was that flame beetle dragon bug that this fellow had summoned, that was not enough to fear. However, all of a sudden, a dragon roar came through the air. Only to see a bird-type monster with 3 heads appear in mid-air and a flash and aim at him with its large mouth open. Afterwards, 3 shockwaves shot out violently, instantly enveloping 10,000 enemies. 63. Personal battle first. Easily taken. The aftershocks from the shockwave spread throughout the PK arena. It even caused people in the audience to lean back and dodge. Another new summon appeared. Moreover, just like that Inferno Beetle Dragonworm, it was also an alpha-level monster. This could not help but shock them once again. Combined with the fact that the Inferno Beetle Dragon Bug that Qin Yu had summoned earlier was not all of his cards, but just one of them. Most importantly, the shockwaves emitted by these 3-headed demonic insects could be much more damaging than the shockwaves rubbed out by Qin Yu's hand. Now that the 10,000 enemies had all received 3 shockwave damages, it was feared that they were already in critical condition. However, the Qilin was not the slightest bit flustered and just sat on his seat, quietly looking at the field. Only, he didn't look at one enemy who was bombarded by the shockwaves, but looked at Qin Yu who was not far away. This kid had truly given him many surprises. It was the same feeling he had when he saw one enemy during the grand examination. A unique talent like this was what he wanted the most. However, just this alone wasn't enough. These shockwaves alone were not enough to defeat 10,000 enemies. You think you can defeat me with this? Good thinking. Only to see a sudden bellowing cry coming from the shockwave light column, followed by a figure that violently flashed, then instantly pierced through the body of the 3-headed demonic insect. The 10,000 enemy chakra landed on the ground, stirring up a circle of rubble. A few seconds later, the corpse of the 3-headed demon worm fell to the side. The equipment on this guy's body was completely shattered, and his torso was naked. However, there was nothing injured on his body. The hard, black scales glistened, perfectly resisting all the damage from just now. You want to finish me off with just this tiny 3-headed monster bird? I've killed even more powerful ones than this. If this is your bottom card, then you can give it up now so that you can still save a life. Otherwise, this monster is your downfall. One enemy still had a smile on his face. In his opinion, he had already won this PK game. This guy Qin Yu had played all his cards, and there was no way he could defeat himself. However, suddenly, he felt his eyes go black and his body fell down uncontrollably like a pool of stagnant water. He strongly braced himself against the ground, which saved him from falling. However, a strong feeling of discomfort still hit his body at all times. Pooh! A mouthful of black blood fiercely spat out from one enemy's mouth. Looking at the streak of black and red blood in front of him, one enemy couldn't help but be puzzled. What the hell was going on here? Don't struggle, you've been poisoned, you should be in a state of near death by now, right? Qin Yu walked over to one enemy at this time and slowly said. But you have survived for a long time, one can only say that you are worthy of being a Qilin bloodline. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid you wouldn't even last 10 seconds. Poisoned? One enemy quickly opened the attribute interface and realized that his blood bar had indeed almost cleared to 0. But when was he poisoned? At once, one enemy froze for a few seconds. Then his gaze violently shifted to the wound on his chest. It was that time. A shocking light instantly flashed in one enemy's eyes as he looked at the smiling Qin Yu in front of him, his heart trembling with fear. The wound on his chest, this was the only source that could have poisoned him. Could it be that he had already been poisoned by this guy at that time? But he had also been poisoned before, and the toxicity wasn't even that great. Even the level 30 purple abyss poison scorpion he encountered in Death Valley only dealt 1% per second poison damage. How could this kid's poison have such high damage? In less than half a minute, he was already on the verge of death. It didn't even give him any chance to react. As if sensing the doubt on one enemy's face, Qin Yu slowly crouched down and explained with a smile. It seems that you've already discovered when I poisoned you? However, you shouldn't be clear about the damage value of this poison of mine. With that, Chinu lifted his right hand and placed the golden poison ring in front of him. This is a highly poisonous ring? It's still of gold-colored quality? One enemy's eyes immediately widened in disbelief at the scene in front of him. The poison ring was the topmost equipment in the general-purpose category. Even a green or blue one would have a price. Not to mention, it was a golden-colored poison ring. Looks like you're quite knowledgeable. Qin smiled and lowered his hand. I've leveled up this golden poison ring to level 30, and after being poisoned, it can drain 13% of your life value in damage per second. Theoretically, after being poisoned, it can only last less than 10 seconds. But I'm quite surprised that you haven't died by now. The change on the field caused the audience, which had been clamoring for a while, to instantly fall silent. They all thought that 10,000 enemies was about to prepare to start a counterattack. But who would have thought that he would suddenly fall to the ground? And he was also spitting blood from his mouth. This could not help but make even Kirin, who had been very calm, frown. It wasn't until he saw the golden poison ring that Qin had revealed that he realized what was going on. A golden poison ring. This was a top-tier equipment that he had never even seen before. This kid actually had it? For so many years, he had been in various high-level difficulty copies, secret realms, and even the abyssal border. But none of them had ever exploded such rare equipment. But this Qin Yu actually had it. How did he get it? Without waiting for him to figure out why, the woman on the side worriedly opened her mouth to remind him. Boss, if you don't make a move to stop it, one enemy will die? Could it be, are you going to give up on him? The woman wore a veil and was dressed in a plain color. It was worth noting that she was dressed very coolly, with some fabric almost only in the locations that had to be covered, and the rest of the locations were bare. No, you go get him back. Kirin immediately retracted her thoughts at the sight and shook her head. By the way, tell that Qin that I have something to say to him. I understand. Hearing this, the woman slowly got up, and with light steps, walked to the edge of the audience and jumped without hesitation. One enemy Ben was about to give up struggling right away, but at that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of warmth in his body, his poison state was instantly cured, and his blood level quickly returned to full. He was instantly ecstatic, and just as he wanted to counterattack, he felt someone press down on his shoulders. One enemy, you've already lost, don't you think you've lost enough of the boss's face? Spirit Sand. Hearing Spirit Sand's voice, one enemy's originally furious mood was extinguished for the most part. Although he didn't want to admit the fact that he had lost, in front of Spirit Sand, he simply didn't dare to talk too much. This woman, however, was even more terrifying than him. An existence that could make him pass away in minutes. Congratulations, you have won the first place in the individual battle. Spirit Sand didn't pay any more attention to one enemy, but instead looked at Qin with a smile. Our boss has something to say to you, please follow me? 64.kid, want to join our Kirin team? Seeking golden tickets. Qin was immediately startled by the sudden appearance of this woman. It was not because of anything else. Rather, it was the fact that she had used only a few seconds to pull the dying one enemy back from the brink of death. Not only did she get rid of the poisoning debuff, she also instantly returned to full blood volume. This exaggerated recovery effect, even for the topmost healers, that was no less impressive. But the most horrifying thing was that he actually saw the endless killing intent in this woman's eyes. Seeing endless killing intent. It was even heavier than this guy, one enemy. Killing intent is something that can't be cultivated quickly. This woman, I'm afraid she's killed quite a few monsters. Possibly, even more than 10,000 enemies. For a healer to have such a strong killing intent on her body was indeed a bit exaggerated. However, Qin did not panic, but silently looked towards the audience and asked suspiciously. You mean, Kirin is looking for me? He shouldn't be trying to get back at me, right? You're overthinking it, boss, he's very talent-obsessed, and I'm afraid that he's only looking for you because he wants to get to know you. Spirit Sand smiled faintly, then sidestepped to make way for a seat, and extended a hand in a pleased gesture. Keeping someone waiting is a very impolite behavior, not to mention, this is an invitation from the current #1 captain of the Dragon's Bane Guild, so there should be no reason for you to refuse, right? Qin nodded as he glanced at Ling Sha and then at Qilin, who was seated in the audience. Then with a wave of his hand, an eagle-eyed dragon bug rose up into the air, carrying Qin, as well as 10,000 enemies in Spirit Sand to the front of the Qilin. This could not help but make the crowd, who had already regained their composure, stare once again. Another new summon? And by the looks of it, it was a summon that had something to do with dragons? This guy, how did he manage to have so many exaggerated summons? Kid. The moment he saw Qin Yu, the Qilin directly opened his mouth and asked, "Do you want to join our Qilin team?" The moment Kirin said this, it immediately surprised the people nearby. One must know that this was the first time that Kirin had dug up someone in public. However, thinking about it, it was also right that the first place in the personal battle test, and it was also the first place with the summoner profession, it was indeed worth digging for a bit. However, Qin Yu shook his head without even thinking about it. "Captain Qilin, forgive me for making it difficult for me to agree to your invitation. In fact, the other 4 captains have also come to me, wanting to pull me in, but I clearly told them that I won't join a team of defeated men. Your men, nowadays, are also defeated under me, so I won't consider joining for the time being." "You're comparing me to those 4 losers?" Kirin let out a low roar, instantly silencing all the people around him. "Kid, your win in this round can be said to be pure luck. If it wasn't for that golden-colored poison ring on you, do you think you could have won against 10,000 enemies? I see you as young and ignorant, so I don't blame you. Do you know how many people are clamoring to get into my team? I'll give you one more chance to think about it." "No need." Without waiting for Kirin to finish, Qin Yu spoke up and interrupted. "My current goal is to be first in the overall assessment, so I won't consider switching teams for now. Do you think you can get first place?" Kirin slapped the seat next to him, instantly shattering it into pieces. "I'm telling you, kid. Even though you got first place in the individual battle, you only have 6 points, while our team has 8. You think you can get rid of us by 2? Ridiculous to the extreme." Hearing Kirin's words, Qin Yu wanted to retort, but at that moment, Jin Li and Song Wanru rushed over from the side and hurriedly blocked him behind. "Captain Qilin, this brat is too ungrateful, don't be so familiar with him. Getting this score when he first came here, it's inevitable that he's a bit inflated." Seeing that Kirin didn't say anything, Jin Li hurriedly pushed Qin Yu and asked Song Wanru to take him away from here. He. "Captain Kirin, going back, I'll definitely discipline this guy properly. How can you disrespect your elders and bully your superiors from below? You've always been the strongest captain of our Dragon's Bane Guild, the number 1 in the examination for 10 years in a row. How dare that kid look down on you? I'll definitely." "All right. Don't put a hat on me." Without waiting for Jin Li to finish, Qilin immediately stood up and roared angrily. "A lesser skill is a lesser skill. That kid is the veritable number 1 in individual battles. That's why I'm planning on pulling him into the team. But that doesn't mean that I'm just going to archly give away the first place in the examination as well. Jin Li, don't think I don't understand what's in your heart. This position of Kirin, unless I die, you guys will never be able to sit in it for the rest of your lives." After saying that, the Qilin left the place with 10,000 enemies in spirit sand. Only Jin Li was left standing in the same spot, hand to mouth. Although Qin Yu had gotten the first place in the individual battle, he could not be happy. This kid's strength was no longer needed to allow him to provide any help. In other words, one might not be able to help him become stronger. Instead, he would delay him. Would it be possible that a different captain with more seniority would be able to give him a better development? But Qin Yu had rejected the 4 major captains and then the current Qilin. He didn't understand, what was this kid thinking? It was just like what Kirin had just said. Even if Qin Yu took first place in the individual battle, the points would only be 6. But their team had 8 points. With a difference of 2 points, if they wanted to get the first place in total points, they had to be 2 points above them in the team battle. But that was not easy. Although the Kirin team also only had 2 people, these 2 people were far stronger than the other team's 3. Even if Qin Yu could get first place, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to close the gap with them. As long as he couldn't surpass the 2, then the Kirin's position wouldn't change. In this situation, Qin Yu naturally going to his team was the best choice. But not only did he refuse, he also offended Kirin. At this time, the big screen in the PK arena began to drift up again, and after the snowflakes disappeared, the specific rules of the team battle appeared. The team battle rules are as follows. All teams will enter the same copy at the same time for a time trial, with the copies randomized, and by ranking points. The first place will count for 15 points, and the last place will count for 1 point. Please note, if a team exceeds the last place by 5 minutes, then 1 additional point will be added, and so on. The team battle was a new assessment content this year. That's why the crowd was very concerned. Especially some teams with more members were thinking of saving the day in the team battle. After all, as S-rank and A-rank professions, these copies could be said to be a family affair for them. This was much better than 1v1 PK matches to get points. Most importantly, the appearance of this extra rule gave them an instant boost of confidence. As long as they exceeded the last place by 5 minutes, they would be able to add another extra point. In other words, as long as they were fast enough, the more points they could get. They, then, had the possibility of overtaking. 65, extra rule, the only chance to take first place. Qin, on the other hand, stared at the rules of this team battle for a long time, and then the same light appeared in his eyes. Originally, they wouldn't have been able to surpass the Qin team and get first place at all. This was because there was still a 2-point gap between their two teams. As long as they couldn't widen the gap by more than 2 points, then they would be destined to not be able to surpass them in terms of total points, and they wouldn't be able to get the first place. But after adding this extra rule, then they had a chance. The premise was that they had to get first place. And they had to be at least 5 minutes ahead of the Qin team in order to barely break even. If they exceeded 10 minutes, then they will succeed in getting the first place. It was difficult, but it gave Qin the illusion that it could be achieved. The first place throne was something anyone would want to try for. Since there was a slight chance, why would he not dare to try? Moreover, this might be the only chance in his life to sit in the Qilin's seat. If he gave it up, he definitely wouldn't be willing. For a moment, the gloom in his heart was instantly swept away. He had long since had enough of that Qin guy's bossing around. If he became the Qirin's captain, he would definitely pay back all the bad anger he had taken out over the years. Qin Yu did not go far, but was brought to a stop outside the PK arena by Wanru. Qin Yu, what were you thinking? How can you contradict Captain Qilin in public? He's a big shot in the entire Longyin Guild, and he even took the initiative to invite you to join his team. How could you refuse? What? You want to join? Qin Yu replied in disbelief, smiling slightly. To me, it doesn't matter whose team I join, what's important is the benefits and status that the first place in that examination brings me. The captains are switched every year, and it's based on the rankings of their men's appraisals, which means that no one is sure what the next year will be like. Then why don't I put the choice in my own hands? As long as I can get the first overall score, won't I be able to determine the ranking of the team I'm on? Hearing Qin Yu's words, Wanru reacted for a while before she realized what he meant. That's true. But how are you so sure that you can get the first overall score? Wanru hugged her arms and looked at Qin Yu critically. Although you got the first place in the individual battle, you only have 6 points, but the Qilin team has 8 points, with a difference of 2 points, you can't close the gap with them? I've investigated that won battle, crossed levels and killed 10,000 monsters in Death Valley, while that Spirit Sand is an S-rank dual attribute arrayer, who can make both light attribute recovery arrays and dark attribute control and damage arrays, and brushes the monsters very fast. With the same 2 people, do you think we can be faster than them? Facing Wanru's skepticism, Qin Yu only smiled and shook his head before slowly speaking. I can only say that you know nothing about speed. Could it be that you have forgotten how you lost to me in the grand examination? You. Wanru was pouting and could only retort in anger. Even if we could, we wouldn't be able to close the gap. The Qilin team must be faster than all the other teams. In the end, they're still number 1. It wasn't because she was growing on others, it was just the way it was. If there was no Qin Yu, then there basically wouldn't have been much change in the ranking of the captains of the Dragonbane Guild. At the very least, the top 5 teams would definitely not change. Therefore, with the strength of the Qin team, they were definitely able to steadily suppress the other teams and get a higher result than them. Even if Qin Yu was confident that he would be able to surpass Team Qin and take first place in the team competition, he would definitely not be able to widen the gap. Right at this moment, Qin hurriedly ran from the side. Wanru immediately pulled him to her side when she saw this and said somewhat breathlessly, Team Qin, you finally come. Qin Yu is determined to take first place. I've said that it's impossible, but he won't listen, so you hurry up and persuade him? Wanru had thought that Qin would be a bit more sensible, as the captain who had stayed in the Dragon's Bard Guild for so long, he would be more familiar with the strengths of the various teams. He also had a relative understanding of the current situation. For their third squad, the best they could achieve was second place, not even close to first place. However, instead of dissuading Qin Yu, Qin patted his shoulder hard and gave him a boost. Good. That's really good. Qin Yu, I really haven't misjudged you for nothing. But it's quite difficult to get the first place in the examination. So what? Qin Yu laughed disdainfully. I've taken the first place in the individual battle, can I still be afraid of a team battle? Ha ha. I like confident brats like you. Jin Li once again patted Qin Yu's shoulder, saying this but leaving Song Wanru on the side confused. Teen Jin, what are you babbling about? How can we possibly get first place? Unless that Kirin team lets go, it's impossible for us to overtake the total points and reach first place. You guys don't know the rules of the team battle, right? Team battle rules? Aren't they based on ranking points? Song Wanru cocked her head, revealing a puzzled expression. That's just the basic rules, there are additional rules. Jin Li immediately gave Qin Yu and Song Wanru a rundown of all that he had just seen from the big screen. The two of them were also in a cloud of confusion as they listened. It was only after a while that Qin Yu slowly opened his mouth. That is to say, only if we get the first place in the team battle on the premise that we also have to finish 10 minutes faster than the Kirin team, we will be able to overpower them in terms of total points and get the first place in the total points of the examination? That's right. Jin Li nodded excitedly in response. This extra rule, it increases a lot of possibilities and gives us a slight chance of getting first place. Only, it's a little bit difficult. The three of them fell into silence. Although there was a sliver of a chance, the difficulty could be comparable to purgatory mode. One had to take first place in the team battle rankings as well as exceeding the second place Kirin team by at least 10 minutes before being able to overtake the points and take first place in the total score. It was hard enough just to take first place in the team battle. To also be 10 minutes ahead of the Kirin team in terms of time. It was almost impossible. However, Qin Yu only paused for a few seconds, then nodded with a smile. No problem, isn't it just 10 minutes? A small matter. As long as I can take first place, even if it's 20 minutes, half an hour, I can still. Hearing Qin Yu's reply, Jin Li instantly smiled with joy and excitedly hugged him. Having you say this is enough. If you can really get first place, I can fulfill whatever request you make. I'll do what I say. Nothing else. Qin Yu immediately pushed Jin Li away in disgust, then slowly said. I haven't even waited for that 10,000 enemies to compensate me for my equipment, and you're driving me away. Then how about you reimburse me for this part of the money? 66. Another piece of exclusive equipment, deliberately making things difficult for Chang. Sure. I'll get you a better set, what set do you want? Take your pick below purple. It's still Captain Jean who's atmospheric, worthy of being in the Dragon's Bard Guild for so many years? Qin Yu's unstinting praise made Jin Li very flattered, and immediately moved to the guild store. Just like what Qin Yu had just said, he had also spent more than a dozen years in the Dragon's Bard Guild and had earned enough points to buy several purple sets. Although he still didn't know if he would be able to get the number 1 overall score, just based on his performance in the past few days, it was enough for him to let this wave of blood flow. What was a set of purple suits? He was now in second place on the scoreboard, and even if Qin Yu couldn't reach his goal and played normally, he would still be able to enter the top 5 and take the title of top 5 captain. At that time, the points spent would be earned back in minutes, so there was no need to worry. There weren't a lot of people in the guild store, but they were basically gathered in the low and middle divisions. The prices over there were more affordable and belonged to the popular area. The purple set equipment was in the middle partition. However, Qin Yu was walking directly towards the high partition and stopped in front of an exclusive equipment. Team Jean, can you fulfill me with this one? Looking in the direction of Qin Yu's finger, it was a helmet named Helmet of Recovery. The price, on the other hand, was a terrifying 20,000 points. Jin Li instantly had a heart tremor, knowing that this 20,000 points was almost 2 years of his hard work. It wasn't that he couldn't part with it, but it was just a bit heartbreaking. But soon, he discovered a hint. This Helmet of Recovery, it was an exclusive equipment, right? Moreover, it's the exclusive equipment of a recovery master. What does Qin Yu need this for? Even if he bought it back, he wouldn't be able to use it? That. Qin Yu, it's not that I can't spare the points. Jin Li could not help but frown. This helmet is the exclusive equipment of a recovery master, you can't use it either, ah? Why don't you look at something else? I don't need Team Jean to worry about this, I have my own use for it. Qin Yu didn't explain too much and didn't bother picking other equipment. It was also true that he did not need other equipment right now, because of the golden phrase, Equipment Master, the exclusive equipment was the most profitable for him. There was no need to spend extra money on transitional equipment, and he wasn't going to collect materials to upgrade and breakthrough. It would be much better to take one step and just get a proper set of exclusive equipment. Seeing how certain Qin Yu was, Jinli could only bite the bullet and buy this equipment. At this time, he glanced at Song Wanru beside him and asked softly, "Do you have any equipment that you want? I can also buy it for you." Team battles require the two of you to work together, and a good set of equipment is essential in order to achieve the ultimate speed of clearing the level. Song Wanru didn't say anything, just shook her head. The nightmare set from her big exam had already been put back by Song Weiman, and she was now wearing a normal purple mage set that she had swiped out on her own. Although she wanted to change into a good set of equipment, she who hadn't contributed a bit in the personal battle really didn't have the face to ask for any extra things or rewards. After all, if it meant that she could be a little more competitive and take a point, 2 points in the individual battle, then the probability of them taking first place in the overall score would become quite a bit higher. Seeing this, Jinli didn't ask any more questions, but took the two of them straight to the training ground next door. During the team battle, it was at the training ground that they were assessed. Through holographic projection, a copy entrance was generated for them to challenge. The difficulty of the copy was randomized, the level was randomized, and the size was also randomized. This way, it was completely fair to all teams. The Dragon Bard Guild currently had a collection of several thousand replicas, large and small, that had appeared in China, so who could guess which one would be drawn during the team battle? While there was still time, rushing to familiarize themselves with a few copies first was the top priority. However, the training ground is overcrowded, the large training ground, 50 holographic equipment, actually all people. Part of them were being used by the team that was taking the test. The other part were some guild members using them. How come there are so many people? Song Wanru inquired with some confusion. Obviously it wasn't this exaggerated a few days ago? The guild has point targets every month, so I guess these people are not enough targets to come here to mix points, right? Jinli sighed somewhat helplessly. Although the Dragonbane Guild was the largest guild in China, the good resources were all distributed in the hands of those top-tier celestial pride. And those weaker members would only be able to mix their soup. However, the Dragon Bard Guild had a monthly points target. If every month, they couldn't fulfill the 300-point target, then they would be kicked out of the Dragon Bard Guild. 300 points wasn't really that much, it was the amount of 30 low-level missions. A low-level mission was worth 10 points, which meant that only one mission a day needed to be completed. But guild quests didn't come every day. And there were times when they were instantly snatched up. Therefore, those who didn't get the guild quests would come to the training ground to earn points by brushing the books. 1 point for each swipe, 10 swipes per day to barely cover the total number of targets. This also made it so crowded at the end of the month. At this time, the end bell suddenly rang from a training house in front of them, and Jinli hurriedly led the two over. Just as they reached the door, they saw Shi Chang walking out, along with the 3 members behind him. "Yo! It's Team Jin, huh? It's good to have more points, you can waste a little time. Unlike us, we still have to scramble to come here to train, or else we might be eliminated. Shady, get out of the way. Don't delay our training." Jinli didn't want to talk nonsense with this guy, but suddenly, Shi Chang was the one who pulled on the door and said with a smile, "I'm really sorry, Captain Jin, we haven't finished training yet, we can't let you have this room yet. Besides, your men are so strong, you don't need to train. It's better to let this opportunity go to someone who needs it more." Shi Chang's face was filled with a teasing smile, although it was difficult for him to surpass Jinli in terms of points now. But it was still quite necessary to obstruct them as much as possible. After all, he had already reached a consensus with a few teams with lower points that he absolutely could not let Jinli rise to the top 5. Although it was a bit difficult, apart from them, the 4 major captains had also agreed to this idea. And they secretly maneuvered to determine a copy of this team competition test. They, on the other hand, were going to occupy all the training houses in the training grounds, not allowing Jinli's people to enter the training. In that case, all the teams except for Jinli would know the contents of the copy in advance, and the clearance would be very quick. Then Jinli, who didn't know the contents, would logically become the last place. What's so great about being first in the individual battle? This examination, there was no room for this guy to make a fool of himself here alone. However, at this time, an extremely discordant voice came from behind Jinli. "Indeed. Captain sure has a point. However, I feel that compared to us, I'm afraid you guys need even less training. After all, we can still compete for first place, but you guys are trying not to be the bottom one. I don't need to remind you which is more important, first or second. 67. The twin stars of the first middle school, the simulation battle is still not a handful? Qin Yu sidled out half his body. Although his face was full of smiles, his tone was full of disdain. This could not help but make Sure Chang's mouth twitch in anger. However, he managed to hold back his anger and led the three people behind him into the training house before ruthlessly closing the door. Seeing this, Song Wanru immediately looked at Jean Lee and said unhappily, "Team Jean, this guy is obviously targeting us. With so many copies, how can they possibly finish training? He just doesn't want us to use this training house. No harm done." Jean Lee didn't get too angry, but looked at the other training houses around him and hummed lightly, "Go! I'll take you guys to another place." Jean Lee turned his head and left, leading the two of them to an open space behind the guild. There weren't many people here, only an old acacia tree stood in the center. The old acacia tree rose straight up into the sky, and the top could not be seen. In the confusion of the two, Jean Lee pressed a button on the old acacia tree, and instantly a white light flashed and enveloped them. This is the duel point. In the past it was purposely set up by the president in order to resolve conflicts between members. Those in the dueling point can PK each other, but they won't be harmed in any way. Now, I am your opponent, you two attack me together until you knock me down. Hearing Jean Lee's words, Qin Yu and Song Wanru could not help but look at each other in silence. Although it was said that they wouldn't receive any harm, could this kind of battle serve any purpose? Seeing the two of them standing still, Jean Lee could then only open his mouth again and explain. "I'm trying to blitz the two of you on your teamwork abilities, lest you fall off the wagon tomorrow during the speed race. Team battles are different from individual battles. You may both be quite strong individually, but if you team up, the lack of cooperation will often cause your own strength to be greatly reduced." Saying that, Jean Lee pulled out a metal bat and slung it over his shoulder. "You guys think of me as a monster and just attack with all your might. Really?" Qin Yu asked with a smile. "Are you not joking, Team Jean?" "Of course. Does it look like I'm joking with you guys?" "No, what I'm asking is it true that there won't be any harm done here? I'm afraid that if we hurt you, we won't be able to afford the treatment." Hearing Qin Yu's words, Jean Lee gave a hefty smile and then immediately extended his index finger and hooked it towards the two. "Kid, don't be too crazy, I am at least the squad leader. Don't think that you're invincible just because you took first place in an individual battle. I don't even need to use my full strength when dealing with you two first-timer chicks." The trash talk time ended and the two immediately made an attack stance. However, Qin Yu did not summon any summons, but instead transformed into a feather blade and charged towards Jean Lee. Song Wanru, on the other hand, stood in place and performed a long-distance skill blast. The two actually did not affect each other. However, since Song Wanru's skill frequency was too high and too dense, she would always, unconsciously, accidentally attack Qin Yu's body. This also caused Qin Yu's attacking movements to be completely deformed. Too clumsy. Jean Lee quickly sidestepped to avoid Qin Yu, then with a violent swing of his arms, the bat in his hand struck Qin Yu's abdomen, immediately sending him flying. "Looks like I was right to worry, you two really don't have any tacit understanding at all. Qin Yu, you're always wobbling in front of me, making it impossible for me to aim my skills." Seeing Qin Yu lying on the ground on the side, Song Wanru frowned with some displeasure. "You still have the nerve to talk about me?" Seeing this, Qin Yu immediately climbed up from the ground and said with some anger, "If it wasn't for you suddenly flinging over a few skills to hit me, I would have already gotten it." Seeing that the two were suddenly at loggerheads, Jean Lee hurriedly wanted to go forward to discourage them. However, at this time, Qin Yu suddenly raised his hand and shot a spider web into Jean Lee's legs, binding him in place. Song Wanru then reacted quickly, the light beside her body flashed, 7 beams of light instantly struck Jean Lee, blasting him away to a short distance away. Throughout the entire process, the two did not communicate in any way. Jean Lee got up in a bit of a mess. Looking at the two standing together, he let out a bitter laugh somewhat helplessly. It seemed that he had worried too much. These two had actually reached a consensus so quickly, and had even fooled themselves. This was not at all like a team that had just formed and could make a match. "Team Jean, are you alright?" Seeing this, Song Wanru immediately became somewhat worried and wanted to go forward to check, but was stopped by a hand. He then saw that Qin Yu rushed over in an instant, his feathered blade slashing his throat, his movements agile and sharp. "Team Jean, you lost." Qin Yu flung his arm and looked at Jean Lee with a smile. "You may not be clear, but we are the twin stars of Linghai #1 Middle School, although we haven't played a few copies together, but with just one look, we can reach a consensus. It seems that it was indeed me who underestimated you guys. Jin Lee smiled and nodded, then he pressed the button on the old acacia tree once again and put away the shield. Tomorrow is the team battle, keep this up and first place is yours. I'll be outside the training ground watching your play throughout, don't let me down. Don't worry, copy racing is my best area. Qin Yu patted Jin Lee's shoulder while punching his ticket. Do you still remember that trial tower record? I was the only one that time, but this time I have teammates, it will only be faster, not slower. I believe in you guys. Feel free to move around, and remember to gather at the training grounds early tomorrow morning. Seeing this, Jin Lee didn't say anything more, he put away his bat and walked towards the rest area on one side. As Jin Lee left, Qin Yu intended to go back to rest as well. But at this moment, he saw Song Wanru who was standing stupidly in place. What's wrong with you? An unhappy look on your face? Can't it be, is it nervous? No. Song Wanru immediately shook her head without any hesitation, but after a few seconds, she nodded again. I'm just a little excited. And a little scared. Trying to get first place, the conditions are just too harsh. What if we fail? Looking at the tangled expression on Song Wanru's face, Qin Yu was only silent for a moment before slowly saying. Song Wanru, I only want to ask you one thing. If you didn't get first place, would you feel unwilling? Then of course. Song Wanru immediately opened her mouth, and the moment she did so, the tangles on her face dissipated instantly. Since that's the case, then what are you still dwelling on? You're an S-rank hidden profession? How is it that you're less confident than me, a B-rank summoner? Where has the old Song Wanru gone? Qin Yu slowly walked past Song Wanru and spoke softly as he passed by. If you don't even believe in yourself, then no one can help you. You yourself, think about it? 68. Conspiracy Team Battle, the most complicated group copy. On the last day of the examination, the 15 teams were waiting at the entrance of the training ground early in the morning. However, their faces were filled with complacent expressions. After all, they had long since reached a consensus and knew the copy of this team battle. And they had stayed up all night practicing no less than 100 times. The distribution, types, and attack methods of the various monsters, they knew them all like the back of their hand. Their speed had definitely increased by more than a factor of 2. With this kind of advanced preparation, they were definitely able to press Jin Lee's team to the back. Hee. For big brothers, you can rest assured that our other 9 brothers are already fully skilled in that copy and can definitely be faster than that Jin Lee. Shi Chang stood beside the 4 captains and spoke fawningly. It's absolutely impossible to let that guy get his hands on the 4 of you. Stop flattering. Tian Shiling, who was on the side, immediately glanced at Shi Chang and roared in an unfavorable manner. This matter itself is dishonorable, and you're still making a big deal out of it here. If Kirin finds out about this, not only you, but we'll all be expelled from the Dragon Bard Guild. Shi Chang immediately covered his mouth when he saw this, but at that moment, he saw Jin Lee walking from the distance, as well as Qin Yu and Song Wanru following behind him, and a light smile immediately appeared on his face. Yo! Isn't this the big dark horse Captain Jin's team? Taking first place in the individual battle is all about aura, even the team battle is coming last. Making us all wait here, what a big deal. Captain Shi, it seems like the time for the match hasn't arrived yet, right? Isn't your sarcasm a bit too much? Jin Lee didn't give Shi Chang any face and directly retorted. Moreover, Captain Shilin hasn't arrived yet either, so what you're saying is that they have a big pie in the face as well? You. Shi Chang wanted to say something else, but then he saw that Kirin had also arrived at the entrance of the training ground with 10,000 enemies in spirit sand, so he could only forcefully shut his mouth. Everyone had already arrived, and the team battle began immediately. 15 teams, each entering 15 training houses. And entered the copies at the same time. Waiting for the team battle to begin. Kirin, as the current first captain of the Dragon Bard Guild, was in charge of drawing the racing copies for this team battle. In front of the holographic projection screen of the general control, he pressed the button for random selection. Immediately, the screen was flashing with countless copy information. After a few seconds, it stopped. Copy drawn, Desert Cave. Copy level, level 20. Desert Den? When he saw the name of the replica, Jin Lee instantly frowned. It wasn't the hardest copy within the training grounds. However, it was the copy with the most complex map and the most monsters. Most importantly, the bosses within this copy were extremely difficult to find. And after finding it, if one didn't second it in the first place, allowing it to find a chance to escape. If you want to find it again, it will be almost impossible. It doesn't matter if you can beat it or not. But the team battle is a speed race. Once the copy boss was allowed to run away, then it meant that a lot of time would be wasted. Finding the boss would take time. If you let the boss go, you would also have to waste time. This copy could be said to be the hardest one in the race. However, after all, it was randomly selected. Therefore, the difficulty was the same for everyone. As long as they could take care of the boss in a swift manner while finding it quickly, and not letting it escape, then there was still a chance that they would be able to exceed the Qilin team by 10 minutes. After all, this copy of the Desert Den had some luck involved. These newcomers who had just arrived at the Dragon's Bard Guild didn't know the condition of this copy and would most likely mess up. Even those two people from the Kirin team might not be able to make an immediate and precise response. When the copy extraction ended, a pillar of light appeared simultaneously in the training house where the 15 teams were located. A teleportation portal glowing with white light appeared. Almost everyone, at the first opportunity, rushed in. Racing for time, no one wanted to waste a bit of time. The 15 captains, on the other hand, were seated outside the training house, looking at the 15 split screens in front of them, as well as the situation of the timing list on the side. From the moment they entered the replica, the timing list began to record in real time. Until they passed the copy, the timing would stop. Rankings would also appear one after another. Jin Lee had just taken his seat when Shi Chang on the side cast a concerned gaze and said softly, "Captain Jin, you should be familiar with this copy of Desert Den, right? When we broke into this copy before, it took us more than 2 hours. And we almost died inside. The difficulty of this copy is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Although, these Heaven's Pride people are much more powerful than us at that time, they won't be able to understand the doorway here for a while. Captain Shi, if you have something to say, you don't need to beat around the bush." Jin Lee turned his head to Shi Chang and said bluntly, "Everyone is the same, being randomly selected to the desert cave is a challenge for them all. I'm afraid it's a challenge for you guys, but for us, it might not be that difficult." Listening to Shi Chang's inexplicable words, Jin Lee didn't pay too much attention to them, but instead turned his head to quietly look at the screen. In the beginning, almost everyone was at the same starting line. The map of the Desert Den copy was quite large, and at the beginning, the crowd could only confirm their position by running the map, and then search for the boss point by groping a little bit. But in fact, there is actually a trick to finding the boss of the desert cave. In the copy, there are 4 buried towers. As long as you find these 4 tall towers and defeat the guardian spirits inside, you will be able to lure out the desert cave copy boss, the Sand Cave Mad Scorpion. The location of these 4 high towers was fixed, so if someone who had cleared the level before, or someone who was very familiar with this copy, should be able to locate them very quickly and lure out the boss. But suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. Aside from Qin Yu and Wanru, the other teams seemed to have a goal in mind as they all charged towards the nearest tower respectively. The Kirin team was pardonable. Kirin, as the most senior captain of the Dragon Bard Guild, surely knew the copy and the training grounds like the back of his hand. It was normal for the people under him to know the speed pass method for this copy. However, it was unlikely that the other teams would have that time to learn about this copy beforehand. Unless they had guessed beforehand that the team battle would be this copy. But 1 or 2 guesses were still understandable. If all the teams had guessed, the probability would not be high. As if sensing the doubt on Jin Lee's face, Shi Chang at the side burst into a sneer and said, "Team Jin, it seems like your team didn't do their homework in advance? Now, your dreams of being champions are sort of in vain?" Seeing that Jin Lee didn't pay attention to him, Shi Chang even cheaply moved to Jin Lee's side, mocking disdainfully. "You can't beat me after all. So what if you took the first 6 points in the individual battle? Bottom of the team battle, you still can't surpass me. Still wanting to sit on the throne of the top 5 captains, you wish. 69 tips for getting through? Sorry, I'm going straight to the chief's lair." The vast desert was endless. This was Song Wanru's first thought when she entered the copy. Looking at the endless dunes in front of her, she couldn't help but be a little confused. Even though she knew that they were now in an examination and were in a racing situation. But she still didn't have any clue. The map of this copy was also just too exaggerated. And without the slightest sign, she didn't even know where to go for her first step. But at that moment, a dragon's whistle rang out. Only to see a bug-headed dragon body monster suddenly appear hovering in the air and slowly stop beside her. Qin Yu was sitting on it and shouted while stretching his hand towards her. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come up. Still want to take first place?" Hearing the shout, Song Wanru immediately withdrew her thoughts, grabbed Qin Yu's hand and climbed onto the dragon's back. The moment Song Wanru came up, the eagle-eyed dragon worm rose up and flew towards the front. "Qin Yu, this copy is so big, and there is not a single hint, we can't even see a single monster, what the hell are we going to do?" "Don't panic, it's the same copy, surely other people are also puzzled? Look around first, there must be some clues." Qin Yu was very calm, and kept observing the surroundings while controlling the Hawkeye dragon worm as it flew through the air. The desert environment, in the replica, belonged to being a large map. In order to speed through this kind of large map copy, one would have to find a way to take out the boss quickly. But how to find the boss was a problem. At that moment, he suddenly saw that a tilted crooked tower had appeared on the dune in front of him. In the desert, the inexplicable appearance of a tower was something very weird. And weirdness represented the key to clearing the copy. Sure enough, after they got close, a group of sand scorpion monsters sprang out of that crooked tower. And there were more and more of them, soon covering a dozen meters around the tower, with 100 or so of them. Seeing this, Song Wanru immediately raised her staff, wanting to unleash a skill to finish them off. But before she could launch it, a few three-headed demon worms suddenly flew through the air, and with a few shockwave sweeps, they blasted the sand scorpion monsters all over the ground, including the crooked tower, into dregs. Looking at the several three-headed devil worms hovering beside her, Song Wanru couldn't help but slowly put down her staff. Although this seemed to be a team battle. But it seemed that she was not needed. Qin Yu's damage alone was enough to resolve all the monsters in the copy. Not only was the damage higher, but it was also faster. For a while, she actually felt a bit forlorn. But then, she noticed. The moment the crooked tower was blasted down, a crack appeared on the sand, seemingly extending towards the distance. This crack was very inconspicuous. It was only because the aftermath of that shockwave disappearing had blown away some of the gravel, which allowed her to discover something. She immediately informed Qin Yu of this discovery. The moment he also saw that crack, Qin Yu suddenly hugged Song Wanru and said excitedly, "Fantastic! It's wonderful to have you here." The sudden hug caused Song Wanru to be both alarmed and shy. Without waiting for her to inquire about the reason, Qin Yu had already loosened his hold on her and flew in the direction of the rift. "Do you still remember the sentence that the old class spoke to us the most when we were in school?" At this time, Qin Yu slowly opened his mouth and inquired. "What?" "In a duplicate, any information that is hidden is not empty. Those that are ignored are often the most crucial ones." Qin Yu's words hovered around Song Wanru's ears. As a high-achieving student, she naturally remembered these words. At the same time, she also understood why Qin Yu, just now, was so excited. It was because she had found the key to clearing the copy. The copy race is actually about clearance skills. Whoever could discover the way to lure out the copy boss faster would be able to clear the copy one step ahead of others. It's not like the trial tower. Each layer of the boss is given to you directly set up, as long as you want to find a way to quickly second them on the line. If you wanted to quickly pass the copy, you had to find the boss first. This could not help but make Jinli, who was outside, anxious. Qin Yu and Song Wanru were not familiar with this copy, and this process of finding the boss must have been very laborious. The other teams, on the other hand, acted as if they already knew about this copy. After entering the replica, they started looking for high towers to challenge with a purpose. While they had already breached 2 high towers, Qin Yu and Song Wanru had only just found one and destroyed it. This was already quite a large gap. It had to be at least 10 minutes. Originally, their preconception was that they had to be 10 minutes faster than the Kirin team so that they could get the first overall score. But now it seemed that not only could they not do it, but they had to be overtaken by others by 10 minutes. Forget about taking first place, it would be good if they didn't take second place. At this time, Jinli turned his head to Shi Chang, who was smiling badly, and the more he felt in his heart, the more wrong he felt. This guy, so confident that he could be faster than him, couldn't it be that he really knew some insider information already? But how could this be possible? The copy selection was randomized. If one wanted to get their hands dirty during the random selection, they would have to have all the squad leaders all agree. At once, a wave of uneasiness surged through Jinli's heart. Could it be that these guys, just for the sake of not letting themselves be ranked higher, so they reached a consensus? Plus, Shi Chang's arrogant appearance just now. Shi Chang appeared to have noticed Jin Li's gaze from the side, but he didn't say anything? The team battle had already begun, and even if this guy had already realized something was wrong, there was nothing left to salvage. If he didn't have any evidence, he couldn't prove anything. After all, everyone was complicit, he could only eat this dumb loss. Not properly staying in the third squad, always thinking of climbing up. He even wanted to sit in a position that didn't belong to him. This Longin Guild, it is not the turn of this guy to show off. He doesn't believe that Qin Yu has any way to turn the tide of battle? It's not like it's a race against the clock. This guy, can he still directly drill into the ground and dig out the boss? Shi Chang was still giggling to himself, but all of a sudden, the other captain on the side stood up violently, pointing his finger at the screen in front of Jin Li, his mouth wide open, his eyes full of panic. This couldn't help but, cause everyone around to gaze over. What's going on? A shock? Unpleasant questioning came from both sides at once. Originally, when the match was being scorched, they were all staring at their team screens, not daring to slack off a bit. At this time, a person beside them suddenly stood up and let out an alarming cry, which no one else could understand or endure. However, this guy did not care about the questioning of the person beside him, but always stared at the screen in front of Jin Li. After a while, he then stumbled and said, You guys look quickly? Qin Yu, that guy Qin Yu split the desert. 70. Extreme speed pass. The first in the total points of the examination was taken. Hearing his words, the crowd turned their heads to look over there. After just one look, the crowd instantly stood up just like him. This also included the 4 great captains. One could only see Qin Yu summoning countless ant lionworms, drilling into the sand and digging a gaping hole out of the desert alive. However, this was not important. What was important was that within that gap was an extremely hidden underground palace. It's the boss's lair. Qin Yu dug out the boss's lair. The crowd was stunned, their mouths wide open but unable to say anything. They all thought that the only way to draw out the desert den boss was to break the 4 towers. Who would have thought that this Qin Yu would find another way to directly dig out that boss's lair? Then wouldn't that part of their lead be wiped out? Shi Chang's face was as silent as black charcoal. Obviously, his plan was seamless, how could he still let this kid find a way to crack it? However, even if he dug out the boss lair, that didn't necessarily mean that he would be able to find that sand cave frenzy scorpion first. This boss was quite cautious, and with an exaggerated search method like Qin Yu's, it would be strange if it didn't scare it away. But in the next second, the sand cave frenzy scorpion scurried out from its nest. Hundreds of worms and ant lion worms then instantly overwhelmed it, resolving it in an instant. Accompanied by Song Wanru's celebratory and symbolic release of a few skill fireworks, Qin Yu and Song Wanru were the first to complete the copy clearance. The time was fixed at 5 minutes and 50 seconds. Looking at the leaderboard, the names of the 2 that were stuck on the first place, the faces of the crowd were more ugly than one another. Especially Shi Chang. He was the one who came up with this plan, but it didn't work. Instead, it allowed this kid to get first place again. And most importantly, normally, the fastest way to break the 4 towers to draw out the boss to pass the desert cave would take 20 minutes to hit the bottom. Because this copy of the map is extremely large, the distance between each tower will have to spend at least 5 minutes. For towers, that's 20 minutes. And that's not even counting the time needed to get the boss. And Qin Yu's exaggerated method of saving the traveling time to find the towers only took less than 6 minutes. At this time, everyone else was still on their way to the second tower. Jin Li was so excited that he almost fell off his seat. Qin Yu and Song Wanru really did not let him down. At this time, I'm afraid that they are truly capable of creating miracles. Jin Li, don't get complacent too early. Shi Chang, who was on the side, glanced contemptuously at the situation and coldly snorted without any goodwill. I know that you guys want to take first place, but right now, the 2 of Team Qilin are also nearing the end of the race, and you're not so sure that you'll be able to take first place in the total points. Do you think that the 2 of them can exceed Team Qilin by 10 minutes? Everything is possible. Without waiting for Jin Li to speak, Qin Yu and Song Wanru walked out of the training house and took the lead. Captain Shi, don't say grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Who do you kid think you are? Dare to talk to me like that? Shi Chang fiercely stood up and directly blasted a fist towards Qin Yu. He had long looked at this brat with displeasure, it was because of Qin Yu that their Longin Guild had become restless. However, this punch was blocked by Jin Li, and a gust of fist wind stirred, causing both of them to retreat a few steps each. Captain, sure, it's too degrading to argue with a child, isn't it? You're also a veteran captain of the Dragon's Bane Guild, being so impulsive won't do you much good? Jin Li's arrogant face couldn't help but make Sure Chang even angrier. However, he understood that if he really hurt Qin Yu, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to stay in the Dragon's Bard Guild. After the little episode, Qin Yu and Song Wanru returned to their seats. Looking at the first name on the screen, the two of them smiled at each other. This was the first step to success. 6 minutes, breaking that record 3 times faster. Even if one enemy in that spirit sand were even faster, they would probably have to be 20 minutes faster. But this was just their guess. What was certain was this. As long as they can finish the copy before 16 points, then the first place in the total score of this examination will be them. But if it was after 16 minutes, then the third squad that Qin Yu and Song Wanru were in would be the first place. Almost everyone stopped paying attention to their team's time and ranking at this time, and all of them shifted their gaze to the screen in front of the Qilin. At this time, Kirin's eyes were also gleaming, and although his face was calm, his heart was uneasy. This was the first time this emotion had appeared for him in the Dragon Bard Guild. Qin Yu's appearance had completely broken the pattern of the Dragon Guild. However, he didn't hate it. Instead, he felt an inexplicable curiosity. For a summoner to have such strength was truly mind-boggling. A 6-minute clearance time was impossible to do even for him. To be able to come up with the idea of directly digging out the boss's lair, this kid was not only strong, but also had a bright mind. In time, he would definitely have a great future. At this point, he actually no longer felt that he could keep the Qilin's position. But that was no longer too important to him. He had stayed in the position of the Kirin for more than 10 years, and had long since made a lot of money. Even if he was ousted from the altar, it was only temporary. Next year, he would return to this position. Out of the current 15 captains, there was no one who could pose a threat to him yet. This kid, however, gave him a slight sense of crisis. If he still stayed in the Dragon's Bane Guild, he would probably take the captain's position sooner or later. And he might be able to overpower him one day and become the number 1 strongest person in the Dragon Bard Guild. Titles and whatnot, he didn't care. After all, they were all false names. But if someone threatened his true position, then he would definitely not condone it. If this kid didn't want to join his men, then he would have to cut off the roots and eliminate any future problems. Who cares if he's someone in a million genius? If it can't be used for him, then it's no different from trash. Time passed by minute. 10,000 enemies in Spirit Sand are considered to be very fast. The two of them work together. One person destroys the 2 towers, and at the same time found the location of the boss, killing it instantly. The time was fixed at 17 minutes and 0 seconds. There was an instant dead silence in the training ground. If placed in the past, this clearance time was definitely considered extremely fast. And it had already broken the clearance record. However, it was still dwarfed by the 5 minutes and 50 seconds set by the first place, Qin Yu and Song Wanru. This was really too much of a difference. Most importantly, their clearance time was just over 10 minutes. 10 minutes and 10 seconds. In other words, they would be just 3 points above the Kirin team. The total points were over 1 point, taking the first place in the test. These two guys actually beat Kirin's men and took first place in the test? They're not dreaming, are they? 71, raising eyebrows. Bad premonition fulfilled. Begging for golden tickets. All the teams in the team battle were finished. The scoreboard also appeared in real time. Qin Yu and Song Wanru undoubtedly took the first place in the examination. A total of 24 points. Just exceeding the second place of one enemy in Spirit Sand by 1 point. The other 3 of the top 5 were the teams led by Yi Feng, Yu Fengxing, and Tian Shiling. This was unsurprising. Other than Su Mei, the other 3 were still in the top 5 teams. Jin Li was so excited that he cried tears of joy. He had thought that Qin Yu and Song Wanru would already be very good if they could enter the top 5. Who had thought that they would actually take the first place? Like Jin Li, Song Wanru's pair of bright eyes were slightly moist. First place was her family rule and her obsession. Now that it was really realized, she not only proved herself to her father, but also realized her own value. However, she also knew that her contribution to this initiation test was not much, and could even be said to be none. With that, she turned her head to look at Qin Yu beside her and tried her best to squeeze out a smile. Qin Yu, thank you. Without you, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for me to get this first place. No need to thank you. If you have to thank me, then buy me 2 pieces of good equipment, or just discount them? Qin Yu replied jokingly. In fact, there was nothing he wanted in terms of equipment right now. With the helmet of recovery, his current problem of blue recovery had also been solved. Just now, he had emptied 2 waves of blue volume in a row. To return to full from 0, it would only take a maximum of 100 seconds. That is, 1 minute and 40 seconds. And this was still only a level 1 effect. If he were to level up to 100, it might just take less than a minute to return to full blue. In other words, he now didn't need to think about blue consumption at all. It only took 1 minute and 40 seconds to summon nearly 500 insectoid creatures at once. 10 minutes, 2,500. Half an hour, 7,500. 1 hour, it was 15,000. Like a perpetual motion machine, it never ends. 1 man against an army of 10,000, it only takes an hour. With this equipment, his strength has directly risen by more than 1 level. Breaking into the secret realm solo probably wouldn't even be much of a problem. Congratulations, you guys got first place. At this moment, Kirin brought 10,000 enemies in spirit sand in front of a few people. Jinli, this jade pendant is for you, you'll be the captain of the Kirin team this year. Looking at the Kirin jade pendant in his hand, which symbolized the superiority of 10,000 people, Jinli was trembling with excitement and could only nod his head vigorously in thanks. Captain Jin, the title of Qilin is a position of great power and honor, you must grasp it well, don't lose the guild's face. Don't worry, I will definitely not let the guild down. That's good. Kirin smiled and patted Jin Li's shoulder, then he turned his head to look at Qin Yu who was sitting behind him. Qin Yu, are you really not considering coming to my team? No consideration. Qin Yu immediately spoke without thinking. Thank you for your kindness, but I once said that I wouldn't go to the team of a defeated general. I believe that as long as one's own strength is excellent, one will shine wherever they are. Good, I hope you'll remember what you said. Without saying anything more, Kirin left the training ground with the 2 people behind him. And after he left, the other teams all left quietly and grayly. They usually didn't have a good relationship with Jinli, and it was better to hurry and slip away at times like this. Jinli now had the Kirin Jade Pendant and had become the Kirin team leader. He was under 1 person and above 10,000 people. Far less than before. Their 10 captains were at the same level, no one obeyed anyone, and they could make a move if they didn't like what they saw. But now, with a single word, they would be doomed. Shi Chang also wanted to slip away, but just as he reached the door, he was stopped by Jinli. Captain Shi, why are you walking so fast? I still want to share the joy of sharing the victory with you? Shi Chang instantly shuddered, then turned around and smiled bitterly. Captain Jin, congratulations, huh? What did you call me? Hearing this, Jin Li immediately opened his mouth and asked back. Captain Kirin. That's right, right? Seeing this, Jin Li put his arm around Shi Chang's shoulder, his face filled with a smile. Shi Chang, before, you always looked down on me and suppressed me in various ways. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that you would have already rolled out of the Dragon Bard Guild. But I'm magnanimous and decided to spare you once. Thank you, Captain Qilin, said Shi Chang, immediately compensating with a smile. Don't be in a hurry to thank first, although you can stay in the Dragon Bard Guild, I don't think you're capable of acting as a captain anymore. From now on, you will no longer be the captain of the Dragon Bard Guild. Hearing Jin Li's words, Shi Chang was like a deflated ball of leather, and in an instant, his entire body hunched over. Although he had already guessed the ending, he still couldn't accept it. Jin Li. I'm the guild's patriarch, by what right can you take away my captain with a single word? Just by virtue of the fact that I'm a Kirin now. Jin Li let out a low roar, instantly making Shi Chang lose his temper. Shi Chang, you have to know that the reason I can still keep you in the Dragonblight Guild is because you're still a patriarch. But if you have this kind of attitude, then it looks like I'll have to change my decision. Don't, said Shi Chang, almost subconsciously changing his words. I was wrong. I was out of proportion. That's not a sincere enough apology, it feels like you're not very convincing? I was wrong. Captain Qilin, respectfully following orders. Looking at the powerless expression on Shi Chang's face, Jin Li was really happy. This feeling was simply even better than taking first place. At this moment, Qin Yu and Song Wanru walked over, interrupting his thoughts. Team Jin, there shouldn't be anything else after the assessment, right? We all want to go home to have a look. It's really been too long since we went back. It's fine, you guys should go about your business. Just remember to come back tomorrow. I'll take you guys to the guild hall to collect the first place reward. After leaving the Dragon's Bard Guild, Qin Yu and Song Wanru went their separate ways, each going back to their own homes. A week's time, I wonder how Manhwa stayed in the mountains. Did she encounter any dangers? He had actually been worried. If he is not around, there will be people who will take advantage of the opportunity to retaliate. But after all, with those people from the hunting grounds watching over him, it shouldn't be such a situation. However, he had just gotten on the car back to the mountain when he received a call from Bald Boy. Boss. It's not good. Little sister Manhwa, she's disappeared. We searched the mountain for a long time, but we couldn't find her. The moment he heard the voice on the phone, Qin Yu's heart seized violently. Unexpectedly, the bad premonition in his heart really came true. Manhwa is very obedient, she would never run around. So there is only a possibility that she was kidnapped by some bad guys in order to get back at him. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yu immediately shouted into the phone. I'll be right back. Immediately blockade the entire hunting area for me and give me a thorough search. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find Manhwa, as well as the guy who kidnapped her. 72. If you dare to touch my people, I will definitely let him die without a burial ground. The hunting area was instantly busy. Bald Boy stood on the rooftop of the building, his brows already wrinkled into twists. Where would this little girl be taken? In these 7 days, the first 6 days he made his rounds to Manhwa's room at 6 in the morning on time. Only on this last day, he slept too well and didn't wake up until 8 o'clock. When he did his rounds, he found the door of Manhwa's room wide open. Where was Manhwa's figure inside? Most importantly, he didn't find any suspicious figure in the surveillance. He only captured Manhwa opening the door herself. Then she went back to her room without closing the door. But the window of the room was open. Therefore, the most reasonable explanation is that someone in a stealthy state entered the room while the door was open, and then escaped by tying up Manhwa through the window. But there were no suspicious footprints found outside. For a while, he became a bit confused. He could only choose to call Qin Yu. Before Qin Yu left, he had ordered him to take good care of this little girl and not to let anything happen to her. But he didn't expect that he had actually messed up. If Qin Yu came back, he wouldn't be able to peel off a layer of his skin. At this moment, a black shadow floats through the air, a strange bird with 3 heads stops on the rooftop. Qin Yu leaps down from it, and in a few steps, he arrives in front of Bald Boy. What the hell is going on? Bald Boy didn't dare to hide anything and told the whole story. He then fiercely knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Boss, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been awake, I'm afraid that little girl I wouldn't have been kidnapped. If you want to kill me, I definitely won't have any complaints. What's the use of killing you? Will it bring Manhwa back? Qin Yu yanked Bald Boy up and angrily shouted. Take me to Manhwa's room to take a look. Seeing this, Bald Boy immediately put away his tears and led Qin Yu to a room downstairs. Just as he said, the door to the room was open and the window was open. There were not many traces of fighting in the room, and there were no footprints, just a faint fragrance. Just a few whiffs of it made him feel tingly, as if he couldn't exert himself. Ecstasy. Qin Yu said slowly. It's from the Killer Association. Killer Association? The Bald Boy at the side was violently startled and immediately revealed a terrified look. Then wouldn't that little girl? No, that guy is coming at me. Without waiting for Baldy to finish, Qin Yu immediately shook his head. It's not the first time that Slayer Association has looked for me, so I guess it's still for the same reason. Since they're coming for me, they won't harm Manhwa, they're just trying to lure me out. A trace of condensation flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Since it was the people from the Killer Association, it was naturally Shi Yong's family who were retaliating. Unsurprisingly, it was his father who had a connection with the Killer Association, as he said. It seems that the night before he didn't go to the Dragon's Bard Guild, that assassin should have set his sights on him. Thinking of this, Qin Yu immediately walked to the window and looked into the distance. That guy's target was himself, so he must not have fled far. Tell the people from the hunting grounds to retreat back, so as not to frighten the snakes. Qin Yu leapt up to the window, then a whistle sounded and the 3-headed demonic insect descended from the sky and stopped in front of him. That guy will be dealt with by me personally. If you dare to touch my people, I will definitely let him die without a burial place. Looking at Qin Yu's back as he left, Baldy didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone, telling his men to pull back. He had seen Qin Yu's ability, that killer had dared to take Qin Yu's sister captive, so there would definitely be a storm of bloodshed. It would be bad if the innocent were to be affected. At the same time, he also felt sympathy for the killer who had come to his door. That horrifying wave of insects was not something that a small assassin could handle. Although he didn't know who had hired them to find trouble with Qin Yu. But I'm afraid there was only one outcome. That is to be brutally abused and killed. The sun was setting and the hills in the hunting area were dark and gloomy. Occasionally, a cicada chirp could be heard, along with the somber resting sounds of wild monsters. A firelight flickered inside a cave, and on one side of the firelight sat a man in a black robe, while on the other side was Manhwa, who was bound and gagged. The man was actually very surprised. This little girl was tied up here by herself, yet she didn't show the slightest bit of panic. Her eyes were firm, and she even kept observing herself. It was as if she knew that she wasn't going to kill her. Driven by curiosity, he reached out and removed the cloth that was blocking Manhwa's small mouth, and asked softly, "Little girl, aren't you afraid? I'm an assassin, I've killed many people. I'm not afraid. Because I know you're not here for me. You won't kill me." Manhwa slowly spoke, his tone full of confidence. "Oh? Looks like you're quite smart?" The man lightly laughed as he played with the dagger in his hand, fond of Manhwa's calmness and resourcefulness. But immediately afterward, Manhwa opened his mouth to ask again. "You should be here to find my brother Qin, right? Then I advise you, you'd better hurry up and let me go back. Brother Qin is very powerful. If you let him find you, I'm afraid you'll die a horrible death." The little girl doesn't look big, but her breath is quite big. The man laughed as he pulled a level 15 lizard monster to his side, and with a single slash, he cut off his front leg and stuck it on a wooden stick to roast it. It didn't take long for the oil to nourish. "That Qin brother of yours does have some skill, or else he wouldn't have taken out a member of our association. But that guy is just a junior assassin who just started, and sending him here was just a wrong estimation of the target's strength. But I won't make that kind of low-level mistake." Looking at the lizard's leg meat that was not yet fully cooked, the man took a bite and tore off a piece of fresh meat with blood and water. "As a mid-level assassin, I'm more than capable of dealing with a freshly graduated high school student. Even if he's the number one in the grand exam, it's still the same, in front of me, it's just a matter of a knife." The man was very confident. In this world, there hadn't been anyone that he, Annihilation Spirit, couldn't kill in seconds. Not to mention, it was still a fledgling high school student. Even if he was the first in the grand exam, or an S-ranked profession, he was still far from him in terms of level difference and actual combat experience. However, Manhwa's face remained very calm. Hearing Annihilation Spirit's words, he only sighed silently. As if he was lamenting what would happen to him in a moment. "Anyway, I've already advised you, when Brother Qin arrives in a while, you won't even be able to regret it." The Annihilation Spirit didn't say anything and just ate the meat silently. But at that moment, he suddenly heard a mosquito sound coming from beside him. He immediately reacted and swung the dagger in his hand towards the sound, instantly resolving it. But suddenly, he felt something was wrong. It was almost winter. Where did the mosquitoes come from outside? Annihilation Spirit quickly turned his head to look outside the cave, and he saw a large swarm of mosquitoes spewing like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping him. 73, how about a mid-level killer? Can you kill me? As an assassin, the best thing to do is to kill the enemy with one move. The way to attack, on the other hand, is to hide in the dark and sneak up on them. A top killer is able to kill invisibly. No matter who it is, it can achieve the effect of instantaneous killing. But almost all killers have a common problem. That was that the blood bar was extremely low, and once they were discovered or entangled, it would be very difficult to save their lives. So, that was why they always hid in the shadows and sneak attacked. But Annihilation Spirit was different from those ordinary killers. He was awakened to the A-rank profession butcher. As long as he solved the target, he would provide himself with maximum life value. In other words, he had a guaranteed blood value. He was not afraid of group attacks and entanglements, nor was he afraid of being directly killed in seconds. The margin for error was greatly increased, and he could both sneak attack and fight hard. General killers, if they encountered this massive mosquito swarm, I'm afraid they should surrender. But he was an exception. Until now, although his level was only 20, his blood volume came to a horrifying 3,500 points. This was the convenience brought to him by the professional butcher. Annihilation Spirit quickly put away the dagger in his hand and pulled out a special gold machete. This was the reward given to him by the Slayer Association when he became a mid-level Slayer. And this was his main weapon. This machete possessed a blood-drawing effect and attacked with ranged damage, making it very useful when facing large-scale enemies. Theoretically, in cases where the enemies didn't have enough damage to kill him in seconds, he could even achieve a hard fight with them. With just one slash, he would be able to return to full blood. Soon, he was able to finish off this group of annoying mosquitoes. However, he was still very puzzled. There must be a reason why so many mosquitoes suddenly appeared in this season where mosquito monsters should not have appeared. Killer's intuition told him that this must be someone looking for it. And this person was most likely his target, Qin Yu. Kind of interesting. The Annihilation Spirit let out a light laugh, then immediately stuffed the cloth back into Nainua's mouth, and then quickly rushed out of the cave. The silence outside the cave was incomparable, with only gusts of cicadas. Occasionally, there would be a breeze blowing through, driving the surrounding willow branches to shake continuously. Suddenly, a branch not far away violently snapped, and a wind blade rushed towards him. The speed was extremely fast, and it reached him in an instant. However, his reaction was also very fast, and he immediately sidestepped to avoid the wind blade. But in the next second, a silhouette sprang out from the woods, grabbed him by the neck, and directly pressed him against the tree. The force was so great that it even shook the trunk of the tree. "Where is my sister?" Qin Yu quietly looked at the Annihilation Spirit and asked in a deep voice. "I'll give you 3 seconds, if you don't speak, then you will die a horrible death." Hearing Qin Yu's words, Annihilation Spirit even felt for a moment that this guy was the one who was a killer. "Kid, your sister is fine now." The Annihilation Spirit sneered with an indifferent expression. "If you don't want anything to happen to her, then take your life in exchange. But if you don't, then I don't mind taking you out along with her. But don't worry, I'm not without any human feelings. Every target that I take out, I will thoughtfully bury them. You two siblings have such a deep bond, so I will naturally bury you together." Qin Yu heard this and immediately threw a punch, but the Annihilation Spirit suddenly disappeared into thin air without a trace. "It seems that you still haven't understood my good intentions, huh?" At this moment, the Annihilation Spirit's voice resounded in the surroundings. "But it doesn't matter, you're going to turn into a corpse after a while anyway. Stealth, a necessary skill for every assassin. It could be used to attack and defend. As one of the divine skills, it was possible to do an attack that was sure to hit after stealth. In this case, there was a great possibility of killing the target in seconds. After all, this kid was only level 12 and was only wearing a helmet on his body. In this state, he didn't even need to use his full strength to finish this guy off. Break Hidden Strike. Annihilation Spirit quietly circled around behind Qin Yu, raised his hand and swung it at the back of his neck. The machete hit with precision, and the Annihilation Spirit revealed his figure as a result. He habitually wanted to shake off the blood on the knife. But then he suddenly realized that there was no blood on the knife? This couldn't help but make him frown. This group of people from your Slayer Association are really all the same, arrogant and cocky. Not knowing the depths. One of them is dead, and they actually dare to take the initiative to come to the door. It seems that when I have the chance, I'll have to eradicate all of your killer association as well." At this moment, Qin Yu slowly turned around and looked at Annihilation Spirit, his eyes filled with coldness and disdain. "You, why aren't you dead?" Annihilation Spirit immediately froze in place. He didn't understand why this fellow was still standing in front of him in good health. Obviously, his attack just now had hit this guy, and with his guess, it should have directly killed him in seconds. How could he not be injured at all? But before he could figure out what was going on, several spider webs shot over from all directions, instantly controlling him in place. Subsequently, the spider monsters all over the ground instantly surrounded him, and as long as he dared to make any move, they would swarm over him and eat him up. And on the tree not far away, there was another giant insect arachnid mother that was staring at him in death. Suddenly caught in a deadly situation, the Annihilation Spirit subconsciously wanted to raise his sword to counterattack. But at that moment, a wind blade then rushed in again, instantly severing his arm. "Ah!" The Annihilation Spirit instantly cried out in pain, but to no avail. Qin Yu slowly walked from a short distance away, his eyes always gazing at the Annihilation Spirit as if he was facing a lifeless corpse. You should know that I asked for your sister's location in order to actually give you a chance, but if you don't cherish it, then don't blame me for being cruel. Looking at Qin Yu's arm that was once again raised, the annihilation spirit felt the fear of death for the first time. He didn't understand, why was this kid so powerful? Obviously, he was only level 12, and he was still a summoner. Most of all, just now, his own slash obviously hit him, but he was still alive like a nobody. Even if he had a lot of blood, he should be on the verge of death. But he didn't look injured at all. The back of that neck was smooth, not at all like he had just been attacked. Kid, let me go. I can promise you that I won't mess with you from now on. We, the Slayer Association, say what we want and never go back on our word. Qin Yu did not care about the annihilation spirit's reply, but asked again. I'll ask again, where is my sister right now? Want to know where she is? You'll have to release me first. Looking at the annihilation spirit's smug eyes, Qin Yu immediately raised his hand and with a wave, he cut off the spider silk on his body. However, in the next second, he suddenly became invisible and disappeared in a flash. However, he did not run away, but instead pulled out his dagger, circled around behind Qin Yu and threw it as hard as he could. The dagger hit again, but Qin Yu still had no reaction. Instead, his chest was stuffy and a mouthful of black blood was spat out, revealing his form once again. In no time at all, he collapsed to the ground, dead. 74. Retaliation of the Sure family, Manhwa who was loved by everyone. Looking at the annihilation spirit who fell to the ground, Qin Yu did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotions. He admitted that he was a bit impulsive. He should have asked all the things that he should have asked before killing him. But fortunately, there were some clues on this guy's body. An intermediate badge of the Assassins Association. And a cell phone. The cell phone was new, and there was only one entry in the call log. It was someone with the name of Mr. Stone. It's really that guy. Anger overflowed in Qin Yu's eyes. It seemed that he was still too kind to the Sure family. With that, he threw the body of the annihilation spirit onto the three-headed demonic insect before typing a line up in his cell phone and placing it back into the corpse's arms. Send it to the Sure family for me. Hearing Qin Yu's order, the three-headed demon bug instantly rose up in the air and flew towards the city with the corpse on its back. He, on the other hand, turned to look at the cave on the side and immediately rushed in. The cave swayed with firelight, and a slender silhouette could vaguely be seen swaying on the wall. Manhwa. Soon, Qin Yu found Manhwa sitting by the fire and hurriedly took a few steps forward to untie the hemp rope and cloth from her body. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Brother Qin, I'm fine. Manhwa smiled and opened her mouth. Where's that fellow? Has he already been chased away by brother? It's already fine. I'll take you home now. Qin Yu did not explain too much, but picked up Manhwa and walked out of the cave. On the way home, Manhwa seemed as if she hadn't experienced what had just happened at all, with a constant smile on her face. It even managed to keep teasing and taking care of Qin Yu's mood. Returning to her home in the city, Manhwa even thoughtfully pulled Qin Yu to the refrigerator and showed him the dessert she had made a few days ago. Brother Qin, don't look so sad. Do you want to try the dishes I've researched? I've now been promoted to nutritionist 2nd grade, but the dishes I make are even more delicious. Oh? And seeing this scene, Qin Yu's heart felt a little heavier with guilt. It's all because I didn't come back in time that you almost ran into danger. You must have been scared, right? No, he. Manhwa gently held Qin Yu's hand and said with a smile. I know brother Qin, you'll come to my rescue, so what's so scary about me? Qin Yu was somewhat speechless and choked, and immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Jinli. Team Jin, want to beg you for something. In the guild, is there an empty lounge that I can stay in? Can you prepare one for me? Okay, then thank you Team Jin. The phone hung up, Qin Yu wiped the tear tracks on his face before pulling Manhwa into a side room. Pack up, we'll move tomorrow. Huh? So suddenly? Manhwa couldn't help but be a little dazed, but still obediently packed her things. Qin Yu, on the other hand, went upstairs and similarly started organizing. Early the next morning, the two arrived at the Dragonbane Guild. Manhwa was like a curious baby, coming to such a large guild for the first time, staring in amazement at everything she saw and asking questions. Plus, she was cute and polite. This couldn't help but also make the accompanying followers Jinli and Son Wanru both likable. Jinli was seeing such a cute little girl for the first time. Song Wanru, on the other hand, knew that she had a talent that was extremely friendly to mage-type professions, and that she was a nutritionist specializing in the mage system. With her, it was equivalent to having an endless source of intelligence. Even at a low level, one could increase their intelligence through the dishes provided by Nai Nua. This kind of nutritionist, what mage would not like it? She had been worried about how to strike a good relationship with this little girl before, but now, Qin Yu even brought her directly to live in the guild. Wouldn't this give her a great opportunity? However, Nai Nua seemed to be somewhat hostile to her, and was somewhat deliberately iffy about her enthusiastic proximity. Suddenly, Nai Nua stopped and turned her head to inquire. Sister Wanru, are you trying to make a relationship with Brother Qin? This remark immediately caused the few people beside him to all freeze. Song Wanru even had a small red face and hastily shook her head. How can that be? I don't have any feelings for him. Then why do you keep getting close to me? Nai Nua frowned suspiciously. Didn't I want to take the opportunity to get close to Brother Qin? What are you talking nonsense about? Seeing this, Qin Yu hurriedly pulled Nai Nua aside and lectured angrily. He is the daughter of the richest man in Linghai, how can he look at me? It must be because you are too attractive. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Nai Nua immediately resumed her bright smile. Brother Qin is mine, no one can snatch him away. In the middle of the conversation and laughter, the few people had already arrived at the rest area at the back of the guild. In reality, there was no place for the guild members to live here. However, Jin Li now had absolute privileges as the Qilin captain and could completely pick out one here for Qin Yu to use as a place to live. Qin Yu, how about taking a look at this? Jin Li walked at the front, pointing at a small two-story building in front of him and asked with a smile. Not bad. Even better than the one in my house. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction, then lightly patted Nai Nua's little brain and slowly spoke. Go take a look at the new home, then pick a favorite room. If there's anything you need, just talk to your Uncle Jin, he'll definitely fulfill you. Okay. Nai Nua took her luggage and entered the small building with a bounce. Jin Li, on the other hand, turned his head to Qin Yu and said with a smile. I didn't expect it, huh? Qin Yu, you actually have such a cute sister? What? Envious? Looking at Nai Nua's lithe back, Qin Yu hummed lightly with pride. There's no way to be blessed with good fortune, so just be envious. Hi. What am I envious of? Really? Jin Li helplessly turned around. Let's go, I'll take you to the guild hall to receive your rewards. The three of them arrived at the guild hall and took the elevator directly to the third floor. This was a high-level mission hall that only members of the top 5 captains could come to. Regardless of the luxury of the facilities, or the amount of points and difficulty rewards of the quests, they were all much higher than the lower 2 floors. At the center of the hall was the task collection and reward collection office. Every mission received here needed to be completed and submitted in exchange for the corresponding rewards and points. Here. This is your hidden copy pass, and the secret realm key. And the badge that symbolizes the Qilin team, one for each of you. Jin Li personally put the badges on the chests of the 2 of them, then said with a smile. With this badge, of the 15 Dragon Bard guilds in China, except for the 3rd floor of the main guild in Kyoto, Central Province, which you can't go to, you can come and go as you please. You guys can try out the guild quests right now, or go to the hidden copies if you want. I won't recommend you guys to go to the secret realm today because it's more time consuming. You guys just finished your assessment, it's not too late to go to the secret realm after 2 days. 75, Angry Sure Family Head, top assassins out in force. Linghai City's Sure residence. Sure Wohai stood in the courtyard, looking at the corpse of Annihilation Spirit not far in front of him, his eyes round with rage. This fellow, he recognized. It was the mid-level assassin that he had personally selected from the Assassin Association to go and finish off Qin Yu. Unexpectedly, he actually died such a miserable death. Not to mention his face was completely disfigured, there were barely a few pieces of good flesh on his body. If it wasn't for the cell phone that this guy was carrying, he really wouldn't have been able to recognize that this was the killer that he had picked out. But most importantly, the message left on the cell phone. Old man, I know who you are. If you want to avenge your son's death, then find some powerful people, or else you can come to me personally, don't let me take the initiative to find you. 2 simple sentences, but it made sure Wu Hai explode with anger. This kid, what makes him have such a big bottom? However, he was also a bit puzzled. The people of the Killer Association were all experts. How could they miss twice in a row and be killed by a little brat? He had something to do on the day of the big exam and didn't go to the scene. Therefore, after hearing that it was Qin Yu who got the first place in the grand exam, he was very shocked. One should know that he had awakened a B rank summoner. His son, on the other hand, was a class A rare profession magic fighter. It was much stronger than him. Even if it wasn't his son Shi Yang who took the first place in the grand examination, it wouldn't be this Qin Yu's turn. It would have to be an S-class occupation like Song Wanru's. What made him even angrier was that he also learned. It was Qin Yu who killed his son Shi Yang. How could a summoner beat a magic fighter? This was something he couldn't understand. However, none of this mattered to him. What mattered was that he wanted to avenge his son. But this intermediate-level assassin of the Assassin's Guild had even lost his hand. This couldn't help but disappoint him. Wasn't it said that the Assassins Association mission accomplished? How could it be planted twice in the hands of the same person? Could it be that he really had to let him personally take action? Suddenly at this time, the gate of the stone mansion slowly opened. A man wearing a dark golden robe walked in from outside. He was followed by two young and slim girls. The man merely glanced at them, and the two girls quickly walked over to the dead Annihilation Spirit's body and poured a bottle of potion down. Instantly, the Annihilation Spirit's corpse melted in an instant, turning into a puddle of blood. Old Shi, don't be too annoyed. The man walked over to Shi Wuhai at this time and said with a smile. We all didn't expect that Qin Yu to be so difficult to deal with, not even a mid-level assassin could handle him. The association is taking this matter very seriously, so they specially sent me over to butt heads with you. Get to the point. Shi Wuhai didn't give the man any face and roared in a deep voice. Cold Crow, you know my temperament, I do believe in your Slayer Association, that's why I asked for your help 3 times. But you guys, you really let me down. If you guys still can't solve that kid, then I don't mind going to your boss and asking him to personally help. There's no need to bother him with such a small matter, I have my own way of taking care of it. Cold Crow immediately spoke up when he saw this, but his face still contained a smile. Old Shi, don't worry, we will definitely take care of this matter to the end. You're the main investor in our association, and you also have a close relationship with the boss. If you want us to help, then we naturally won't slack off. No, when I heard that the mission failed again, I immediately brought 2 of my most trusted men. Saying that, Cold Crow pointed at the 2 girls who walked over. Yuin, both of them are high-level assassins, and their mission completion rate is as high as 100%, without a single failure. As long as it's someone they've set their sights on, none of them can survive. Just the 2 of them? Shi Wuhai looked at the 2 young girls in front of him with some hesitation. Cold Crow, it's not funny. The 2 of them combined are probably not even as old as me, right? Still senior slayers, so young, awakening their professions is probably not even that long ago, how strong can such be? I even doubt that they've killed anyone before? Don't underestimate them. Cold Crow let out a light laugh, then said towards the 2 of Yuin. Show your strength to Mr. Shi. Almost as soon as Cold Crow's words fell, Yuinite suddenly pulled out the dagger at her waist, and then stabbed it into Yuin's throat beside her. The sudden strike caused Shi Wuhai to be instantly startled. But it wasn't over yet. Yui's movements were very swift, the dagger in her hand flew up and down, and each slash was stabbed at Yuijin's vital points. In an instant, Yuin became a bloody mess. Shi Wuhai just wanted to ask Cold Crow beside him for the reason, but he realized that the wounds on Yuin's body were starting to heal continuously. In just 10 seconds or so, the wounds had completely healed, as if they were nothing. As if he could see the surprise on Shi Wuhai's face, Cold Crow slowly opened his mouth to ask. How is it? Can this strength be worthy of a high-level assassin? What the hell is this? Shi Wuhai asked in doubt. It's a secret, it can't be divulged. However, you can rest assured that with their strength, there's absolutely no problem dealing with that brat. Feeling an unprecedented shock, it was the first time Shi Wuhai had encountered someone with an immortal body. Although he didn't know what exactly was the reason for this. But this time, at least there was no need to worry about being killed back by that Qin Yu. Good, then I will believe you once more. Shi Wuhai nodded, and then walked slowly into the living room. Tell me about your plans, let me hear how you want to take that kid out. It's simple, an assassin's plan is usually only a quick kill. The 2 of them, Cold Crow and Spectral Night Spectre, followed closely behind, saying as they walked. Quick kill? But the first 2 assassins died horribly. Although the 2 of them can't be killed, but are you so sure that they can kill that Qin Yu? I never said that they only have the ability of not being afraid of death. Cold Crow instantly revealed a playful smile, and then waved his hand to call Yui Knight to his side. Become my likeness. Without a word, Yui Knight simply turned around and instantly transformed into Cold Crow's appearance. Whether it was his looks, clothes, or body type, they were all exactly the same, and there was no difference to be seen at all. And this once again left Wu-hai speechless with shock. At this time, he also finally understood what Cold Crow meant. These two girls had a clear division of labor. One could change into the target's familiar appearance to approach. The other was responsible for a quick kill sneak attack. If the sneak attack failed, the other approaching one could strike again to achieve a sure kill. No wonder, the mission completion rate of these two was 100%. With these abilities, there is no one who can't be killed? These two girls were born killers. Good, good, good. Wu-hai immediately applauded, a satisfied smile finally appearing on his face. It's true that the Assassin Association is still hiding crouching tigers. It seems that I was wrong about you guys. As long as you guys can help me take down that kid, I'll take as much more funding as you guys want. 76, Class A Secret Realm Mountain City Old Street, the man with the pig's head. The third floor of the Dragon's Bard Guild Hall. Qin Yu and Wanru sat on the sofa, looking at the hidden copy passes in front of them as well as the secret realm key and fell into deep thought. After a while, Qin Yu then took the secret realm key aside and picked up the hidden copy pass. Listen to Team Jean, if you want to pass through the secret realm, the fastest you can get is 1 day upwards. The time there is the same as here, and it's already noon now, which means the fastest we can come back is noon tomorrow. However, Wanru was silent for a moment, then picked up the secret realm key. I want to go to the secret realm. The tone was serious and certain. HM? Are you sure? Qin Yu could not help but be a bit puzzled. It wasn't that he was afraid of staying up all night, nor was he afraid of the danger of that secret realm. Although Wanru didn't contribute much in this examination. But they were a team after all, and this reward would have her share. No matter where they went, they had to go together to make it work. And he chose to go to the hidden copy first, also for Wanru's consideration. She didn't have the strength to go to the secret realm right now. Even though she was an S-rank hidden profession with overflowing damage, her survivability was a concern. Although he could play a protective role, he was distracted. Once any danger arose, he probably couldn't help much. After all, the secret realm had a minimum level 30. And they had only just passed level 10. Therefore, he didn't understand why Wanru was in a hurry to go to the secret realm. Unbeknownst to him, Wanru was gambling with her father, Song Wayman. She ran into Song Wayman when she was returning home yesterday. While she was full of joy and told him the news of getting first place, she only received a cold glance. So what if you got first place? I heard that it's all because of that Qin Yu kid, right? You're an S-ranked profession, you can be compared to a summoner, and you still feel proud of yourself, don't you? What a disgrace. Don't say you're my daughter outside in the future. Although this wasn't the first time he had belittled himself. But it was just hard to hear. She just wanted to hear a word of praise, even if it was a word of encouragement. But this had become a luxury as well. Could it be that in his eyes, she was really that humiliating, that worthless? And that was why she decided to go to the secret realm. She wanted to prove to herself that she wasn't as weak as Song Wayman had claimed. A high-grade, difficult and long secret realm was the best means of proving it. I'm sure. Wanru nodded without thinking, then immediately got up and said. Let's set off now, is that okay? Of course. Although he did not know the reason, Qin Yu could see some longing and urgency in her eyes. There was also a hint of sadness and resentment. I guess that poker face didn't give her any good looks again this time when she went home. The two of them instantly set off to the guild secret point. As a matter of fact, after they had risen to level 30, no one was going to brush up on any duplicates, and the secret realm was a better choice. This was because the gold and experience given by the copies were no longer enough for them to level up quickly. The probability of good equipment was also pitifully low. But with a trip to the secret realm, the level up and the gold they could get rose exponentially. However, secret realm keys were still very rare. Only the top 30% of the guild members could obtain one every week. Those like Qin Yu and Wanru, who could enter the secret realm at only 10 levels or so, were even rarer. Inserting the key into the entrance gate of the secret realm, a white mist spread out and enveloped the two of them. A few lines of small words then appeared before their eyes. The A-rank secret realm Mountain City Old Street has opened, please enter with caution. The moment the entrance opened, Song Wanru rushed in without hesitation. Qin Yu could only follow immediately. A class secret realm was considered to be quite a high-level secret realm. The difficulty inside was estimated to be very exaggerated. Passing it would also be more difficult. He remembered that when he was in school, his teacher had taught them about secret realms. If you wanted to pass the secret realm, you also had to defeat the bosses. But the bosses in the secret realm weren't that good. And it wasn't limited to monsters, there could be some other species. Even, it could be a person. That was why the fastest way to clear the secret realm usually took more than a day. This A-rank secret realm, one could only say that it would take longer. However, the name of this secret realm is what makes Qin Yu somewhat surprised. This very Chinese city-style name, what boss will appear? Zombies? Or some ancient beasts? The history of China has not actually seen any monsters, basically linked to the classic of mountains and seas. If that was true in this secret realm, then it would indeed be called a rank. The white mist in front of him was getting shallower and shallower, and some strange cries could be heard faintly beside his ears. It was like talking, or chanting. At that moment, a ray of sunlight pierced through the mist and illuminated the two of them. Only to see that they were standing at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by lush greenery and vigor, not at all like there were monsters. This couldn't help but make Song Wanru a little disappointed. She was now eager to finish off a few monsters to vent out the anger in her heart. At this moment, a rush of footsteps came from the woods. Subconsciously, she raised her staff and swung it towards that direction. A fiery beam instantly shot out, instantly setting a tree in front of her ablaze. Immediately afterward, dozens of silhouettes flashed by and a column of water sprayed out, dousing the flames while trapping Qin Yu and Song Wanru in place. It was a dozen or so guys with spears and shields, human and pig-headed. The faces were fierce but with a hint of fear. Like they were afraid of the two of them. Seeing this, Song Wanru wanted to immediately unleash her skills again, but was stopped by Qin Yu raising his hand. Wait, something is wrong. What's wrong? Song Wanru frowned in confusion. These guys, aren't they obviously monsters? I think you guys are the ones who look like monsters. At this moment, an obviously stouter pig-headed man took a few steps forward and roared in a deep voice. Growing two heads of unknown creatures, hurry up and surrender your weapons. Otherwise, we'll have to do it on the spot. All the pig-headed men raised their spears in unison and aimed them at the two. But at this moment, Qin Yu took a few steps forward and slapped him on the face. Unbridled. We are the honored guests here, how dare you strike at us? Aren't you afraid of heavenly punishment being sent down? Being slapped in the face, the pig-headed man was immediately enraged. Just when he wanted to make a move, he saw Qin Yu take off the Qilin badge on his chest and set it in front of his eyes. Qilin. Your Kirin divine ambassadors. No wonder, the goat sacrifice said that there would be an alien divine messenger to save our mountain city, so this is actually true. You guys. Quickly put down all the weapons in your hands. Can you all afford to pay the responsibility for injuring the Qilin god emperor? The anger on the pig-headed man's face instantly turned into a fawning smile, and his movements were respectful. I'm so sorry, two god ambassadors, it's us who have eyes without honor. My name is Pig San, I'm the patrol leader of Mountain City. The two of you must be exhausted after traveling all the way here? Hurry up and follow us to the city, we'll be sure to offer you good food and drink. 77. Outer identity is self-given, the battle of the races. The two followed the group of these pigmen all the way up the mountain. However, Song Wanru was still a bit puzzled as to how Qin Yu thought of using the Qilin badge to subdue these pigmen. In response, Qin Yu only spoke slowly. These pigmen didn't attack us directly, which means that they are the aborigines of this place. It's only because they discovered us that they wanted to come over to check the situation. In other words, they aren't bad guys or monsters. Plus, they all have animal heads. So I guess the people here should all call themselves animals. The animal world also has a hierarchy of elders and children. As the Qilin is the king of all beasts, they would naturally respect it beyond measure. Qin Yu's very delicate explanation instantly made Song Wanru understand. At the same time, she was once again convinced of Qin Yu's intelligence. This man who had always pushed her down since high school truly had no weaknesses. Soon, they saw the mountain city perched on the mountainside. A curved street led to the city. This was also the only road to the mountain city. However, both sides of this road were littered with corpses. Broken pieces of corpses, broken limbs, and blood all over the ground could be seen everywhere. It felt like it was a road to hell in general. As if he could see Qin Yu and Song Wanru's surprise, Piggy-san explained somewhat helplessly. The two divine ambassadors don't know, we have just experienced a great battle here. Those flesh-eating races under the mountain suddenly launched an attack on our grass-eating races on the mountain, and we fought tooth and nail to stubbornly resist, which is how we were able to repel them. But these corpses, we haven't had time to clean up. Hearing Inu-san's explanation, the two of them then realized what had happened here. And what they were dealing with, what kind of people were they dealing with? But I see that you guys seem to have suffered heavy casualties as well? Qin Yu noticed that most of the corpses on both sides of the street were herbivores, and only a small portion were carnivores. I won't hide it from you, if it wasn't for the large population base of our herbivore race itself, I'm afraid that we would have already been exterminated by those guys. Pig 3's face was filled with creases, and it was evident that he was also a bit overwhelmed by the war between the two races. Although the overall number of the herbivorous race was half as much as the fleshivorous race, their strength was worlds apart. To put it simply, the strength of one flesh-eater race was almost equal to 3 herb-eaters. When calculated like this, the herbivorous race was still weaker. We, the herbivorous race, originally lived in the prairie underneath the mountain, with no worries about food and clothing. But now we've been forced to the mountains, where we can't even eat a full meal. However, with the two divine ambassadors descending, our grass-eating clan can finally stop living like this. The two followed the procession as they continued to walk forward, and they were greeted by a dark green city gate. There were 2 heavily armed, human chicken-headed soldiers standing guard at the city gate. Seeing the pigment patrol return with 2 guys with human heads, they immediately raised the short forks in their hands. But before they could ask, Pig 3 raised his hand to stop them. Don't be impulsive, these 2 are Lord God Emperor. Divine ambassadors? The 2 chicken-headed soldiers looked at each other with some confusion. How do I prove it? How about this? Qin Yu revealed the Kirin insignia once again, while Song Wanru also held up her chest as if she was following the cat's example. Kirin. It's the Qilin. It's really a divine messenger. The moment they saw the insignia, the 2 chicken-headed soldiers looked up to the sky and the short forks in their hands fell off in response. The God Emperor has descended. Our grass-eating clan is saved. Quickly go find the goat priest. The 2 chicken-headed soldiers immediately pushed open the blood-stained door and respectfully welcomed the 2 inside. The sound of the chicken's roar from earlier was still echoing in the air. And it caused the other herbivorous races in the city to stop, their gazes all converging on the 2. Among them, most of them were pig people and chicken people, with a few sheep people and horse people. However, the sheep people and horse people were a bit more gorgeously dressed and were not as dirty. The pig people and chicken people were engaged in manual labor and petty trading. While the goat man and horseman were dressed as bosses at first glance, their status was definitely different. At the sight of the 2 who were welcomed in, originally they thought that it was another flesh-eating tribe that had entered the country. Unexpectedly, it was actually a divine messenger descending. The city was instantly filled with people. The divine envoy was a once-in-a-million-years event, and as a savior-like existence, they naturally couldn't miss it. However, they didn't expect that the divine messengers were actually 2 people. Before they could walk into the city for a few steps, they bumped into a group of horse-headed people who were patrolling the city. Different from the pigment patrol, these horsemen were more well-equipped, and their hands were holding a whip as thick as their arms. They kept flinging it as they walked, bringing about a burst of air-breaking sounds. These 2 are the divine messengers? Please come with us, the goat priests have been waiting for the 2 of you for a long time. The horseman patrol quickly spread out towards both sides, making way for a small path. Seeing this, Pig 3 also suddenly spoke up. 2 divine ambassadors, I can only send you here. Further in is the inner city, it's not our pigment scope of activities anymore. I hope that you guys can bring the herbivorous race back to the light of day. Looking at the distant back of the pigment patrol, Qin Yu always had some uncomfortable feelings. Obviously a race that was being oppressed, there was actually such a strict class system within. At times like this, shouldn't they be united against each other? The 2 of them followed the horseman patrol into the inner city, where the buildings were obviously a bit more luxurious than when they first entered the city. Soon, they saw a church-like building. In the square in front of the church, there were 3 statues of beast-headed men standing. In the center was a majestic minotaur. And on the two sides, there was a rabbit-headed woman and a goat-headed old man. It seems like the two divine messengers are interested in this statue? The horse-headed captain walking beside the two said with a smile. The one in the center is the leader of our grass-eating clan, the god of war ox saint. Next to him is the leader's wife, and the spiritual pillar that supports the enduring strength of our grass-eating clan, Lady Rabbit Ning. The other is the goat priestess, goat spirit, who has lived for hundreds of years and is a master of the ancient and modern worlds, especially skilled in the art of prophecy. In the flesh-eating tribe's sneak attack a few days ago, if it wasn't for the priest informing us in advance, I'm afraid that the mountain city would have already fallen, and the entire herb-eating tribe would have been devastated. Listening to Captain Horsehead's introduction, Qin Yu nodded and immediately summarized the information gathered so far. Among this secret realm, there were only two camps: the herbivorous race and the fleshivorous race. And the herbivorous race was known to have, and only have, 6 species: cows, rabbits, sheep, horses, chickens, and pigs. Exactly corresponding to the 6 of the 12 zodiac signs. Then the meat-eating race should be the other 6: rat, tiger, dragon, snake, monkey, dog. The secret boss, I'm afraid, is one of the leaders of these 6 species. 78 Eerie atmosphere, fractured herbivores. It was obvious. Of these 6 ethnic groups, the one that could serve as the leader boss was probably only the dragon clan. But what puzzled Qin Yu was, if there was really a dragon race present among the flesh eaters, wouldn't the herb eaters have already been completely wiped out? The dragons were the notorious top creatures of China, and these cows and horses were not even on the same level. How could this be defeated? However, he didn't see any corpses of the dragon race on that street outside. Perhaps, this race was feared to be not very numerous. It could be in the single digits, or there could even be only one. That would be the leader of the entire flesh-eating race, the boss of the secret realm. Follow the group into the church. Inside the church, the decor was quiet and simple, with only a few steps of wooden chairs that were about to lose their skin. At the very front there was a high platform, on which a semi-circular table was placed, and the goat spirit was sitting in it. It could be seen that this goat-headed guy was really old, and the goat's unique curly hair was too long, covering his entire face. Greetings to the 2 divine ambassadors for their visit to Mountain City. The goat spirit's voice came out leisurely as the 2 approached. Mind if I don't get up to greet you? The old man is old, it's really not convenient to get up. It's fine, it's fine. Seeing this, Song Wanru hurriedly spoke up. We're not that restrained. Old grandpa, can you help see when those flesh-eating clans will come next? We can help you guys out, so that those guys will never dare to bully you again. They will come again soon. The goat spirit said while stroking his long beard. It's probably tonight. With the 2 god ambassadors around, we'll definitely win big this time. All the time he waited to leave the church, Qin Yu did not say anything. He always felt that something was wrong. But couldn't tell what was wrong? In addition to telling them the time when the flesh-eaters might appear, the goat spirit also briefly talked about the other party's strength and the distribution of their clans. It was indeed the same as what Qin Yu had guessed. The flesh-eaters were precisely the 6 remaining ethnic groups that had formed. Moreover, the other party's main battle force was the other 5 ethnic groups apart from the dragon race. It could be said that according to the sheep spirit, in the great battle between the 2 clans, it had never seen that legendary dragon clan appear. It was also because of this that their grass-eating clan was able to survive until now, and hadn't been exterminated. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Without a sufficient source of food, the herbivorous clan's reproduction was also problematic. If they kept hiding in this mountain city, even without the frequent attacks of the flesh-eating tribe, the grass-eating tribe would be wiped out in the near future. This would be a dead end for them. The only solution was to take care of the flesh-eating clan. Qin Yu, don't interfere this time, I'm going to solve this secret realm on my own. At this moment, Song Wanru suddenly spoke. No problem. Qin Yu nodded. He had long guessed Song Wanru's reason for choosing the secret realm, so he did not object. According to the current situation, if those flesh-eaters were the same as the herb-eaters, using cold weapons and only had some simple attribute attacks, then Song Wanru was fully capable of taking care of them on her own. After all, in front of magic, those cold weapons and attribute attacks were not worth mentioning at all. Fear is fear, what unique abilities do those guys have? However, Song Wanru was not worried at all. It was as if she had already made up her mind, wanting to be alone against the yet-to-be-seen flesh-eaters. Coming out of the church, they were then taken to the palace higher up. The palace was built on top of a hill. Unlike the mountainside, there were no trees, just a whole turquoise lawn. Many cows, rabbits, and sheep played happily here. Obviously, this place belongs to the aristocratic district. There was endless food to eat, and there was no war to worry about. Even when they saw the two people, there was a burst of annoyance in their eyes. As if to say, how did these two come here? The palace was gorgeous and incomparably different from the church than the sky. Niu Shang sat on the throne high above, lax and lethargic, without a bit of spirituality on his face, which still has the qualification of war god look. And beside him, lying Rabbit Gel. A body enchanting, charming full rabbit head woman. The two snuggled together, like a living spring palace. Leader! The two divine messengers have been brought. The horse-headed captain let out a soft cry, and it was only after a dozen seconds that Bull Saint slowly raised his eyes and glanced at Qin Yu and Song Wanru. Good ah! Good ah! With two divine ambassadors descending, it seems that our herbivorous clan has a promising future ahead of it. These careless words of the ox sage immediately caused Qin Yu to frown. But before he could open his mouth to inquire, Rabbit Ning on the side smiled and waved his hand, saying in a loud voice. The two divine ambassadors must have worked hard since they came all the way here, right? Come man! Take them to the guest room to rest and serve them well. Do not neglect them. Seeing only that she gently clapped her hands, two curvaceous rabbit girls slowly walked out from both sides of the palace and went to the side of the two. They respectively took Qin Yu and Song Wanru's arms and led them away from the palace. Behind the palace, there was a large residential area that was equally graceful and luxurious, and it was hard to imagine that the top of the mountain and the mountainside were two completely different environments. Are we going to separate? At this moment, Qin Yu noticed that the two rabbit girls had taken the two of them in different directions. This was clearly something not quite right. However, the rabbit girl accompanying them only smiled sweetly before blushing and saying, Lord God Emperor is joking, of course this kind of thing should be separated? We don't have a precedent of two people serving at the same time here. Hearing this, Qin Yu was instantly even more puzzled. It wasn't until he was brought into the room and saw the rabbit girl gradually removing her clothes that he realized. So that's the way to serve? Wait! Qin Yu hurriedly stopped the rabbit girl, then slowly said. I don't need to serve for the time being, you can just accompany me to talk. Talk? As if it was the first time she had encountered such a strange guest, the rabbit girl looked a bit surprised. However, in line with the principle of serving, the rabbit girl still obediently sat beside Qin Yu. Lord God Emperor, what do you want to talk about? Do you know about the recent great war between the herbivorous and flesh-eating races? Know about it, huh? It's something that everyone knows about. The rabbit girl nodded and said. Then your chief and chief's wife still look indifferent, is it possible that they are not afraid of being exterminated? No, it won't be, this mountain city is easy to defend and hard to attack, those flesh-eating races can't attack. Even if they attack, we won't be in any danger. Those pigman chicken men will die in front for us. The rabbit girl's agnostic reply made Qin Yu once again certain of his thoughts. This herbivorous clan was internally divided a long time ago. This way, wanting to break the situation. I'm afraid that more than just taking care of the flesh-eater clan would be enough. 79. The lady who collaborates with the enemy, the one caught in the jar is not a turtle but a rat. Qin Yu did not ask anything more. Understanding the cause of that discomfort, then the next step would be much better. The key to passing the secret realm, although still defeating the boss. But in essence, it was still about solving the problem. Although on the surface, as long as one found the leader of the carnivorous clan and killed him, one would be able to pass through the secret realm. But if they didn't want to find a way to solve the internal problems of the carnivorous clan, I'm afraid that their next search would also be very difficult. Because, that carnivorous clan's leader boss might not need to appear. It was even possible that it might not be outside the city at all. Thinking of this, after seeing the rabbit girl leave, Qin Yu sneaked out. This huge palace was pitch black. Even, no one was patrolling the place. One could only faintly hear a lustful sound coming from the surroundings. However, Qin Yu did not care and just quietly walked towards the main hall. But just at this moment, the door of the room next to him opened violently, and Song Wanru's small head suddenly stuck out, instantly causing Qin Yu to be startled. Qin Yu? Song Wanru also froze for a moment, then immediately pulled Qin Yu into the room. quite neatly dressed, huh? It's hard to believe that you surrendered so quickly. I really can't see that you can't do it at such a young age. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything, did I? Who would believe that? That bunny girl is so pretty, what kind of man can handle that? Don't be so gloomy. Qin Yu blankly glanced at Song Wanru with some speechlessness, then said softly. I have discovered the passage method of this secret realm, do you want to go with me to verify it? What? You found the secret realm, boss? Song Wanru was puzzled. This place was within a mountain city, how could a flesh-eater boss exist? Seeing Song Wanru's disbelief, Qin Yu waved his hand, signaling him to follow him, and then approached towards the grand hall. The hall was silent, and only a burst of candlelight could be seen wavering high above. However, Qin Yu did not continue inside but silently used his summoning technique and summoned a mosquito to fly in. As a summoner, he could sense all the things that the summoned object perceived. The mosquito flew to a high place and could see that Niu Shang was lying on a couch, leisurely sleeping. However, rabbit condensation was not beside him. Humph. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. Qin Yu slowly retreated outside the grand hall and spoke with certainty. That woman has problems. You mean that rabbit Ning? Song Wanru instantly froze, then immediately asked. You don't suspect that that woman is the boss, do you? Rabbits are grass eaters, how could they be a carnivore? Don't you feel that the atmosphere in this city is a bit strange? Qin Yu did not answer but asked directly. Even though the soldiers are already in the city and have just experienced a great battle, the bull saint who is the leader is so lecherous, not the least bit flustered and in a hurry. Is this the realization of a war god? It is a bit strange. Song Wanru nodded. So, this matter is related to that rabbit condensation? Well, that's my guess. Disintegrating from within is always much simpler than forcibly exterminating the clan. I'm afraid that woman is the undercover agent that the flesh-eating clan has planted here. As long as we use her to take care of the Ox Saint, it's equivalent to cutting off the lifeblood of the flesh-eating clan. It's only a matter of time before the flesh-eaters come in. But that woman isn't a secret boss? Song Wanru asked doubtfully. Even if we confirm this matter, we won't be able to pass the level, so it's better to go directly to the boss and rely on it? I have a plan. Let's set off while it's dark, go directly to the lair of the flesh-eaters, find their boss and finish him off, won't that clear the level? Listening to her near-perfect plan, Song Wanru couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. I really don't know, this brain of yours, how did you survive until now? Seeing this, Qin Yu mercilessly opened his mouth to mock. What's wrong? Where's the problem with this plan of mine? Not to mention how you're going to find the flesh-eater's lair, even if you do you know which one is the boss? What's the difference between you rushing to someone's base camp so boldly and sending them to their death? Hearing Qin Yu's words, although Song Wanru did not want to admit it, she could not refute it. Then what do you say? Very simple. Qin Yu let out a light laugh and said. Since that woman is an undercover agent, then she must have a connector. As long as we find that connector, won't we be able to follow the trail and know the information about their boss from the flesh-eaters? Without any further hesitation, Qin Yu once again used his summoning technique, and a large swathe of mosquitoes appeared in the air, and then quickly dispersed in all directions. A few seconds later, Qin Yu discovered the location of the rabbit nymph. In a forest outside the main hall, Rabbit Ning was conversing with a guy wearing a black cloak. When the two arrived, Rabbit Ning had just finished talking and left. As for the guy in the black cloak, just as he wanted to slip away, he was suddenly controlled by a spider web and was instantly fixed in place. Still want to run? Qin Yu instantly rushed over and ripped the cloak off him. It was a short man with a rat's head. Seeing Qin Yu and Song Wanru, he was suddenly startled. However, seeing that the two of them actually had human heads, the rat man burst out into chortles of laughter. How strange, two humans actually appear here. I advise you not to mess with me, I kill without blinking an eye. This isn't the time for you to talk big, is it? With a wave of Qin Yu's feathered blade, he flattened the hairs on the rat man's head in a flash. Ah! Kiki! The rat man instantly broke his guts, falling to the ground and shouting in fear. What are you guys doing? We have no grievances, why are you suddenly doing this to me? Cut the crap! Qin Yu raised his blade to stand on the ratman's neck and roared in a deep voice. You, a member of the flesh-eating clan, appeared in the territory of the grass-eating clan, and you're asking me what for? You're from the herbivorous clan? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the Ratman froze, but then he revealed a sneer. Humph. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The grass-eating clan will soon be submitting to the feet of our flesh-eating clan. I advise you guys to be smart and let me go, or else the consequences will be very serious. Oh? How serious? Qin Yu smiled as he raised his arm and with a fierce swing, he instantly cut off the tail behind him. It's your life that's in my hands now, and you actually have the guts to threaten me? Hurry up and say. Who told you to come here? Otherwise next time, the one I cut off won't be your tail, but your head. Looking at Qin Yu's serious expression, and the tail that had just been chopped off and was covered in blood, the Ratman swallowed his saliva violently, and then smiled fawningly and said. Ha ha! I say still not good? However, if I say it, you must release me, oh? The Ratman's dripping eyes darted around, and the moment he opened his mouth, a poisonous mist suddenly rushed out, instantly enveloping Qin Yu in it. 80, backwards? But be careful of smashing your own feet? The poisonous mist spreads swiftly, but fortunately Wanru reacts quickly and blows out a burst of wind, and in a matter of moments, the poisonous mist dissipates without a trace. Qin Yu. Without bothering about the Ratman who had already fled, Wanru immediately rushed to Qin Yu's side and assisted him. Ha ha! Trying to kill me? You guys from the herbivorous race, you really don't know the heights of heaven. The Ratman slowly stopped at the sight, his face filled with sneering derision. It's impossible for him to survive under my Lord Rat's poisonous mist. Your entire herbivorous clan, after tonight, will have to obediently kneel down for me. Otherwise, you'll have to die without a burial place just like him. How dare you threaten me? Ugh! What the hell? He then glanced at Wanru, the smile on his face gradually perverted. Count your life as good, you and I have to hurry and report to the Dragon Chief, otherwise I'm sure I'm going to have a good time with you? The Ratman immediately turned around to leave, but right at this moment, from the woods on the side, a huge black python suddenly drilled out and swallowed him into its belly. The speed was so fast that it was just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Qin Yu shook his head and slowly stood up under Wanru's shock. Bah! A mouse dares to call itself an adult? In the eyes of our Chinese people, you are nothing but a pest. Qin Yu. Are you alright? I thought you were dead. It feels as if you wanted me to die. Seeing this, Qin Yu looked at Wanru somewhat helplessly and could not help but open his mouth to spit. That guy's poisonous mist is fixed to deduct blood, the damage dealt didn't even deduct 1/8 of my blood. Then why did you act like you were about to die just now? Wanru instantly asked in exasperation. To cause me to worry for most of the day? How can I get that guy's words out if I don't pretend a little? Looking at the abyssal giant insect that returned from the side, Qin Yu could not help but sneer. Now that we've been able to determine that the leader of the flesh-eaters' side is a dragon race, although it's not clear enough, the number of dragons is definitely not large. In that case, we at least have a target and won't be running around like headless flies. Qin Yu's thoughts were fulfilled one by one. But in fact, the information was still not enough. That Ratman connector had just mentioned that after tonight, the Flesh-Eater clan was afraid that they would come out in force and take over this place. And as an undercover agent within the herbivorous tribe, Rabbit Ning. This is the most important condition for this battle. If you can handle her, you can decide the outcome of the battle. After all, Pig 3 had said that the mountain city was easy to defend but hard to attack. If Rabbit Ning didn't do something, I'm afraid that those carnivores wouldn't even be able to get close to the gate. It wasn't just controlling the Ox Saint, what she had to do could be guessed with her heels. Go! Let's go find that woman. Without further delay, it was now almost dawn. Qin Yu immediately pulled Wanru and rushed towards the mountainside. But before he could run a few steps, a burst of light suddenly appeared around him. A group of horse-headed soldiers holding long whips with glowing eyes instantly surrounded the two. Ox Sage and Sheep Spirit also appeared not far away, and beside them stood Rabbit Condensation, who had just left. Thanks to me for trusting you too. What kind of divine messengers? Turns out to be traitors of those flesh-eating races? If it wasn't for Madam's chance discovery, wouldn't our herbivorous clan be ruined in the hands of the two of you? Hearing the Ox Saint's words, the two of them instantly looked at the smiling Rabbit Ning at the side. This woman had probably discovered their stalking long ago, so she backtracked and poured dirty water on them. What a good show, huh? Qin Yu smiled coldly, then clapped his hands and said, Mrs. Rabbit Ning, it's obvious that you were the one who secretly communicated with that rat man to come to this forest and secretly contacted him, yet you made us the scapegoat? I can only say that it's really worthy of you. Not only did you play the bull chief in the palm of your hand, but you also took off your own suspicion perfectly. How dare you? How dare you be so rude to madam? Give me on. Take them both down for me. At Niu Shang's command, the surrounding horse-headed soldiers immediately raised their hands, and the long whips in their hands instantly flashed with bursts of electric light. Seeing this, Song Wanru immediately raised her staff, and a rain of ice instantly fell, instantly freezing all of these surrounding horse-headed soldiers. I'll see which one of you dares to move. Against these horse-headed soldiers, she was a bit flustered though. After all, she was only level 11 right now, while all the monsters in this secret realm were level 30. However, as an S-rank profession, a level 10 LV2 rank skill. Whether it was range or damage, there was a very exaggerated increase. Even if they couldn't kill them in seconds, the control effect was still easily able to hit. However, they didn't last for a few seconds before these horse-headed soldiers broke free and once again wielded the long whip in their hands. A few lightning bolts sprang up and immediately rushed towards the two of them. But suddenly, several wind blades appeared from beside Song Wanru, instantly cutting through the electric light. Earth tremor. Qin Yu violently stomped his foot, and the ground shook around them, with dozens of cracks going in all directions, instantly shaking down all the horse-headed soldiers around them. Even the ox saint barely managed to hold on and fall. Hundreds of hidden winged insects then appeared around them, instantly reversing the situation. At this moment, Qin Yu smiled as he stepped forward and looked at Ox Saint and slowly said, Chief Ox Saint, it was your people who recognized us as divine messengers. Now that you would rather believe your own lady than us, isn't it a bit inconsistent? We have no intention of harming you. Otherwise, I'm afraid that these horse-headed soldiers of yours, including you, wouldn't have been shot down, but would have passed away directly? Ox Sage was clearly taken aback, but before he could say anything, Rabbit Ning then clutched his arms and snapped in a slightly panicked manner. Less strong words. You mean, I'm lying now? She then pitifully clutched the arm of Niu Sheng at the side and complained in an aggravated manner. My lord! You have to be the judge for me? Every word I said is true. I saw the two of them talking to a rat man with my own eyes. What is this if not an undercover agent? You guys are still trying to put the charge on my head. I am loyal to the Herbivore clan. I have been accompanying His Excellency for so many years. How could I possibly be some kind of undercover agent? Then I would like to ask, why did you suddenly realize that we had left the Great Hall when you were not sleeping this big night? Qin Yu's query immediately caused Rabbit Condensation to freeze in place. After a while, she then stammered in panic. I couldn't sleep then. So I came out to get some air, and that's when I realized that you guys had slipped out. What's the problem with that? No problem. Qin Yu immediately shook his head, then suddenly revealed a light smile. You, then, how do you explain the rat hair that appeared on your body? 81, more than one undercover agent, washed out of the mountain gate. Mouse hair? The crowd looked at Rabbit Condensation's body. Sure enough, on her shoulder, there was a handful of grayish-black rat hairs stuck to it. This can't be. Rabbit Ning's expression instantly solidified, and she almost froze for a few seconds before she hastily pulled off the rat hair on her shoulder. My lord, you must believe me. This rat hair. But without giving the rabbit gel a chance to explain, Qin Yu then took another step forward and opened his mouth to interrupt. You claimed that I'm the undercover agent sent over by that flesh-eating clan, but the body hair of that rat man appeared on your body. It should be obvious who's lying now, right? Knowing that she couldn't refute it, Rabbit Ning suddenly collapsed to the ground with a wooden expression, giving up her resistance. Madam! What are you doing this for? Seeing this scene, although Niu Shang was unwilling to believe it, but with ironclad evidence, he really couldn't think of a way to refute it for Rabbit Ning. He didn't expect that the lady he had spent so much time with would be secretly working with those hateful flesh-eating races. Moreover, he couldn't figure it out. Why would she help an alien race to deal with them? Why? Because we are powerless to resist. Rabbit Ning hissed helplessly with red eyes. The herb-eater and flesh-eater clans have been fighting for so many years, we're simply no match for them. Sooner or later, they will break into Mountain City and kill us all. That rat commander told me that they will attack in force tonight, and as long as I can open the gates of the Mountain City, they will spare our lives and let us choose a piece of fertile land to live on. We don't have to hide in this barren mountain anymore, and we don't have to worry about our lives, isn't that good? Listening to Rabbit Ning's words, Qin Yu on the side just shook his head somewhat speechlessly. Ma'am, do you think what those flesh-eating races say is believable? A hunter will not have mercy on his prey. If you do this, you will only harm yourself and everyone in the herbivorous clan. Those who collaborate with the enemy are unpardonable. At this time, the sheep spirit, who had not spoken, suddenly spoke up. Lord Oxsaint, the lady has betrayed us so much, if we don't set an example, I'm afraid we'll lose the heart of the army? Saying that, Yangling pulled out the dagger he was carrying and placed it in the Oxsaint's hand. Kill her as an example to others. This way, it will also give an explanation to everyone present. Mainly, the two Lord God Emperor. Niu Shang's body trembled as he looked at the dagger in his hand and fell into silence. As for Rabbit Condensation, when she saw this, she immediately grabbed Oxsaint's thigh, crying and begging for mercy. My lord, I also listened to that rat's slanderous words for the good of both of us. You should be able to understand me, right? In all the years we've shared the same bed, I never wanted to harm you. But you betrayed the grass-eating clan. Niu Shang's eyes also gradually turned red, the veins in his hand that was tightly gripping the dagger rose, and he fiercely raised it, about to stab at Rabbit Ning's body. But suddenly, Qin Yu took a few steps forward and raised his hand to block the Oxsaint. Chief Oxsage, Lady Rabbit Ning's crime is not punishable by death. The main thing now is how to block the attack of those flesh-eating races? Those flesh-eating races should all be outside staring at the mountain city gates right now. As long as the gates are open, they'll rush in and wreak havoc. So what? Niu Shang shook his head with certainty and said in a deep voice. This place is easy to defend and hard to attack. There are still quite a few soldiers guarding the gate, those guys simply can't rush in. But as soon as his words fell, a hissing and screaming came from the direction below the mountain. This was followed by the thick smell of blood. Not good. The gate is lost. At this moment, a loud and clear rooster cry suddenly sounded in the air, instantly startling everyone present. Especially Niu Shang. Obviously, he had just finished saying that it was easy to defend and difficult to attack, but now he had suddenly lost his guard. At once, everyone panicked. The gate being broken meant that their only advantage was gone. In this situation, they had little room for resistance. However, Qin Yu had long anticipated this situation. If he was the leader of the Flesh-Eater clan, he certainly wouldn't have developed just one undercover agent. On the one hand, it was because it would not necessarily be successful. On the other hand, it was that there could be one more opportunity. Rabbit Ning's target was too big. Once he was discovered, then the other undercover agent could be dispatched. There's no need to panic. With the two of us here, those flesh-eating races won't be able to run rampant for long. Qin Yu spoke calmly, then patted Song Wanru who was beside him. Right. Just leave it to us, those flesh-eating races, let us take care of it. Hearing the words of the two, the panic on the bull sage's face suddenly calmed down a bit. Good. Since the two divine ambassadors have said so, then what qualifications do we have to be timid? Saying that, Oxsaint immediately turned to look at the surrounding horse-headed soldiers, raised his fists, and roared. Defend our homeland, for the sake of the herbivorous clan. For the sake of the herbivorous clan. For the sake of the herbivores. A burst of high-pitched roars echoed in the air, and while their fighting spirit was raised, it also made them forget about the short-lived displeasure they had just experienced. Right now, working hard to defend the enemy was the right thing to do. As for those traitors, it wouldn't be too late to punish them when they really settled those flesh-eating clans. The crowd quickly descended the mountain, and the closer they got to the gate of the mountain city, the more pronounced the hissing and the smell of blood became. In no time, they saw corpses all over the ground, as well as an army of flesh-eaters that were constantly scurrying around and killing each other in the city. It could be seen that this time, the flesh-eating clan could be said to have come out in full force, bound to wipe out the entire herb-eating clan. This was indeed the case. Without the protection of the gate, the grass-eaters were simply unable to resist the flesh-eaters' attacks, and could be said to be completely abused. As natural enemies by nature, in such a sudden situation, they had no room for resistance other than fleeing in all directions. An army of rats as numerous as a tidal wave. Fierce and brutal bloodthirsty hyenas. The swift and wild vipers. No matter which one of them was a match for them. This situation can only be described as a rout. Seeing his compatriots who had been brutally killed and eaten, Bull Sage was furious and took out his axe, charging into the battlefield. As the god of war, although he had been deserted for a long time, his physical quality had not completely regressed, and with just one axe, he instantly cut off the 3 hyenas in front of him. The great battle was imminent. But Song Wanru was a little timid when he saw this kind of situation. This was the first time he had seen this kind of scene. This wasn't like a copy where the number of monsters was limited. And the copy boss was very easy to find. As long as he solved it, he would be able to pass the level smoothly. In the secret realm, the number of monsters was completely randomized, and the boss was also completely randomized and completely uncontrollable. This also made it possible to lose one's life if one was not careful. However, it was like Qin Yu was not worried at all. Instead, he was somewhat excited. So many monsters, looks like I can brush my attributes to the max this time. Song Wanru, you're not going on, are you? Then I'll take all these monsters, so don't blame me for not letting you show your strength. You're playing with your temper again? 82. A mere 1,000 enemy troops are not enough for a fraction of my bugs. At this moment, on the roof of a house in the mountain city, a tiger-headed man was looking at the scene in the city with interest, and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. He didn't expect that he would actually be able to break into this mountain city so easily. It seemed that he was indeed a bit reckless before. Perhaps with a little variation, the whole thing would be much easier. At this moment, he turned his head to look at a monkey-headed old man beside him and said with a smile, "Worthy of being a wise man of our flesh-eating race. If it wasn't for the undercover plan you proposed, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to enter this mountain city so easily in a short period of time. Everyone has bad roots. As long as we keep applying pressure, there will definitely be some second thoughts among the herbivores. As long as there are second thoughts, we will be able to take advantage of the situation and wipe them out from the inside." Monkey Wise Man smiled and stroked his beard. He had always felt that one-dimensional violence could not solve any problems. There were times when attacking from the heart would yield better results. Now, this idea was perfectly corroborated. The rout of this herbivorous race was the best result. As soon as the door of the mountain city was opened, the grass-eating clan had no room for resistance. In terms of strength, they were simply unable to compete with the flesh-eaters. Before long, they would be slaughtered to death. And those undercover agents, they were no exception. When they had value, they were close allies. Without value, they were no different from the dead in his eyes. But suddenly, he saw a man who looked like himself charging into the flesh-eating army. He didn't remember having his monkey grandson go down to fight? Besides, this guy was attacking them. Obviously, he wasn't a flesh-eater at all. Rather, he was an enemy. But he had never heard of such a figure within the herbivorous clan? Most importantly, he dared to charge into the flesh-eater clan's army with only one person. Moreover, almost one at a time, as long as the flesh-eater who was injured by him would be killed in no more than 10 seconds. This strength was a little too exaggerated. Even that ox saint was probably even better than that. At this time, the tiger army on the side also discovered Qin Yu, who was killing in the battlefield, and immediately frowned. Where did this kid come from? Is there such a person in the grass-eater clan? That's not important. What's important is that he's definitely a helper from the enemy camp. Monkey Wise Man said in a deep voice. This guy's strength is very impressive. It's not something those minions can handle. What a halfway kill. But it's fine, with just him alone, how could he possibly beat our entire flesh-eating race army? Tiger Army shook his head and snorted disdainfully. Right now, the flesh-eaters in the city were still just the advanced troops, and the rest of them were on standby outside the city. As long as he gave the order, they would march out with their entire army and completely wipe out the place. On the other side, Qin Yu, who was tangling with the flesh-eaters, didn't even notice the tiger army and monkey wise man on the roof not far away. Instead, he was always observing his rising experience, as well as his blood and blue levels. The most enjoyable part of the secret realm was the unknown number of enemies. The secret realm rewards were only part of his trip down. Most importantly, it was for the high amount of experience, and also the blood and blue levels that could be raised. The monsters in this secret realm were at least level 30. In other words, if he killed just one, he would be able to increase his blood and blue by 30. 10 of them would be 300 points. 100, it was 3,000 points. Normally, in this kind of racial war, the number of armies on both sides would never be small. If you can call it an army, it must be in the thousands at least. If he could wipe them all out, the attributes he could increase were simply immeasurable. That was why he was so excited. In addition to his attributes, his level, too, should take a qualitative leap. He roughly estimated that if the number of monsters was sufficient, this one secret realm would allow him to rise at least 3 levels. Directly from level 12, he jumped to level 15. The rapid increase in level was actually nothing. After all, there were only so many attributes that could be raised. But the main thing was that he was able to extract a new super gold lexicon. With each additional golden phrase, his strength would increase dramatically. That was why he wanted to upgrade quickly? However, he soon took care of some of the flesh-eating clans around him and killed them all the way to the entrance of the mountain city. This couldn't help but make him a little disappointed. The number was a bit too small, right? He hadn't even used his full strength yet, and he had already run out of enemies. Could it be that they were afraid and fled? This was really a bit of a spoiler. But suddenly, a tiger's roar resounded high above. It instantly attracted Qin Yu's attention. Subsequently, it was seen that in the woods not far away, a pair of eyes with red lights suddenly lit up. The moment they matched eyes, they rushed over with a brain. There were a large number of them, so densely packed that they could not be seen at a glance. At a rough estimate, there must be at least 1,000 of them. At this time, Niu Shang and Song Wanru had also arrived at the gate, and likewise panicked when they saw the army of flesh-eaters rushing over. The sudden attack just now had already caused the herbivore tribe to suffer a great loss of energy, and there were very few soldiers left. Now that so many flesh-eaters had appeared, the numerical advantage was gone. Previously, they could still rely on the easily defended and difficult-to-attack terrain to make those flesh-eaters retreat. But with the gate having been lost, how were the three of them alone, along with the scattered hundreds of herbivore soldiers, going to fight against the 1,000 flesh-eating race army on the other side? Though, the strength of the two divine ambassadors was there for all to see. Qin Yu had rushed into the encirclement alone, taking out most of the rampaging flesh-eaters in the city, and was unharmed. Song Wanru was even able to use all sorts of fancy skills, which were not very powerful, but they were powerful in terms of control effects and had a large range, which could be very useful when the two armies were in a melee. But even so, in the face of 1,000 enemies, even if they were strong, they couldn't beat a sea of people. Two divine ambassadors, the flesh-eating clan's army is pressing in, so I'll be the one to resist next, right? For the grass-eating clan to have this great calamity is something that the priest had long predicted. Even for the two divine ambassadors, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The ox saint spoke as if he was going to his death. But before he could finish, Qin Yu raised his hand to stop him, his face filled with a relaxed smile. Don't worry, She-Fox Sage, we came here to resolve this matter. Although the prophecy is true, it is not unchangeable. With the two of us here, those flesh-eating races are nothing at all? Just stay back and watch us perform. Lord God Ambassador, don't joke around. Even if you guys have the power of a God Emperor, it's impossible for you to deal with so many flesh-eating races? Ox Saint immediately shook his head. He was aware of the strength of the flesh-eaters. With such a large number of troops, surely it was not something that two people could handle? However, at that moment, Qin Yu then jumped off the city gates with Song Wanru in a single leap without hesitation. In the next second, 10 three-headed demon insects instantly appeared, carrying the two of them up in the air. Along with them, there was also a sudden surge from all directions, uncountable worms and sky bullworms. 83. The Bug Army. New word Pot of Greed. The sudden appearance of the insect race's army made Niu Shang instantly speechless with shock. These bugs, he had never seen them before. Or it could be said that he had never seen so many bugs in his life. And the three-headed monster flying in the air. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't look like a product of this world. But one thing was certain. These must all be reinforcements invited by the divine messenger. No wonder, Qin Yu had just told him not to worry. So, it was with such abilities. Just as he was still shocked, dozens of shockwaves in the air suddenly rushed into the flesh-eating race's army, instantly dispersing their formation. The insect race army then rushed into them and mixed with them. The situation was instantly reversed. The 1,000 flesh-eating race army was completely suppressed by this sudden insect race army. At first, there were only almost a few hundred bugs. But more and more and more. In almost just a few minutes' time, there was a reversal in numbers. This couldn't help but make the Ox Saint and the other herbivore soldiers who had finally arrived also have their morale soar. The two divine messengers are so valiant, we can't lag behind either. With a low roar, Ox Saint also rushed into the battlefield with the soldiers beside him. At this time, the tiger army and monkey-wise man on the rooftop on the side were even more shocked than Ox Sage. They didn't understand, where did these bugs come out from? Obviously, they were already winning. Without any accidents, they would be able to wipe out all of the grass eaters. However, it was because of the sudden appearance of two strangers that the battle was reversed. Especially that Qin Yu. Not only was his own strength amazing, but he was also able to summon such a large number of insect armies. When did the herbivore race have such a capable person? Looking at the constantly collapsing carnivore army, Monkey Wise Man knew that there was no way back, so he wanted to greet the tiger army beside him and withdraw first. There was no fear that there would be no firewood to burn. This time, they were the ones who were careless, and although the counterplot was successful, they were disorganized by these two people who suddenly appeared. However, Tiger Army had no intention of trying to leave at all. If you want to leave, you leave. As the commander of the army, how can I watch my army and the people of my species being slaughtered to death? Without a moment's hesitation, Tiger Army let out a furious roar, his body instantly bursting into a bursting pattern, and with a single lunge, he also rushed into the battlefield. Seeing this, Monkey Wise Man merely sighed. Afterward, he looked up at the constantly circling three-headed demon insect in the air, and the Qin Yu and Song Wanru that it was carrying on its body, and immediately fled the place. As a fellow with little combat power, at a time like this, fleeing was the wisest choice. After all, right now, they had absolutely no possibility of victory. Qin Yu in the air was enjoying the thrill of abuse at this time. The satisfaction brought about by this kind of suppressive battle could be said to be incomparable. Song Wanru on the side felt the same way. All she needed to do was to keep releasing her skills in the air to finish off the monsters below. The monsters, on the other hand, had no power to fight back and could only passively take a beating. This kind of feeling was just too good. Although she wasn't like Qin Yu who could instantly kill these enemies in seconds, she could release her skills without restriction, and this was her most comfortable fighting state. As long as she was given enough time, she could also wipe out all these monsters. The great battle lasted for almost an hour before it drew to a close. The streets outside Mountain City could be said to be littered with corpses. As far as the eye could see, there were broken arms and limbs, as well as an endless sea of blood. This could not help but make Song Wanru a little too scared to open her eyes. The feeling of excitement from before also gradually disappeared. The first time she faced such a large-scale battle, it was a great shock to her heart. At this moment, she secretly turned her head to look at Qin Yu beside her and froze a little. Qin Yu's face did not show the slightest panic or fear. Instead, he was smiling. It was not a cold smile, but a satisfied smile. This could not help but make Song Wanru feel a trace of admiration for Qin Yu in her heart. To be able to maintain such a calm state of mind in the midst of such an exaggerated battle. This mental quality was considered quite high. If she could have such an exaggerated mental quality as Qin Yu's, I'm afraid that she would also be able to remain calm in the midst of a crisis and exert the full strength of her profession. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Yu was not even paying attention to the sea of blood and mountains of corpses on that street. Instead, he was looking at his incomparably exaggerated attribute interface, smiling from ear to ear. Name, Qin Yu. Profession, Summoner. Level, 15. Blood, 25,517. Blue, 30,327. Power, 10. Speed, 10. Intelligence, 91. Physique, 10. Defense, 300. Talent, Insect Heart. Equipment, Deadwood Staff Blue Helmet of Recovery Gold None Poison Ring Gold. Skill, Summoning LV2 Skill, Summoning LV2. Cooldown, No cooldown. Consumption, 20 blue. Consumption, 20 blue. Can summon 2 larval stage and 2 full-grown insectoid creatures to fight for you. The attributes of larval stage creatures are 50% of the summoners, and the attributes of full-grown insectoid creatures are 60% of the summoners. Usable gold phrases: Circle of Reflux, Gorgeous Strike, Sacrificial Strike, Parasitic Worm, Nest Worm, Possession, Equipment Master. Bug Nest, Summonable, Eagle-Eyed Dragon Worm, Giant Insect, Arachnid Mother, Three-Headed Demon Worm, Inferno Beetle Worm, Abyssal Python Worm. Cooldown, No cooldown. Consumption, 100 blue. Available points, 0. Drawable gold phrase, 4 times, drawable gold phrase, 4 times. After the big battle just now, his blood and blue levels could almost be described as perverted. The blood amount came to 25,000 points. And the blue amount came to more than 30,000 points. One should know that even if one reached the full level of 100 and had to be in a profession that specialized in physique or specialized in intelligence, one could still have a value of 15,000 at most. Plus some equipment enchantments, it would only reach 20,000 points at most. But he was only at level 15 now, and he already had attributes that exceeded level 100. I'm afraid that anyone else would have laughed out loud at this. In other words, with this kind of attribute, he wouldn't be able to die even if he didn't have a golden phrase. Moreover, he could now, at one time, summon 3,000 worms and growing stage worms. What kind of concept was that? With the effort of a snap of his fingers, he could make the worms take up the entire mountain. During the big exam, there were just about this many monsters in the entire exam room. This was enough to prove that his current exaggerated strength. In addition to that, there was also the damage that could be dealt by the life-sacrificing strike. With a blood volume of 25,000, a worm's blood volume was 12,500. So for one worm, life-sacrificing strike could deal 50,000 damage. So 3,000 worms, no need to count down. However, what Qin Yu was most curious about was the new super gold phrase. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu pressed the extraction button. There was a flash of colored light. A prompt instantly appeared. Congratulations to the player, who has obtained the super gold phrase Pot of Greed. 84, Direct Stud. How is life value more important than experience? Qin Yu froze for a moment when he saw the name of this golden phrase. Pot of Greed? What kind of effect would this be a golden phrase? Qin Yu hesitantly opened the phrase introduction and could not help but have his eyes widen. One could only say that the Pot of Greed was as terrifying as it was. Super golden word, Pot of Lust. Effect, can boost one's experience by consuming maximum life value. Life value consumption and experience boost are the same. Consuming life value to increase experience? This effect, it was a little too exaggerated. The main thing was that he just happened to have an overflow of life value right now. That extra life value, if it could be exchanged for experience, wouldn't that allow him to rise to level 30 and unlock the summoning technique LV3 even faster? His current level was 15. The extra experience, on the other hand, was 15,000 points. If he wanted to rise to level 16, then he would need another 25,000 points. And his current total life value was 25,517 points. Just enough, so that he could rise to level 16. However, if he did so, his blood would rapidly shrink to 517 points. It looked quite dangerous. It would only take one attack to kill him. However, Qin Yu decided without hesitation to convert his 25,000 life points into experience. So what if his life value was low? There was the effect of the spiderweb skill, plus the fact that he already had over 30,000 blue points. He wasn't afraid of dying at all. He even wanted to have only one drop of blood left and convert all the extra blood into experience value. After all, blood wasn't that important to him right now. Experience was the top priority. From level 10 onwards, the experience required for each level was quite exaggerated. Almost every level up had to be about 10,000 more experience than the previous level. With this exaggerated experience value requirement, even if they went to brush copies every day, it would take almost a week to level up. And as they got higher in level, they were afraid that they would need hundreds of thousands, millions of experience to move up a level. In this situation, wanting to upgrade was like climbing up to heaven. But Qin Yu now had the help of the Pot of Greed, plus the effect of the Gorgeous Feast. He could turn all of his boosted life value into experience value. He only needed to look for the kind of copies in secret realms that had many monsters and high levels, then he would be able to earn tens of thousands of extra experience points in one trip. The speed of leveling up would be very fast. Qin Yu's mouth could not help but have grinned to his earlobes. Level 10, level 30, level 60, level 90. These were the 4 watersheds of a professional respectively. At each higher stage, the strength would increase by leaps and bounds. The higher the professional grade, the greater the increase in strength. This was also why they all judged each other's strength by their occupation grade. S-class professions, as the highest grade of professions, had the fastest growth in strength. Especially at these 4 rank nodes, there would be a very exaggerated increase. This was evident from Song Wanru's body. Before, she had never had the chance to utilize her strength. But in fact, as long as she was given a safe output position, the damage she could deal was completely beyond imagination. However, compared to him, those damages that Song Wanru dealt were still too limited. With this new super gold phrase, the level gap between the two of them would grow wider and wider. The strength gap, too. At this time, the bitter battle between Ox Saint and Tiger Army on the other side had also come to an end. Originally, in terms of hard power, the Tiger Army was superior. But beside Niu Shang, there are still more than a dozen sturdy horse-head soldiers, which also led to, he finally lost. Looking at the ground, still thinking about the tiger army constantly struggling, the Cow Saint can't help but feel some sympathy. He and the tiger army were old rivals. After so many years of fighting, now finally have a victory or defeat, to personally end his years of deadly rival, he really a little heart. After all, the flesh-eating clan was now nearly extinct. Even if he let him go, he wouldn't be able to create any waves? However, when Tiger Army saw that there was actually no killing intent left in Ox Saint's eyes, he even opened his mouth to taunt. Humph. Bull Terrier. You don't think you want to let me go, do you? Don't think that I'll be grateful to you just like that, it will only make me despise you even more. Kill me if you can, or I'll kill you the next second. Hearing Tiger Army's disdainful words, Niu Shang didn't care too much. But at that moment, Song Wanru leapt down from the air, and with a flip of the staff in her hand, 7 beams of light blasted furiously towards Tiger Army, instantly drowning him. The dust dispersed, and the Tiger Army lost its breath. This couldn't help but make Song Wanru smile. When she was in the air, her attention wasn't always attracted by those flesh-eating soldiers. Instead, she attacked while searching for the location of their leader. After all, if you wanted to pass the secret realm, defeating the boss was the key. It was at this time that she spotted the Tiger Army that was tangling with the Ox Saint. This guy's fighting prowess wasn't ordinary. To be able to single-handedly fight against Ox Saint, along with a dozen or so sturdy horse-headed soldiers, and not lose for a long time, what else could such a guy be if not a leader? Since there was no dragon in sight, then this Tiger Army was the person most likely to be the secret boss. And she ended up solving Tiger Army. Doesn't that prove that she is the one with more credit for this secret realm? Song Wanru smiled and opened the system interface, wanting to be the first to see the news that she had killed the secret boss. This was also her way of wanting to prove her strength. Her father always felt that he was inferior to Qin Yu. Whether it was the grand examination or the entrance examination, it was all the same. Although it was true that this was the case. But that didn't mean that she was nothing. It only meant that right now, Qin Yu was indeed stronger than her. But she wasn't that bad either. She was the one who wasn't that worthless? At least, she possessed the ability to end the secret realm. However, she waited for a long time and no news appeared. Not only was there no news of her killing the secret realm boss, even the news of the secret realm ending was not there. This couldn't help but make her puzzled. Obviously, she had already finished off the secret realm boss, so how could it be that no news had appeared at all? Could it be that? Without waiting for Song Wanru to figure it out, Chinu, who had landed from the air, patted her shoulder and slowly spoke. Don't look, this guy is not a secret boss. Looking at the Tiger Army that had already turned into charcoal, Chinu just sighed and then bypassed him and walked towards the city. Seeing this, Song Wanru immediately chased after him and asked suspiciously. What do you mean? If he's not the boss, then who else could be the boss? Chinu did not answer, but instead walked straight to the Ox Saint and inquired with a smile. Chief Ox Saint, when you came over just now, did you see the goat priest? Priest? I told him to take the lady back to the Great Hall first. What? The God Emperor wants something from him? That's natural. Chinu shook his head, then slowly looked in the direction of the distant Grand Hall and spoke in a deep voice. I'm afraid that goat priest is the one we're looking for. Goat spirit, he may, perhaps, have long since stopped being a member of your herb-eating clan. 85, hidden as a sheep's dragon, you're the one who deserves to be my opponent. The crowd immediately returned to the Grand Hall. In the main hall, both the goat spirit and rabbit condensation were sitting on thrones high above. Only, the goat spirit was calm and relaxed. On the other hand, Rabbit Ning was tied up with an expression of horror. Really good, you guys actually really withstood the attack of the flesh-eating race's army. It seems like I underestimated you guys. Especially you two outsiders, to actually spoil my good deed. But I'm still a bit surprised, how did you guys find out that I'm also from the flesh-eater race? Sheep spirit, you're really a member of the flesh-eating clan? Ox Saint obviously refused to believe this fact. The goat spirit was older than even he was, and was the most senior person in their flesh-eating clan. How could he be a member of the flesh-eating clan? Chief Ox Sage, I'm afraid he's no longer the sheep spirit you knew before? Chinu took a few steps forward and blocked the Ox Sage behind him, saying, That's simple, because I'm an atheist, much less a believer in prophecies, so when someone introduced you to me, I felt that there was something wrong with you. What kind of person can accurately predict an enemy attack? Unless one is an undercover agent of the enemy, or is an enemy himself, then only then can one know the news of the attack every time. But I guess you should be doing this because you want to stabilize your position, right? Using a method similar to the Oracle to increase your influence in the pack, so as to develop undercover agents and dismantle the herbivorous clan internally. Not bad, an accurate analysis. The goat spirit smiled and spoke. Is that how you analyzed my identity based on this alone? Of course not. Qin Yu immediately shook his head. What made me even more suspicious of you was during the confrontation with Lady Rabbit condensation just now. At that time, you reacted even more strongly than I did. Obviously, I was the one who was wrongly accused, but you wanted to directly finish off Lady Rabbit Nimbus. What does that tell you? What? Sheep Spirit immediately asked. It shows that you're afraid that Rabbit Inging will say something unfavorable to you. She should know your identity, right? Qin Yu smiled as he looked at Yang Ling high above him, as if he saw through everything in his eyes. But that's not nearly enough. There is another reason that makes me certain that you are definitely the flesh eater? Oh? Sheep Spirit was completely attracted by Qin Yu's words and even stood up directly from his seat. That is, the horns on your head. Qin Yu violently raised his hand and pointed at the horns on the goat spirit's head. This could not help but also cause both Niu Shang and Song Wanru beside him to freeze. The horns of a normal goat are usually extended to the left and right sides, but your horns are towards the back, and they also have spikes. This is clearly not a characteristic of goat horns. Rather, dragon horns. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the goat spirit was instantly stunned and her eyes instantly contracted, clearly being somewhat surprised by what was said. The Song Wanru and Niu Shang on the side also woke up with an instant shock as an afterthought. The legendary dragon, actually reduced to pretending to be a sheep and mixing amongst the herbivores, who would have thought that? Would you say it's the sheep spirit priest? Or perhaps it's okay to call you the dragon chief? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. That's awesome. I didn't think that I could still be seen in my true form by you after hiding so skillfully. The goat spirit was silent for a few seconds, then immediately let out a loud and clear laugh. His figure then rapidly grew larger, and that pale sheep's head instantly turned into a majestic dragon head. At the same time, the hunched figure gradually straightened up. From an old man, he directly changed into a stout middle-aged man. Moreover, his body was covered in golden scales, and both his hands and feet were transformed into sharp claws. There was also an incredibly long and thick trailing tail behind him. Wasn't this exactly what a dragon looked like? I am the lord of the flesh-eating clan, Dragon Clan Chief Long Yuan. Actually, I'm not interested in the struggle between you guys. After all, without my intervention, the Flesh Eater clan will definitely be able to wipe out the Herb Eater clan as well, and the outcome won't change much. I also sneaked in here just so I could see your desperate expressions up close. However, what I didn't expect was that you two guys who appeared out of thin air could actually hold back the Flesh Eater army. Moreover, you were also able to detect my true identity. Long Yuan looked condescendingly at the three people in the Great Hall, especially Qin Yu and Song Wanru, his eyes filled with contempt. However, that's about it. Those clansmen of the Flesh Eater clan are ultimately lowly clansmen, and it's not unusual for them to be taken out by two evolved monkeys. But you have aroused my interest, and that would be a dead end. After Long Yuan finished speaking, he pressed a claw on the body of the rabbit Ning beside him, and with a hard grip, he crushed her head instantly. Seeing this scene, the bull sage was instantly enraged. His thoughts, which were still in surprise, came to his senses in an instant, and the axe in his hand was subconsciously thrown towards Long Yuan. The powerful giant axe kept rotating and rushing towards Long Yuan. However, he just gave a cold smile and lifted his sharp claw and slashed it with a forceful stroke, then split that huge axe into several halves in an instant. In my eyes, all of you are ants. Since you all know my identity, it's better for all of you to die. Long Yuan let out a low roar that instantly spread throughout the entire hall. The enormous pressure instantly made the crowd instantly unable to raise their heads. This was the legendary dragon race. The Herb Eater and Flesh Eater clans, the most mysterious and strongest existence within the entire 12 clans. Where were the people like them able to fight against it? But hadn't the dragon race disappeared? How could it suddenly appear here again? It has been hidden beside them for so long without being discovered? Looking at the overbearing dragon abyss high above, all of them could not help but retreat in fear. Only Qin Yu was still standing in place, not retreating but advancing. The dragon race can be so arrogant? Tell you what. You're not the only one of the dragon race that I've taken out. With a wave of Qin Yu's big hand, 5 giant creatures appeared right beside him. Eagle-eyed insect dragon. Giant insect spider mother. Inferno armored dragon worm. 3-headed demon worm. Abyssal python worm. The extreme sense of oppression instantly wiped out Long Yuan's intimidation. And this couldn't help but make Long Yuan frown. However, he wasn't intimidated and instead revealed an excited expression. Good. Only this can bring up my interest. I'd like to see what kind of fellow would have the guts to clamor with me. Long Yuan disappeared in place in an instant, and in the next second, he appeared in front of the hawk-eyed bug dragon, severing its neck with just one claw. But at that moment, 3 shockwaves instantly drowned it. But 10 seconds later, Long Yuan remained parked in the air unharmed, without a single scratch on his body. Unconscionable fellow. Think you can kill me with just this? In just a blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the 3-headed demon insect, and again, with just a single claw, he instantly disposed of it. Even the Inferno armored dragon bug with its extremely strong defense, in front of him, it was only a matter of one more claw. Soon, the 5 summons were eliminated by all means. However, Qin Yu revealed a smug smile at this time. Not bad, looks like you're strong enough to be my attendant? Then I, too, will have to use my full strength. 86, worms can't kill dragons? Kneel down for me. Seeking golden tickets. Qin Yu finally raised the deadwood staff in his hand. Then with a forceful hammer towards the ground, worms and poisonous scorpion worms suddenly appeared around him like a tidal wave. In just an instant, they occupied the entire hall. This could not help but make Song Wanru, Niu Shang, and the dozen or so horse-headed soldiers beside Qin Yu jump in fear. Although they had already seen this kind of scene many times, they were still startled. After all, to summon such a large number of insect swarms at once could only be described as a miracle. Humph. However, Long Yuan, who was high above, still had a smirk on his face, and seeing the swarm that instantly filled up, he didn't have any panic. Instead, he became even more excited. That was really good. It's been a long time since I've had this kind of feverish feeling. However, you shouldn't really think that with these bugs, you can pose a threat to me, right? Bugs are bugs after all, how can they be compared to dragons? Long Yuan raised his arms and his mouth opened wide. In an instant, a dragon flame was spewed out from his mouth, and the hot flame instantly ignited a large swarm of bugs in front of him, setting them ablaze. This dragon flame was different from ordinary flames. Once emitted, it could not be easily extinguished. Even though Song Wanru kept releasing icicles, it had little effect. But what surprised Long Yuan was that even so, the swarm of insects still desperately rushed through the flame wall and came towards him. But he still didn't have any panic. So what if the numbers were high? It was just like what he had just said. Bugs were just bugs after all, even if they were more numerous, they couldn't beat a dragon. This was the suppression of bloodline. It can't be changed by sheer numbers. Even if the swarm was twice as large, it wouldn't be able to do any damage to him. After all, the attributes of the dragons themselves were quite exaggerated. Not only were their 4 attributes extremely high, but they also possessed several abilities that were unique to other races. Dragon Flame, Dragon Claw, Dragon Horn, Dragon Tail, and Dragon Scale. Dragon Flame is to spray a range of flame, and not easy to extinguish. The Dragon Claw and Dragon Tail, needless to say, are normal attacks. The Dragon Horn can release thousands of thunderbolts, with a paralyzing effect, while also dealing a large amount of damage. Moreover, all the damage that the dragons can inflict is real damage, similar to dark attribute damage. But the most unique of all had to be the Dragon Scale. It could provide a high amount of defense, and the defense that was consumed would be quickly restored. Moreover, it was also immune to all debuff effects. And with his current level 30, his blood quantity had already exceeded 50,000. Plus 50,000 in defense, that's a total of 100,000. How much damage could those bugs do? Even if they dealt damage, they definitely couldn't break his defense. Thinking of this, Long Yuan didn't worry too much, even when the swarm of bugs reached him. He didn't want to end the battle that quickly. After lurking for so many years, the first time he had this opportunity to have a sound fight, he couldn't spoil the fun. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. The attack power of these worms was exaggerated. With just a light bump, he would consume about 1,000 of his defense. This was already completely beyond his imagination. The main thing was that one worm was 1,000 points of defense. In the time he hadn't thought about it, countless bugs had already crashed into his body. His defense was also instantly zeroed out. It was then that he finally panicked a bit and wanted to dodge the attacks. But suddenly, dozens of spider webs then shot towards him. It instantly fixed him in place. So what if it's a dragon? Even if it's a dragon, in front of me, it has to kneel down for me. Looking at the swarm of insects that kept crashing towards Long Yuan, Qin Yu could not help but reveal a cold smile. Although his current life value had dropped below 1,000, with a huge number of bug swarms supporting him, the total damage of life-sacrificing strike was still enough. Each worm could deal 1,000 damage. Then with 3,000 worms, the total damage that could be dealt. That's a whole 3 million damage. Even if this dragon abyss was more powerful and was a dragon leader, it was impossible for him to withstand so much damage. However, at this exact moment, Long Yuan roared with vigor, and the dragon horn on his head instantly flashed with a purple light. A burst of thunder then fell, instantly turning all the swarms beside him into ashes. At the same time, the spider webs on his body also instantly dissipated. "Kid, you are really kind of pissing me off." Long Yuan slowly raised his head, and his face began to twitch unnaturally. "You were given a chance to confront me, yet you really want to kill me? How delusional. A worm that wants to kill a dragon? Ridiculous to the extreme." As soon as the words fell, Long Yuan's body once again grew in size, and even directly transformed from human form to dragon form. A huge, golden-scaled dragon appeared in the hall at once, tossing and turning. Every glance and movement was majestic. Suddenly, a dragon flame erupted, its range several times larger, targeting none other than Qin Yu. Ice wall. Seeing this, Wanru immediately waved her staff, and a wall of ice immediately blocked in front of Qin Yu. However, in an instant, the ice wall was destroyed by the dragon flame. Without any resistance, it didn't even last a second. And this couldn't help but make Wanru instantly panic. The strength of this secret realm boss had far exceeded their imagination. If this continued, Qin Yu might actually die. However, Qin Yu did not panic in the slightest and did not even dodge. Looking at the scorching hot dragon flame that was jetting towards him, he even raised his arms and frankly greeted it. The crowd could only watch as Qin Yu was enveloped by the dragon flames, not daring to get close at all. Even the residual heat that scattered to the surroundings was not something they could withstand. Seeing this scene, Wanru directly collapsed to the ground. Once Qin Yu died, he couldn't think of how he was going to deal with this dragon clan's secret boss. In other words, it was hard for her to escape death as well. Her life had just begun. How could she die here? Thinking of this, Wanru immediately stood up with her staff, and 7 rays of light immediately appeared beside her. Countless dazzling skills shot towards Long Yuan in the air, as if they were machine guns. However, hitting Long Yuan's body was like scratching an itch. Until the amount of blue was emptied, it did not allow him to turn his attention to himself. At this point, Qin Yu had already been in the dragon flame for almost 2 minutes. Even if Wanru knew that he had more blood than normal, and that he had managed to survive many times during the initiation test. However, the opponents at that time, after all, were all professionals of similar levels. But this time, their opponent was a secret realm boss. The leader of the dragon race. The strength of the dragon clan could not be mentioned, and it was still level 30. It was more than double their level. The damage was by no means something he could withstand. This couldn't help but make her fall into despair. Had she known this, she wouldn't have been so determined to come to this secret realm. Not only would she not be able to pass, but she would also lose her life. However, in the next second, she heard Qin Yu's voice coming from the dragon flame. "Ha, bugs can't kill dragons? It's hard to believe that you'll be able to kill me? I'm waiting for blue, what are you waiting for? A lingering dragon, how dare you clamor in front of me? Kneel down for me." 87, a rank secret passage. New attendant golden scaled dragon. Although Qin Yu's voice was light, it was exceptionally clear in this great hall. And not only did this also make Wanru, as well as everyone else, instantly startled. This guy, after carrying that dragon flame for 2 minutes, he actually didn't die? Could it be that he was invincible? Long Yuan in the air was also very puzzled. He knew the damage of his dragon flame. Normally, a guy who was only in the teens, under the attack of the dragon flame, being able to hold on for 5 seconds would be considered impressive. But this Qin Yu had resisted it for more than 2 minutes, and he was even able to taunt as if nothing had happened. What's wrong with this guy? Before he could figure out why, the hall was once again filled with swarms of insects. The 5 alpha-level replicas instantly surrounded Long Yuan, and without giving him a chance to react, they forcefully dragged him into the ground. Although Long Yuan was resolved in an instant, the tidal wave of insects had already overwhelmed him. He tried to tumble to break free, and also attempted to spray dragon flame again. However, just as he tried to open his mouth, he was blocked by the surging swarm of insects. Qin Yu watched quietly from the side and kept summoning worms. The endless worms, converging into a gushing tide of worms, surged towards the dragon abyss. No matter how many he was able to eliminate, there were always more worms to make up for it. This also caused his blood level to drop by leaps and bounds. Soon, it became a near-death state. In this state, Long Yuan also changed from dragon form to human form once again. His arrogant attitude from a moment ago instantly ceased. Instead, he immediately begged for mercy in a humble manner. "Kid. It was me who had the eyes to recognize him to Tai. If you spare my life, I will truly repay you in the future. What do you want? I'll give you what you want. I want your life." Qin Yu slowly walked up to Long Yuan, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Then with a forceful swing of his other hand, he sliced off his head directly. Along with Long Yuan losing his head, he completely collapsed in a pool of blood. 3 messages also surfaced in front of Qin Yu and Song Wanru's eyes. Congratulations to player Qin Yu for having killed the Secret Realm boss. Greatest Secret Realm Mountain City Old Street has been cleared and will automatically retreat from the Secret Realm in 5 minutes. The reward for clearing the level has been issued to the group backpack, please check. As soon as the clearance news came out, Song Wanru's hanging heart also landed on the ground. Although this pass still didn't have much to do with her. But at the very least, it saved her life. Even if she wanted to prove herself, it had to be in the context of preserving her life. She didn't even have the ability to save her life now. Still wanting to prove herself was just like a joke. Thinking of this, she could not help but turn her head to look at Qin Yu. She could clearly feel that the gap between herself and Qin Yu had grown wider and wider. Although she didn't want to admit it, it was a fact. If this continued, then she was afraid that she would be pulled further and further away from Qin Yu. At the same time, she became more and more curious about Qin Yu. She was curious to know how on earth Qin Yu, a summoner, managed to summon so many swarms at once? And those alpha-level summons? Also, how did he manage to resist the dragon flame for nearly 2 minutes? There were just too many doubts about this guy that she couldn't help but want to figure out. Just then, she suddenly noticed. The body of the originally dead Long Yuan suddenly began to convulse. It looked like he had been struck by epilepsy, constantly struggling and twitching. Suddenly, his abdomen instantly bulged into a large bag. It then suddenly exploded, and a dragon covered in golden scales drilled out from it, instantly flying into the air. This dragon was almost the same as the dragon form that Long Yuan had just changed into. Except, where that head was, it changed into a worm. This scene could not help but make Song Wanru instantly freeze. She knew that the 5 alpha-level summons that Qin Yu had summoned all had their head positions replaced by worms. This indicated that these summons had, at one time, probably all been some wild alpha-level monsters. That hawk-eyed worm dragon was the boss in the Tower of Trials. And this should be one of Qin Yu's special abilities. The ability to resurrect a defeated boss in a special way. So that it can become his own summon and be used for himself. No wonder, this guy can have so many different summons? And all of them are super strong, so it's because of this reason. Looking at the dragon that was flying in the air with a worm head, Song Wanru couldn't help but feel a little envious and a little worried. The strength of this dragon was very clear to everyone present. Now it had even become Qin Yu's summon. Wouldn't his strength increase a lot more then? Qin Yu did not notice Song Wanru's gaze behind him, but was looking at the information of this new replicant. Replicant name, Golden Scale Insect. Level, 30. Blood, 25,000. Strength, 500. Speed, 500. Intelligence, 500. Physique, 1000. Defense, 25,000. Skill 1, Dragon Might. Indiscriminate intimidation of surrounding enemies, lowering their defense and dramatically increasing their own 4 attributes. Skill 2, Dragon Claw Dragon Tail. Deals 400% of your strength and real damage, regardless of defense. Skill 3, Dragon Flame. Inflicts 400% of your intelligence's sustained true damage, with a range of 10 meters around you, and won't be easily extinguished. Skill 4, Dragon Horn. Inflicts 300% of your own intelligence true damage, and causes a paralyzing effect, range 20 meters. Skill 5, Dragon Scale. Can have a shield of defensive power equal to the total amount of blood and blue, recovering at 1% per second when taking damage and resisting all debuff statuses. Cooldown, none. Consumption, none. Summonable, no cooldown, consumes 200 blue. Seeing the attributes and skills of this secret boss, Chinu almost couldn't hold back his screams. One could only say that it truly deserved to be a dragon. Whether it was that super high attributes or the exclusive 5 dragon race skills, it was enough to prove that it was strong. This one replica, I'm afraid it's more powerful than the 5 he had before combined. Although it took 200 blue amount to summon one, this amount of blue was really a sprinkle for him right now. Moreover, 200 blue amount could be exchanged for such a powerful summon, it was definitely not a loss. With his current blue amount, he could summon 150 golden scaled dragons. With just one, I'm afraid it has the power to destroy the world. With 150 of them, wouldn't it be even more invincible in the world? Moreover, this wasn't even his limit. He was only level 16, and his blue amount could continue to stack up. The amount of blue represented the number of summons, and as long as he kept brushing the monsters, there would be a constant increase in the amount of blue. Right now it was 30,000. It soon became 100,000, 300,000, 3 million. At that time, when several thousand dragons were thrown out with a wave of his hand, who else would be able to match him? 88. Talent Strengthening Specialization. A must-have talent for strengthening medicine. But that wasn't really the most important thing. What was important was that because of the effect of the phrase, insect attachment, he could use the skills of a summoned object. In other words, he could transform into a dragon for battle this time. Just thinking about it made him feel incredibly excited. At this moment, Song Wanru, who was on the side, suddenly tapped his shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. Qin Yu, we should leave. Oh. Good. Qin Yu immediately nodded, then turned to look at Niu Shang, who was already dumbfounded at the side, and walked over to pat his shoulder and said, Chief Niu Shang, we're leaving. Don't be too sad, even though the lady is gone, at the very least, the grass-eating clan is still around, and the result is still complete. Well, I'll follow the teachings of the God Emperor. The Ox Saint froze for a moment, then immediately bent down to thank him. I'll send you guys down the mountain. No need, we'll go on our own. Qin Yu politely refused Niu Shang's good intentions and then led Song Wanru out of the Great Hall. Song Wanru, you'll have to hold on tight in a while, oh? Without waiting for Song Wanru to react, Qin Yu waved his hand, and the golden-scaled insect in the Great Hall quickly scurried out, carrying the two of them directly into the air. The speed was so fast that Song Wanru could only subconsciously hug Qin Yu tightly before she almost didn't fall down. The two of them rode the dragon in the air riding the wind, and in just a blink of an eye, they arrived at the location where they had appeared in the beginning. The portal opened again. They could leave the secret realm through the portal. What? Still can't let go? The golden-scaled insect slowly landed on the ground, at which time, Qin Yu looked behind him at Song Wanru, who was still tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, and joked with a smile. If you still want to ride a dragon, when we go back, I can take you to the sky to skate around twice more. Who can't bear to part with it? Don't talk nonsense. Song Wanru's little face instantly turned red upon hearing this, then violently twisted Qin Yu's waist and rushed into the teleportation portal. Hiss. It really hurts, huh? A burst of drilling pain couldn't help but make Qin Yu suck in a breath of cool air. This woman, majoring in strength, shouldn't be right? Back at the guild, the sky was just dawning. There were not many people walking around in the guild. After Song Wanru came out of the portal, she went straight back to the lounge. It didn't even take the rewards. Seeing this, Qin Yu did not stop him, but silently divided the rewards into 2 equal parts, one of which was directly passed to Song Wanru's backpack, while the other copy was pocketed by himself. The rewards of the secret realm were generally only gold coins and upgrade materials. Occasionally, there would be various talent books or rare skill books. This time, the rewards of the A-rank secret realm were relatively common. 300,000 gold coins, plus 50,000 intermediate upgrade materials. That's 150,000 gold coins and 25,000 materials per person. But on top of that, there was a talent book in the rewards. Acquired, unknown talent book. Profession, nutritionist. A nutritionist's talent book wasn't really rare. It didn't even fetch a price. After all, it was just a life profession, and if it wasn't a talent related to adding attributes, it would be worthless. So Qin Yu secretly kept it, intending to give it to Nai Nua. In case any useful talent could be opened, then Nai Nua's role would be greatly enhanced. At the same time, it could also be given to her as a gift. Back in the room, Nai Nua had just woken up, wearing a simple white nightgown that was clean and spotless. When she saw Qin Yu return, she immediately climbed up from the bed and hugged him. "Brother Qin, you're back. I've missed you to death. Good boy." Qin Yu dotingly touched Nai Nua's head, then smiled as he took out the talent book and placed it in her hand. "Look at the good stuff brother brought back for you. This is a secret realm reward that ordinary people can't get. Wow. Brother, you're so good to me." Nai Nua couldn't stop the excitement in his eyes as he looked at the talent book in his hands. Although this thing wasn't worth much, it was at least a token of Qin Yu's affection. Even after going to the secret realm, he hadn't forgotten to bring her back some rewards. Without any hesitation, Nai Nua immediately used the appraisal skill on it. Talent book identification successful. Talent acquired, strengthening specialization. Effect: 100% of the medicines produced will carry a randomized strengthening effect. The higher the level, the stronger the strengthening effect. Qin Yu, who was quietly watching from the side, was both surprised and delighted. This talent was simply too strong to be true. One must know that normal medicines can only increase blood in blue. Medicines that could strengthen the effects were very rare. They could also be sold at a high price in the mall. And this talent was able to randomize the strengthening effects of medicines. If one could make an exaggerated strengthening effect medicine, it would probably be priceless in the market. Most importantly, this kind of medicine with a strengthening effect was something that could only be made by a 4th grade nutritionist or above. And even then, it wasn't always possible to succeed. And now with this talent, Nai Nua would be able to make a strengthening effect medicine in minutes. Brother! This is too expensive. Otherwise, I'd rather not have it. Looking at this such an exaggerated talent, Nai Nua's first reaction was to reject it. After all, she was just a small nutritionist. There was no comparison to those professional, highly ranked nutritionists who also had jobs in high-class cuisine restaurants and pharmacies. With this kind of talent, wouldn't it be the same as wasting it if she learned it? But at this time, Qin Yu lowered his body and gently enlightened. "Sister, this is the talent book I gave you. It's nothing more than expensive, just keep it, don't have any heart burden. Since you recognize me as your brother, then I naturally have to treat you as well as my own sister. We are both orphans, each other is the only family in this world. I'm giving some gifts to my own good sister, what's there to say whether it's expensive or not?" Hearing Qin Yu's words, Nai Nua was silent for a while. Then, she relieved herself and chose the talent book to study. He. "Thank you brother then. I'll go make some medicine to try, brother Qin, wait for me here." Nai Nua immediately went downstairs in excitement, and then a sound of medicine pots could be heard at the scene. Nutritionist: as one's level rises, one unlocks some other crafting works. Level 110 was a 1st grade nutritionist. It could only make some simple primary dishes. Level 1030 was a 2nd grade nutritionist. Not only could they make primary dishes, they could also make medicines. Level 3050 was a 3rd grade nutritionist, able to make intermediate dishes and medicines. Level 5070 was a 4th grade nutritionist. Not only could they make intermediate dishes and intermediate medicines, they could also make strengthening medicines. Level 7090 was a 5th grade nutritionist, the highest grade amongst nutritionists. The dishes and medicines produced were of high grade. Moreover, the probability of making a strengthening medicine was as high as 60%. This probability was already quite high, but in front of the strengthening specialization talent, it could only be said that it was simply not enough. In a short while, Nai Nua returned to the room with a plate. There were 2 pills on the plate. One red and one blue. "Brother! Quickly taste it." Looking at the 2 pills on the plate, Qin Yu didn't have any hesitation in picking up one of the red pills and swallowing it. It was also the moment he swallowed it that an information prompt appeared before his eyes as well. Power, 1030. Duration, 3 hours. 89, exaggerated reinforcement effect. A beautiful woman asking for help begging for golden tickets. the moment he saw this prompt message. Qin Yu then could not help but exclaim out in shock. The strengthening effect of this medicine actually directly increased his strength by 10 points? And the duration was as high as 3 hours? Wouldn't this effect be a bit too exaggerated? One must know that an ordinary strengthening medicine would only raise the attributes by 4 points and 5 points. Even for a 5th grade nutritionist, if they were lucky, they would only be able to raise about 10 points at most. And the duration was usually half an hour. At most, 1 hour. But this pill made by Manhwa, the duration went straight to 3 hours. Looking at it like this, there might not be much of a concept. Normally, the average time to clear a copy was around 3 hours. In other words, this one pill would allow the player to be in a constant state of strengthening throughout the entire copy. In the past, it had required 3 strengthening pills to achieve the effect. With Manhwa's pill, it could be achieved with just 1. The difference was just too exaggerated. Since she couldn't see the effects of the pill, Manhwa could only look at Qin Yu with a look of anticipation. She had thought that she had failed until she heard Qin Yu's exclamation of surprise, and only then did she reveal a pleased smile. How was it? Brother Qin, it's still okay, right? Quite all right. Qin Yu smiled and picked Manhwa up, spinning around several times in excitement. Manhwa, you really are my baby sister. Having you around is truly the greatest fortune of my life. Feeling Qin Yu's excitement, Manhwa could not help but snicker in her heart. Her small face flushed red and she instantly buried herself in Qin Yu's arms. She was grateful to Qin Yu for saving her that night. At the same time, because of that incident, she had a different kind of affection for Qin Yu. It was not just that brother-sister love. There was also a special emotion between a man and a woman. But she was clear that this kind of thing could not be rushed. Even if she could only become a brother and sister, then she would still be satisfied. As long as she could stay by Qin Yu's side all the time and be able to help, that was the greatest wish of her life. The blue pill that was left on the plate, Qin Yu did not eat it but put it into his backpack. Although with his current strength, there was already no need for this kind of strengthening medicine to assist him at all. But there was always no harm in keeping it on hand. As soon as Qin Yu opened his eyes, it was already noon the next day. Since he hadn't slept the day before, he had entered dreamland last night shortly after taking the red pill. He didn't wake up until now. Originally, he wanted to go to the hidden copy with Song Wanru. But now it was probably impossible to go. At this time, Manhwa entered the room with 2 plates. On one plate, there were fragrant braised pork ribs. In the other plate, there were more than a dozen red and blue-colored pills. Brother Qin. You're awake? Come and eat. It really smells good, huh? Sister, your craftsmanship is really getting better and better. Attracted by the smell of the ribs, Qin Yu immediately climbed up from the bed and sat down at the table. It's good that brother likes it. A plate of ribs goes down, and intelligence instantly +1. Full. Qin Yu wipes the oil on his mouth and puts the pills from another plate into his backpack, then goes downstairs. Just as he opens the door, he realizes that Spirit Sand is standing in the doorway. And this couldn't help but make Qin Yu frown. It's you? What are you doing here looking for me? It can't be that you want to come to take revenge on me for stealing your first place, right? Student Qin Yu is thinking too much. Ling Sha said with a smile. I wanted to come and invite you to team up to brush the books. Team up to brush the book? Hearing this, Qin Yu could not help but become even more puzzled. You're an S-rank dual attribute array master, do you still need to go find someone to team up to brush the book? Even if you need to form a team, shouldn't you go find your team's one enemy? Ever since one enemy was defeated by you, it's like he's vaporized, I can't find him at all. Then why did you come to find me? Qin Yu asked in doubt once again. Then of course it's because I recognize your strength? Reisha explained with a smile, the corners of her eyes slightly curling up, her eyes full of admiration for Qin Yu. Although I am an S-rank array master, there are some copies that I have no way of clearing alone. So, I thought of coming to you for help. As a member of the same guild, you shouldn't not help me, right? Don't rely on proximity, we're not that familiar. Qin Yu immediately shook his head when he saw this. Helping is fine, but I need to hear how much remuneration you can give me? Remuneration? Nowadays, the ones out there who brush books on behalf of others basically have to be tens of thousands of gold coins at a time, don't they? Qin Yu opened the world channel and rummaged through it. Look, it's justified, I'm not lying, right? It's only tens of thousands of gold coins, I'll just give it to you. Spirit Sans simply glanced at it and immediately agreed. No, how vulgar is it to talk about money? Qin Yu shook his head. What I want are the upgrade materials for the equipment. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Spirit Sans froze for a few seconds. But can't upgrade materials also be bought with money? Then wouldn't it be the same if I paid you? You still don't get my point. Qin Yu leaned against the doorframe and said slowly. What I mean is that aside from the extra payment, all the upgrade materials obtained in the copy, you have to give them to me as well to make it work. If that doesn't work, then you'd better go find another job? He was now in great need of a large amount of equipment upgrade materials to upgrade his poison ring. Since this woman wanted to seek his help, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to ask for a lion's share. However, he didn't think that this woman would agree to his unreasonable request. After all, the main reward in the copy was those upgrade materials. If all of them were to be discarded, then it would be equivalent to giving up the majority of the copy's rewards. No matter who it was, I'm afraid it would be difficult to agree. However, what made him somewhat surprised was that as soon as Qin Yu's words fell, Lingsha nodded his head in agreement without hesitation. Yes, I can do without all those. As long as you give me the equipment dropped by the boss, all the other rewards can be given to you. Seeing Lingsha being so forthcoming, Qin Yu had no more reason to push back. The two of them shifted in unison to the front of the duplicate teleportation array. It was at this time that Spirit Sans pulled out a book from her backpack. This was the pass for the hidden copy, which Qin Yu knew very well. It was then that he understood the meaning of Lingsha's words just now. She only wanted the equipment dropped by the boss. The implication was that she only wanted that exclusive equipment. The pass in her hand was presumably the exclusive hidden copy of the Array Master. As if sensing the insight in Qin Yu's eyes, Lingsha also did not cover up and generously handed the pass to Qin Yu. At once, the specific information on the pass appeared in front of Qin Yu. Hidden copy, Qi Men Dun Jia. Exclusive profession, Array Master. It's not too late for you to back out. Lingsha, who was at the side, smiled and persuaded. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to regret it until you're in the duplicate. Qin Yu glanced at the pass in his hand and then at Lingsha, and suddenly snorted coldly. Regret? This person of mine has never been in the habit of backtracking. A small hidden copy is a piece of cake for me now. 90. Exclusive copy, Qi Men Dun Jia, I become a pawn? Qin Yu took a few steps into the teleportation array and then opened the pass. The pass is open. Entering the hidden copy of Qi Men Dun Jia. The teleportation array flashed with a burst of light, instantly taking the two away from the replica hall. When the two opened their eyes again, they had already arrived in an unfamiliar area. The reason why it was unfamiliar. It was because it was impossible to reach out and see anything. Qin Yu tried to feel towards his surroundings but felt a softness. At this moment, a burst of light appeared, which also made him immediately retract his arm. Only to see a circle of white light suddenly appear underneath Lingsha's feet, illuminating the surroundings. And this also made them, finally, see the situation around them. Are we being teleported underground? They were surrounded by walls on three sides, with only a straight passageway in front of them. The passageway was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. It looks like it. Reisha nodded, her cheeks actually flushed for some reason. Let's go forward, at the very least, this copy only leaves us with one option. Lingsha took the brunt of the passageway, while Qin Yu followed behind. The passageway was narrow and could only allow one person to pass sideways. The two walked for about 5 minutes before the space beside them became spacious. They arrived at a cave which had a Bagua diagram, and behind the Bagua diagram, there was a bronze door. However, the two did not go directly to the door side, but were attracted by a few lines on the Bagua diagram. Qi Men Dun Jia has a total of 8 gates, the same 8 gates. Do Gate, Jing Gate, Death Gate, Injury Gate, Surprise Gate, Life Gate, Hue Gate, Open Door. Only one person can enter the gate, other players can only observe. No other player can enter the gate until after the death of the intruder. Start from the beginning. Pass all 8 gates to pass the copy. Pass all 8 gates? And only one person can enter the gate? What the hell kind of rule is this? The moment he saw this rule, Qin Yu could not help but spit it out. It was clearly a group copy, yet such a rule was added. Isn't this forcibly weakening the team's strength? However, this did not change anything for him. He had originally come over to help out as well, and it was actually the same whether he was solo or in a group. Thinking of this, he walked over to that bronze door, wanting to open it and enter. A mere 8 levels, not as high as the layers of that trial tower. He would be able to pass in minutes. But at that moment, Spirit Sand suddenly called out to him. Wait! Let me go! Qin Yu instantly opened his mouth in confusion at the sight. That rule is that only one person is allowed to enter to breakthrough. Are you sure you want to go? In case if you run into danger, then I won't be able to help much? I'm sure. Spirit Sand nodded and said with certainty. Since it's an exclusive copy for Array Masters, it seems a bit unreasonable if I'm not the one to clear it myself. Just watch me from the side. Okay. Hearing Spirit Sand's words, Qin Yu didn't try to dissuade him too much anymore, but immediately reminded. But you still have to pay me as I am paid. After all, it was you who took the initiative to ask me to watch the battle from the sidelines. It's not that I don't want to help. Ignoring Qin Yu's joke, Lingsha pushed open the bronze door in front of him with force. There were 2 paths in the door. One black and one white. On the black pavement, a Qin character was engraved. On the white pavement, there was nothing. Xian, Tui, Li, Jin, Sun, Ken, Burgundy, Kuan. These are the 8 trigrams of Taiji. In other words, the black road with this inscription is the entrance to the Qimen. And that white road is the viewing area. Looking at the Spirit Sand on the side, Qin Yu once again opened his mouth to inquire. Are you sure you won't let me go over there to break in? Sure, no need to ask again. As if Lingsha had some kind of obsession, she walked straight into the black passageway. Qin Yu, on the other hand, walked towards the white passageway after hesitating for a while. There must be a reason why the duplicate set up this kind of rule. Plus, this was an exclusive hidden copy with a high level of difficulty. That's why he didn't think that Spirit Sand would be able to pass the passage without any problems. However, he was only here to help after all, and since that woman wanted to come on her own, there wasn't much he could do. One could only say that life and death were in the hands of fate. When she died, he himself would inherit her mantle and pass the copy to take the exclusive equipment. There were also other rewards for clearing the copy, which he would gladly accept. After all, he agreed to come here for this. At this moment, Qin Yu walked out of the passageway and arrived in a new space. It was an octagonal room. There was a transparent pillar that was bubbling with light in the room. Other than that, there were no more devices. Qin Yu slowly walked to the pillar and raised his hand to gently touch it. There was a flash of white light and the door of the room slammed shut. I'll go. What the hell? This could not help but give Qin Yu an immediate ominous premonition. He immediately swings his staff, but realizes that he cannot release a skill. Not only was the summoning spell unavailable, even the insect attachment could not be activated. Suddenly, Spirit Sand's face violently appeared on the pillar. Qin Yu, something doesn't seem right. What's the situation on your side? I'm trapped in a room. Qin Yu looked at Lingsha and said slowly. And can't use skills. That's right then. Spirit Sand immediately spoke when he saw this. Then the reason the rules keep us separate isn't to weaken us, but to divide us up. As an auxiliary type profession, the Array Master's main role is to assist other players in battle. And as this is an exclusive copy of the Array Master, it's only natural that this logic would be followed. Get to the point. Qin Yu roared impatiently. The point is that you're just an ordinary person now, a pawn of mine, and can only break in through the enhancements I've made to you. Qin Yu was speechless for a while. Isn't this copy a pitfall? Forcibly separating teammates and not allowing any skills to be used. Was this a test for the Array Master, or was it a test for him? He was a summoner who wasn't allowed to use skills, so even if he had the assistance of an Array Master, what role could he play? As a matter of fact, there was indeed very little that Spirit Sand could do at the moment. At only level 10, she only had 2 skills right now. One was the Light Attribute Recovery Array, which quickly restored her teammates' blood in status. The other was the Dark Attribute Damage Control Formation, which could provide prolonged control and sustained damage. None of these 2 skills could provide Qin Yu with a strengthening effect. In other words, if he encountered any difficult monsters, I'm afraid that with just these 2 skills, he wouldn't be able to help Qin Yu solve them at all. If he was unfortunate, he wouldn't even be able to save Qin Yu's life. At that time, not only would Qin Yu die, she would also die in this copy. Not only would she not be able to get that exclusive equipment, but she would also have to take the lives of 2 people. In an instant, Ling Sha's mood dropped to the bottom. But at that moment, Qin Yu's voice came again. Don't be silly. Use whatever array you have for me. Since I promised to help you pass, I can't go back on my word. However, the reward has to be doubled. 91. What can a strong person with all attributes do if they are not allowed to use their skills? As soon as Qin Yu's words fell, a loud noise suddenly came from the octagonal house. A bronze door suddenly appeared on the wall of the area where Dumen was located. The door slowly opens and 4 strange-looking tree demons come out from inside. Obviously, this is the first test. Seeing this, Spirit Sand immediately threw out several wound control formations, instantly controlling the 4 tree demons in place. However, the damage was minimal. Tree demons were able to continuously regain blood, and the sustained damage caused by the wound control formation was basically negligible for them. In other words, these 4 tree demons could only be resolved by Qin Yu himself. But strangely enough, Spirit Sand did not see a look of panic on Qin Yu's face. Instead, he was calm and unruffled when he was surrounded by the tree demons. In a matter of 3 strokes, he resolved them all. This could not help but cause Ling Sha to instantly freeze in place in shock. She had understood Qin Yu. This guy was a summoner, and as a mage-type profession, the bonus points must have been all added to intelligence, increasing the amount of blue. Otherwise, it couldn't be explained why he could summon so many bugs at once. But this copy couldn't use skills. Then an all-intelligence, high blue quantity profession like him wouldn't have any use for it. One must have high strength and agility in order to have a chance of being able to pass through the 8 gates of this strange gate. Qin Yu's strength and speed were only 10 points initially. Normal attacks could only deal 10 points of damage. But these tree demons were known for their high blood count. A level 13 tree demon's blood volume was already as high as 2600. And after being injured, they will trigger a high amount of continuous blood recovery. With this 10 points of attack power, how long will it take to finish them off? However, Qin Yu was able to finish them off very easily. Although it looked a bit lousy and injured, at the very least, it wasn't as irresistible as imagined. What are you waiting for? Where is the recovery formation? At this moment, Qin Yu's voice came out all of a sudden, interrupting Ling Sha's thoughts. Immediately. Seeing this, Ling Sha immediately threw out a recovery array, instantly returning Qin Yu's blood level to full. But looking at Qin Yu, who entered the door and quickly started the 2nd level, Ling Sha was still full of doubts and did not hold back to ask. Qin Yu, you're a summoner, how did you get such a high attack power? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, it's a different price. Qin Yu did not answer Spirit Sand's question. Instead, he pulled out 2 more blue strengthening pills from his backpack and swallowed them. Just now, he took 2 pills that directly added 110 points of strength to him. One added 50 points to his strength. The other one doubled his strength attribute. It also made it so that his strength directly rose from 10 points to 120 points. Moreover, the duration was 3 hours. This was also the reason why he quickly took care of those 4 tree demons. However, the gatekeepers of the 2nd level were not the lumbering tree demons, but the 9 flying fire spirits. The flying fire spirits belonged to the category of being agile monsters that were very fast and flew in the air attacking with fireballs. Once they were accidentally hit, they would fall into a burning state and continuously lose blood. With just his current high strength, it definitely wouldn't work. The speed had to be brought up as well. Therefore, he immediately consumed 2 blue pills. Immediately, 2 messages appeared before his eyes. Speed, 1060. When attacking, you can move a short distance towards any location without consuming any stamina. The moment he saw these 2 messages, the corner of Qin Yu's mouth curled up violently. Humph. So what if you don't allow the use of skills? With these strengthening pills, dealing with these level 10 or so monsters is still a piece of cake? However, Qin Yu was still a bit surprised by the strengthening medicine made by Nai Nuo. After all, this random out effect is really a bit exaggerated. If every single one of them is this kind of effect, then no matter if it is hung up in the mall to sell, or used by himself, it is all excellent. At this time, the 9 flying fire spirits in the air had already set their sights on Qin Yu in the room, quickly dispersing and releasing fireball attacks. The 9 fireballs flew towards Qin Yu from all directions. The Spirit Sand, on the other hand, could do nothing about it at all. It could only release a recovery formation at his feet, praying that he wouldn't be seconded. After all, although Qin Yu had passed the 1st level without any danger, it only proved that Qin Yu's strength was otherworldly. But the second level's monster, the flying fire spirit, was an agility type. With that strength alone, it was not enough to defeat them. Even before Qin Yu had the chance to touch them, it was estimated that he would be set on fire by the fireballs and die. However, in the next second, Qin Yu suddenly moved a step to the side, just dodging the 9 fireballs. This control of distance, as well as precise control of the body, was something that only someone with a very high degree of agility could do. But that was not all. In the next second, Qin Yu disappeared in place and rushed to the body of a flying fire spirit, and with a fierce leap and a flying kick, he instantly exploded it. After landing, several more fireballs came. But Qin Yu, as one by one will be dodged, the body shape of the rolling, each dodge, are with the most simple action posture just to avoid. And every dodge, are connected to the next attack. Every attack was flawless and deadly. Was this still the Qin Yu knew? Not only was his strength value high, even his speed value was exaggerated. How can someone have such high attributes? Qin Yu was only level 16, with 4 bonus points at level 1. The total number of bonus points is only 64. Can it be that this guy added those 64 points to strength and speed respectively? But his blood count is also high, otherwise it doesn't explain him being able to withstand the damage of 10,000 enemies. Did he split it into 3? And added points to his physique as well? But he was clearly a summoner, so how could he have wasted so many bonus points on the other 3 attributes? Or was it that he had distributed the bonus points evenly across the 4 main attributes? The second level was still easy. It was followed by the 3rd level, the 4th level, the 7th level. No matter if it was the tree demon, the flying fire spirit, or the earth puppet and gold guard that appeared later, they were all easily resolved by Qin Yu. And at this point, Ling Sha was already too lazy to think about why Qin Yu was so abnormal. It was just glad that she had sought Qin Yu's help. She only needed to make sure that Qin Yu's blood level and condition was always at its best, and then throw in a few wound control formations to play control. Now all that's missing is the last level, so she can pass the copy and get the Array Master's exclusive equipment. The last level is the Hue Gate, and the Gatekeeper is a level 15 silt monster. This monster was covered in silt and came with a poisonous effect that would be attached to the attacker whenever it was attacked. But importantly, this monster only had one weakness. It was its heart. Only by attacking its heart can he be harmed. But if you attack it, you will be poisoned. If she couldn't find the location of the heart quickly, she would soon reach the bottom of her blood count due to poisoning. She didn't have much blue now. At best, it was enough for 1 recovery array. For a moment, Ling Sha became worried again. However, just as she wanted to remind her, she saw Qin Yu suddenly open his hands and charge towards the sludge monster. While rushing, he also shouted, "Fill up the recovery array for me. Don't dawdle there, oi." 92, there's a thrill. Assassin pretending to be Spirit Sand requesting golden ticket. Qin Yu spread his arms wide and charged towards the silt monster in a big shape, instantly dispersing it. He knew the special nature of this monster. Therefore, he then wanted to use this suicidal method to find the location of this guy's heart. Only if he found the heart hidden inside its body, he would be able to finish it off. This was indeed the case. This wide-ranging charge directly knocked off most of the silt monster's body. The heart was also exposed as a result. Although its body soon recovered, as long as the location of the heart was known, the monster was no longer a threat. However, he was also instantly tainted with a highly poisonous state. He only had a few hundred blood now. Under the poisonous state, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to last a few seconds. However, at this moment, the recovery array once again lit up underneath his feet. Qin Yu subconsciously looked at the spirit sand in the pillar and let out a light laugh. He then immediately looked towards the sludge monster in the center of the room and instantly approached it, and as soon as he did, he dug out that heart and instantly pinched it. Along with the moment he pinched the heart, the room once again flashed with a white light, and that pillar of light disappeared all of a sudden. In its place was a bronze treasure chest. The clearance prompts also followed. Congratulations to player Qin Yu, Spirit Sand has cleared the copy of Qi Men Dun Jia. The reward for clearing the level has been issued, please pay attention to receiving it. At this time, Ling Sha rushed out from a side door. However, she did not go to collect the reward first, but first ran to Qin Yu's side to check the situation. How are you? Is it all right? Thanks to your blessing, nothing's wrong. Qin Yu shook his head and said jokingly. That recovery array of yours was given quite promptly, count yourself as having some conscience. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Ling Sha could not help but let out a long breath of relief. It's good that it's fine. As if a large stone had suddenly fallen to the ground in her heart, Ling Sha's expression instantly relaxed. At the same time, she also felt an inexplicable admiration and curiosity for Qin Yu. This fellow really was capable of giving infinite surprises. A summoner who was actually able to pass through a copy with his own attributes without being able to use his skills. Moreover, it was still the case that all 4 attributes were extremely high. Was this something a normal person could do? Why are you staring at me? Do I have rice grains on my face? Seeing Ling Sha staring at himself all the time, Qin Yu could not help but ask back in confusion. No, I just think you're a bit handsome. Qin Yu instantly shivered at the sight, then slowly walked towards that treasure chest. What's the need for you to say that? However, don't think that I won't want to be paid if you compliment me with a few good words. In order to help you, I almost lost my life, so that double payment, you have to give it to me. Saying that, Qin Yu opened the treasure chest, and the details of the copy reward suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Congratulations to player Qin Yu, Spirit Sand, for obtaining the copy pass reward. 20,000 gold coins, 20,000 upgrade materials. And exclusive equipment, Bagua Mirror. The moment he saw this equipment, Qin Yu couldn't wait to check out its effects and abilities. Equipment name, Bagua Mirror. Occupation, Arrayer. Effect 1, increases the cooldown of all array master skills by 50%. And can stack the effects of the array. Effect 2, Strange Gate and Transported Armor. Each time you release an array, it will trigger additional random attribute damage. Attribute damage is of 5 types: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This equipment could be said to be able to raise the strength of the array master by more than 1 notch. Although it was very strong, Qin Yu really couldn't use it. He could only return it to Spirit Sand and take the gold coins and upgrade materials. And the moment Ling Sha got hold of this equipment, she shifted her attention from Qin Yu. It could be seen that the word love was expressed to the fullest in her body. Qin Yu, thank you so much this time. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get this array master's exclusive equipment. There's no point in talking more, hurry up and put the payment on my card. Qin Yu waved his hand and then walked into the teleportation exit without looking back. Looking at Qin Yu's departing back, Ling Sha froze for a few seconds before revealing a smile. Nowadays, she felt more and more pleased with herself for seeking Qin Yu's assistance. This fellow, he was always able to give people surprises. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid that it would be hard for me to get this 8 trigrams mirror. If only, it would be nice to team up with him all the time. Thinking of this, Ling Sha immediately opened the team interface, wanting to add Qin Yu as a friend. Not only to send the reward over, but also to prepare for future teaming. However, she suddenly realized that Qin Yu had already exited the team interface. By the looks of it, he didn't want the extra payment at all. This couldn't help but make Ling Sha's favor towards him deepen nearly 1 step. This brat, on his lips, said that he wanted double payment, but in reality, he was just joking. Qin Yu, I'm really becoming more and more interested in you. Spirit Sand smiled and shrugged his shoulders before he too walked slowly into the portal. Scratch that. How come it's the wilderness again? After coming out of the teleportation portal, Qin Yu could not help but spit out. He was teleported to the teleportation array outside the city again. Moreover, this place was even farther away than that time before. The surrounding area was deserted, and everywhere one could see towering forests. There was only a goat path leading into the distance, and that should be the way to the city. But that didn't matter to him. If it was before, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to return to the city even after dark. But now that he had several flying summons, flying back to the city was just a matter of minutes. However, right at this moment, a familiar shout suddenly came from behind him. Qin Yu, wait for me. Only to see Spirit Sand scurrying out from the woods not far away, bouncing and jumping to Qin Yu's side. Why are you going off on your own without even waiting for me? We're just a temporary team, we're not that familiar, right? Qin Yu glanced at the flavorful Ling Sha beside him and moved a few steps away with some discomfort. Could it be that you still want to hitch a ride with me and go? In the middle of nowhere, can you bear to leave me alone here? A pitiful expression instantly appeared on Ling Sha's face, and her hands inadvertently took Qin Yu's arm. You're not Ling Sha, are you? Who the hell are you? Who knows, but Qin Yu suddenly laughed coldly and opened his mouth to ask. You? What are you talking about? Spirit Sand instantly frowned. I'm not Spirit Sand? Who else would be Spirit Sand? Spirit Sand is not as green tea as you. Qin Yu immediately shook his head, then pushed Spirit Sand away as he took a few steps back. Do you know who you remind me of with this look? That disgusting, green tea whore who only knows how to tend to others. That smell, I can't forget it for the rest of my life. If you don't identify yourself and explain your intentions, don't blame me for being rude to you. Seeing Qin Yu's reaction, a sardonic smile also instantly appeared on Spirit Sand's face. The figure then quickly transformed into another appearance. Even if you can see through me, so what? You've already been poisoned, and will soon perish. This is also considered avenging the deaths of our two companions from the Slayer Association. 93, the woman who can't be killed. You guys think I'll be scared? Are you from the Slayers Association? No, I am too. At this moment, in the woods on the other side, a woman with the same appearance as her walked out with a sneer on her face. I had thought that there would be a chance for me to make a move, but I didn't expect you to get it so quickly, sister. Ha ha. That can only be blamed on this guy recognizing my disguise too quickly, which didn't allow you, sister, the chance to strike. But sister, you don't have to be sad, you can do whatever you want with this guy after he dies. Don't you usually like corpses the most? Especially this kind of thin-skinned handsome guy. Hello? You too. At this moment, Qin Yu interrupted the two of them with a low roar. I'm not dead yet? Aren't you guys being a bit too disrespectful? I've already said that you've been poisoned and won't live long. You mean this? Qin Yu raised his arm and laughed coldly. How do you know that I'll be poisoned? The two of them immediately looked at Qin Yu's intact arm and frowned. There wasn't any wound on there, nor was there any discoloration. This meant that he probably wasn't poisoned indeed. It wasn't even injured. But how was this possible? Yuin was very sure that she had attacked Qin Yu. It was impossible for her weapon, the poison needle, to have failed to attack. It was even more impossible that it didn't do any damage at all. Then Qin Yu didn't even have any equipment on him. Naked flesh. How could he have stabbed empty? But judging from the current situation, it seems that this guy really isn't injured or poisoned. All right. I don't have to prove anything to you guys? Seeing that the two did not speak, Qin Yu silently lowered his arm while his eyes were instantly filled with contempt and disdain. Does your Slayer Association have nothing to do? I've already taken care of two of them, but you guys still don't give up. You even sent two more women over to look for trouble from me. What? What kind of killers are you two? High-level assassins? Otherwise, you guys can just go and call the president of the Killer Association here, and I'll be able to kill you all in one go. It's also good that you guys come over again and again to send yourselves to death. Cut. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant? Yui Knight quickly drew out two daggers from her waist and snorted lightly. Just took out a primary assassin and an intermediate assassin, and you think you're invincible? Still wanting to fight our president, you don't even have the qualifications to meet him. Sister, cut the crap with him. At this moment, the Yuin on the side snapped. Dare to scorn our Slayer Association like this, show him some color. Humph. There's no need for me to say it. Pixie Knight slowly stretched out her wet and wriggling long tongue and licked fiercely on the dagger, and a sharp and refined light suddenly flashed out from her eyes. It was as if it was the eyes of a hunter, staring at his prey. And a burst of infinite killing intent surged out beside him. This was a feeling that was not present in either of the two previous killers. From this, it could be seen that on this woman's hands, she did not know how many lives she had carried. However, Qin Yu was very calm. Looking at the Yui Knight that was rushing towards him, he merely flung his arm, then directly raised his hand to block the dagger that flew over. The dagger was violently flicked away. Only to see that Qin Yu's arm was covered with dazzling golden scales that were clearly separated into pieces. This could not help but make the Yui Knight who rushed over to him instantly startled for a moment. But it was only for a moment. As high-level assassins, they had seen all kinds of targets. The ones with scales on their bodies like this one were just the same. It was nothing more than a higher defense. Yi quickly caught the dagger and violently stabbed at Qin Yu's body. Too much of a break, I really don't know how you guys got into the Slayer Association. Qin Yu once again raised his hand to block the attack, and with a swing of his dragon claw, he scratched 3 extremely deep wounds in front of Yuya's body. Afterwards, he directly flew up and kicked Yui Knight away, only glancing at him before converging his gaze on Yin, who was not far away. Your head sent goods like you to kill me? Looking down on who? Kid, has anyone ever told you not to give your back to your enemies? Hearing Yin's words, Qin Yu suddenly froze. He then immediately subconsciously dodged sideways. However, he was still stabbed by the charging Yin and took several steps back before stopping. Hiss. That claw of yours just now really hurt, huh? But I don't hate rough men, please be rougher on me, okay? Seeing that Yi actually didn't die and the wounds on his body were intact as before, Qin Yu's brows immediately wrinkled into twists. That claw just now should have been enough to kill this woman. But not only did she not die, that wound also completely disappeared. If it wasn't for the fact that there were still a few damage marks on that dress, he might have to wonder if he was hallucinating just now. Could it be that he had an error in judgment? The attack just now did not finish this woman off? Qin Yu immediately shook his head and withdrew his thoughts. This was the only explanation at the moment. Like it rough, huh? Then let's show you this move. Looking at Yue, who was charging towards him again, Qin Yu once again knocked her back with a kick, and then a huge dragon tail suddenly appeared behind him, violently sweeping towards her. The dragon tail accurately hit Yue and directly sent her flying into the distance. At the same time, Qin Yu swung out a few more wind blades, instantly chopping off both her arms and legs. This time, he could be sure that this woman must have been finished off by him. After all, being able to cut off her arms and legs proved that she was already in a state of near death at that time. However, in the next second, the wounds on Yuye's body healed rapidly, and the arms and legs were miraculously restored. This cannot help but make Qin Yu even more puzzled, somewhat a loss for words standing in place. In this world, is it possible that there are people who can't die like him? But this guy, and himself are somewhat different. He was damage transfer, while this woman was immune to death and then recovered quickly. But he hadn't heard of any profession that would have such a perverse ability? At this moment, Yin, who hadn't said anything on the side, suddenly opened her mouth and said, Qin Yu, I advise you to quickly give up your resistance. My sister is unkillable, even if you resist anymore, it won't help. It's better not to waste time and die earlier. Qin Yu did not say anything, instead, he was silent for a while before suddenly laughing out loud. Giving up resistance? What? Even if I can't kill her, could it be that you guys can't kill me? My life, you guys can't take it. Instead, you two, you have to leave your lives here. Big talker. Yin gave a cold snort in a non-committal manner. This brat could only talk tough for a while, and when his physical strength was exhausted, then he could only let them slaughter him at will. Sister! Stop playing with him. This guy still has the strength to talk tough, so let him see who will have the last laugh. 94. The secret of immortality, you can't escape. Petition for golden tickets. Upon hearing Yin's words, Yi instantly climbed up from the ground, and a playful and perverted smile appeared on her face. The occupation she had awakened was rather special. It was an A-rank hidden occupation, symbiote. This was a very rare hidden occupation. Only twins had the chance to awaken it. Although it was a rank, the effect was very exaggerated. An awakened person can choose their twin companion to be symbiotic. As long as the other person doesn't die, he or she won't die. And that's the reason why she can always rise from the dead. Moreover, she would inherit all the attributes and status of her companion. In other words, no matter how powerful the opponent was, even if she couldn't break the enemy's defense, as long as her teammates were by her side, her status would always be at its best. Equivalent to that, her sister, Yujin, was her power unit. As long as she was there, she herself would be invincible. This also made it possible for them to get a 100% mission completion rate in the Slayer Association. If you won't die, you won't be afraid of death. She just didn't believe that this Qin Yu would be able to kill herself? But just as she rushed to Qin Yu's side again, suddenly hundreds of crawling worms appeared violently, as well as hundreds of poisonous scorpion worms that wiggled their highly poisonous tails. Such a large number of worms instantly made her hesitate for a second. But it was only a second. In just a blink of an eye, she was swamped by the swarm of insects without a trace. Qin Yu stood in place, silently looking at the position of the Yue who was drowned by the swarm of insects. In an instant, the swarm was dispersed, and although all the equipment on Yue Knight's body was damaged, the wounds on her body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha! You think you can kill me with just these bugs? Even if you have twice as many, 10 times as many, 100 times as many, you can't kill me. When you run out of blue energy and stamina, that's when you die. Looking at the struggling Yui Knight in the swarm of worms, Qin Yu just kept summoning worms, trying to find out where the maximum range this woman could withstand was. He believed that there was no absolutely invincible profession in this world. Even someone as strong as him who was full of gold phrases would not dare to say that he was absolutely invincible. This woman, however, gave him a special feeling. It seemed like she really wouldn't die. Even if she had been gnawed by the swarm and was left with nothing but a white skeleton, she would quickly regenerate and return to her original appearance. This couldn't help but make him puzzled. But at that moment, he noticed one thing. She had been the only one who had been attacking herself, while the other was watching from the side. There was something not quite right about this. At times like this, shouldn't one act together to get the target out of the way faster? Instead of relying on the fact that her teammates had the effect of invincibility, so she stood on the side and did nothing. Unless, it was because she had some unavoidable reason that she couldn't make a move. As if sensing Qin Yu's gaze, Yuin immediately took a few steps back, then immediately shouted towards Unite. Sister! I've told you to stop playing. Hurry up and kill this guy so we can go back and resume our orders. Want to kill me? You guys are thinking about it. Qin Yu took an arrow step towards Yuin and swung a dragon claw towards her. However, it was deftly dodged by Yuin. And at this time, Yui Knight arrived from the rear and instantly entangled with Qin Yu. Your opponent right now is me, could it be, you still want to play with both together? Yui Knight tossed and turned, the dagger in her hand flying up and down, each strike stabbing towards Qin Yu's vitals. However, Qin Yu didn't even want to care about Yui Knight's intentions and walked straight towards Yui Yin. If I'm not wrong, your sister's secret of immortality should be related to you, right? How is that possible? Yuin slowly backed up, a touch of imperceptible astonishment suddenly appearing on her face. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, I'll know the answer after a while anyway. Qin Yu flung his arm, then looked at the Yui Knight that had been chasing behind him and impatiently sent it flying with a claw. What an annoying fly. Wait for me to finish off your sister and then come over to play with you. You are my prey. No leaving. Yui Knight still wanted to come forward to pester her, but by this time, the swarm had already surrounded her once again. Even, a dozen or so alpha-level monsters suddenly appeared, instantly stopping her in her tracks. Damn! How did this guy get such a powerful summon? Before they came, they had done a very detailed investigation on Qin Yu. But all that was known was that this guy was a summoner. And, was able to summon countless swarms of insects to attack. But what about these alpha-level monsters? This was completely beyond their range of strength. Plus, this guy had already guessed the secret of their abilities. If it dragged on any longer, I'm afraid it would be very unfavorable for them. The most taboo thing for a killer was a protracted battle. Although it was said that she wasn't afraid of death, if the secret was discovered, then they wouldn't have a chance to fight again. Right now, the best option was to escape immediately. Yui Knight immediately looked at Yuin, and the two of them looked at each other with a heart-to-heart, and their thoughts were surprisingly the same. Yu Yin's profession was a shapeshifter, and this profession was only suitable for sneak attacks. Once one's true colors were discovered, there would be no second chance to attack. That is to say, it could only kill with one strike. However, that attack of hers had no effect. This indicated that their mission had already failed. Thinking of this, Yui Yin immediately spun around, then turned into a falcon and flew up. As long as she could save her own life, then her sister would not be in any danger. However, just as she flew into the air, a group of hawk-eyed dragon worms suddenly appeared around her, immediately trapping her in the center. You guys came to kill me? Now you want to run instead? It's not that easy. The swarm of hawk-eyed dragon insects swung their wings in an instant, and countless wind blades rushed towards Yuin. Densely packed, there was no room for escape. However, Yuin just looked at it and transformed into a fly once again and flew out. Looking at Qin Yu, who was still standing in the same place, Yui Yin suddenly revealed a smug smile. She was now level 30, and her transformation art had risen to LV3. Not only was she able to change her human form, she could also change into an animal or even a monster. It wasn't like ordinary people could easily trap her. This time, they were out of their depth, but as long as they escaped, they definitely wouldn't make the same mistake next time. However, just as she wanted to fly into the forest and escape this place completely, she suddenly flung herself on top of a spider web. Eh? How did a spider web appear here? Yuin was still puzzled, but she saw that next to the spider web, a huge spider with red eyes appeared. It was staring at her with a deadly stare. At this moment, Qin Yu's voice came from not far away, instantly causing her to tremble. It's so normal for spiders to eat flies. Enjoy the fear before you die? Or, if you tell me about your lair, I can grudgingly give you a full body. Otherwise, you should know what will happen to you? 95. Who cares what kind of association you are? Trying to kill me is a dead end. Yuin changed back to her original form, but she was still unable to break free. The spider web was tightly stuck to her limbs, and even if she changed again, it would not help. But at this time, Yugi finally rushed out from the encirclement, and when she saw this scene, she immediately let out a furious roar and said, "Damned guys! Let go of my sister!" Unite came behind Qin Yu almost instantly, and with both hands raised and 2 daggers descending, she stabbed violently towards both sides of his neck. But unsurprisingly, they were bounced off by the scales. "Give it up, your attack cannot even break my defense, and you still want to kill me, it's simply alarming." As soon as Qin Yu's words fell, before he could make a move, a large group of worms and spider monsters suddenly appeared beside him, once again pushing Yuinite into the distance. The endless summons instantly plunged Yu Yi into despair. She wasn't afraid of dying, but she was afraid that her sister would die. Once Yuing died, she wouldn't be far from death. But she simply couldn't break free from these summons. Moreover, it was just like what Qin Yu had just said. Even if she had the ability to break free, she wouldn't be able to break through his defenses. Not to mention killing him. And now, Yuin was in critical condition. She didn't have such a buggy ability as herself. I'm afraid, she can't even carry a claw from this guy. Qin Yu, I advise you not to act rashly. At this time, Yuin quieted down and said slowly. You know the guidelines of our Slayer Association, if you really lay your hands on us, then Lord Cold Crow will not let you off. It's really ridiculous, could it be that, only your Slayer Association is allowed to kill me? Don't allow me to kill you guys? Qin Yu couldn't help but snort coldly, then gently lifted Yu Yin's chin and said with a smile. Regardless of whether it's you guys, or that Lord Cold Crow you just mentioned, as long as he dares to come, I'll dare to kill him as well. Not just him, but the entire Slayer Association, I will eradicate it bit by bit. Kid, the Killer Association isn't something you can move just because you want to. Do you know what the consequences of doing so are? Consequences? All I know is that you guys want to kill me, so I have to exterminate you. Hearing these certain words from Qin Yu, Yu Yin's heart that wanted to resist instantly dissipated. It seemed that she was destined to fold here today. With that, she slightly raised her head and gave a look to Yuinite, who was still in the midst of the swarm of insects. Then she immediately looked at Qin Yu again and spoke disdainfully. Good. Since you're refusing to drink until you're punished, then don't blame me for not reminding you. If you have the guts to kill me, I'm afraid you won't even know how to die by then. Without waiting for Yuin to finish, Qin Yu cut off her head with a feathered blade. Instantly, blood flowed like a fountain, splashing out like an intermittent fountain. In response, Qin Yu merely glanced at her before turning around in disgust and looking in the direction of the swarm of insects. Once this woman died, he would be able to take care of the other undead woman. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that Yuinite had long since disappeared. Ran away? Qin Yu immediately commanded a few eagle-eyed dragon worms to search around, but they found nothing. Looking at the sky that was already getting dark, Qin Yu did not continue to dwell on it, but rode the Hawkeye insect dragon back to the city. That escaped woman couldn't make any waves? Even, the woman could help him bring the news back to the Slayer Association. This was not a bad thing for him. He had long wanted to uproot this killer association, but suffered from not being able to find their base, as well as any clues. But as long as this woman brought the message back, then the Slayer Association would definitely take it very seriously. After all, a message from a living person was much more important than a dead person. Plus, the twins were high-level assassins. Therefore, the Killer Association would definitely throw everything they had and send even more powerful people to deal with themselves. Senior Assassin, above that should be the Order Envoy. It's probably the Lord Cold Crow that the woman just mentioned. And above that, is the President of the Killer Association. That is to say, if even the Ambassador can't help him, the President of the Association will appear. At that time, it would be the time for him to uproot the Killer Association. However, it was not in his character to sit back and wait. If he had the chance to find those guys, he would definitely take the initiative and kill them all. No matter what association he was in, since he wanted to kill him, he would have to pay the price. Returning to the Dragon Bard Guild, Ling Sha was at the entrance. When she saw Qin Yu who had returned, she immediately greeted her with worry. Qin Yu, where have you been? Why did you come back so late? Don't mention it, I was pestered by a woman who looks just like you. Ah? Ling Sha immediately revealed a puzzled expression, somewhat not understanding what Qin Yu meant. In response, Qin Yu did not explain too much, but immediately changed the topic and said, Ling Sha, do you understand the Killer Association? You're being targeted by the Killer Association's people? Spirit Sand instantly guessed what happened to Qin Yu just now and hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. No, I'm just curious. Qin Yu immediately shook his head in the negative. I heard that this Assassins Association is quite mysterious, and as long as they have someone in their sights, they have never failed? It is said to be so. Spirit Sand said as he hugged his arms. They come and go without a trace, and basically the mission fulfillment rate is infinitely close to 100%. So where should I go to find them if I want to? What? You have enemies you want to deal with? Sort of. Qin Yu agreed unapologetically. Do you have any channels in this regard? Or, do you know anyone who knows them? Spirit Sand contemplated for a while, as if he had done a long mental build-up before slowly shaking his head. Qin Yu, the Slayer Association is an irregular organization. Even if you have enemies, they should be dealt with through the law enforcement team, not through such extreme methods. So, you don't want to tell me? Seeing this, Qin Yu did not ask any more questions and walked straight to the rest area. However, he did not blame Spirit Sand. After all, this kind of organization, itself, was not recognized by Huaxia. Therefore, even if Spirit Sand knew some information, he could not tell him. It was no different from committing a crime. But in truth, he had only subconsciously asked. In fact, he had known that he wouldn't know their information that easily. But just at this time, Raisha interrupted him by calling out from behind. If you really want to find them, then try your luck in the replica hall. I've heard that there will be connectors in the replica hall. After explaining their intentions, they'll quote you a bill about the price of an assassin. Only after paying enough money will they let you meet the assassin and give you a mission. 96. Squatting on the connector. If you want to see the ambassador, take $1 million. The next day, Qin Yu went to the replica hall early in the morning to squat. According to Spirit Sand, the contact person of those killer associations would only appear here before sunrise. Sure enough, he soon saw a suspicious-looking person walk into the replica hall. This was a man wearing a black robe, and after arriving here, he likewise noticed Qin Yu sitting in the corner, and immediately walked over slowly. This brother, look at your face full of sorrow, have you encountered any trouble? Who are you? What business is it of yours? I'm the connector of the Killer Association. If you're waiting here at this time, you should be waiting for me as well, right? The corners of the man's eyes curled up slightly, looking like he had a plan. A connector? How do you prove it? Qin Yu doubtfully opened his mouth to inquire. I didn't expect that you kid is quite vigilant. Seeing this, the man smiles as he pulls out a Slayer Association badge from his robe and places it in front of Qin Yu. See? This is a customized badge from the Slayer Association. Now you should be able to trust my identity, right? It does look real. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction, then immediately said. Your Assassins Association, are you able to take on any mission? That's of course. Killer Association, the mission will be accomplished. Tell me who you want to kill? I can help you arrange a matching assassin. However, you'll have to put down a deposit first, and then settle the final payment when the mission is completed. If it's an ordinary person, 250,000 for a head. If it's a more powerful professional, C rank B rank, it's 500,000. But if it's an A rank upwards, then it'll start at $1 million. If it's an S ranked professional with a high rank, I'm afraid it'll be a few million at the very least. You kid, it looks like you've only just awakened your profession, so you wouldn't have messed with someone you shouldn't have, right? Alas. Hearing the man's words, Qin Yu instantly revealed a helpless expression and spoke with some difficulty. I blame myself for being young and ignorant and offending a big shot. Now that big shot is going to send someone to clean me up, with my strength, it's definitely hard to escape death. So, that's why I thought of coming to the Killer Association, wanting to strike first. Oh? Qin Yu's story even moved the man a bit. People like you, our Slayer Association has really encountered too many of them. Don't worry, as long as your money is well prepared, even if it's the god of war of today, the Slayer Association will kill you. Really? Qin Yu questioned with some disbelief. The god of war can be killed? It's a bit too exaggerated, isn't it? Not exaggerated at all. The man smiles and speaks. Our assassin association is spread across the 5 provinces of China. There are tens of thousands of low-level assassins alone, and there are even thousands of intermediate and high-level assassins. There are 12 order ambassadors, each of them is an extreme expert with a rank of over level 40. Not to mention, the guild leader who is already on par with the war god. However, that big shot you offended, it shouldn't be the war god, right? After all, I'm afraid that tens of millions of dollars wouldn't be able to beat the president if he wanted to come out. Huh? That's not true. Qin Yu shook his head. It's just a small leader in Linghai City, so I guess I only need the order to make an appearance. Then you're really lucky, there happens to be an order envoy in Linghai City recently. The man was so excited that when he heard that Qin Yu wanted to find the order envoy, he immediately took a few steps forward and said excitedly. With him around, your needs can definitely be solved. However, you have to prepare $5 million at the very least. Let's put it this way, seeing as you're still a fresh graduate, I'll reluctantly charge you a $1 million deposit first, and you can slowly pay back the rest. Afterwards, the man quickly pulled out a piece of paper from his robe, took a pen and swished a few lines on it before handing it over to Qin Yu. This is the contract of the Slayer Association. Signing your name here means that you have reached an agreement with us. Pay with one hand, do the job with the other. Our Slayer Association will definitely ensure that the mission is accomplished. Can it be cheaper? Qin Yu asked tentatively. As you know, I've only just graduated. Where can I raise this $1 million? This is already a very conscientious price. The man glanced at Qin Yu, looking like he was indeed in some difficulty. Moreover, I haven't even seen the order envoy. How do I know that his strength can really solve my enemies? Kid, the strength of the order envoy cannot be doubted. At this moment, the man instantly opened his mouth to retort, then looking at the sky that was already gradually glowing, he immediately turned around. I'll give you 3 days to consider and raise money. If you can give a $1 million deposit, I can take you to meet the order envoy once, and then go and help you take out your enemy. But if you can't get $1 million, then don't blame us for being merciless. The man immediately left the replica hall, and just a few seconds later, the sky dawned, the sunlight fell in all directions, and bursts of silhouettes began to appear one after another within the replica hall. Qin Yu stared at the direction the man left for a long time. This time, squatting was not without effect. At least he had a chance to be able to take the initiative to meet the Killer Association's order envoy. However, 1 million gold coins was not a small amount. He only had 100,000 or so in his account right now, and there was still a long way to go between that and $1 million. But fortunately, he had a very rich friend. Thinking of this, Qin Yu immediately took out his phone and found Song Wanru's number and dialed it. Strangely enough, it had been more than a day since he had seen her. I don't know what this guy is doing? Can't it be that she was called home for special training by that awful dad of hers? The phone rang for almost a minute, no one answered. This could not help but make Qin Yu even more puzzled. At the same time, he is a bit worried. Is there anything wrong with this woman? Qin Yu dialed a few more times, and after confirming that no one was picking up, he gave up and continued to dial. Song Wanru shouldn't have any enemies, so she is probably busy right now and doesn't have the time to answer the phone. Song Wanru, remember to call back when you're done, I have something I want to ask for your help. After leaving a message, Qin Yu put away the phone. Borrowing money from Song Wanru was just one way. If he couldn't borrow it, then he could only rely on himself to think of other ways. 3 days, collect $1 million. This was not a small amount. However, it wasn't completely impossible to achieve. He now had a total of 170,000 on hand, which meant that he was still 820,000 short. For 1 day, it would take around 280,000. If one were to rely solely on swiping copies to gather this 82 million, not to mention 3 days, even if it was 30 days, 300 days would still be difficult to realize. But he was the current boss of the hunting ground. The daily earnings of the hunting grounds were quite high. After so many years, it must have made a lot of money as well. He only needed to take out some from the hunting grounds account to make up the $1 million. No need to worry. 97, $500,000 in 3 days, Death Valley grass picking program. Boss, this is too sudden for you. It's already the end of the year, I've just finished distributing dividends to the brethren, and there's not that much money left in the account. In the hunting ground building, Baldy looked at Qin Yu, who had suddenly arrived inside helplessly. So how much money is left on the account now? Qin Yu sat across from Baldy and immediately asked. It's just over $200,000. Baldy pushed the account book in front of Qin Yu, and there was clearly only $230,000 on it. Adding up with what he had in his hand, it was just 500,000 gold coins. Seeing the sadness on Qin Yu's face, Baldy was also quick to ask again. Boss, what have you encountered here? Why do you suddenly need so much money? Can't it be that it's a happy event approaching and your old husband is looking for trouble from you? What happy event? And what the hell is the old man? Hi. It's all over the hunting grounds that you and the daughter of the richest man in Linghai City are very close, you're inseparable all day long, isn't this a happy event? But it's also true, a pride of nature like you, boss, with such a good appearance and extraordinary strength, only that woman is worthy of you. That old man is also really ungrateful, letting you take so much money. Isn't it obvious that he doesn't see you? Do you want me to take all the brothers to find that Song Wayman and help you get out of this bad mood, boss? Nonsense. What does it have to do with them? Seeing Qin Yu's flat denial, Baldy again immediately inquired. Isn't it because of this? Boss, you don't have to be embarrassed, this kind of thing is commonplace. Without waiting for Baldy to finish, Qin Yu smashed his fist on his head, making it stop. If your mouth is still that broken in the future, I'll cut out your tongue and throw it to the mountains to feed the wolves. Seeing Baldy frantically shaking his head and apologizing, Qin Yu then withdrew his fist and said in a deep voice. The reason for raising the money is to meet the order envoy of the Killer Association. Killer Association? Baldy was again puzzled at the sight. Boss, with your strength, you shouldn't need to take revenge through the Slayer Association, right? Instead of looking for those guys, why don't we let our hunting ground brethren step in? It's definitely much better than them. No, it's the Killer Association that wants to kill me. Qin Yu's face was as cold as frost, and when he mentioned the Killers Association, it was filled with a killing intent that was akin to death. The Killer Association has sent more than one person to try to put me to death, so instead of waiting for them to come over and kill me, I might as well just go straight to my door and settle this association once and for all. This was a very ordinary sentence though. Qin Yu's voice was also very soft, but it sounded exceptionally terrifying. And it made Bald Boy so frightened that he couldn't speak for a long time. How could he not expect that Qin Yu would actually have such a terrifying thought in his head? The Killer Association, but it was a huge organization that had a foothold in China for hundreds of years. Not only is there a large number of members, but there are also a large number of experts in the association. Especially the 12 orders, all of them are extremely strong. Every one of them is able to fight against 100 of existences. But Qin Yu said that he wanted to fight against the entire Killer Association. I really don't know if he is young and ignorant, or is he really confident enough in his own strength? Old. Boss, the Killer Association won't come after you for no reason. Someone must have paid them to kill you, all we need to do is find the employer and kill him, right? There's no need to take on the Killers Association, right? Killing that guy is just a matter of passing by. The main thing is, that guy and the Killers Association have a deep connection, so I can't keep either of these two. Baldy knew that once Qin Yu took this tone, he had already made up his mind and would not turn back. At such a time, I'm afraid that further persuasion would not help. But even if he wanted to meet the ambassador, he shouldn't have asked for $1 million to meet him, right? This couldn't help but make Baldy a little skeptical. Was Qin Yu being cheated by those connectors? However, this was not important. The important thing is, this 1 million to give out, in case Qin Yu did not see the ambassador, then it is not a basket of water in vain? Making a fuss for nothing? Boss, can you ask who asked you to raise $1 million before you can meet the Killer Association's ambassador? You don't have to ask? Of course it's the courier? No, I mean, the look, or characteristics of that contact? Qin Yu pondered for a while, then slowly said. That's a middle-aged man, with a sharp-speaking voice and curved eyebrows. Indeed. Hearing Qin Yu's expression, Baldy instantly revealed an awakened expression. That guy's name is Eagle Eyebrows, and he's a notorious liar in the Slayer Association. Liar? Qin Yu frowned. What do you mean? He often goes about scamming newbies who are trying to find the Slayer Association for the first time and reaps huge profits from it. I reckon, he must have lionized you, right? It definitely takes more than this $1 million. Well, this $1 million is just a deposit, I'll only be allowed to meet someone after paying the money. I'll have to make up the other 4 million when the mission is completed. I guess, even if you give this $1 million, I'm afraid you won't be able to meet that Killer Association's order ambassador. Baldy laughed helplessly and said, "That guy has already cheated like this countless times. I'm 100% sure that if this $1 million is really given out, it's definitely going to go down the drain. He'll probably just find you an unrelated person and lie to you that this is an ambassador, so that even if the mission doesn't succeed, he'll still have earned $1 million. By the looks of it, you know this eagle eyebrows very well, huh?" Qin Yu asked softly after a moment of silence. This guy's reputation stinks to high heaven. Basically, those who have known about the Slayer Association know that there is such a person. Boss, you can't think of finding that person to deal with. You wouldn't have already signed a contract, right? That's not true. Qin Yu shook his head. However, I think that it's not as exaggerated as you say. Regardless of whether or not the person that Eagle Eyebrows brought me is an order envoy or not, this is a chance I have to try. If it is, then it's a happy ending for all. If it's not, then I'll also force that guy to call out the order messenger. So, no matter what, I have to collect all of this 1 million. Baldy, help me think of a way to see how I can earn $500,000 in 3 days? This time, Baldy was silent for a long time. Sweating from thinking, he slowly opened his mouth. The way is not without. But it's a bit difficult. Boss, do you know what materials, recently, are the best and most expensive to buy in the mall? What material? It's something called lucky grass. This material, which can increase the probability of equipment upgrading, can be said to be very valuable. With just one plant, it can raise the probability by 5%. But because it's extremely rare, the price of a lucky grass in the mall right now has skyrocketed to 300,000. But this lucky grass can only be found in the Death Valley at the back of the mountain. 98, don't need help? You really think you're invincible, don't you? Death Valley? Qin Yu had some impression of this place. It was an ultra-high difficulty open copy that could only be visited after level 20. There is no fixed copy boss inside, but one must stay inside for more than a day before being allowed to leave on their own accord. As for the monsters inside, the lowest level was 20 and the highest was already at level 30. The slightest carelessness would result in loss of life. However, this was not much of a difficulty for Qin Yu. But he was only just level 16 now, and was still a bit away from level 20. He simply couldn't enter this copy. Thinking of this, Qin Yu looked up at Bald Boy and revealed a wry smile. You should be at level 20, right? Accompany me on a trip to Death Valley? Ha! Boss! No way, no way. Baldy immediately shook his head when he heard that. I'm so weak, wouldn't I be causing you trouble if I went? Moreover, just me alone, my average level isn't enough for 20, I have to find at least 2 people above level 20. Then you can help me find 2 people, strong or weak. Anyway, when the time comes, there is no need for them to make a move, everything will be done by me. Seeing this, Baldy could only agree immediately. After all, he didn't want to go to that place where there was no return. But where was he going to find 2 people who were willing to go to Death Valley? This place was notoriously dangerous. I wonder how many people have lost their lives in it. Just hearing the name was enough to scare them. How could anyone want to team up to go to such a hellish place? But what was promised cannot be done perfunctorily. Once Qin Yu decided on something, he wouldn't change it easily. In other words, he was determined to touch base with the Killers Association. As a member of the hunting grounds, he couldn't do anything of great contribution. Finding 2 death squads could still be done. This was the only thing he, too, could do. Not more than half an hour later, Bald Boy returned to the building with 2 people. A man and a woman. The man was wearing a heavy armor, holding a shield and a huge sword in his hands, looking like a knight. The woman, dressed in a white robe and holding a scepter, was a restorer, commonly known as a priest and a nurse. A defensive type, a recovery type, plus Qin Yu as an attacker, it was a very complete 3-man squad. Boss, introduce them. These 2 are Zhou Mang and Sun Ling. The 2 of them are our hunting grounds right-hand men, both of them have already reached level 25, just enough to make up for the gap in level. Moreover, they have a knight and a nurse, just enough to protect you from the side. That's not necessary, I just need them to be able to save their lives. Qin Yu's non-committal attitude instantly made the 2 of them a bit irritated. One must know that in itself, they did not love to take on this errand. They were all very clear about the danger of that Death Valley. But Baldy had asked them to protect this guy's safety. Usually, they didn't have a part in other good things. This kind of thankless job, but let the two of them to come. No one else would be willing to do this. Although Qin Yu is now the boss of the hunting grounds, not everyone is convinced by him. A freshly graduated high school student, what ability does he have to be the boss of the hunting ground? At best, he's a fledgling brat who beat Qianlong by fluke and really thinks he can convince everyone. Now he wants to venture into the Death Valley. That copy, even if it's a professional who has risen to level 20 or later, they won't easily go to try it. But this Qin Yu is only level 16 now, and he wants to cross the level to go there. Isn't this purely looking for death? It's not even if he's looking for death alone, but now he actually wants to drag the two of them along with him. After all, they were from the hunting grounds. As two auxiliary class professionals, it wasn't easy to have a place to work, and they didn't dare to rebel against the order. However, this did not mean that they had to do as they were told. It was just like what Qin Yu had just said. It was fine to go together, but they would only guarantee their own safety. As for Qin Yu's death or life, they wouldn't care. After all, saving their own lives was the most important thing, whereas the life of this little kid was worth exchanging with theirs? Seeing that everyone had no objections, the squad channel was created and they immediately set off for the Death Valley copy entrance. The goal is to find at least 2 lucky grasses in 3 days. This way, they will be able to raise $1 million. However, Qin Yu's goal was much more than that. He did not know before that there was such a thing as a lucky grass that boosted the probability of ascension. So this time when he went to Death Valley, he wanted to collect as many of these goodies as possible. Not to sell it for money, but to be able to raise the grade of his equipment 100%. Exclusive equipment wasn't always gold in color. If he really encountered the kind of exclusive equipment that wasn't gold grade, he could still steadily raise the grade in this way. It could be said that it was better to be prepared than to suffer. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the Death Valley copy. This place was deserted, and there was a crooked standing sign erected next to the entrance. It read, "This place is dangerous, enter with caution." There were also a lot of twisted bloody handprints on the sign, which looked very frightening. And this couldn't help but make Zhou Mang and Sun Ling shudder. This kind of place, if they were not forced to come, they would not come at all. Therefore, they were very disdainful of Qin Yu's thoughts of wanting to come to this place. To take such a big risk just for a few lucky grasses. This was simply putting the cart before the horse, stupid to the core. However, seeing Qin Yu walk into the teleportation portal without hesitation, they could only follow helplessly. However, they had already calculated that once they entered the copy, once any special circumstances arose, they would abandon that Qin Yu and the two of them would embrace the group. As long as they lasted a day, then they would be able to leave Death Valley and complete the mission. As for the life and death of that Qin Yu, what does it have to do with them? But what they didn't expect was that after the two of them entered the teleportation portal, Qin Yu suddenly opened his mouth. "Once you two go in, you can find a safe place to hide. No need to follow me, I don't need your protection." Really? Hearing Qin Yu's words, the two of them glanced at each other and let out a question in unison. "Boss, we were ordered to protect you. And now you're saying that you don't need us, so if something goes wrong, we can't afford to be responsible, ah?" Zhou Mang and Sun Ling looked at each other and smiled. Although they had long since reached a consensus that they would not offer any assistance to Qin Yu. However, hearing that Qin Yu actually dared to say this, they still felt a little ridiculous. How did this kid have the courage to say such words? Still really thinks he's invincible, right? There is no need for you guys to be responsible. Seeing this, Qin Yu just shook his head and spoke in a deep voice. You guys are already doing me a big favor by not causing me trouble. Otherwise I'd still have to waste my energy to save you guys, I don't have that much time. 99 mountains of snake monster corpses, was this all Qin Yu's doing? You. It was the first time Zhou Mang had encountered such an arrogant fellow, and he was almost about to curse. However, Sun Ling, who was beside him, immediately pulled him back and then said softly with a smile on his face. "Don't worry, boss, we definitely won't cause you any trouble. We'll just follow you from afar, so that we won't disturb you, and when there's danger, we'll also be able to arrive first." Qin Yu did not speak, but turned around to show his acquiescence. At this moment, the portal light formation faded away and the three of them instantly arrived in a new area. Although the surrounding area was also full of woods, the branches were so thick that it felt very depressing. Moreover, the silence here was incomparable, and it was somewhat terrifyingly quiet. Even if this place was called the Valley of Death, there shouldn't be no sound at all. This also made Zhou Mang and Sun Ling instantly too scared to move, and could only look around carefully one by one. They were afraid that the next second, an unknown monster would rush out from the side and attack them. After all, it was their first time coming to this Death Valley. It was unclear what special, powerful monsters would appear here. However, Qin Yu did not have any panic. Without even thinking of using a summoning technique, he walked in along the deep path ahead. Linger, why did you say that just now? After Qin Yu walked away, Zhou Mang then suddenly looked at Sun Ling beside him and asked in confusion. That guy has already said that he doesn't need us to follow, why do you still want to take the initiative to follow? Isn't this for the sake of being polite? Sun Ling ruffled the broken hair at the corner of her eyes and explained with a smile. After all, he's still the boss of the hunting ground. If we really don't care at all, in case something really goes wrong, the responsibility will still be ours. Even if he said that we should find a place to hide. But there's no proof of death, we really have no defense when the time comes. Hearing Sun Ling's explanation, although Zhou Mang was still a bit upset, he could only call it quits. Who made them so unlucky to be chosen? The two of them did not continue to dwell on it. One after the other, they also slowly walked into the pathway. The path was very wet, and the further they went, the darker it became, and the branches and vines around them became more numerous. But suddenly, Zhou Mang stopped. Only to see that not far in front of him under the tree, there is a large group of faded snakeskin. The snakeskins were both large and small, and had piled up into a small mountain. This indicated that in this Death Valley, I was afraid that there was a large group of snake race monsters. Snake race monsters, as poison attribute monsters, if there was no antidote in the backpack, or if there was no recovery master in the team, once they were attacked, then there was only one way to wait for death. The only difference is the time it takes to die. And Qin Yu even rushed in alone. This couldn't help but make Zhou Mang instantly reveal a smug smile. With so many snake monsters, that kid would definitely be injured even if he was more powerful. Once the antidote ran out, he was dead. Still don't need their help? If it really came to that, even if he begged for their help, they wouldn't help. In the next second, a sudden clamor came from the front. And this made the two of them look at each other again and smile. Looks like that guy has already run into the snakes. The serpent monsters here have to be at least level 20, and I'm afraid the poison attribute damage will kill that guy in a dozen seconds or so. Do you believe it? In less than 3 counts, that guy will ask us for help? Zhou Mang counted in his heart with confidence. However, 3 seconds after 3 seconds, there was no movement in front of them. This couldn't help but make both of them frown in confusion. Brother Mang, that guy shouldn't be dead, right? Sun Ling instantly tugged on Zhou Mang's arm and asked with some fear. Why don't we hurry and retreat back? In case those snake monsters return, then won't we be the next to die? Don't panic, let's go to the front first. Zhou Mang quickly raised his shield and protected Sun Ling as he slowly walked towards the front. Without going far, they smelled a strong smell of blood. The further they went, the smell became more and more pungent. And this gradually made them certain of their thoughts. That Qin Yu was probably already dead. But at this moment, the vision in front of the two of them instantly opened up. An open space was filled with bloodstains. On the ground, on the surrounding trees, all visible to the naked eye were the corpses of fierce vipers. Some of these snake corpses were cut in half, some had their heads cut off, and some were even completely unrecognizable. Looking at the densely packed snake monster corpses, the two of them couldn't help but instantly freeze in place. Sun Ling was even so scared that she took a few steps back and hid behind Zhou Mang, not daring to look at it again. However, Zhou Mang's mental quality was quite good. After a short while, he recovered his thoughts. Moreover, he noticed that there was no body of that Qin Yu around this open space. This meant that these snakes were all killed by that Qin Yu alone. But there were almost 100 snake monster corpses here. They were all level 20 and up, so how could that guy kill them all by himself? Because there weren't any other corpses other than snake corpses here. This meant that Qin Yu had not used any summons at all to finish off all of these fierce snakes. A level 16 summoner was able to single-handedly resolve nearly 100 level 20 plus monsters without using any summons. This was a bit too terrifying, wasn't it? Before the two of them could recover from their panic, they heard a clamor coming from the front once again. This time, without any hesitation, they immediately rushed towards the sound. However, after seeing the situation in front of them, they froze in place once again. only to see that in an open space, Qin Yu was fighting with nearly 100 fierce vipers. Those vipers couldn't even get close to Qin Yu. As long as they got close, they would be instantly sliced into several pieces. In just a blink of an eye, these nearly 100 vipers were all dead. Qin Yu was unharmed, and only shook off the blood on his claws with some disdain, and walked towards the depths again. Looking at Qin Yu's distant back, the two of them had mixed feelings in their hearts. They had never felt that this kid was so strong that he did not deserve to be the boss of the hunting ground. But now it seemed that their thoughts were really a bit naive. To be able to single-handedly solve so many monsters across levels without injury, even without using skills? Such strength was already more powerful than everyone in the hunting grounds. No wonder, this guy had just said that he didn't need the help of the two of them. Now it seemed that the two of them really couldn't help much. This guy wouldn't be attacked at all, much less injured. In other words, he didn't need the protection of a knight. Nor did he need a nurse's healing and restoration of his status. Then what use were they? Might as well find a place to hide and silently wait to leave? 100. Deep pool water monster, let's see who can't escape death. Qin Yu did not notice Zhou Mang and Sun Ling, who were following behind him and were already too surprised to speak. Instead, he kept walking towards the depths of the Death Valley. According to Baldy, the lucky grass would only appear at the deepest part of the Death Valley by a pool. However, that pool was surrounded by crises, and apart from those fierce poisonous snakes, there were also many poisonous creatures. Especially, in the pool, there was the legendary water monster lurking. Very few people have ever seen that water monster. Even if they were lucky enough to see it, most of them had already been killed. Therefore, there has always been a legend in Death Valley. The water monster has the body of a dragon, the swiftness and toxicity of a snake, and countless unreadable tentacles. As long as one was targeted, it was hard to escape death. However, these unfounded rumors were all alarmist in Qin Yu's opinion. Even the orthodox dragons were no match for him. How could a mere 4 unimaginables still pose a threat to him? However, as soon as he came here, he realized why it was called the Valley of Death. Poisonous creatures were rampant here, and just the hundreds of fierce snakes outside were enough to make some people too intimidated to approach. Even if one had enough antidotes, or if there was a high-level repairer in the group, one would not necessarily be able to take advantage of these vipers. Instead of saying that this was the Valley of Death, it would be better to say that this was the Valley of Poisons? If it was before, he might still be a bit terrified. But now, he had the golden scales protecting his body. It could immunize all debuff effects. These poisons couldn't create any effect on him at all. Even if they had the chance to attack him, he wouldn't be in a poisoned state. Therefore, in other people's eyes, this might be the Valley of Death where there was no return. But in front of his eyes, it was like returning to the backyard of his home. These poisonous creatures, apart from being of a higher level, weren't even as powerful as the other monsters he had encountered before. That water monster was the same. However, the purpose of his trip was to find the lucky grass. As long as the water monster didn't actively seek death, he wouldn't strike. Soon, he arrived near that water pool. It was said to be a water pool, but in reality, it should be considered a lake. The range of the water pool was quite large and could not be seen at a glance. Moreover, the surroundings of the pool were filled with crooked trees with intertwined branches and leaves, connecting in the air to form a dome that completely covered the top of the water pool. It appeared claustrophobic. But right on top of this dome, there were 3 shining clovers, hanging upside down from the branches and leaves. And this could not help but make Qin Yu instantly reveal a smile. Sure enough, he had gotten there without making any effort. In less than half a day's time, he had found the lucky grass. And the moment he found it, it was 3 plants together. Isn't this a proper $900,000 in hand? It was very easy. However, the location of these 3 lucky grasses was in the center of the water pool, so he could only summon an eagle-eye dragon insect to ride over. It was a good thing that he had a flying summon, or else these 3 lucky grasses would really be a bit too good to take. Okay. Got it. Putting the 3 lucky grasses into his backpack, Qin Yu was satisfied and planned to leave. Although, his original plan was to sweep away all the lucky grasses here. However, if he only found these 3 plants, there was nothing he could do about it. However, right at this moment, a ripple suddenly appeared in the originally calm water pool. A black shadow wandered crazily in the water pool, and in Qin Yu's unguarded condition, it suddenly sprang out and instantly crashed into the Hawkeye flying dragon. This scene also allowed Zhou Mang and Sun Ling, who had been following behind, to just happen to see it. Originally, they felt that with Qin Yu's strength, it should be enough to get the lucky grass and then retreat in one piece. But the facts proved they were still somewhat overestimating this kid. Those fierce vipers along the way were still of average strength. Qin Yu naturally dealt with them effortlessly. But facing that sea monster, he was no match at all. And this was the first time they had seen the true face of that sea monster with their own eyes. It was a huge centipede monster. Its body was extremely long, covered in crimson scales, and it had a bloody mouth that was covered in green mucus, so just by looking at it, one could tell that it was full of toxicity. Moreover, there were countless sharp-clawed feet full of barbs on both sides of the body, so densely packed that just one look would make people tremble. This centipede monster only took one bite and resolved the eagle-eyed dragon insect under Qin Yu, falling into the pool once again. Qin Yu, on the other hand, instantly lost his center of gravity and similarly fell into the pool. Seeing this, Sun Ling wanted to immediately go forward to help. However, he was stopped by Zhou Mang. "Are you crazy? Didn't you see how terrifying that water monster was? What's the difference between rushing over it this time and sending it to its death? Then we can't just watch him die like that, right?" Sun Ling shook off Zhou Mang's hand and rushed towards the edge of the pool. Although she didn't have any good feelings towards Qin Yu either. But as a repulsor master, she really had no way to accept that a big living person died in front of her. As long as Qin Yu fell into the pool, he would definitely be instantly swallowed by that centipede monster. However, before she could rush to the edge of the pool, her feet slipped, and her entire body directly fell to the ground in a big shape, instantly falling into the pool. Before she could save anyone, she went into the pool first. Seeing this, Sun Ling immediately reversed her direction and grabbed the earth at the edge of the pool with both hands. As a repulsor, with the loss of her sense of balance and all the silt around her, she couldn't climb up the bank at all. "Brother Mang! Help me!" Helpless, Sun Ling could only pin her hopes on Zhou Mang, who was on the shore. However, Zhou Mang immediately took a few steps back, and even fled the place in fear a few seconds later. At this time, Sun Ling suddenly felt that a few drops of mucus dripped onto her face. She slowly looked up, and her heart was suddenly ashen. Only to see that the huge centipede monster was standing behind her. The bloody mouth full of venom was opening wide, as if it was going to swallow itself in one bite. But right at this moment, the centipede monster was instantly knocked away by a black shadow. Qin Yu suddenly appeared and then threw Sun Ling onto the shore with only a gentle tug. "I told you guys to leave me alone, why don't you listen to me? If it wasn't for the fact that you guys are also members of the hunting team, I wouldn't bother saving you." The sudden rescue made Sun Ling somewhat unresponsive. It was only when she saw the unharmed Qin Yu in the air that she realized how ignorant her idea of trying to save someone just now was. She had failed to save someone, and instead, she had become the one being saved. However, she had a new outlook on Qin Yu as a result. In that moment of danger just now, it was Qin Yu who stepped in and saved her life. On the other hand, Zhou Mang, who had been with her every day, was as blind as a blind man and did not hesitate to abandon her. The difference is like mud. Although Qin Yu's mouth stinks, he is very reliable at critical moments. On the contrary, the defensive knight Zhou Mang was useless when he was in danger. Looking not far ahead, Qin Yu who was tangling with the giant centipede. Her heart could not help but flash out a special emotion. Such a young boy, who could be so strong and could protect her at a critical moment. Wasn't this exactly the best partner she was looking for? 101. Fire burning deep pool, a centipede also dares to compete with the dragon? The giant centipede was suddenly interrupted from eating, and immediately became furious, stabilizing its stance and charging towards Qin Yu again. As the strongest monster in this Death Valley, this was the first time it had encountered someone who dared to take the initiative to provoke it. It had already lost count of how many people it had swallowed. How many corpses and bones have accumulated in this pool of water? But this kid escaped and even dared to return to disturb his good deed. He really doesn't want to die fast enough. While looking at the centipede monster rushing towards him, Qin Yu just glanced at it and then spoke in a deep voice. "Dragon might." An unseen pressure instantly spread all around. And this caused the centipede monster's movements to slow down all of a sudden. In the next second, Qin Yu arrived in front of it and chopped it into halves with just one claw. The centipede monster's body fell into the pool, stirring up a gust of water waves, and disappeared in a moment. So unbreakable? Qin Yu was still puzzled. This centipede didn't feel as powerful as he had imagined. But in the next second, the centipede bodies that had just been chopped off simultaneously sprang out of the water and rushed towards Qin Yu. However, they were all sent flying by Qin Yu's dragon tail. The several segments of the centipede's body, quickly joined together, instantly returned to its original state. This could not help but make Qin Yu somewhat surprised. But more than that, it was a surprise. Seeing the smile on Qin Yu's face, the centipede monster was even more puzzled. Did this guy really think that he could finish himself off? He was able to control all of his body at will. No matter how many segments it was cut into, it could recover within seconds. Unless, of course, this guy had a large range of magic damage. But suddenly, a fiery flame came flying towards it. The hot and rolling sensation instantly made it feel the danger. Only to see in the air, a whole sheet of red-hot flames instantly enveloped it. The centipede monster immediately fled downwards and burrowed into the pool of water. In this death valley, it had seen many strong people. However, the reason why it was able to step by step, safely survive until now and become an alpha-level monster. In addition to its own ability to control its body, there was also this deep pool of water. The deep pool in this death valley is 100 meters deep. As long as it hid in the pool, no one would be able to hurt it. Looking at Chinu above, who was still spewing flames, the centipede monster could not help but sneer. This guy, he doesn't think that his flames can burn this pool dry, right? This deep pool was not only 100 meters deep, but it was also several thousand square meters in circumference. Such a large area of water pool, to burn it dry with fire, he would not be able to finish burning it even if he was exhausted. However, not long after, it felt the temperature of the water begin to rise dramatically. Although it was not enough to pose a threat to its life. But to be able to make such a wide range of water pools rapidly warm up, this guy's flames really didn't look too bad. Moreover, this fellow didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Could it be that he really wanted to use fire against water? It was simply ridiculous. This level of magical attack must be extremely blue consuming, and it wouldn't take long for him to stop due to blue depletion. At that time, he would lose his chance to leave. As long as he made a slight move and pulled him into the water. He would then also become a white bone in this pool, sinking here forever. But a few minutes passed, and the flames still didn't stop. The temperature of the water was also getting higher and higher. A gust of white smoke rose from the surface of the water, and the water level continued to fall. In a few minutes of work, the water of the pool had dropped by nearly half. And this finally sent the centipede monster into a panic. Looking at the lower and lower water level, and feeling the higher and higher water temperature, it could only scurry around down there. It couldn't help but fall into a dead end. Going out would be burned to death by the flames. But in the water, even if it wasn't boiled to death, when the water was burned dry, it would still be burned to death. It could be said that it could not escape death in any way. The fear of death instantly enveloped its entire body. There seemed to be only one way for it to survive. That was to fight to the death and fight with that guy. Thinking of this, the centipede monster immediately rushes towards Chinu in the air, completely forgetting the fact that it was stunned and unable to move even after just one roar. Seeing the centipede monster that finally appeared, Chinu smiled coldly, and then with a wave of his hand, the worms scattered in all directions. A centipede, how can it compete with a dragon? Honestly, become my servant, this is your best fate. Countless worms fell from the air like torrential rain, completely drowning the centipede monster in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, the centipede monster was resolved and sunk back into the pool once again. Congratulations to player Chinu, he has killed the alpha-level monster 1,000-foot centipede. This scene immediately left Sunling, who was on the shore, speechless with shock. Although she had long heard of Qin Yu's deeds. But she had always thought that it was those people who were exaggerating their descriptions. How could there be a summoner who could summon so many summons in an instant? One person had broken into the hunting grounds, fended off everyone in the hunting grounds with countless summons, and finished off their original boss. This was something that couldn't possibly happen no matter how one thought about it. Summoners were the weakest of the offensive professions recognized. The cooldown time was even super long. How was it possible to summon a tidal wave of summons in an instant? But now that she had seen it with her own eyes, she had to believe it. That centipede monster had to be at least level 30. But in front of Chinu, it was like an ant, and he didn't even need to personally take action, his summons instantly took care of it. And that's not all. A summoner can even use other skills other than summoning. That attack like a dragon's claw, and that jet of flame that lasted for almost 10 minutes. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like a skill that a summoner could know. Even today's saints of the law, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to achieve such a feat, wouldn't it? But no matter what, the only thing that could be determined was that Qin Yu's strength was extraordinary. He was definitely qualified as the boss of the hunting grounds. For a while, Sun Ling's emotions towards Qin Yu added a trace of admiration. Stars even appeared in his eyes? However, Qin Yu did not notice Sun Ling's adoring eyes on the shore, but kept staring into the pool. A few minutes later, a ripple slowly rippled in the water pool. Subsequently, a brand new centipede monster with a worm head scurries out of the water. Parasitization successful, replicant genes have been deposited into the worm nest. Replicant name, 1000-foot centipede. Level, 30. Blood, 6000. Strength, 300. Speed, 250. Intelligence, 300. Physique, 400. Skill 1, Neurotoxin. 1000-foot centipede's teeth and claws are highly poisonous. Once injured, it will fall into a weakened state, unable to move or use skills for a short period of time. Skill 2, Broken Foot. 1000-foot centipede's body can be controlled at will. As long as it doesn't receive a wide range of group attacks, it can recover instantly. Cooldown, none. Consumption, none. Summonable, no cooldown, consumes 200 blue. 102, new follower arrives. So what if only one drop of blood remains? Seeing the information about the replica that appeared before his eyes, Qin Yu's heart did not have any major ripples. He had actually just collected this monster in passing. After all, this was also an alpha-level monster, and taking in a replica was also a way to increase his own strength. But what made him somewhat surprised was this 1000-foot centipede actually had the ability to make enemies unable to move and unable to use skills. This kind of ability was quite a bug. It was equivalent to a forbidden spellcaster's skill, but he just didn't know how long it lasted. If it could last forever in a weakened state, then this was simply a divine skill. One must know that the difference in strength between professionals was the comparison between the strengths and weaknesses of their skills. But if you can block their skills, then it is the equivalent of turning the other party into a waste of time. When the time comes, they will lose without a fight. It's not just the professionals, but the monsters as well. Unless it was a monster like the dragons that was immune to all debuff statuses. It could be said that if it wasn't for the fact that he had gotten his hands on the golden scaled dragon Long Yuan's genes, he might have folded in Death Valley today. Returning to the shore, Sun Ling immediately leaned over, his face filled with excitement, which could not help but startle Qin Yu. Boss! You're so awesome! Can you take me to upgrade? I can return your status and add blood, my milk is very sufficient. Sun Ling tugged at Qin Yu's arm, because of her extreme excitement, causing those breasts to suddenly ripple. I can see that. Still, Qin Yu immediately broke her hand and walked towards the exit. However, I don't need to return to my status or blood. Because I won't get hurt. Although Qin Yu clearly rejected Sun Ling, she still always followed behind him. The two returned to the exit just in time to see Zhou Mang, who had fled early out of fear. Realizing that Qin Yu and Sun Ling were surprisingly not dead, his eyes seemed to be as fearful as if he had seen a ghost. However, he soon regained his composure and immediately stepped forward. Ha ha! Boss! Linger! It's great that you guys are okay. I knew that you guys would be fine for sure. Let go! However, Sun Ling didn't give Zhou Mang any face as she shook off his hand and shouted angrily. Zhou Mang, thanks to you being a knight, how dare you leave me alone and run away first? You really let me down. It's better for the two of us to separate. You can't protect me. I've already found a more suitable teammate for me. Saying that, Sun Ling very naturally took Qin Yu's arm and said with a smile. Compared to Boss Qin Yu, you really are nothing. Seeing the intimate movements of the two, Zhou Mang was instantly enraged. He had gone through a great deal of effort to chase Sun Ling into his hands. Before he could even warm up to her, just after shaking hands, he was cut off by this Qin Yu. The furious Zhou Mang instantly raised the huge sword in his hand and then shouted. Bright sacred sword. The surface of the giant sword instantly lit up with dazzling white light. Boss, be careful. Seeing this, Sun Ling immediately blocked in front of Qin Yu. But suddenly, a burst of green smoke erupted violently from behind her, instantly enveloping Zhou Mang. Instantly, the light from the giant sword disappeared in an instant and stopped in the air. And this caused Zhou Mang to be surprised and at a loss for words. What's the situation? Why can't I move? At this moment, Qin Yu slowly pulled Sun Ling behind him and walked in front of Zhou Mang and spoke in a deep voice. A word of advice, I don't have any relationship with your ex-girlfriend, so don't provoke me. I can turn a blind eye to today's matter. But if you dare to make a move on me again like you did just now, I'm not sure if you'll be killed by me as easily as that 1,000-hand centipede? For some reason, Qin Yu's words carried their own majesty. Obviously, they were just a few simple words, but they instantly made Zhou Mang not even have the courage to resist. Looking at Sun Ling, who stood beside Qin Yu with a look of contempt. He knew that he was powerless to salvage Sun Ling's heart. But how could he not expect that Qin Yu would actually be that powerful? That level 30 alpha level monster was not even his opponent. If he had known that, he wouldn't have left Sun Ling behind and fled alone. Seeing Zhou Mang's silence, Qin Yu didn't bother with him anymore, but walked straight towards the other side of the path. Right now, there were still a few hours before the shortest time to leave Death Valley. So, he could just go and brush up some experience and attributes. While walking, he opened the attribute interface and checked it out. Name, Qin Yu. Profession, Summoner. Level, 17. Blood, 5,551. Blue, 35,327. Power, 10. Speed, 10. Intelligence, 91. Physique, 10. Defense, 300. Talent, Insect Heart. Equipment, Deadwood Staff, Blue Helmet of Resurrection, Gold, None Poison Ring, Gold Necklace of Undeath, Gold. Skill, Summoning LV2, Skill, Summoning LV2. Cooldown, no cooldown. Consumption, 20 blue, Consumption, 20 blue, Consumption, 20 blue, Consumption, 20 blue. Can summon 2 larval stage and 2 full-grown insectoid creatures to fight for you. Larval stage creatures have 50% of the summoner's attributes, full-grown insectoid creatures have 60% of the summoner's attributes. Available gold words: Ring of Reflux, Gorgeous Strike, Sacrificial Strike, Parasitic Worm, Nest Worm, Possession, Equipment, Master, Pot of Lust. Insect Nest summons: Eagle-Eyed Dragon Worm, Giant Insect, Arachnid Mother, 3-Headed Demon Worm, Inferno Dragon Worm, Abyssal Python Worm. Consumption, 100 blue. Golden Scale Worm, 1,000-foot Centipede. Consumption, 200 blue. Cooldown, no cooldown. Available points, 4. Available drawing gold phrase, 2. Available drawing gold phrase, 2. Available drawing gold phrase, 2. The exclusive copy that he had cleared with the Spirit Sand, as well as the 200 or so fierce vipers that he had just finished off, and the 1,000-foot centipede. Not only did it allow him to level up, but it also allowed him to gain 5,000 points of blood in blue. Qin Yu did not hesitate and converted all 5,550 points of blood into experience value, leaving only 1 drop of blood for himself. Since it was a pot of greed, it was bound to be reckless and leave no loose ends. Although there was only 1 drop of blood left, he still couldn't die. With the protection of the spider web and the dragon scale, with 1 drop of blood, he would still be able to survive. This was his backbone. At the same time, he managed to reach level 18. The golden word extraction opportunity had also come 3 times again. However, this time, Qin Yu was in no hurry to extract it. Since there was a super gold phrase on top of the gold phrase. Then was it possible that there were even higher level phrases above the super gold phrase? 3 gold phrases synthesized into a super gold phrase. Could 3 super gold words also synthesize the ultimate gold word? This was actually just a conjecture of Qin Yu's. And for now, he was already strong enough. There was no need for a new golden phrase to boost his strength. Most importantly, if there would really be a phrase that was even more powerful than the super gold phrase, then even if he waited a bit, it would still be acceptable. After all, the super gold lexicon was one more powerful than the other. Then wouldn't it be even more exaggerated further up? 103, 1 step short of level 20, a perfect fit for a repulsor. A gloomy wind gusted within the Valley of Death. Although the biggest trouble here had been solved, the eerie atmosphere of the place still made Sun Ling a little scared. As a replicator, although she had the ability to restore blood in status, her own blood quantity was extremely low. This was also the drawback of their profession. It could be said that a repeater, other than a mage, was the profession that was most easily taken out. Without any ability to resist, as long as they were surrounded, or even targeted by a single enemy, their lives would be in danger. Therefore, a response master's body would usually be accompanied by an existence that could protect her. As long as they were able to protect the responder, they would be able to ensure the overall status of the entire squad. That was why she had chosen Zhou Mang as her boyfriend. However, she did not expect that Zhou Mang, who was a knight, would not be able to be relied upon at critical moments. However, she had now found a new reliance. Qin Yu was young, strong, and handsome. Simply the perfect boyfriend in her heart. Although it felt like Qin Yu didn't like her much. But as long as she can keep following her around, nothing else matters. For this little follower, Qin Yu just turned a blind eye. As long as it didn't affect his practicing and brushing monsters, nothing else mattered. After all, this woman is not ugly and has a proud figure, so it is not bad to follow her around to liven up the atmosphere. Soon, the sky was getting dark. With the swift coverage of the swarm, Qin Yu quickly swept away the poisonous creatures within the Valley of Death. Leveling up to level 19, blood and blue levels once again rose by 50-100 each. Level 18-19. Blood 15,551. Blue 35,327 40,327. Once again, the excess blood was converted into experience. Now, he was only 30,000 experience points short of level 20. At level 20, the second talent could be unlocked. For each professional, 5 talents could be unlocked. They were at level 0, level 20, level 40, level 60, and level 80. And, from the second talent onwards, there was the same gap in grade. Just like professions, from D to S. D-rank talents were the weakest and S-rank talents were the strongest. However, talents could be relearned through shuffling. If you didn't like an unlocked talent, you could relearn it through a talent book. However, talents learned through talent books had no class level. And shuffling required shuffling stones. The rarity of scrub stones was only a little lower than the advancement stones that raised the level of equipment. However, in the mall, they also cost 500,000 each. Plus, the talents that could be opened in the talent book were completely randomized. So if once you learned a talent you didn't like, then it was equivalent to wasting 500,000. If one wanted to change it again, then one would have to spend another 500,000 to buy a cleansing stone, and one would also have to get another talent book. It could be said that if one did not have a superior family background, trying to learn a top-notch talent later in life was basically impossible. Qin Yu rather wished that he could directly unlock a high-grade talent. That way he would be able to save a lot of money to upgrade his equipment. He now had a total of 3 pieces of exclusive equipment on him, all of which required a large amount of materials to upgrade. Each one of them would have to cost a few $1,000,000 to be fully upgraded. How could there be any extra money to buy scrub stones and talent books? Oh. At this moment, Sun Ling, who was on the side, suddenly glanced at Qin Yu's level and instantly did not hold back a cry of surprise. Boss, you got to level 19 so quickly? Didn't you just graduate and it's only been a month? But it took me over a year to level up to 25. You're a milkmaid, what are you comparing to my summoner? Seeing this, Qin Yu just immediately put away the system interface and then said in a deep voice. I also want to upgrade quickly so that I can keep up with boss, up. Sun Ling walked beside Qin Yu with an unusually firm tone. Are you thinking that I need to have a repulsor to follow me around? However, Qin Yu did not give Sun Ling any face at all and directly opened his mouth to ask a rhetorical question. No. No. Sun Ling hastily shook her head in denial. I just want to follow boss all the time and solve his problems for him. Even if you're so strong, boss, that you won't get hurt, it's always a good idea to get back into shape, right? Then tell us about your specialty? Qin Yu asked as he walked towards the exit. There are so many repo masters in Linghai City, why do I have to choose you to stay by my side? Sun Ling lowered her head and pondered for a while, then suddenly puffed out her chest and spoke confidently. I have a large amount of milk. Moreover, my talent is awesome. It will definitely be of great help to you, boss. What talent? This could not help but make Qin Yu suddenly interested and slowly stopped. Seeing this, Sun Ling immediately opens his system interface and unashamedly lets Qin Yu view it. Name, Sun Ling. Occupation, Responder. Level, 25. Talent 1, Fountain of Life. Replies 10% of one's life value in mana every second. Talent 2, Mana Flow Tether Level B. Can share its own mana with its teammates until it is actively disconnected. Seeing Sun Ling's 2 talents, Qin Yu immediately widened his eyes. Wasn't this just a spring that moved? A talent that could continuously and quickly restore blue. Another talent that could share blue with teammates. She was also a replies master, able to return blood in blue herself. Perfect, forming a closed loop. With that, he immediately looked at Sunling's specific attributes. Especially the blood in blue levels. Blood, 2,600. Blue amount, 5,000. This was considered a relatively normal attribute for a repulsor. There was very little blood and a higher amount of blue. 2,600 drops of blood, then that's 260 drops of blue restored in a second, plus its own blue recovery. That is, almost, a few seconds to get all of his blue back. This was much faster than the recovery helmet on him. It could be said that with Sun Spirit's presence, he would no longer have to worry about the problem of blue recovery. The helmet of recovery, coupled with Sun Spirit's shared blue amount. He was afraid that all of his blue bars would be restored in the blink of an eye. The faster the blue bar recovered, it meant that he had more summons. Unexpectedly, this woman really wasn't lying. Bringing her along might actually help himself a bit. However, he didn't show too much excitement, but silently added a friend before continuing forward. It's not bad, I can take you to see the world when I have the chance. Really? Thank you, boss. For Qin Yu's recognition, Sunling was very happy. This was the first step to success. As long as there was a chance to get close, then she was confident that she could stabilize and enhance the relationship between the two. It was too normal for a relationship to develop over time. As long as she could become more and more useful and valuable, then she would be able to stay by Qin Yu's side. At that time, she would be the eldest wife of the hunting ground. The entire hunting ground would be under her control. Thinking about it, she couldn't even help but snicker out. But suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. It was only then that she realized that Qin Yu had already gone far away. Hey! Boss, wait for me. Don't you leave me alone here, I'm scared. 104. Ordering the Blood Ming, I'm here to take your life. I'm begging for a golden ticket. 1 million for you, now you can take me to see the Order Envoy, right? Inside the duplicate hall, Eagle Eyebrows looked at the extra 1 million in his account and stared with some surprise. He didn't expect that this kid Qin Yu had actually put together $1 million in a single day. Could it be that he was the son of some rich merchant? But he had never heard of a family surnamed Qin in Linghai City. However, transferring money wouldn't be a lie. Eagle Eyebrows smiled, then pulled out a piece of black cloth from his pocket and handed it to Qin Yu. It's fine to see the ambassador, but you have to cover your eyes first. This is the rule of our Slayer Association, please pardon me. Qin Yu did not hesitate and immediately tied the cloth over his eyes. It was also the moment he covered his eyes that he felt a cold hand grip him. It led him forward slowly. But within a few steps, they stopped. The black cloth in front of his eyes was also removed. Here? Qin Yu quickly looked around. He was now inside a wooden house. The wooden house was very dilapidated and filled with a strong odor of decay and blood. The walls were covered in bloodstains and there were many blood-stained weapons. Eagle Eyebrows stood to the side, while on the chair opposite him sat a man with a disheveled head who was sharpening a wooden knife. This is one of our 12 Order Envoys, the Order Envoy whose title is Blood Ming. Hearing Eagle Eyebrows' introduction, Qin Yu was stunned. He had remembered that the Order Envoy in the mouth of that pair of twin killers should be called Cold Crow. Unexpectedly, he had actually encountered the other one first? But no matter what, he would not let go of any of these people from the Slayer Association. It was just a matter of who came first and who came after. Is he the kid who hired me to kill people? Blood Ming turned his head and glanced at Qin Yu before sharpening his blade again on his own. Eagle Eyebrows, should I have told you not to bring everyone to me? This kid's skin is thin and tender, he doesn't have much flavor at first glance. Hearing this guy's words, Qin Yu instantly felt something was wrong. Immediately, while he was in a daze, the firewood knife in Blood Ming's hand was suddenly thrown over. The sharp firewood knife flashed with a sharp silver light, heading straight towards Qin Yu's face. However, Qin Yu only gently raised his hand and flicked it away. What is the meaning of the Order Envoy? Can't it be that you guys want to go dark? Since you brats have already guessed it, why are you still asking? Blood Ming slowly stood up, then glanced at Eagle Eyebrows beside him and smiled at each other. I heard that your kid's family is rich. $1 million to say and take, just to see me? Then I can give you a chance. Now immediately call to get another $10 million, I can also consider letting you off the hook. What if I don't want to give it? Don't want to give? Without waiting for Blood Ming to open his mouth, the eagle eyebrows on the side suddenly said. Then you'll just wait for Lord Blood Ming to dismantle you. Looking at the smug look on the faces of the two people in front of him, Qin Yu could not help but let out a cold laugh as well. He then slowly looked around and asked with a smile. I guess, this place should no longer be in the city, right? That's why you guys dare to be so reckless in trying to lay your hands on me? That's of course. I've long since utilized the portal to bring you into the wild, and now that you have no way to survive, it's better for you to hurry up and call for money. Otherwise, no one will even be able to find you dead. The corners of Eagle Eyebrow's eyes curled up, as if he could already see the $10 million beckoning towards him. This was his usual go-to tactic to cheat people. As a warlock, he could open a portal at will and bring people to a wild and uninhabited place. By cooperating with the Blood Ming envoy, he cheated money and killed people. He took the money, and Blood Ming ate the meat. So far the cooperation has been quite seamless and there have been no mistakes. But lately it's been a long time since they opened. It's not easy for another stupid kid to fall for it, so he naturally won't let it go, and will have to make a fortune. However, at this time, Qin Yu nodded with a smile. Very good, very good. In that case then, I still have to thank you, otherwise if you guys ran away, it would be too much effort for me to find you again. Eagle Eyebrows instantly frowned in confusion, and before he could understand the meaning of his words, he saw several wind blades rushing towards him. The wind blades instantly sliced his hood, and a layer of his scalp. If he hadn't reacted quickly, it might have been his head that was cut off. Although it wasn't necessarily fatal, he was still so shocked that he sat directly on the ground. Fight to the death. On the side, Blood Ming opened his mouth to mock contemptuously when he saw this. Eagle Eyebrows, you're really lame. At least you're a connector in the association, but you're actually scared out of your wits by a brat. That wind blade, is it hard to do more damage than my flying dagger? Blood Ming casually plucked two different types of knives from a sidewall and once again looked at Qin Yu. His force just now was clearly not low, but it was easily recruited by this guy. This showed that this kid's strength was definitely not low. But in front of him, it was still not worth mentioning. Kid, I'll give you another chance. For $10 million, I can let you die comfortably. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll die a horrible death. Oh? But the thing I'm most afraid of is threats. I thought that Qin Yu would be frightened, but I didn't expect that instead of having any fear, he still maintained his smile. Moreover, there is one more point that I want to make clear. At this moment, Qin Yu wrapped his arms around himself and spoke quietly. I came here not actually to hire you guys to kill. Rather, it is to kill you all. Seeing the dismay on the faces of the two people across from him, the smile on Qin Yu's face then became more and more obvious. However, I can also give you guys a chance. As long as you tell me the name and location of the boss of your assassin association, I can let you guys off the hook. I'm a man of my word. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Blood Ming and Eagle Eyebrows froze for a moment. Then they suddenly let out a unison maniacal laugh. You kid, you don't have a lot of guts, huh? Actually dare to provoke our killer association? And want to kill us, who do you think you are? A little brat, and you still want to kill our killer association's order envoy? And even wants to see the boss? Simply delusional. Brain dead. Cut the crap with him, I can't help but taste this guy already. Blood Ming quickly threw out the two knives in his hand, and then his figure instantly disappeared in place. The speed of the flying knives was extremely fast, but Qin Yu remained calm as he raised his arm in an attempt to fend them off. But suddenly, Blood Ming appeared in front of him, catching the flying knives with both hands once again. His entire body took to the air and slashed downward with force. The scales on Qin Yu's arm were instantly chopped to pieces. This could not help but make Qin Yu somewhat surprised. But it wasn't over yet. In the next second, Blood Ming's arms directly slashed upwards in the opposite direction, instantly severing Qin Yu's arms. Looking at the blood that suddenly erupted, Blood Ming let out an explosive roar of excitement. Sure enough, this kid's strength is just average. As soon as he exerted his full strength, he was as unbeatable as tofu. However, at that moment, a sudden cry of alarm came from the Eagle Eyebrows on the side. Lord Blood Ming! Look! That kid's arm, how did it suddenly connect again? 105, persuade me of rat tail juice? You don't have the strength. Blood Ming looked up in confusion, and only then did he realize that the arms that he had chopped off just now had miraculously grown back into Qin Yu's body. This horrifying scene instantly made him all find it hard to accept. Can't it be that this is this kid's skill? This recovery ability was truly somewhat heaven-defying. However, he quickly regained his composure. He had seen those with stronger recovery abilities than this, and a broken arm recovery was simply not worth mentioning in front of those people. Immediately, he swung the knife in his hand again and slashed towards Qin Yu. Strong recovery ability doesn't mean you can't die. As long as the knife was waved fast enough, there was no one who could not be killed. He had killed guys that were more exaggerated than this, the difference was just a matter of time. After all, his awakened profession was a bloodthirsty person. As long as there was the presence of the smell of blood, he would be able to enhance his whole body attributes. And it would always be boosted. In other words, he wasn't afraid of a protracted battle at all. Even, protracted battles were strengthening him. Before long, he would be able to cut this kid into meat paste with a single slash. But at that moment, a green mist suddenly erupted out, instantly enveloping Bloodming. Bloodming stopped instantly. Lord Bloodming, why have you stopped? Chop that guy to death. Eagle Eyebrows, who was standing at the side, instantly inquired in confusion. He can't move. Chinu slowly took the knife in Bloodming's hand, and then his hand raised and plunged one into the heart and the other into the neck. Your Killers Association, don't you enjoy killing people? Now, how does it feel to have a taste of your own medicine? You? Who the hell are you? Why are you doing this to us? Looking at Chinu in front of him, Bloodming had long since lost the disdain and contempt he had felt earlier. He did not understand why such an inconspicuous brat would have such abilities. The green mist just now, I'm afraid it was some kind of control skill? But ordinary control skills were not enough to control him for so long. Could it be that this kid is an S-rank control profession? However, the continuous blood loss and the pain in his heart made him stop thinking. If this continued, he was afraid that he would die. You're asking me why I'm doing this to you guys? Looking at the still struggling Bloodming, Qin Yu could not help but laugh slightly. Isn't it because you guys want to kill me? It's not only you guys, but also the others from your Slayer Association who always come to find trouble with me. Do you think I should exterminate you guys? As soon as Qin Yu's words fell, Eagle Eyebrows immediately snapped. Brat! I advise you to rat-tail juice. You are aware of the scale of our Killer Association, you dare to lay hands on us? Aren't you afraid that we... Without waiting for Eagle Eyebrows to finish, Qin Yu instantly pulled out the two knives that were stuck in Bloodming's body violently, and blood was splattered everywhere. Bloodming also finally regained control of his body and collapsed in a pool of blood. Afraid of what? Afraid that you guys will continue to come and kill me? Qin Yu smoothly threw the knife in his hand aside and then walked towards Eagle Eyebrows. I'll give you 3 counts to tell me your boss's information, or else you'll end up like this guy. Feeling an extremely strong pressure, Eagle Eyebrows was once again stunned to the ground. How could he fight against someone who couldn't even solve the ambassador? That. How about I return this $1 million to you and you let me off the hook? Eagle Eyebrows immediately opened the system interface and returned the $1 million to Qin Yu with a fawning smile. Seeing that Qin Yu did not say anything, Eagle Eyebrows then transferred all the remaining $2 million on his account. There's still $2 million, this is all the money I've saved over the past few years. I don't have any other requests, as long as you can spare my life. Are your ears a little bad? In response, Qin Yu immediately inquired suspiciously. I'm not interested in your money, what I'm interested in is your boss. Older brother. I'm really not sure about this, I'm just a connector, not even an assassin, I've never even seen the face of the boss, how could I possibly know? Do you think I believe that? Qin Yu transformed into a dragon claw and violently plunged it into Eagle Eyebrow's shoulder, suddenly blood splattered everywhere. Hurry up and say it if you don't want to die. Don't force me to do it. Seeing that Eagle Eyebrows was still clenching his teeth and refusing to speak, Qin Yu did not want to waste any more time. However, at this moment, he suddenly sensed a piercing killing intent surging behind him. He instantly instinctively sidestepped to avoid it, and saw Bloodming galloping past him like a ferocious beast. Bloodming's body turned completely red, including his hair. However, if one examined it carefully, one would realize that it wasn't completely drenched in blood. It was actually made up of countless scarlet mystical totems intertwined with each other. The densely packed lines enveloped Bloodming's entire person, just like a monster. Kid. To be able to force me to enter my second form, I have underestimated you. But next, you will die a miserable death. Blood Ming instantly disappeared in place, and in the next second, he appeared behind Qin Yu, sending him into the air with just one punch. The speed was extremely fast, and only a blood shadow could be seen, attacking Qin Yu ceaselessly until he knocked him towards the corner of the house, stirring up a puff of dust. The second form of the bloodthirster was able to instantly triple his attributes, and with the increase in attributes from the smell of blood, his 4 main attributes had now broken 1,000. For items breaking 1,000, this was already converging on the attributes of an alpha-level monster. With this kind of attribute, even a level 30-60 intermediate professional would find it hard to resist. Let alone a little kid like Qin Yu? And he purposely didn't use his sword just now, but attacked with his fist, because he was afraid that Qin Yu would use his recovery again to circumvent the damage. Moreover, with the frequency of the attack just now, he was confident enough that Qin Yu would never survive. However, in the next second, Qin Yu slowly stood up from the rubble, as if he was a nobody. The look is quite bluffing, but it's still almost interesting. Qin Yu patted the dust on his body and said with a smile, "Is this the strength of the Order Envoy? It seems to be nothing more than that. Your Assassins Association, it's really a very inclusive organization. For a guy with this kind of strength to be an Order Envoy, even if I don't intervene, this organization is on the verge of disbanding. Arrogant fellow, looking for death." Once again, Blood Ming disappeared from the spot. However, at this moment, the house suddenly collapsed, and at some point, countless worms emerged from the surrounding area, and there were even a dozen golden scale worms hovering in the air. The sudden appearance of the swarm of worms, so that the Blood Ming suddenly froze in place in shock. These monsters, where did they come from? It wasn't until he saw Qin Yu standing on the golden scale insects that he suddenly realized. Unbelievably, these monsters were related to Qin Yu? This guy, could he be a summoner? 106. Unmerciful Blast, Dragonbane Guildmaster's Fury. Among the many professions, only summoners and necromancers had the ability to summon followers. However, the followers summoned by necromancers were skeletal undead. Therefore, the only possible occupation for him was summoner. But no matter which one it was, there was no way to summon so many followers at once. How did this kid do it? Moreover, this kid was so young and his level must be low. How could he have so many types of summons? But most importantly, a summoner should only have one skill, summoning. Then what was the control skill he just used? What was that dragon claw, and what were the scales on its body? Blood Ming's heart was filled with doubts, and so was Qin Yu's. This guy was able to resist fierce poison for so long? It seems that he had underestimated him. As expected, the Order Envoy is not quite the same as those wild monsters and ordinary professionals. It's not that easy to solve. However, the end result is the same. Since it was immune to fierce poison, it would be directly dunked to death with hard damage. With a wave of Qin Yu's hand, the worms on the ground and the golden scale worms in the air all rushed towards Blood Ming. Humph. Do you think I will be afraid? When Blood Ming fiercely exerted his strength, the totem on his body suddenly flashed with a red light, and it was like the entire person had regained his full state again. With a swing of his fist, he instantly shattered an entire row of worms. Row after row. Almost no worm could come close to a meter beside him. But at this time, the golden scale worms in the air had already surrounded Blood Ming. Dragon flames erupted out, completely engulfing him in an instant. Ah! Blood Ming's agonizing hiss resounded at once. In the burning flames, a dark silhouette could be seen, struggling continuously. However, it was to no avail. Trying to extinguish the dragon flames, that was almost impossible. Therefore, there would only be one outcome for him. That is death. Only after watching Blood Ming gradually being tortured into a pile of charcoal by the dragon flame did Qin Yu fall from the air with satisfaction. However, he still hadn't asked any information about this Slayer Association's boss. But he also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. That Eagle Eyebrows might have really never seen the association boss. And this Order Envoy, Blood Ming, had a thief's hard mouth. It seemed that his plan to completely destroy the Killer Association would be very difficult to realize in a short period of time. This time, the phone in his arms suddenly rang. Qin Yu, where are you? Hurry back to the guild, our president is here. Okay, be right there. Putting down the phone, Qin Yu immediately mounted the golden scale insect and rushed towards the city. The president of the Dragonbane Guild was also a legendary figure. And very mysterious. Why would this guy suddenly come to Linghai City? Could it be that he had specially come to meet himself, the number one in the examination? It would be great if he could give him a little more reward. Thinking of this, Qin Yu then immediately accelerated his speed. At this moment, inside the guild hall, all the newly joined members were silenced, including the captain leading the team. And in the center of the hall, a man wearing a dragon head mask was sitting on a seat, slowly inspecting everyone present. This was the president of the Dragon's Bane Guild, Zhang Yinglong. Currently at level 61, the only few top powerhouses in Huaxia to have reached senior professional. Moreover, the one who had awakened was the S-rank profession Dragon Blood Martial Artist. This is a very powerful S-rank profession. Unlike the Orc profession of 10,000 enemies and the Qilin bloodline, the Dragon Blood Martial Artist's boost to attributes and abilities was quite exaggerated. It possessed the high attributes of the dragon race. Moreover, it also possessed the martial artist's numerous high damage skills. It could be said that no matter if it was the increase in strength or the diversity of moves, they were all located at a high position among the S-class professions. It belonged to the profession that was, the higher the rank, the stronger it was. In the Longyin Guild, apart from him, the highest level was Su Yanqing, who was the former Kirin captain, at level 50. After that, there were the other captains, who were basically all around level 40. The strength of the captains was basically similar, it was just the restraints between the professions. Zhang Yinglong swept a circle of the people in the hall, then he opened his mouth with some displeasure and asked, "Why are there two people missing? Didn't I once say? The thing that the Dragonblight Guild can't tolerate the most is the lack of rules and regulations. Who are these two people? Come out immediately." Chairman, one is Zheng Meiyu from Su Mei's team. The other is Qin Yu. Zhang Yinglong was instantly furious and wanted to lash out, when he saw Su Mei glancing at Jin Li beside her in a somewhat aggravated manner and whispered, "Boss, you can't blame me for this. Zheng Meifu from our team was killed by that Qin Yu during the examination, so of course she couldn't come? But that Qin Yu didn't come for some reason? I'm afraid, he got the first place in the examination and drifted, right?" This deliberate accusation from Su Mei could not help but make Jin Li's tiger's torso tremble. It wasn't that he hadn't told Qin Yu in advance. However, the phone call had not been able to reach him. It wasn't until just now that the phone was answered. But now 10 minutes had passed and Qin Yu still hadn't returned. The chairman hated latecomers the most. This time, a scolding would definitely be inevitable. "Boss, Qin Yu might be a bit busy, he'll be back soon. I've already informed him to hurry up. I'll only give him 3 seconds, if he doesn't show up after 3 seconds, then he doesn't have to show up again." Zhang Yinglong's voice was loud and clear, instantly causing everyone present to tremble. And among them, no one was more nervous than Jin Li. Qin Yu was his man. And had just taken first place in the examination. This kind of talent, if he was really driven away, there was no one who would lose more than him. Originally, he had fewer members this year, only 2. If another one left, and it was also the strongest Qin Yu, it would be like cutting off an arm. But he knew the president's temper. This guy was a spitter and would never go back on his word. If Qin Yu really didn't make it, I'm afraid that he would really be kicked out of the Dragon Bard Guild directly. Everyone was counting 3 seconds in their hearts. Especially those who had been defeated by him were also looking forward to this guy being kicked out of the guild. However, right at the last second, a sudden dragon roar came from the air, and a black shadow instantly stopped above the hall. Only a dragon-shaped monster with a huge body appeared all of a sudden. As they were stunned, Qin Yu leapt down from above and stood steadily in front of the crowd. "Sorry, I'm a bit busy coming late." Seeing Qin Yu's timely arrival, Jin Li rushed over and tried to pull him to apologize to Zhang Yinglong. But before he could speak, Zhang Yinglong opened his mouth and asked, "Are you the summoner who took first place in the examination?" "Precisely." Qin Yu graciously agreed, not noticing the displeasure on Zhang Yinglong's face in the slightest. It is indeed not easy for a summoner to get first place. But to be so arrogant, it's too unseemly. Moreover, I clearly emphasized before that members of the guild are not allowed to kill each other. How dare you, this brat, lay a deadly hand on the test? Is it because you don't care about me as the president? 107 not a bet that is unlikely to be one, but I shall fight. Zhang Yinglong's questioning made the already quiet hall even quieter. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard at all. But in reality, they had actually never heard of this rule at all. After all, there had been cases of mistaken injuries and mistaken killings before. The only possibility was that he was deliberately targeting Qin Yu. And regarding this point, Su Mei and Su Yanqing understood this very well in their hearts. This was also the method they came up with together to specifically use against Qin Yu. As the two senior captains of the Longing Guild, Su Mei was responsible for selling misery, while Su Yanqing was responsible for adding fuel to the fire. With the relationship between Su Yanqing and Zhang Yinglong, it caused him to subconsciously feel displeased with Qin Yu. But actually, they were not sure if it would work. After all, Zhang Yinglong was temperamental, so who knew if he would react to their words? But Qin Yu, this brat, even went so far as to bump into the gun himself. He was already not much of a favorite, and then he was late, so his status in Zhang Yinglong's heart would be in tatters. Even if he gets the first place in the examination, so what? If he had offended the boss, he would have to suffer obediently. A tense atmosphere filled the air, but Qin Yu was silent for a moment before asking with a smile. Lord President, let me ask you a question. If someone tries to lay a deadly hand on me during the examination, what should I do? Zhang Yinglong frowned. You mean to say that the girl was the one who laid hands on you first? Everyone present can testify for me. Qin Yu turned to look at Su Mei, who was at the side, and slowly spoke. I don't know, what did someone tell you? But I had no choice but to take out that girl in order to save my life. And, we had a total of 2 matches, and when I was about to win, I was interrupted by Captain Su Mei before the second match started. I had already advised that girl to give up the match, but she didn't listen and preferred to fight me to the death, so I had no choice. For this, Captain Su Mei should know best. You're right, aren't you? Captain Su Mei? Being suddenly called out, Su Mei was instantly stunned, then immediately arched his hand and said, Boss, no matter what. Facts speak louder than words. That kid killed someone from our guild. This is something that cannot be tolerated no matter what. I suggest that this kid be kicked out of the guild immediately as a warning to others. Right. Kick him out. Even guild members dare to kill, how can such a dangerous fellow stay in the guild? Exactly. I don't know how this kind of person got into the guild. What's the use of a summoner, even if he gets first place? After leveling up, which profession won't hang him? The crowd had sided with Su Mei. After all, everyone present was the pride of heaven. None of them looked up to Qin Yu as a summoner. Although he did take first place in the examination. It was also true that he was no ordinary summoner. But this was just the beginning after all. They were all just fresh graduates with low levels and had not played at the highest level of their profession. Losing was actually normal. As long as they leveled up, it would be easy to deal with this guy. After all, there was still a big gap between S rank and B rank professions, and the higher the rank, the more obvious the gap. And this guy was so arrogant after taking first place. Being kicked out of the guild was also a great relief. Hearing the voices around him, Jin Li immediately looked at Zhang Yinglong and bent his head. Lord President, this matter is Qin Yu's fault, but seeing as he was eager to save his life, I don't think there's a need to have such a great punishment. As the number 1 in this year's examination, he has extraordinary strength. Kicking him out will be a very great loss to our entire guild. Zhang Yinglong did not immediately respond to Jin Li's plea for mercy, but instead looked at Qin Yu quietly. He could actually tell that there was something wrong with this kid Qin Yu's strength. Not only was it the emotion that was as quiet as still water, but also the dragon entourage that carried him back. As a dragon-blooded martial artist, he was quite sensitive to dragon race creatures, and that monster in the air just now was definitely a dragon race creature of notable strength. With that kind of majesty, it had to be an alpha level at the very least. And the rank was probably not low. This Qin Yu was at best just past level 10, so how could he summon a dragon follower with such exaggerated strength? However, even though there was this kind of summon, it wasn't that easy to get the first place in the examination. None of these people present were drunkards. Merely relying on that one dragon summon was simply not enough to get the first place in both the individual battle and the team battle. Indeed, you have a point. Then I can give him a chance. Thinking of this, Zhang Yinglong slowly stood up and walked over to Jin Li. First in the examination, right? Let me see your strength. As long as you can injure me, I'll continue to keep you in the Dragon's Bard Guild. Otherwise, you leave on your own. What do you think? Zhang Yinglong's words immediately caused everyone present to stare blankly at once. However, not a moment later, smug smiles appeared on all of their faces. One must know that Zhang Yinglong was a level 60 senior professional and an S-ranked professional. Even if that kid was no longer a bull, it was impossible for him to touch a single hair on his head. How could he possibly hurt him? The gap between the two was just too great, it was basically something impossible to do. Boss, your suggestion is really great. Sume couldn't help but clap his hands, then immediately looked in Qin Yu's direction and mocked with a smile. Kid, I advise you to hurry up and leave, don't disgrace yourself here. You're a summoner who's just past level 10, fighting the boss, a level 60s ranked profession, you can't even touch a single hair on his head, believe it or not? Yeah. The result would be the same anyway, if I were you, I would definitely just leave. The crowd let out scoffs as if they had already seen how Qin Yu would end up. Jin Li was also instantly cold in his heart when he heard this and quickly turned around to speak. Lord President. Please think twice, ah? Qin Yu, he really is a genius that is rare to come across in 100 years, by doing this, you are wiping out the development and existence of a genius. When is it your turn to interfere with my decisions? But... Jin Li still wanted to say something, but at that moment, Qin Yu was immediately stepping forward a few steps to stop him. Forget it, Captain Jin, I appreciate your good intentions. You're a good person, I thank you for taking care of me during this period of time, and this is also the reason why I didn't choose to jump ship to another team. In my heart, you're my captain forever. Right? Wouldn't it have been better to leave earlier? Where else could we have made so much mess? Sume instantly assumed a victorious stance, and seeing this scene, her mouth was already grinning up to her ears. Do you need me to walk you to the door? I'm a person who never holds grudges. After all, you were once a member of our Dragon Bane Guild, so it's only natural for us to finish what we started. No need. Qin Yu immediately shook his head when he saw this, then slowly looked towards Zhang Yinglong, who was not far in front of him. Captain Sume, I didn't say I was leaving. You're not leaving? Then what do you want? That would naturally be, to accept the president's bet. 108, bullying? I didn't think I was going to lose. Seeking golden tickets. Qin Yu's reply was very clear. And this could not help but make Su Mei and everyone present freeze. It also caused Jin Li and Zhang Yinglong beside him to be instantly startled. Kid, are you serious? Zhang Yinglong inquired with a puzzled opening. Are you sure you want to fulfill my bet? One must know that he had only casually said it, not even thinking that this Qin Yu could have the guts to agree to it. But he didn't expect that this kid would really dare to answer the bet. Could it be that he thought he could win? Qin Yu. Are you crazy? The difference in strength between you and the chairman is too great, it is impossible for you to win. Jin Li immediately pulled Qin Yu aside when he saw this, his face filled with disbelief. I'm not crazy. However, Qin Yu shook his head and spoke with certainty. It's not like it's a life and death battle, as long as I'm injured then I'm considered to have won, then I'm still very confident that I can win. Really arrogant to the extreme. Who gave you the courage to dare to say such words? Sume snorted coldly, then laughed disdainfully. Don't think that you're invincible just because you took first place in an examination. You're only at the beginning of level 10, and you're still a summoner, it's okay to bully guys of the same level. But boss, he's a level 60s ranked professional. Even if it wasn't a life and death battle, with your strength, it's impossible to hurt the boss and knock out a single drop of his blood. The faces of the crowd all immediately revealed a contemptuous smile. It was as if they had heard a big joke. A summoner who had just passed level 10 dared to challenge a level 60 Dragonblood martial master? This wasn't even a strength level, right? Between professionals, a difference of more than 3 levels would already put a head start on their strength. But between the two of them, there was a difference of almost 40 levels, so the difference in strength could be imagined. What's more, the difference between the two of them in terms of professional level is also different. Even if he can summon swarms of insects, there are also those powerful alpha level monsters. Even if he could summon swarms, and those powerful alpha level monsters, and even if he had a lot of exaggerated skills, and could resist high wounds without dying. But in front of Zhang Yinglong, who was already a level 61 Dragon Guild Guildmaster, all of these were completely worthless. This was a fact that everyone present was certain of. If these two fought, Qin Yu was afraid that he would be instantly crushed and would not even be able to resist. Song Wanru, who had never spoken, was also frowning at this moment. She knew that Qin Yu had always been confident in his strength. But this time, his opponent was not some fellow student, much less a captain. Instead, it was the president of the Dragon Bane Guild. To even dare to answer this kind of opponent, this was a bit too arrogant. But she understood that Qin Yu was also forced to do so. Everyone present had a grudge against him. Zhang Yinglong was even on their side, putting Qin Yu in a dilemma and forcing him to leave the Longyin Guild. In this situation, he simply had no other choice but to fight. This could not help but make her pity Qin Yu a little. Sometimes it wasn't a good thing to show off too much. It was so hard to get the chance to enter the Dragonbane Guild, but now he had to throw it away before it was even warmed up. This was tantamount to completely cutting off Qin Yu's promising future. Most importantly, he hadn't even officially won against Qin Yu. How could he be kicked out of the guild? Thinking of this, Song Wanru immediately took a few steps forward and looked at Zhang Yinglong without any qualms, saying in a deep voice, "Lord President, this is a bit too bullying, isn't it? What's the difference between you and letting him leave directly? All of us present here came here on the basis of our strength, and the assessment is also based on the rules." Then Zhang Meiyu from Sumei's team, when she was on the verge of losing, she made a dirty trick and attacked Qin Yu with a sleeve arrow hidden in her sleeve. How does that count? If Qin Yu was killed by her at that time, would you also kick that Zhang Meiyu out of the guild for the sake of fairness? You little girl? How dare you question what the boss is doing? Believe it or not, even you will be kicked out together? You guys? Song Wanru still wanted to say something, but was also stopped by Qin Yu. Forget it, this has nothing to do with you. Besides, I won't necessarily lose. Qin Yu smiled and patted Song Wanru's shoulder before he turned his head back to Zhang Yinglong. President, since the bet has been made, let's not waste any more time. Could it be that you are afraid of losing to me, so you don't dare to answer the battle? Hearing Qin Yu's words, Zhang Yinglong was silent for a moment before immediately revealing a smile. Good boy, you can still joke at a time like this? I'd like to see, how exactly are you going to win against me? Zhang Yinglong lightly laughed as he walked towards the PK arena, while Qin Yu followed behind him with a relaxed face. While looking at the backs of the two leaving, Jin Li and Song Wanru's faces were filled with worry. Old Jin Ah? I'm afraid that no one will be able to save your men this time? At this moment, Shi Chang slowly walked over to Jin Li's side and said sarcastically without any good humor. Blame it on the fact that he was just too arrogant and robbed everyone's cake, which is why he ended up in this situation. If he could restrain himself a bit, as long as he didn't take first place, I'm afraid no one would look for trouble from him. But now, he has no room for redemption. Finished? Looking at the incomparably arrogant Shi Chang beside him, Jin Li only raised his head and glared, causing him to instantly put away his smile. Shi Chang, don't forget that I'm currently the Qilin captain. Even if Qin Yu is driven away, my position won't change. If you dare to say half a word again, do you believe that I can make you get out of the guild as well in a minute? After Jin Li finished speaking, he immediately left the guild hall as well, while Song Wanru followed after glancing at Shi Chang. Cut. What's with the arrogance? Do you think anyone in the guild recognizes your position? Shi Chang couldn't help but snort coldly. As soon as Qin Yu leaves, the next one will be you arrogant guy. The crowd followed to the PK arena. Even though none of them believed that Qin Yu could win. It could be said that all of them came to see him make a fool of himself. The four captains followed behind Su Yanqing and settled in the first row of the audience, not caring in the slightest about Jin Li and Song Wanru, who are also in the first row. How many seconds do you guys guess that kid can last? Looking at Qin Yu and Zhang Yinglong in the venue, Sumei instantly asked excitedly. Surely he will be killed in an instant, right? The difference in strength is too exaggerated. This sparring match itself is unfair, there's nothing to watch. Tian Shiling, who was on the side, slowly shook his head. We all know the boss's strength very well. If it wasn't for him letting off steam, no one would have been able to get close to him at all. Not to mention being able to injure him. Yes, Chairman, he has a dragon blood body protector, his defense is amazing. Even if that kid has a way to get close, he definitely can't break through the defense. 109, a ring upon a ring, like a spider web of schemes. In the PK arena, there were still huge traces of what Qin Yu had made earlier. This couldn't help but also make Zhang Yinglong somewhat surprised. These exaggerated traces of fighting were not at all like something a summoner of only a dozen levels could make. And this also made him even more interested in this kid who was wild to the core. Kid, I won't bully you either. Zhang Yinglong waved his sleeve, then put his hands behind his back. I'll let you have both hands, and I'll let you attack first. But there's only this one chance, so don't blame me if you don't capitalize on it. Enough. Qin Yu spoke gently, then swung the staff in his hand and slammed it into the ground. In all directions, hundreds of worms then suddenly emerged. Worms? Seeing those worms beside Qin Yu, Zhang Yinglong immediately frowned. He did not know too much about the newly added members of this class. For Qin Yu, he was also only stuck with the description from Su Yanqing in Su Mei's mouth. It was a summoner, and had gotten first place in the examination. But the specific abilities, he was not clear about. And this was also the point where he was puzzled. Qin Yu had clearly summoned a dragon follower just now. Why, now, had he summoned so many insect creatures? After he thought about it, there was then only one reason. This kid, I'm afraid, didn't take him seriously at all. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a bit angry. He was a guild leader, a level 61 senior professional, and he was being looked down upon by a rookie who was only a little over level 10. Humph. What a bold curmudgeon, arrogant to the extreme. Think you can hurt me with these bugs? It seems that I shouldn't have given you this chance at all. Looking at the numerous swarms of worms that were crawling towards him at a rapid pace, Zhang Yinglong merely stomped his foot, and a red airwave spread out towards the surroundings, instantly wiping out a large portion of the worms present in an instant. At this moment, in the audience, the crowd couldn't help but reveal their expected smiles. As expected, the difference in strength between these two sides was too great. Lord Chairman didn't even pull out a weapon, he just stomped his foot, and in the blink of an eye, he finished off all those worms. With such a gap, there was no need to fight anymore. However, they were still a bit puzzled and doubtful. Although they did not believe that Qin Yu could win. However, they did not expect that Qin Yu would fight in such a perfunctory manner. This indicated that he might not even have put Zhang Yinglong, the president, in his eyes. Logically speaking, shouldn't he be fighting to the best of his ability at a time like this? How could he still use these bugs to test the waters? Simply too arrogant. This kid actually dared to use these bugs to humiliate the boss, he really doesn't know how to die. Yu Fengxing couldn't help but growl lowly in anger. If I were the boss, I would have definitely crushed this brat into meat paste the first time. What's with the excitement? You think everyone is as impulsive as you? Yi Feng glanced helplessly at Yu Fengxing and spoke softly. Boss is the guild president, a high-ranking position, how can he bully a fresh graduate? Even if that kid is too rude, the boss won't act excessively. Cut. I really don't know what kind of courage that Qin Yu has to be so arrogant. Still really thinks he can win? Even if he summons those types of alpha-level monsters, in front of the boss, they're simply not enough to look at. The two were still discussing heatedly, but at that moment, a cry of alarm came from the surroundings. I'll go. What's that guy up to? Only to see that in the PK arena, Qin Yu had rushed in front of Zhang Yinglong at an unknown time, and his arms transformed into dragon claws as he swung violently towards him. Only then did the crowd realize that the swarm of insects was only used as a cover for the purpose of diverting attention. To hide his swift approach. Seeing that the dragon claw was only a few millimeters away from Zhang Yinglong's chest, but it was swiftly dodged by him with a dodge, followed by a kick that sent Qin Yu out. Kid, if you want to injure me so simply, you have underestimated me a bit too much? But I do appreciate your guts to think of using such a method to get close to me, but it's not much use? Even so, you can't attack me. With my reflexes and speed, it's impossible for you to win. Oh? Is that so? But Qin Yu remained relaxed and said in a cloudy manner. But who said that I approached you in order to attack you? Hearing Qin Yu's words, Zhang Yinglong suddenly froze. He then actually suddenly realized that his body was no longer able to move. What is this? You brat, what the hell? Lord President, don't treat me like a stupid kid. Without full certainty, do you think I would agree to your bet which is unlikely to win? Qin Yu waved his staff once again, and instantly more than 100 alpha-level monsters appeared around him. Hawk-eyed dragon worm. Giant insect spider mother. Three-headed demon worm. Inferno armored dragon worm. Abyssal python worm. There were also the overbearing golden scale insect and 1,000-foot centipede. At once, it occupied the entire PK field. You've been hit by my neurotoxin, within a minute, you won't be able to move or use skills. In other words, you can only be slaughtered by me. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth slightly raised, followed by his arm lightly lifting and slightly waving. The alpha-level monsters in the arena then surged towards Zhang Yinglong like a tidal wave. In an instant, the PK field was splattered with light and the sound of impact was unceasing. Zhang Yinglong was instantly overwhelmed by the swarm of monsters, as well as countless attacks. This, in turn, caused the crowd in the audience to be stunned speechless all of a sudden. Su Yanqing, as well as the four captains beside her, stood up instantly. None of them had thought that this Qin Yu was actually so sophisticated. They had only thought of the first layer. But Qin Yu had thought of at least the third layer. But what was important now was not who lost or won, but the safety of the president. Several people immediately wanted to enter the PK arena to save him. However, right at this moment, a sudden burst of red light lit up in the center of the field, followed by several slashes of light appearing all of a sudden, instantly cutting through all of the monster swarms and attacks in the field. A loud cracking sound, accompanied by the muffled sound of blood and flesh bursting, instantly spread throughout the PK field. "Kid, you're really something, even keeping me in the dark." As the dust of blood and flesh dispersed, only Zhang Yinglong, whose body was incomparably red, slowly put away the long sword in his hand, a cold smile on his face. "With this kind of strength, it is justifiable for you to get the first place in the examination. But unfortunately, you still lost this bet. Just now, I didn't turn on my dragon blood form, which is why I fell under your control. But now, you no longer have a second chance." "Oh? Is that so?" Qin Yu looked at Zhang Yinglong, who was not far away, with a smile on his face as he slowly spoke. "Lord President, how can you be so sure that I will lose? Otherwise, why don't you just take a look at your own blood level before you make up your mind? 110. Take the bet. Guild ranking battle. Seeking golden tickets." Zhang Yinglong immediately frowned. Then, he subconsciously opened the system interface and looked at it. After all, he realized that his blood level had unexpectedly dropped by a few hundred drops. If one didn't look closely, one wouldn't even notice it. But how was this possible? His defense value hadn't been completely depleted, so how did this kid injure him? Dark attribute attack. Suddenly, Zhang Yinglong thought of the reason. Among those alpha-level monsters that had been summoned just now, there must be attendants that focused on dark attribute attacks. Dark attribute attacks were capable of ignoring defense to deal direct damage to the enemy. This would explain why he had lost several hundred drops of blood. This kid, not only did he set himself up, but he also calculated that those monsters couldn't hurt him at all. Therefore, he mixed a monster that can cause dark attribute attacks in it, so as to fish in troubled waters and fulfill the purpose. How could this kid's thinking be so meticulous? One ring after another, even he hadn't thought of it. And at this time, Su Yanqing and the four captains had already arrived in the middle of the venue, looking at Qin Yu with eyes full of anger. "Kid! The end is in sight, you get the hell out of the Dragonine Guild immediately. Don't force us to strike." The five instantly pulled out their weapons and the atmosphere was tense. Jin Li and Song Wanru also instantly jumped down from the audience seat when they saw this and blocked in front of Qin Yu. "I'll see which one of you dares to move." Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, Zhang Yinglong immediately shouted with a low roar. "All right. All of you back off. Why are you guys coming down? Aren't you ashamed enough?" "Boss, how can you say that?" Seeing this, Sumei hurriedly fawned and opened his mouth to explain. "That brat humiliated you so much, it's only reasonable for us to teach him a lesson. After all, he's already lost the bet and is no longer a member of our Longing Guild, there's no need for us to be polite to him anymore." "Who said he lost?" "It was me who lost." Zhang Yinglong glanced at Sumei before he walked over to Qin Yu in front of several people's shocked eyes. "Kid, you're somewhat interesting, I'll remember you. Congratulations, you can stay in the Dragon Bard Guild. Thanks to Chairman for making it happen, if you didn't let me, I probably wouldn't have won the bet so easily." "How is that possible?" However, Sumei obviously refused to accept this fact and immediately chased after Zhang Yinglong, asking in a loud voice. "Boss, didn't you promise us that you wouldn't let go? How could we lose to this kid? With his strength, how could he possibly hurt you?" As soon as Sumei's words left her mouth, Zhang Yinglong slapped her across the face, instantly knocking her to the ground. "Only you people would have such a big heart of hatred. As the captains of the guild, not playing a leading role in the guild, always thinking of something to hook up with and calculating with a child, are you worthy of your positions? But I'm different from you guys, as the guild master, what I want is to personally test Qin Yu's strength, not to drive him away." President, you didn't want to drive Qin Yu away?" Jin Li immediately inquired doubtfully upon seeing this. "That's for sure. Such a good seedling, how could I possibly be willing to throw it away?" Zhang Yinglong gave a bitter smile, hiding the panic and astonishment in his heart. How could he not know what he originally thought? But this Qin Yu's play and strength was really beyond her imagination. It was only then that he had to retreat and could only change his words. Admitting that he had lost the bet, there was nothing he could do about it. But this kid set himself up, this matter can't be easily let go. He had just passed level 10 and already had such strength. If he continues to develop, his future is unlimited. He might even threaten his position. As if sensing the subtle change in Zhang Yinglong's eyes, Qin Yu immediately smiled and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. President Xie. President, you really aren't as narrow-minded as some villains, only someone like you can lead the Dragonblight Guild to become better and better. After saying that, he also purposely glanced at Su Mei, who was sitting on the ground with an expression that spoke for itself. Zhang Yinglong didn't say anything, but instead made his status public. Only then did the crowd see that he had lost a few hundred blood. Although they were a bit surprised and puzzled, someone soon guessed the reason. It's a dark attribute attack. Su Yanqing spoke faintly. This fellow, to have this kind of attack, is truly unexpected. At this moment, the remaining few people in the arena, and even everyone in the audience, only then awoke as if from a dream. But in an instant, they frowned again. When did Qin Yu have a monster that could inflict dark attribute attacks? Or was it that they hadn't realized it before? Or was it a backhanded move that this brat had left behind? But no matter what, this time, everyone didn't dare to belittle Qin Yu for a single point. Based on the fact that he was able to injure the Longyin Guild president, Zhang Yinglong's strength was enough to overpower everyone present, including the 12 captains in the guild. Number 1 in the great examination of the whole of China. First in the guild examination for both individual battle and team battle. A summoner that could summon countless swarms of insects. There were even several types of alpha-level monsters as followers. Moreover, the strength of each alpha-level monster was quite exaggerated. On top of that, he had many other skills of his own. Today, he was even able to face Zhang Yinglong, who was already level 61, without losing any ground. And managed to injure him. Although it was only a few hundred blood, this was already a point where regular people could not do it at all. It was hard to imagine just how far this guy's strength had reached. The farce finally came to an end, and the crowd returned to the guild hall once again. Zhang Yinglong sat in his seat, and although he had some mixed feelings, he slowly opened his mouth after easing his emotions. All of you new members of the Dragon's Bane Guild, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I actually came here today for this year's guild rankings. After saying that, Zhang Yinglong waved his hand, and a table immediately appeared on the guild's large screen. It was the ranking table of the guilds in Huaxia. The table was filled with some familiar guilds in Huaxia. However, the crowd quickly realized that the first place was not the Dragon Bane Guild. There was a guild called Mad Thunder Guild that had appeared in first place at some point. Moreover, the difference in points between the two guilds was currently as high as 2,000 points. I'm sure you guys have already seen the current situation. Zhang Yinglong scanned around everyone present, a serious and earnest expression on his face. Our Longyin Guild has always been the number 1 guild in China, and no guild has ever had the chance to surpass it. But this halfway decent Mad Thunder Guild has taken advantage of our enrollment to sweep all the freshman copies in the 5 provinces of Huaxia, as well as clearing many of the wild secret realms, surpassing us in points. There's still a month to go before the point settlement day. This month, I'm asking all of you to devote yourselves to the guild missions and make sure to take the first place. If you can't do it, you won't be able to get your material rewards, gold rewards, and all kinds of supplies for the next year. 111, Military Order. The district's 2,000 points were not a concern. Zhang Yinglong's words echoed within the guild hall like a flood bell, instantly causing everyone present to freeze in place. This was absolutely bad news for them. Originally, they had gone through all the trouble to enter the Dragon's Bard Guild because of the large amount of materials, gold coins, and supply rewards that were given out here every month. It could be said that if they came here, they wouldn't worry about leveling up their godly outfits and getting their hands on all sorts of rare materials. But now, Zhang Yinglong cancelled all of these with a single word. And just because the position of the first guild is not guaranteed? Although their hearts are unwilling, but they do not dare to resist. After all, the highest authority in this Dragon Guild was Chairman Zhang Yinglong. As newcomers, they had no say in the matter at all. But at this time, Qin Yu opened his mouth at an inopportune moment and asked, President, only we participate in this guild ranking? What about those old-timers who came here before us? They have other things to do and don't have the time to participate in guild missions. It's just right, it can give you guys a chance to exercise. Hearing Zhang Yinglong's words, the crowd was silent. It was as if they had acquiesced to this answer. But only those captains knew that it was clearly a perfunctory answer. One must know that new members would only team up with these captains in the first year of joining the guild, and the captains would lead them to familiarize themselves with the various facilities of the guild and complete guild tasks with many restrictions. Once there was a disobedient person, they could be kicked out of the guild in minutes. In the second year, the girls became free agents. They had the status of guild members, but they only needed to deliver enough points every month, so no one could tell them what to do. And, the longer the years went by, the more so. Some of the old members who had stayed in the Dragon's Bard Guild for many years could not even see anyone, but just came to the guild at the end of each month to take a few tasks, and then they would have enough points to deliver. It was precisely because of this that this year, the Dragon's Bard Guild was caught up by the Mad Thunder Guild. There was no way around it, which was why Zhang Yinglong had personally arrived here, trying to get them, the new members, to salvage the tide. After all, he didn't dare to let those old members leave, much less order them around. In this way, the Dragonblight Guild would only grow weaker and weaker. That was why he let this task fall on them. Jean Li. Seeing that none of the people responded, Zhang Yinglong shifted his gaze to Jean Li and said with a smile, "You've been in this Dragon Guild for more than 10 years now, and I've always thought highly of you. This year, you even helped the guild find a strong member like Qin Yu and successfully promoted him to become a Qilin. I'm really pleased." "Thanks for the praise, Chairman, it's all what I should do." Jean Li immediately bent his head and bowed, but at that moment, Zhang Yinglong's voice then came again. "However, as a Qilin captain, the burden on your shoulders is very heavy. This time around, our Longyin Guild, if we are compared to that Mad Thunder Guild, you should know what the consequences will be. Not only will they lose this year's rewards, even your position as captain won't be saved. Understand?" Hearing Zhang Yinglong's words, Jean Li's body immediately trembled. This was undoubtedly tying a time bomb to his body. Just now, explicitly and secretly, he wanted to lay his hands on Chinu. After realizing that he didn't get his hands on him, he turned the spearhead towards himself. Once the Dragonbane Guild was really overtaken by that Mad Thunder Guild, then I'm afraid that he would be the one to be expelled from the guild. The other captains who saw this scene also revealed gloating smiles. Especially Shi Chang. He had long been unable to see that Jean Li could even sit in such a high position. If he could really pull this guy down or even kick him out of the guild through this way, then he naturally wouldn't miss it. Right? As the Qilin captain, it's only natural to set an example. Seeing this, Shi Chang immediately spoke up. "Otherwise, how can we live up to this Qilin title?" Jean Li now only felt like he was being set up on a stove, mercilessly roasting. These guys, they were all looking at their own jokes. As if this matter was his alone? However, at this time, Qin Yu beside him was revealing a confident smile as he slowly said, "Don't worry, with me here, it will be impossible for that Mad Thunder Martial Hall to surpass us." Qin Yu's words instantly shifted all the attention of those present. This fellow is too arrogant, isn't he? That's a gap of a full 2,000 points, a primary guild mission, 10 points at a time, hold out for 20 points, at the very least, you have to do a full 100 missions to catch up. Not to mention, this is only the current gap. We're earning points, that Mad Thunder Guild is also earning points, how can we possibly catch up? There was still a month left to catch up with 2,000 points, which was basically impossible. There wasn't a single person present who thought it could be done. What I said is true. However, Qin Yu still had a determined look on his face and was not affected by the people around him in the slightest. Isn't it just a mere 2,000 points? A few high-level quests will easily take care of it. The top 5 teams will be responsible for the advanced missions, while the remaining teams will each be responsible for the intermediate and primary missions. Each and every one of them is a heavenly pride from every province. They wouldn't even have this much confidence, right? As the crowd looked at the smile on Qin Yu's face, they could not help but all reveal contemptuous gazes. If it was really as simple as this guy said, then it would really be a happy occasion for all. But to catch up with the points, it would still have to be the number of advanced missions completed. After all, for one advanced mission, it would take 300-400 points. In other words, there were only 5 advanced missions to catch up on the points. However, the difficulty of advanced quests was quite high. They were only just at the beginning of level 10 now, and even if they were in a team, there was no guarantee that they would be able to complete the quest steadily. And with Qin Yu's light-hearted attitude, it was really hard to believe that he wasn't just boasting. But on the contrary, the other 4 of the top 5 teams, none of them revealed expressions of difficulty. They had just arrived here and hadn't even had the time to raise their strength, but to ask them to go on such a dangerous high-level mission. If anything happened, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to run. Points and rewards are not as important as their lives. As if seeing the reluctance on these people's faces, Qin Yu also looked at Zhang Yinglong again with some hatred. President, since everyone is so devoid of fighting spirit, then how do you feel about me leading a team, picking my teammates at random, and going to complete a high-level mission? Who do you want to pick? Qin Yu turned his head to look at everyone present before landing his gaze on Ling Xia. I want her. If there's one more, pick him. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, he actually picked Lin Haoyu as the last teammate. 112, 4-member squad assembled, targeting 2,000 points. What? You picked me? Between the two of us it's not. Lin Haoyu was stunned and puzzled. He could understand choosing that spirit sand. After all, there were many things an array master could do. Most importantly, there was no enmity between the two of them. And he had taunted Qin Yu so much before, and was sparring in the PK arena, and even though he had lost, he had still formed a bond. In this situation, how could Qin Yu pick him as a teammate? You didn't hear it wrong. Qin Yu smiled and spoke. I am not that narrow-minded, and the enmity between us is not that indelible. We're all guild members, and now in these extraordinary times, you don't want to not get any guild rewards for this year, right? Seeing Lin Haoyu bowing his head in acquiescence, Qin Yu then immediately looked at Zhang Yinglong again and said with a determined face. President, leave the high-level tasks to us, absolutely save up 2,000 points in a month's time. Take back the number 1 spot on the guild scoreboard. If we can't, I'd rather take all my teammates and leave the Dragon Bard Guild. Qin Yu's words immediately stirred up 1,000 waves. Especially the two teammates on the team. Spirit Sand was actually okay, after all, he had been teamed up with Qin Yu. His strength was extraordinary. Moreover, after seeing the scene just now, perhaps there was a real possibility that he might be able to accomplish this goal. Therefore, she wasn't worried that she would actually leave the Dragon Bard Guild. However, Lin Haoyu was not calm anymore. Immediately rushing to Qin Yu's side, he roared breathlessly. You guy, you want to pull a few backs if you're going to leave yourself, right? No wonder you want to find me as a teammate. I didn't think it was thinking of pitting me like this. Looking at the furious Lin Haoyu on the side, Qin Yu just smiled faintly but did not respond in any way, always looking at Zhang Yinglong. Good. After a while, Zhang Yinglong then slowly nodded his head. Kid, you really do have the courage to be number 1. As long as you can get 2,000 points at the end of the month and surpass the Mad Thunder Guild, I will give you whatever you want. As long as it's something the guild can afford to give, I'll fulfill it. Then it's a deal. After saying that, Qin Yu immediately walked towards the elevator. Jin Li and Song Wanru followed closely behind, as well as Ling Xia. Lin Haoyu stood in place and hesitated for a while before he quickly chased after him. As much as he didn't want to accept this fact, but he also didn't dare to easily reject it. In front of so many people, if he flatly refused to team up with Qin Yu, wouldn't this be a disgrace to his grandmother's house? At that time, how would he still be able to mix in the Dragon Bard Guild? Most notably, it would also leave a bad impression on Zhang Yinglong. Thinking of this, he could not help but greet Qin Yu's ancestors in his heart. After a few people left, the remaining members dispersed on their own. Only Zhang Yinglong and the 5 captains remained. Boss, do you really want to leave such a big matter to that Qin Yu? Su Yanqing respectfully walked to Zhang Yinglong's side and asked softly. That kid has some strength, but high-level missions aren't that easy to handle. Should we, too, intervene? No need. Zhang Yinglong shook his head without even thinking about it. Since that kid is so confident, then let him go. If he can really do it, there's nothing wrong with giving a little reward. But if he can't do it, then I'll just have a chance to kick him out of the Dragonblight Guild. Looking at the smile that inadvertently appeared on Zhang Yinglong's face, Su Yanqing could not help but let out a light laugh. Including the 4 captains standing behind him. As expected, it's still you, boss, who is thoughtful. But, in case that kid doesn't succeed, we can't give up the title of the number 1 guild to that Mad Thunder Guild, right? Humph. The Mad Thunder Guild seems to have recently changed to a new president, and that's why it's making such a big move. However, to want to take down the first guild with just this amount of points, it's too much to take me, Zhang Yinglong, seriously. Zhang Yinglong waved his hand and opened his account. Inside, hundreds of thousands of points still existed. After so many years of Dragon Gilded Guild's heritage, will it be compared to a halfway decent guild? When the points ranking is over, I'll have to go and personally meet the new president of this Mad Thunder Guild. Let's see who is it. So arrogant that he dares to covet our Dragonblight Guild's #1 throne. Qin Yu's few people made their way up to the 3rd floor. During this time, Jin Lee had been explaining to Qin Yu about the difficulty of advanced quests and the techniques to pass them. Advanced quests, basically no one dared to touch them. The effort was not pleasing to the eye. As the captain, after so many years, he had only accomplished it a few times. Moreover, every time, it was extremely dangerous. It wasn't the same as the secret realm. Guild quests are basically some unknown copies to explore and hunt down copy bosses, thus gaining points. The higher the level of the copy boss, the higher the points. The higher the level of the boss, the higher the points would be. However, for high-level guild quests, the bosses usually had to be at level 30 or higher. And since it was an unknown copy, it wasn't clear how dangerous the copy boss was. That was why no one was willing to complete those high-level quests. Even if the points were high, the danger was quite high. Generally speaking, one would also have to be after level 30 and reach intermediate level professional before they could take on advanced quests. For someone like Qin Yu, who had just graduated a month ago, to think of taking on high-level quests was simply reckless. Alright. Stop inking. At this moment, Qin Yu finally couldn't help but interrupt Jin Lee's chanting. Team Jin, first of all, I'm already level 19, not that far from level 30. Secondly, it's been so long, do you still not believe in my strength? You can ask Song Wanru, we've already cleared that level 30 secret realm, can we still be afraid of a small copy boss? Besides, I'm not alone this time. A top arrayer, and a top knight, with this configuration, clearing the level will only be easier. What about me? At this moment, Song Wanru, who was on the side, immediately asked. You're not going to bring me? 3 is enough, it's not like it's a good job. Qin Yu, don't look down on people. Qin Yu had good intentions, Song Wanru was a mage and was prone to accidents. After such a long time, he had long since discovered Song Wanru's drawbacks. Although the damage was explosive, the frequency was extremely fast and the range was huge. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of life-saving skills. If he chose to let her into the team, the danger would be greatly elevated. However, Song Wanru immediately revealed an angry expression and let out a low growl. I've buried myself in the copies these days to dive into upgrading, and I've already reached level 18. In terms of rank, I'm not that far off from you. Guild ranking, it represents whether we can get rewards every month? I'm not going to leave such a big thing completely up to an outsider to decide. So today, you have to let me into the squad. Otherwise, I'll challenge the high-level quests myself. 113, Departure. It's just a copy of Unknown? It's not that difficult. Looking at Song Wanru's determined eyes, Qin Yu then did not say anything more but nodded and walked to the guild quest point on the 3rd floor. On the large screen of the quest point, there were many high-level quests. However, there were some quests that were in a gray state. This meant that these quests had already been completed by other guilds. After removing those gray quests, there were just 4 left. Qin Yu opened them one by one and looked at the information inside. Quest name, Lonely Island at Sea. Mission name, Underground Mining Cave. Mission name, Deadly Swamp. Mission name, Thorny Jungle. Mission name, Thorny Jungle. These 4 quests, all of them only had a single location, with no information presented beyond that. This could not help but also make Qin Yu, as well as the 3 people beside him, a little puzzled. At this moment, Jin Lee hurriedly opened his mouth at the side to explain. It is precisely because these copies are undiscovered and no one dares to go there that they are considered high-level quests by the guilds. Qin Yu, I still want to advise you guys not to act impulsively. These high-level quests, which have not been completed by anyone for a long time, are proof enough of their difficulty and danger. I can talk to the president and ask him to think of something else. It's fine. Qin Yu immediately interrupted Jin Lee, Team Jin, don't worry too much about us. A few copies in the district is nothing to us heavenly prides? You few say right? After saying this, Qin Yu also glanced at the 3 people beside him, his eyes full of smiles. I'm not even afraid of a summoner, you few S-rank professions, you should be even less afraid, right? That's natural. Song Wanru and Ling Sha said almost in unison. Seeing this, Lin Haoyu could only nod silently. In reality, he didn't want to quit this team at all times. As the only defensive type professional in this team, Qin Yu had pulled him into the team, he reasonably thought. This guy was trying to make himself a free sandbag. In other words, it was purposely for him to take a beating. Otherwise, why didn't he choose an output profession with explosive damage, but instead chose him as a defensive profession? However, right now, the arrow had to be sent. Especially in front of two beautiful women. He couldn't afford to wimp out. At the very least, he couldn't wimp out compared to that Qin Yu. Thinking of this, Lin Haoyu immediately looked at Jean Li with a smile and confidently patted his chest. Don't worry, Captain Jean. Even if you don't believe in Qin Yu, you should still believe in me. Although my attack power isn't that high, my defense power is one of the highest. There's definitely nothing wrong with protecting them. Seeing that Jean Li didn't pick up the conversation, he then turned his head to look at Song Wanru and Ling Sha again and said with a smile. Don't worry, two beauties, I will definitely protect you. As for that Qin Yu, let him fend for himself. I am not going to care about him. Whether he lives or dies, it has nothing to do with me. Seemingly, people don't need your protection either, right? Spirit Sand suddenly snickered at the sight. And this inevitably caused Lin Haoyu to choke on his words all of a sudden. At this moment, Qin Yu immediately rounded off the scene, then opened the map of Linghai City and slowly opened his mouth. Alright, I'll come over and take a look. I just studied the locations of these 4 unknown copies and determined a more time-saving route. First, we'll go to the Thorn Jungle, then the underground mining cave, the Deadly Swamp, and finally the Sea Isle. The first 3 happen to be in the no man's land of the Back Mountain Range, and the Deadly Swamp isn't far from the sea, so after completing it, it's just the right time to take a boat directly to that lonely island in the sea. I don't have a problem with that. Spirit Sand nodded. I have no opinion either. Song Wanru agreed right after. Since both beauties are fine with it, then I don't have any opinions either. Lin Haoyu spread his hands and said. Good, then since they all have no opinion, let's set off immediately. The 4 of them immediately formed a squad, and then they intended to set off for the Thorn Jungle. Wait. However, at this time, Jean Li once again stopped in front of the few people. He then pulled out something similar to a flare from his pocket and placed it in Qin Yu's hand. This is for you guys. If you really encounter any danger that cannot be resolved, use this cloud-piercing arrow and I will be able to arrive immediately with my men. Cloud-penetrating arrow, it can travel through copies in reality, I can see you guys even if you use it in a copy. Qin Yu looked at the cloud-piercing arrow in his hand, and almost without the slightest hesitation, he handed it over to Song Wanru beside him. Okay, but I don't think we should be able to use this. With me here, these 4 copies, it's definitely an instant second kill, there's no danger. Just blow it off, no one will take you for a dummy if you don't. Qin Yu didn't pay attention to Lin Haoyu's trolling, and then led a few people down the stairs. But looking at their departing backs, Jean Li always felt a little panicked. Although he trusted Qin Yu's strength. But the danger of that unknown copy was far more exaggerated than what they had imagined. He could only silently pray that these few people just don't risk their lives. And at this moment, inside the Mad Thunder Guild, Shi Wohai was sitting in the main seat of the hall, looking ahead with a serious expression. Beside him was the shocked Cold Crow. Yu Yue, why did you come back alone? And, why are there wounds on your body? Reporting to Lord Cold Crow. Sinai forced herself to endure the pain and half-kneeled. My sister she has been sacrificed. Yu Yue's answer instantly caused Cold Crow to freeze. But soon, he regained his composure and then asked again. Was it that kid who did it? Yes. Yu Knight nodded. That fellow called Qin Yu can't be killed at all. I fought with him for a long time, but I couldn't kill him at all. It feels like an invincible existence. Sister, she was killed by that guy in order to save me, so I took the opportunity to escape back. The injuries on my body are from escaping back. Yu Ye's face was filled with indignation and unwillingness. 2 lines of hot tears flowed down, as if telling of his bitterness towards his dead sister. However, in the next second, Cold Crow appeared in front of her and slapped her, knocking her to the ground. A bunch of losers. It's a shame that I still have high hopes for you guys. Do you really have to let me personally do this? Cold Crow paced back and forth in anger. This was the first time that he had encountered a target that was so difficult to deal with. So far, it had counter-killed 3 of their Slayer Association Slayers. Beginner, intermediate, and advanced kills each. Then, would the next one be an Order Ambassador like him? And just then, a portal suddenly appeared beside him, only to see Eagle Eyebrows leap out of it in a sorry state, and the moment he saw Cold Raven, he fell to his knees in excitement. Lord Cold Crow. I've finally found you. Lord Bloodming He was killed by a kid named Qin Yu. 114. Reaching a consensus on a common enemy. Seeking golden tickets. The sudden appearance of Eagle Eyebrows immediately startled Cold Raven. If it wasn't for the black cloak on his body and the Slayer Association badge on his chest, Cold Crow would probably have already taken his life with a claw. But the surprise wasn't just the sudden appearance of the connector. Rather, it was the fact that he actually said that the Order Envoy Bloodming had been taken out. The most important thing was that the person who had taken out the Order Envoy Bloodming was also that Chinu. The strength of the ambassador was already considered to be the best in the Assassin Association, second only to the president of the association. Bloodming is even the middle of the 12 Order Envoys in terms of strength. Able to quickly enhance their attributes through the smell of blood and through their own blood, can be said to be like the existence of a mad dog. Even he was killed by that Chinu. Can this kid's strength be so exaggerated? He had also investigated Chinu. But there wasn't much useful information. All that was known was that he was number 1 in this year's grand examination. Moreover, he got the first place in the grand exam with a summoner's profession. Now that he had joined the Dragon Bard Guild, he had a bright future ahead of him. For a summoner to get the first place in the grand exam and still be able to enter the Dragon Bard Guild, this was something that hadn't happened in China for hundreds of years. This might prove that this kid is not something to be messed with. It definitely wasn't that simple. At this time, Shi Wuhai, who had not said anything, slowly stood up and walked over to Cold Crow, saying with some disappointment. Cold Crow, it seems that I have overestimated your killer association. However, seeing as you guys helped me raise the ranking of the Mad Thunder Guild to number 1, I won't be looking for a refund for all that money I gave you guys. Since you guys can't do away with that kid, I'll find a way to deal with him myself. I still don't believe it, a little kid who dares to on my head. I will make him bury my son with him. Don't bother Mr. Shi to do it. Suddenly, a coolness came from Shi Wuhai's side. The Cold Raven's eyes were cold and full of murderous aura, as if he was going to rush out and break the Qin Yu into pieces in the next second. That Qin Yu dared to kill the association's Order Envoy, then this is no longer your personal grudge, but the enemy of all of us in the Killer Association. He is provoking the entire Killer Association. After saying that, he immediately looked at the trembling Eagle Eyebrows on the side and shouted in a low voice. Where is that brat now? Daring to provoke the association, I will kill him with my own hands. Lord Cold Raven, you have to be calm? Eagle Eyebrows immediately waved his hand at the situation and opened his mouth to dissuade him. That kid is very wrong, you know the strength of Lord Bloodming, that's an existence that is known as the strongest attribute in the association. But even his full strength strike couldn't kill that kid, it didn't even hurt him for a single point. Yes, Lord Cold Crow. On the side, Yui Knight also immediately stepped forward. I think this matter also needs to be considered in the long run. That Chinu, who clearly doesn't have much equipment on him, was able to withstand my lethal damage. It feels like it's not too far off from my ability. But he's clearly just a summoner. Yu Ye's words immediately caused everyone present to fall into silence. How did a summoner come to have such strength? It was just as well that he was able to kill a level 3 assassin back. He even took out an Order Envoy. If this were to spread out, how would anyone come to the Killer Association to help them kill? At that time, the Killers Association will fulfill its mission. These 8 words would become a joke. So Qin Yu can summon a dragon attendant, could his exaggerated strength be related to this? At this moment, Eagle Eyebrows immediately said excitedly. I saw with my own eyes that Qin Yu summoned a dozen or so dragons, if it wasn't for those dragons, Lord Bloodming wouldn't have died. Dragons? Hearing Eagle Eyebrows' words, Shi Wuhai and Cold Crow instantly frowned. No wonder. Everything makes much more sense if it looks like this. The Dragon Clan was a legendary race. The professions, or skills, that were usually tied to this race were all extremely powerful. This Qin Yu was actually able to summon a dragon race attendant. No wonder, he was able to take the first place in the grand exam and was able to counter-kill so many killers in the association. And, most importantly, not more than a few seconds later, Eagle Eyebrows then spoke again immediately afterward. I saw that kid was wearing a golden-colored poison ring on his hand. If I didn't have the antidote with me, I'm afraid my life would have to be accounted for there. A golden poison ring? A smile instantly appeared out of the corner of Cold Crow's eye, and he immediately inquired. Are you telling the truth? 1,000 times true. Are you still not clear about my eyes? There's no way it's possible to see wrongly. A golden-colored poison ring. This was an extremely precious piece of equipment. Moreover, it was a top-tier equipment that had never appeared in Huaxia before. Currently, he had only heard that there were a few purple-colored poison rings that were circulating on the market. Moreover, the price was sky-high. After all, this kind of equipment improved the efficiency of brushing monsters and fighting books too quickly. Those normal copies of monsters basically had no resistance to poison. Therefore, as long as they were hooked up to poison, that percentage blood loss attribute would quickly finish off those monsters. Passing a copy was just a matter of minutes. Faster copy clearance meant faster upgrades. The difference in strength between professionals was mainly related to their level. Even if there was only a difference of one level, there would be a huge increase in attributes. And this kind of unattainable artifact would fall into this kid's hands? If he could have the chance to get that golden poison ring, perhaps his position could even move a little further forward. As for Shi Wuhai, who was on the side, his eyes also revealed an excited essence. Although it was unclear where the Qin Yu kid had gotten this kind of divine artifact from. But if he could take possession of this golden grade poison ring for himself, then his strength would definitely increase very greatly. The two of them smiled at the same time in unspoken agreement before they both returned to their seats. Mr. Shi, this brat has now officially declared war with the Slayer Association. As an order envoy, I must not let him go on such a rampage. At this moment, Cold Crow turned his head to Shi Wuhai, who was at the side, and said softly, "Plus, he also killed one of my beloved ones. No matter what, I have to finish him off myself. So, do you have any good ideas?" Shi Wuhai smiled as he opened his mouth to inquire. "That brat isn't that easy to deal with. If you don't have a perfect plan, I'm afraid that you'll also be killed by that Qin Yu, just like that Blood Ming Order envoy. It looks like Mr. Shi has already thought of some good plan. We might as well cooperate?" "Cooperation is fine, but I'll take that highly poisonous ring." Shi Wuhai nonchalantly stated his inner thoughts. "I've invested so much money in your Slayer Association, it should be reasonable for me to want such a small piece of equipment, right?" Hearing Shi Wuhai's request, Cold Crow instantly frowned. But soon, the corners of his eyes curled up slightly again and he said with a smile, "Good. I agree. Then I wish us a happy cooperation?" Happy cooperation. 115. Back mountain range, no man's land, hidden copy entrance. A luxury car was parked in front of the entrance of the Dragon's Bard Guild. By the looks of it, the price was estimated to be over $1 million. "Two beauties, please get in." Seeing this, Lin Haoyu immediately opened the car door and gentlemanly made way. However, Qin Yu followed behind Ling Sha and Song Wanru and was just about to get into the car when Lin Haoyu stopped him. There's no place for you in this car." Lin Haoyu looked at Qin Yu disdainfully and said without any humor, "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable situation. Go take a taxi yourself, don't dirty my McLaren." Looking at Lin Haoyu's arrogant expression, Qin Yu just smiled faintly, then patted his shoulder and said, "Lin Haoyu, I know you look at me with displeasure. But it's useless for you to use this method to satirize me. Do you really think that I can't afford a luxury car like this? You just have a stiff upper lip, don't you?" Lin Haoyu couldn't help but snort lightly. "This car of mine is a limited edition, it can't go down without $2 million. You can't even put together a set of equipment, how could you possibly have extra money to buy this car? A car is just a transportation tool, only people like you need it, but I don't. The same goes for equipment, it's just that I don't want to buy it." Qin Yu silently opened his personal interface and showed Lin Haoyu his account balance. How is this possible? Where did you get so much money?" Looking at the more than $2 million in Qin Yu's account, Lin Haoyu froze in place. "No comment on this." Qin Yu smiled and shook his head before putting away his personal interface. Afterward, a dragon's whistle rang out from the air. A coiled dragon covered in golden scales flew from not far away and slowly stopped beside Qin Yu. "To me, that car of yours is a useless piece of iron, not as good as my summons." Qin Yu slowly climbed onto the dragon's ridge, then looked at the car and waved his hand. Without waiting for Lin Haoyu to speak, Ling Sha and Song Wanru got out of the car one after another. "I'm sorry, classmate Haoyu, I still prefer to walk in that dragon." Ling Sha passed by Lin Haoyu and smiled slightly apologetically. "Me too." Song Wanru walked by next, and then even glanced at the roadside sports car, a disdainful expression on her face. I'm not used to riding in this kind of sports car, I usually ride in business. After the two of them boarded the Dragon Ridge, the golden-scaled insect then instantly took off into the air. But at this time, Qin Yu didn't forget to taunt Lin Haoyu, who was already furious. Classmate Lin, then we'll leave first. If you can't keep up, we can wait for you at the destination for a while. After all, we're teammates now, we definitely won't leave you behind. After saying that, Qin Yu took the two of them to ride the dragon and left the place. In an instant, they were gone. Only Lin Haoyu, who was standing in place, was left behind, impotent and furious. Qin Yu, you wait for me. 3 hours later, the entrance to the uninhabited area of the back mountain range. Qin Yu, it's been so long that Lin Haoyu shouldn't be lost, right? Beside a fire, Ling Xiao looked at Qin Yu beside him and asked with some worry. Should we go look for him? No need, he will arrive in a while. Qin Yu smiled as he distributed the 4 skewers of venison in his hand and gave 2 skewers to Ling Xiao and Song Wanru beside him, then looked at the hummingbird moths that flew in from the distance and shook his head. His words had just fallen. Lin Haoyu then appeared from the distance even as he ran, sweating profusely. I can finally catch up with you guys. This place is full of thorns, cars can't get in at all. Otherwise, I would have definitely arrived before you guys. Seeing Lin Haoyu finally arrive, Qin Yu also immediately got up to greet him. Fellow student Lin is still really fast, huh? I thought it would take you at least another hour to get here? Come on, do you want to have a bunch to pad your stomach as well? We're probably only going to be able to eat this meal today. Looking at the bunch of already roasted venison that Qin Yu handed over, Lin Haoyu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After sitting in the car for 2 hours and rushing up the mountain road for another hour, he had long been starving. Plus, smelling the aroma of this roasted venison immediately made his stomach growl. However, he still forcefully suppressed the desire in his heart and said in disgust. Humph. It's just a bunch of broken venison, I don't care about it. In Central Province, this Gongzi can have mountainous delicacies at every meal, how can he eat this kind of thing? Are you sure you won't eat it? Although he could see that this guy was holding on strongly, Qin Yu did not break it, but tentatively took back the meat skewer. However, right at this moment, Lin Haoyu suddenly reached out and stopped him. However, seeing as you were kind enough to bring me a portion, I'll reluctantly give it a taste, right? Without waiting for Qin Yu to react, Lin Haoyu snatched the meat skewer and swallowed the meat on it in a few bites, eating it with his mouth full of oil. The scene was no different from a monster eating a human being. In response, Qin Yu only laughed, and then opened the map to check. Their current location was the entrance to the no man's land. It was also the area of the thorn forest. Here, close to the water source, all that grows is a large area of thorn bushes, making it quite difficult to walk here. And this was also the reason why this place was called No Man's Land? It was different from Death Valley. The environment here is harsh, and monsters are very rare. Professionals, as well as monster hunters, were naturally unwilling to come to this thankless place. Because of this, this place was an undeveloped area with many unknown copy entrances. Generally speaking, it was estimated that these undeveloped copies wouldn't be touched by anyone without a few months and years. But on the contrary, they were swept away by this halfway decent Mad Thunder Guild. Only remaining, this most difficult to discover copy. And just now, he had sent out 200 hummingbird moths to explore the thorn forest. Looking at the time, they should be back with good news soon. Soon, flocks of hummingbird moths flew back from afar. But unexpectedly, it wasn't as lucky as he had imagined. No unexplored copy entrances were found in this thorny forest. This could not help but make Qin Yu a little puzzled. At the entrance of a duplicate, swarms of monsters would usually appear. But the hummingbird moth found nothing. This was really something that he could not figure out. At this time, the 3 people who had finished eating their meat also arrived beside Qin Yu one after another, and seeing the sadness on his face, they immediately asked. What? Any discovery? Nothing has been found, not only are there no people here, even monsters are rare. It seems that we have to prepare for a protracted battle. As soon as Qin Yu's words fell, a light rain fell in the air. The rain dripped and rained incessantly. This, in turn, caused the small river beside them to slowly rise. The 3 of them immediately ran to the side to take shelter under a tree. But Qin Yu was still standing at the same spot, looking at the rising creek in a daze. Qin Yu! What are you standing there dumbly for? Song Wanru immediately asked loudly when she saw this. But in the next second, Qin Yu directly jumped into the river. 116, copy of Bloodthorn Forest, additional copy effect. Qin Yu's sudden jump into the river instantly made the three people under the tree stay in place. Song Wanru's movements were the fastest, immediately rushing towards the river, but where was there any Qin Yu's figure there? The heavy rain was majestic, and looking at the river whose water level was rapidly rising, the three of them were at a loss for words. They didn't understand what kind of disease Qin Yu had committed that he would commit such a life-threatening act. Even if he couldn't find the entrance to the replica, he wouldn't be so suicidal as to use this method, right? However, at this moment, Ling Sha noticed that there appeared to be a burst of irregular ripples appearing in the river. Subsequently, the small river was suddenly parted from the center. Only to see Qin Yu standing in the center, flanked by countless worms and iron beetles that were alive and pushing the river to the sides. And not far in front of him, there was a swirling portal. It's the duplicate entrance. Hearing the three people beside him exclaim, Qin Yu merely revealed a smug smile. He now knew why, for such a long time, no one had ever discovered this replica entrance. Because that entrance was hidden in the river. Only during heavy rains would it appear as a swirling phenomenon and be discovered. But when it's raining heavily, no one is willing to go out and brush their books. It was even more unlikely that they would come to this no man's land. Therefore, this copy was perfectly hidden. If it wasn't for the fact that it happened to be raining heavily, he was afraid that it would be difficult to find this portal in a short period of time. Qin Yu immediately walked into the portal, while the other three hurriedly followed. Listening to the two beauties sparing no effort in praising and admiring him, Lin Haoyu, who was on the side, suddenly felt a little bad. Cut. What's the point of being complacent? Wasn't it just a coincidence that you found the entrance to the duplicate? It's just luck. Just as he was still spitting on the side, Qin Yu shouted towards him with a chortle. Hey! Come over here then, shield wielder. Do you want the two girls to take the lead? Although Lin Haoyu was dissatisfied, he still obediently held up his shield to the front of the group. Passing through the portal, a large thorny forest once again appeared in front of the crowd. However, the thorn forest here was blood red. It was a stark contrast to the brown thorn forest in No Man's Land. The thorn forest here was more like it had been splashed with a layer of plasma. Seeing this, Song Wanru immediately revealed a timid expression. Fortunately, Ling Sha beside her held her at the right time, which allowed her to gradually regain her composure. At this moment, the introduction of the copy information appeared in front of the four of them at the same time. Congratulations to Qin Yu's squad for discovering a new copy. Copy name, Bloodthorn Forest. Copy level, level 30. Copy effect, during the copy, it will fall into a weakened state, and the defense value will continue to be cut down until it is cut down to 0. The moment they saw this copy effect, several people immediately frowned. This was the first time they had ever encountered a copy with an additional effect. This showed that the difficulty of this copy was not generally high. And for this effect, the one who was most restricted. It was none other than Lin Haoyu. As an S-class profession Templar Knight, his high defense value was his only advantage. However, if the defense continued to be cut, his advantage was gone. Or rather, it basically became an invalid. As if sensing the gaze of the other three, Lin Haoyu disdainfully opened his mouth and asked. You guys don't think I'm a wimp, do you? So what if it has this effect? My defense is so high that it won't hurt me to reduce it a bit. Besides, I can still utilize skills to add shields, so this little matter doesn't affect me at all. Student Lin, although you're very confident, I still think you should be a bit more cautious. I suggest that it's safest if you wait for us here. You're also the one who asked me to come, and you're also the one who won't let me follow. Who do you think you are? Lin Haoyu snorted coldly, then he walked towards the thorn forest on his own. My life, it's up to me. No need for you to care. Looking at Lin Haoyu's fading back, Qin Yu could only sigh helplessly. He was clearly doing it for his own good. Why didn't this guy appreciate it? Sigh, forget it. Qin Yu shook his head and said. Let's hurry up and follow. Although this copy has an extra effect, as long as we can quickly find the boss and finish it off, then the effect isn't really that horrible. The Bloodthorn Forest was silent. The smell of blood that filled the air stimulated their senses at all times. Especially when they looked at the constantly falling defense values, there was always a feeling of bottomlessness lingering in their hearts. Lin Haoyu, who was walking at the front, was the most annoyed. He was still thinking that he was going to show off his skills in front of the two beauties in a heroic rescue scene. In this way, he could be considered not to have come to play for nothing. However, this copy didn't give him any chance to play. They had only been in the copy for more than 10 minutes, and his defense value had already dropped by almost half. If this went on for a while longer, wouldn't he be running around naked? However, he must not show his cowardice. Especially in front of that Qin Yu. The face he lost during the examination, he would never lose it again now. This was also the reason why he had to rush to the front even though he was bracing his fear. Even if his defense value was completely reduced to 0. He still had 3,000 blood, so in this level 30 copy, it wasn't too dangerous. But at that moment, a monkey suddenly jumped down from the tree and landed in front of him. This monkey was covered in blood and had sharp teeth, and while holding an unknown, bleeding severed limb and gnawing on it, he stared at Lin Haoyu with a snicker. Without waiting for Lin Haoyu to react, the monkey made a violent leap and pounced on him, biting into the armor of his shoulder. The sudden appearance of the monster immediately caused Lin Haoyu's hands to be in a mess. Even the shield in his hand was thrown on the ground. When Qin Yu saw this, he was just about to make a move when he saw a flame beam shoot out from the side, hitting the monkey squarely and knocking it to the ground. Subsequently, several more falling thunderbolts fell, instantly turning that monkey into charcoal. And this could not help but make Qin Yu somewhat surprised. Although he already knew that Song Wanru had reached level 18, only one level behind himself. But to be able to kill a level 30 monster in a few skills, this kind of damage was also a bit exaggerated. Sure enough, S-rank hidden professions were no joke. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the golden phrase enchantment, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have the courage to confront her. As if sensing Qin Yu's gaze, Song Wanru instantly revealed a smug smile. After so many days of subconsciously brushing the books, it had finally paid off. After leveling up, the damage of each of her skills had increased significantly. Moreover, she had become more comfortable with the reactions between the various attributes. Solving a level 30 ordinary monster was no big deal at all. Even if it was that copy boss, she was now confident that she would be able to solve it solo. However, just as she was still complacent, Qin Yu suddenly rushed towards her and immediately embraced her tightly in his arms. She was just about to lash out when she saw a blood-red claw fly past her. Just a little bit short, her neck would have been instantly clawed off. 117, 100,000 shield copy boss, directly killed in seconds. Subsequently, hordes of monkeys came from all directions and instantly surrounded them. The number was 100. These monkeys were both big and small, and were all level 30. Thanks. Let's talk about thanks later, the priority is to solve these monsters. Qin Yu violently swung the staff in his hand, and then countless worms surged around, completely dispersing the monkeys. He, in turn, immediately got into the body of the Hawkeye dragon worm and flew into the air. What surprised him a little was that these monkeys were unlike any of the monsters they had encountered before that only knew how to rampage. They were very smart and their attacks were all very methodical. Knowing that Lin Haoyu was a big guy with high defense and very slow movements, the monkeys only sent a few monkey monsters to hold him back. The other monkey monsters, on the other hand, were fully attacking Ling Sha and Song Wanru behind him. Although it was said that Qin Yu had sent a sufficient number of worms to assist. However, he only had one drop of blood right now, and these worms could basically be said to be unbeatable as well. Moreover, the damage of the life-sacrificing strike was nowhere near as high as before. One could say that he had summoned these worms just to test the intelligence of these monkey monsters. Obviously, the monkey monsters simply stopped caring about these worms after realizing that they were no threat whatsoever. But what they didn't know was that there were countless detonation worms hidden amongst these worms. The detonation worms was a new growth stage worm race that he had just recently discovered. It belonged to a type of secret worm race. This kind of worm race would cause a small range of high damage by detonating itself. However, this skill required a very long build-up time. As long as it was successfully activated, it would be able to wipe out all of these monkeys in an instant. The reason why he used this method to take out the monkeys was to draw out the leader behind these monkeys. Monkeys are creatures that live in groups and are a race that reveres kingship. For a monkey group of this size, there must be a monkey king behind the scenes who is strategizing. And this monkey king must be the boss of this copy. Generally speaking, the leader of the herd, when the tribe won a great victory, would appear to enjoy the joy of victory and divide the fruits along the way. So, he guessed that before long, that guy would appear nearby. However, at this moment, the three people surrounded by the monkeys were in a bitter battle. That Qin Yu kid threw us down and ran away? Lin Haoyu roared angrily as he slashed the charging monkey monster with a sword. I knew he couldn't be trusted. Don't get distracted. Finish off these monkey monsters first. Spirit Sand played the role of the backbone at this time. As someone under Su Yanqing, a professional who had practiced in Death Valley, she was relatively familiar with this kind of scene. The most important thing for a squad was not to disorganize themselves. Therefore, at the very first moment, she threw out a circle of damage control formations to stop the monkeys. Moreover, she threw down a recovery formation at the feet of the three of them to restore their status. This was the main fighting style of an array master. And, with the exclusive equipment, the 8 trigrams. Not only was the cooldown cut in half the time, with each move of the array, an additional attribute damage array would appear nearby. It could be said to have drastically increased her strength. Although her level was a bit lower, she was still able to deal with these monkey monsters with ease. Coupled with the fact that there was also a defensive knight, and a high damage and high frequency mage teammate, it was only a matter of time before this level 30 monkey group was resolved. However, at this time, a roar suddenly came from not far away. It resounded throughout the entire field. Only to see, a giant monkey monster jumped violently from the distance and landed not far from the several people. It was also at this instant that a prompt message appeared in front of the three of them at the same time. Bloodthorn Forest Copy Boss Blood Monkey King has appeared, please pay attention. It's the copy boss. The three of them immediately looked in the direction of the Blood Monkey King, their faces filled with tension. This copy boss was level 35 and was huge, with a blood volume of 50,000 points. Most importantly, this guy's defense value was as much as 100,000 points. With this kind of defense and blood volume, they couldn't think of how they would be able to finish it off. But strangely enough, it didn't launch an attack and instead sat in the thorn forest on the side, looking at them with interest. It was as if it was confident that even if it didn't attack, these monkeys and monkeys of its would definitely win. This was indeed the case. After its roar, these monkey monsters seemed to be instantly pumped with chicken blood, charging towards them as if they were desperate. Even if there were still monkey monsters being controlled in that wound control formation, the ones behind them were still coming forward, directly stepping on the bodies and corpses in front of them and rushing into the encirclement. The formation was broken through in an instant, which couldn't help but also put them in an extremely dangerous situation. If it was in other copies, the three of them might still be able to resist a bit. After all, with a top-tier defensive profession like Lin Haoyu, as long as they attracted a good amount of firepower and the two of them output from the back, it was definitely possible to wipe out all of these monkey monsters. However, there was a copy effect here that cut the defense value. Not only was Lin Haoyu's strength weakened drastically, but Ling Xia and Song Wanru also became very dangerous. Without defense value, these two little brittle girls, it was estimated that if they were touched, they would probably have to enter a near-death state. If there was no good plan, they were afraid that they would all be buried here today. Suddenly, there was an explosion around them. Those monkey monsters that rushed in were instantly blown away, some shattered into pieces, some flew out more than 10 meters away. The few sporadically left were spared, but they were also taken out by the wind blades that suddenly rushed in from the air. At this time, Qin Yu slowly landed on his eagle-eyed dragon bug and arrived beside the three. You still know to come back, ah? Lin Haoyu immediately stepped forward in anger at the sight, but before he could do anything, he was fixed by Qin Yu's glare. I advise you to collect your temper first. If it wasn't for me, you guys would have just been skinned by those monkey monsters and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. He then looked up at the Blood Monkey King not far away and said softly. The reason I left the encirclement first just now was to draw out this copy boss. Now it seems that it's really effective. But, that guy has a full 50,000 blood, and that 100,000 defense value. Spirit Sand at the side immediately spoke up. It's not limited by copy effects. With our strength, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to deal with him. It doesn't matter, no matter how much blood this guy has, in front of me, it's only a matter of seconds. Qin Yu, I realized that your bragging skills are getting stronger and stronger. Seeing Qin Yu's confident expression, Lin Haoyu then couldn't help but open his mouth to spit. Do you know what the concept of 150,000 blood is? And in a few seconds, you think you're the god of war? Facing Lin Haoyu's ridicule, Qin Yu did not respond and only silently waved the staff in his hand. Instantly, nearly 400 abyssal pythons appeared around him. Afterward, Qin Yu slowly pointed his staff towards the Blood Monkey King not far away and spoke in a deep voice. Attack! Give me seconds to kill it. 118. Equal division of rewards, Lin Haoyu's tirade begging for golden votes. Upon hearing the order, hundreds of abyssal pythons rushed towards that blood monkey king that was not far away. Even though that monkey king had realized the danger at the first moment, it didn't help. Facing so many abyssal pythons, it had no chance to resist and was instantly pounced upon. In just 5 seconds, several people received a prompt message in front of them. Congratulations to Qin Yu's squad for having defeated the Bloodthorn Forest boss, the Blood Monkey King. The duplicate rewards have been issued to the squad's backpack, please pay attention to checking. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu killed the level 35 Blood Monkey King in seconds. It was important to realize that the level difference between the two was more than 15 levels. However, the blood and defense value of this Blood Monkey King boss added up to 150,000. Even if this Qin Yu had more summons, there was no way he could kill it in seconds, right? At this moment, Spirit Sand, who was on the side, suddenly had a flash of light in front of his eyes, and then slowly said, "This monster is the one with dark attribute attacks." It was also present during the battle against the chairman. It was only when they heard Spirit Sand's words that the two people next to them came to a realization. I see. A dark attribute attack will directly deduct the blood quantity regardless of defense, which means that Blood Monkey King would then only have 50,000 blood left. With a blood level of 50,000, a few hundred summons attacking together, isn't it just a matter of a few seconds? While the three of them were still in a state of surprise, Qin Yu had already checked the copy rewards. This level 30 unknown copy, and those known copies of the reward is not too much. 80,000 gold coins, 160,000 upgrade materials. In addition to that, there was a piece of equipment that fell from killing the copy boss. Equipment name, Blood Weapon. Equipment grade, Purple. Equipment effect, Strength plus 20, Attack 100% strike, with blood-sucking effect. Blood-sucking effect is determined by the holder's attack power. This equipment looks plain and ordinary, just a purple grade. However, the attributes that it adds are 100% blast attack. If a power-type professional uses it, it's definitely a great weapon. And the most important thing is that it can absorb blood. Strength-type professions are the type that fights with the enemy. With this noble blood-sucking attribute, there was no need to bring a nurse or other recovery-type professions when brushing the books. It was even possible that the damage dealt by the opposite side was not as much as one's own recovery. However, there was a problem that appeared all of a sudden. Of the 4 people in the squad, none of them belonged to a strength-type profession. How should this equipment be distributed? At this time, the crowd also noticed the equipment popped out by the boss in their backpacks and frowned. After a while, Ling Sha then said softly, "Qin Yu, you take this equipment. The copy boss was killed by you, this equipment should rightfully belong to you." On what grounds? But suddenly, Lin Haoyu once again opened his mouth to retort. It's not like that boss was powerful, or else how could he have killed it in seconds so easily? In other words, it's possible for any of us to kill it in seconds? Then what do you mean? Qin Yu asked suspiciously. It means that since the 4 of us formed a squad, then naturally the rewards should be shared equally. Why should you take the lion's share? Looking at Lin Haoyu's indignant look, Qin Yu didn't even bother to argue with him and just nodded. Then let's do it. I can't use this equipment anyway, so just hang it up at the mall and buy it off and split it equally? Qin Yu didn't hesitate to hang this weapon in the mall, and before they could walk to the exit of the replica, there was a buyer who offered a high price of $1 million. The buyer's name was Overlord, and just by looking at the name, one could tell that this must be a powerhouse. Qin Yu did not haggle, and sold the weapon for $1 million, and then divided all the rewards equally among the other 3. In his opinion, even if this equipment was given to him, he would also sell it at the first opportunity. In the end, I'm afraid the result would just be less money. After all, he hadn't come to these 4 unknown copies this time to level up and earn rewards. Rather, it was to let Zhang Yinglong bleed. This guy, as the guild leader, had bullied him, a new member. If it wasn't for his superior strength, I'm afraid that he would have already been kicked out of the Dragon's Bard Guild. However, he was understandable. After all, those old captains that he had cut down from their horses had reigned supreme in the Longyin Guild for so many years, and more or less must have had some prestige. The relationship with that Zhang Yinglong must also still be good. He had threatened those guys' status, so naturally, he would be retaliated against. But this is nothing to him at all? After all, they only dared to play smart in the open, so they couldn't do any harm to him? It wasn't like that Killers Association, putting cold arrows behind his back. On top of that, he didn't want that year's high reward to go down the drain. He joined the Dragonbane Guild for the inexhaustible amount of high-level materials. But if he didn't have those, then he might as well just go to college, or go to the army much better. Lin Haoyu, on the other hand, didn't think so. The reason he wanted an equal share was purely for the sake of disgusting Qin Yu. As the richest son of Dragon City in Central Province, he is naturally not short of money. $1 million, to him, was just a matter of sprinkling water. It was not worth mentioning at all. But he just didn't want Qin Yu to swallow this reward alone. He took on this task on his own, and took out the copy boss on his own. What's more, he let him take all the limelight. It made him lose face in front of these two beauties. However, this was only because of the effect of the copy. If it was any other copy, he would definitely be able to exert his proper strength. Thinking of this, he wanted to immediately head to the next copy. However, at this time, Qin Yu was suddenly saying, "It's too late today, let's camp on the spot. The wilderness at night is full of crises, especially here as a no-man's land. It's even more likely that many high-level monsters will appear. Therefore, we can't rush out into the darkness, we have to wait for the dawn." Yo! The fearless Qin Yu, why is he wimpy now? Even that level 35 copy boss is a direct second. Are you still afraid of that monster that appears at night? I'm naturally not afraid. Qin Yu spread his hands, and then somewhat breathlessly looked at Lin Haoyu on the side. But the two girls can't. Who let the defensive Dana in our team not act? So I can only do this next best thing. You. Lin Haoyu instantly wanted to theorize, but was stopped by the two girls ganging up on him. Stop arguing, Qin Yu has a point. We still have a lot of time, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Today, we'll just make do for the night here in the wilderness. After saying that, it was as if they had discussed the matter, and with a wave of Song Wanru's staff, an earthen hut rose up from the ground. Subsequently, another fire beam shot out, instantly igniting a fire. Spirit Sand, on the other hand, raised her hands, and a circle of wound control formation surrounded the earth house. Qin Yu applauded with satisfaction at the situation, then patted Lin Haoyu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Student Lin, your chance to perform has arrived. Today's vigil, it's all yours, don't be lazy, oh? Otherwise you won't have much say in the hearts of the two beauties?" 119. The Emotionless Valley responded to the battle, and the Fifth Order envoy, Cold Crow, went out. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Lin Haoyu subconsciously nodded. He actually felt that what Qin Yu said was somewhat reasonable. But in an instant, he then asked in doubt. "Then what are you doing?" "Me? I'm naturally getting a good night's sleep." Qin Yu immediately walked towards the wooden house, saying words of thanks as he went. It wasn't until he entered the house that Lin Haoyu reacted. This guy was giving him the tiring job again? And he himself ran off to rest? But looking at the two girls who were busy at the side, he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only silently greet Qin Yu's ancestors in his heart. The fierce flames swayed in the fire. But even so, it was hard to block the sluggish cool wind in the thorn forest this night. Lin Haoyu could only block the holy shield to one side of his body so that he could barely get better. When he thought of him being a rich son of a central province, he was actually here to help others with their night watch, he couldn't help but be annoyed. If there was an opportunity to prove his strength, then he would have the power of speech to get that Qin Yu to do these dirty jobs. Thus, in front of those two top beauties, he would also be able to have a good impression. Suddenly, a dark arrow flew violently from the thorn forest on one side and plunged straight into the fire in front of him, stirring up a burst of sparks. Lin Haoyu instantly withdrew his thoughts and raised his shield to look in the direction the arrow flew from. Just as he wanted to go after it, he saw what appeared to be a note tied to that arrow. "Qin Yu, if you have the guts, come to the Emotionless Valley, I'll be waiting for you here." Signed by Shi Wu Hai. Looking at the inexplicable words on the note, Lin Haoyu could not help but frown. Could this not be some enemy of Qin Yu's coming to seek revenge? Then this was a good thing, although he didn't know what kind of character this Shi Wu Hai was. But since he dared to take the initiative to come and provoke, it meant that he must be something. At the very least, he must be a mid-level professional. A guy of this level actually had his eyes on Qin Yu. Doesn't that mean that there is finally someone who can come and cure this kid? Thinking of this, Lin Haoyu immediately rushed into the earthen house. However, he did not tell Qin Yu directly, but instead silently placed the note by his side. This kind of thing, there was no need for him to say more. When he saw this note early tomorrow morning, he would naturally understand everything. At that time, whether he went or not, it was a dilemma. Choosing to go, then this side of the mission would be put on hold. At that time, as the only male in the team, he would be greatly valued and would have more opportunities to express himself. At that time, he would be able to have a life of left and right. Thinking about it, it all felt awesome. And if he chose not to go, then he would just have another chance to satirize him. Either way, it would be excellent for him. Just like this, Lin Haoyu had been sitting outside waiting. Spiritual couldn't be more spiritual. But without realizing it, he was still sleepy and fell asleep. Until the next morning, Lin Haoyu was suddenly woken up by a shout. Only to see Song Wanru and Ling Sha rushing out of the earthen house with panicked faces, still holding the note in their hands. Lin Haoyu! How did you keep watch at night? Someone entered the house in the middle of the night and you didn't even know? Although he was a bit overwhelmed, Lin Haoyu still pretended to take the note and glanced at it, then unexpectedly spoke. This is someone seeking revenge on Qin Yu? Is this Shi Wu Hai very powerful? How did Qin Yu provoke him? In the face of Lin Haoyu's inquiry, Song Wanru was silent for a while, then slowly said. Anyway, we have to find Qin Yu first. If they really fought, the consequences would be unimaginable. Song Wanru's face was filled with worry. Shi Wu Hai she knew very well. As the second richest businessman in Linghai City after her father, Song Weiman, this guy was also very strong, and was considered to be on the top of the list in Linghai City. What he has awakened is the A-class hidden profession of magic archer. Able to take the enemy's head within 100 meters. This guy now found Qin Yu, must be for his dead son, Shi Yong, and come. Once the two meet, it will be a bloody battle. It will not end in death. But Shi Wu Hai was after all a mid-level professional, no matter in which aspect, he was stronger than Qin Yu. When the two sides fought, the loser would naturally be Qin Yu. She did not want Qin Yu to die. In a flash, Song Wanru immediately rushed in one direction without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this, Ling Sha also wanted to follow immediately, but was stopped by Lin Haoyu. You're also going to find that Qin Yu? This is someone's private matter, why do we care so much? So what if it's a private matter? Ling Sha glanced at Lin Haoyu and said in a deep voice. Qin Yu is now a member of the Dragonin Guild, he's now being targeted by his enemies, as members of the same guild, and teammates, do you think we can just stand by and watch? You can stay here if you don't want to go, don't block my way. Without saying any more nonsense, Ling Sha bypassed Lin Haoyu and then also rushed over in the direction Song Wanru had left. Looking at the two girls' distant backs, Lin Haoyu, although his heart was unwilling, he could only bite his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. He had no choice but to immediately follow them. At this time, Qin Yu had already arrived at the emotionless valley. He had long thought that Shi Wu Hai would come to his door. But he didn't expect that it would actually be so fast. It seemed that it was the woman he had let go that had already brought the news back. No one from the Killers Association dared to come, so he would have to come against himself personally. But this old man has not thought of things too simply. Want to kill him? We still have to see if we have the ability to do so. Come out. I know you're nearby. Emotionless Valley was surrounded by cliffs on three sides, and could be considered a very treacherous location within the no man's land. Moreover, there were very few places where one could hide here, so Qin Yu only took a brief glance and immediately shouted out. Didn't you want to kill me? I'd like to see if your strength is stronger than your son's. As soon as Qin Yu's words fell, he suddenly felt a coolness beside him. All the surrounding plants were instantly colored with a burst of white frost. And in the next second, a black shadow appeared from behind him, and with a violent swing of a short knife, a cold light appeared, stabbing towards Qin Yu's neck. But Qin Yu, as if he had already anticipated the sneak attack from behind, turned around and dodged it with a twist. A claw was swung out, but it came up empty. Only to see a man in dark golden robes appear in the same position as just now, the corners of his eyes filled with smiles. You're not Shi Wu Hai. At this moment, Qin Yu noticed the Killer Association badge on the man's chest and immediately said in shock. You're also from the Slayer Association? But then, he revealed a helpless smile. Your Killer Association is really persistent, how much did that Shi Wu Hai give you guys to work so hard for him? What level of assassin is it this time? Could it be? Without waiting for Qin Yu to finish, the man had slowly removed his hood, revealing an eye filled with a blood-colored spinning wheel. Fifth Order Envoy of the Assassin Association, codename Cold Crow. Here to take your life. 120. Invincible pupil technique, since you are unwilling to submit then die. Upon hearing the words Cold Crow, Qin Yu's eyes instantly flashed with a brilliant light. I was worried that I couldn't find you? I didn't expect you to come to my door by yourself? But so what if the order envoys? I've already taken out one, so it's not too bad to take you out again as well. Why don't you just call out the other order ambassadors of your Slayer Association as well? I'll just end them all. Oh yeah, there's also the boss of your association, let him come out to die as well. Humph. Cold Crow did not rush to strike, hearing Qin Yu's provocation, he just quietly looked at Qin Yu, then lightly hummed and said. A milquetoast brat who still wants to fight against the entire Slayer Association. Even wanting to compete with the president, you are truly not afraid of death. However, I like brats like you who aren't afraid of death, this way, it can also make my hunting process a bit more interesting. Afterwards, Cold Crow looked around and couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Do you know why I lured you here? Why? Qin Yu asked with a calm face. Is it hard to believe that there is some kind of ambush here? It seems that not only are you very strong, but you're also very smart. Cold Crow spoke with a smile. The reason why this place is called Emotionless Valley is because a pair of lovers were once martyred here. And the reason why they were martyred was because they were pursued by their enemies. What does this have to do with you luring me here? Because of this, there are endless grudges lurking in this emotionless valley, and once you fall into the valley, even if you have the ability to not die, it's useless. Now, do you understand what I mean? Hearing Cold Crow's words, Qin Yu subconsciously glanced at the cliff behind him. Indeed, as Cold Crow said, he felt an endless chill and gloominess from the bottom of that valley. It was as if there were countless large invisible hands that wanted to drag him downwards. But this place, will it really be like what that Cold Crow said, falling down will surely kill him? As if sensing the doubt on Qin Yu's face, Cold Crow immediately waved his hand, and then called Yui Knight, who was hiding in the dark, over. The knight is obviously not clear about the intentions of the Cold Raven, without the slightest defense, walked to the side of the Cold Raven. But unexpectedly, Cold Crow grabbed Yui Knight by the neck and threw her off the cliff. This sudden situation instantly caused both Qin Yu and Yu Yi to be unprepared. Are you crazy? What is this for? Seeing that Yu Yi was hanging from the branches of a tree at the edge of the cliff, Qin Yu immediately opened his mouth to question. He did not expect that this guy was even more cold-blooded than he had imagined. He actually wanted to kill even his own men without hesitation. Moreover, it was still without warning. Yu Yi tried to climb up the cliff, but in the next second, the falling clouds at the bottom of the valley suddenly morphed into a pair of large hands that tugged on her legs. In just an instant, she was yanked down to the bottom of the valley. Listening to the echoes of miserable screams coming out of Yui Knight, Cold Crow's face didn't show the slightest bit of remorse, but instead revealed a smug smile. See? As long as you fall down, the spiteful spirits in this valley will forcefully drag you down without any possibility of survival. So, you threw that woman down just to tell me this for me? Qin Yu's face was filled with incomprehension and indignation. I've always thought that your Killers Association was just getting paid to do things, but now it seems that you are truly cold-blooded and heartless. None of that matters. Cold Crow waved his hand and said. Kid, I'm here to give you a chance. You're very strong, do you want to join our Slayer Association? As long as you agree, we can write off all the previous matters. Hearing Cold Crow's words, Qin Yu could not help but reveal a cold smile all the same. This is the funniest joke I've heard recently. You want to recruit me into the Slayer Association? Is it hard to believe that you've forgotten about sending assassins to kill me before? Do you think I would agree? Everything is possible. Cold Crow said with a smile. You took out 3 of our association members and an order envoy, your strength has already been proven. I'm the one who cherishes talent the most in the association, if you're willing, I can even recommend you to take Bloodming's place. As if seeing Qin Yu's doubts, Cold Crow immediately took a few steps forward. The Assassins Association isn't something that anyone can enter. If you don't have enough strength and someone to recommend you, you won't even be able to find the door to join. Think about it, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you agree, then you'll be the youngest Order Ambassador of our Slayer Association to date. At this time, Cold Crow had already unknowingly walked to a meter in front of Qin Yu, his hand behind his back gripping the short blade with a chilling light, and was still approaching. What he was best at was double attacks. Using words to get the enemy to let down their guard, and then taking someone's life by surprise. Although this kid had the ability to not die, as long as one could force him into the emotionless valley. then even if it was the current god of war, it would definitely not be able to survive. Die. While Chinu was still in a daze, Cold Crow fiercely struck out with a swing of the short blade, which was immediately swung towards Chinu's chest. The moment the short blade struck Chinu's chest, bursts of sparks emerged. The tremendous impact caused Chinu to instantly fall towards the cliff. But suddenly, a golden dragon rose up from the bottom of the valley, instantly catching the falling Chinu and returning to the top of the valley. There really isn't a single good person in your Slayer association. What? Just now, you were begging me to enter your association, but the next second, you're up to killing again? You guy, you're really going back on your word, aren't you? The moment he saw that golden dragon, Cold Crow instantly revealed a horrified expression. He had lived for so many years, and it was the first time he had seen a true dragon appear with his own eyes. This brat really was just like what that Eagle Eyebrows had said, with infinite potential. If he couldn't be contained, then he could only be finished off. Just a dragon. It's a bit of a pity, but it can't be helped. Who made you a stubborn kid? As soon as Cold Raven ripped the dark golden cloak off his body, he then looked towards the golden dragon that was freely soaring in the air and fiercely glared, and the surrounding area was then instantly chilled to the bone. And that golden dragon was fixed in the air as if it froze the moment it locked eyes with the Cold Raven. And, unable to stop, it began to fall down. Seeing this, Chinu immediately jumped down from the dragon's back and looked at the Cold Raven with some confusion. But in the next second, the Cold Crow arrived in front of him, and the blood-colored spinning wheel in those eyes kept spinning, instantly causing him to be fixed in place as well. Kid, not many people can make me use my pupil art. This pupil art of mine isn't a simple control skill, even if it's the dragon race, it can't resist it. Since you refuse to submit, then go die obediently. Cold Crow laughed coldly, and with a gentle push, he pushed Chinu off the cliff. 121, you want to kill me with that? The game has just begun. Cold Crow. You just pushed him down, what about the poison ring? At this time, Shi Wuhai stepped out from behind a tree on the side and asked with some displeasure. Are you, again, making any crooked thoughts with me? How could it be? Cold Crow instantly gave a bad laugh, then slowly spoke. The bottom of this emotionless valley, it's that big, that kid wasn't eaten by the monster that quickly. If we go down the mountain now, we can definitely still find that guy's corpse. Let's hope so. Shi Wuhai glanced below the cliff, the bottomless canyon that gave people the creeps just by looking at it. But at that moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong. There seemed to be something at the bottom of the valley rushing towards the top. Cold Crow realized Shi Wuhai's surprise and also immediately looked down the cliff. At the first glance, he froze in place. Only to see that countless huge dragons glittering with golden light rushed out from the bottom of the valley, and even with those great hands made of clouds blocking them, they were unable to stop all the golden dragons. Qin was riding on one of the golden dragons with a smile on his face. Want to kill me? It won't be that easy. Looking at the countless golden dragons that rushed out, even completely covering the sun and the sky, Shi Wuhai and Cold Crow immediately took a few steps back in shock. They had thought that a single golden dragon was this guy's limit. But this fellow had directly summoned so many dragons. One dragon could easily destroy a city. If there were so many dragons, wouldn't they be capable of destroying the world? At this moment, Chinu leapt down from the dragon's back, looked at the two in panic, and spoke with a smile. Cold Crow, it seems that I have underestimated you. That pupil art of yours is indeed powerful, I almost got hit. But it's a good thing that I've already thought of a way to crack it. Chinu looked up at the uncountable golden scale insects in the air, the smile on his face becoming more and more pronounced. Your pupil technique should only be able to be used on a single body, but I have so many summons now, what can you do? Humph. It's just a few small insects, do you really think you can scare us? At this moment, Shi Wuhai copied the magic bow behind his back, aimed at the nearest golden scale insect, drew the bow with a full moon, and shot 3 arrows in unison with great force. The 3 bow arrows accurately hit the lower abdomen of the golden scaled insect and caused a violent explosion as a result, instantly causing it to fall off the cliff. A true dragon race can carry the damage of these 3 arrows of mine. And these guys you summoned are just replicas. Not enough to be feared. So worthy of being the president of the Mad Thunder Martial School, good strength. Your son is nothing compared to you. Chinu clapped his palms in admiration and said in a conspiratorial manner. Don't you dare mention Xiaoyong. Shi Wuhai roars angrily, his aura bursting out, instantly causing the plants around him to tremble. You brat, today I'll take your life and bury Xiaoyang with it. Then let's see if you two have the skills? The atmosphere was suddenly tense with swords. Facing two level 30 or above intermediate level professionals, Qin Yu did not have any timidity, instead, he was calm. His body withdrew backward and hundreds of worms and heavy beetles immediately appeared around him, blocking his body. Shi Wuhai, as a magic archer, could only fight while retreating when facing a large number of enemies. And in doing so, it exposed Cold Crow in front of the enemies. However, Cold Crow's profession was a pupil artist, grade A. Again, it did not have an advantage when dealing with large numbers of enemies. Although these worms and heavy beetles posed little threat to them. But those dragons in the air were making it somewhat difficult for them to fight. Just the dragon flames that roamed the sky made it so that they could only retreat backward one by one. However, Cold Crow raised his right hand and placed it on his mouth. A high-pitched whistle sounded at once. In an instant, a large group of assassins wearing black robes appeared in the woods behind them, quickly stopping the swarm. Humph. Do you really think that I didn't bring any help? Using these bugs and wanting to fight against our Slayer Association is simply delusional. Shi Wuhai and Cold Crow instantly reached a consensus, and the two of them combined their efforts to deal with those golden scale insects in the air. As long as these dragon summoners were taken care of, then those remaining bugs would not be enough to fear. By then, Qin Yu would naturally die. The magic bowman has a high physical and magical double blast damage. As long as they are attacked, it is a layer of physical damage. At the same time, the arrows that hit will also explode inside the enemy's body, causing another layer of magical damage. Under the double damage, those dragon summoners couldn't resist a few arrows. Not to mention, they only had half the attributes. Plus, Cold Crow's pupil technique, which was able to resolve one at a time, although it was extremely blue depleting, it shouldn't be much of a problem to deal with these dragons. After all, they made a rough estimate. The golden scale insects in the air were probably only 30. 15 of them per person, but was still considered acceptable. And while they were busy solving those golden scale insects in the air, Qin Yu was taking care of those helpers that suddenly appeared. These helpers, all of them, were only intermediate level killers. It was fine to bully the worms, but in front of him, it was simply not enough. The progress on both sides was almost the same. After Shi Wuhai and Cold Crow finished off all the golden scale worms in the air, Qin Yu also finished off all those killers. Qin Yu. Die for me. Seeing this, Shi Wuhai immediately raised his bow and aimed it at Qin Yu, firing several arrows, all of which were aimed at the vitals. However, Qin Yu did not panic in the slightest and dodged them all sideways. Qin Yu, I advise you to be honest and die, now 1v2, you have no chance of winning. Don't waste any more extra time. Oh? Hearing Cold Crow's words, Qin Yu instantly revealed a puzzled expression. How are you guys so sure that I don't have any chance of winning? Those dragon summoners of yours have all been taken out by us. What qualifications do you have to fight against us now? One of us is an A-rank hidden profession magic archer who is about to reach level 40 soon, and there is another one, an A-rank pupil artist who is also already over level 30. Without those dragons, is it hard to believe that you have any other tricks against us? In the face of absolute strength, no matter how powerful your tricks are, they are all useless. All that awaits you is death. What a great one waiting for me is only death. Qin Yu laughed coldly and spoke. However, I'm going to return the same words to you. You two have not yet taken your strength too seriously? Or rather, have not looked down on my strength too much? Seeing Qin Yu's appearance, both Shi Wuhai and Cold Crow could not help but find it a little difficult to understand. How could a person who was on the verge of death say such arrogant words? However, in the next second, Qin Yu violently threw the staff in his hand into the air. Subsequently, uncountable golden scaled dragons once again appeared in the air. Both of you guys shouldn't think that I can only summon those golden dragons from earlier, right? Now, the game has just begun. 122.1v2 so what? I have an endless swarm of insects. The already empty sky was now once again filled with golden dragons. This couldn't help but cause Shi Wuhai and Cold Crow to both freeze at once. It was already not easy for a summoner to summon so many dragon followers. After all, the amount of blue required for a summon like this level must be quite a lot. With those dragons just now, this kid's blue amount should have already been depleted. How could he have summoned so many more in an instant? How could a summoner who wasn't even level 20 yet have so much blue? Or was it that this guy's blue recovery was very fast? But obviously, they didn't have any more time to think right now. The golden scale insects in the air once again spat out scorching hot dragon flames, incinerating the entire area of several hundred meters in a circle. And it was still expanding. These dragon flames could not be easily extinguished even by the cold breath carried by the cold crows themselves. Especially, Qin Yu also joined the battle at this time. Looking at Qin Yu, who was charging towards them, the two of them immediately looked at each other and smiled. A summoner, not hiding at the back. To even dare to take the initiative to attack, what a guy who wasn't afraid of death. In response, Shi Wuhai did not have any fear, instead, he was incredibly excited. He had long wanted to kill Qin Yu with his own hands, so that he could avenge his dead son's death. Previously, he had sought the help of the Killers Association in order to cover his tracks. But this Killer Association is not that reliable. Now, there is such a great opportunity, he naturally will not let it go. He immediately strung his bow and shot out a few arrows. The extremely fast impacting bow and arrows arrived in front of Qin Yu in an instant like lightning. This is his full strength, shot a few arrows, even if that Qin Yu has a golden scale protection, it is impossible to block. However, Qin Yu copied the body of a killer on the ground and blocked those 3 arrows. And at the first moment of catching it, he threw the corpse back. The corpse exploded violently in the air, and blood plasma burst out, immediately splattering Shi Wuhai and Cold Crow all over. Cold Crow was a cleanliness freak, and when he saw the sticky blood on his body, his anger immediately reached its peak. Seek death. In an instant, Cold Crow arrived behind Qin Yu, the short blade in his hand kept flipping like a wave, each attack carrying a frost, biting and full of killing intent. But these attacks, hitting Qin Yu's body, seemed to have no effect. They did not cause any damage at all. And this could not help but make Shi Wuhai freeze for a moment. He knew that this kid had the ability to not die. But he didn't know that this ability was so exaggerated. Although Cold Crow's attack power was not as high as his own, but after so many years in the Slayer Association, and still being an Order Envoy, it was impossible that there was no damage at all. Or was it that this kid had somehow circumvented the damage? Shi Wuhai's brows tightly frowned. If he couldn't figure out this kid's ability, it would be really difficult to kill him. And just as he was still in a daze, Cold Crow, on the other hand, was already in a bitter battle. Cold Crow Order Envoy, you have nowhere to run anymore, it's better to put down your sword and surrender obediently, right? Cold Crow looked at the dragon flame surrounded by his body, and then looked at Qin Yu who was constantly approaching in front of him. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he was indeed in a desperate situation now. His pupil technique had already been exposed and could not possibly work anymore. And his attacks did not do any damage, it was as if it was a dead end. For him, perhaps there was only one way to escape. Thinking of this, he immediately half-kneeled and bent his head low. Okay, I surrender. As long as you can spare my life, anything will do. Obviously not realizing that Cold Crow would agree to surrender so easily, Qin Yu's pace paused for a moment. And right at that moment, the Cold Crow then suddenly transformed into a streak of mist and instantly disappeared in place. Qin Yu immediately went up to check, but found nothing. Obviously, this fellow had thought of a way to escape a long time ago. However, this caused Shi Wuhai, who was on the side, to be in a bit of a dilemma. Once the Cold Raven ran away, he had no chance of winning against this Qin Yu alone. For a while, he could not help but have the idea of escaping as well. However, Qin Yu did not give him a chance to escape. With a violent wave of his arms, several claw marks appeared in the air, and he rushed towards Shi Wuhai. Shi Wuhai immediately retreated, followed by a few arrows. But all were easily dodged by Qin Yu. There was one arrow that really had no room for dodging, but Qin Yu just waved his arm and knocked it aside, and before it fell into the fire, it instantly exploded. Kid, what are you doing? Let me tell you, even though this is in no man's land, if you dare to kill me, the law enforcement team will definitely not spare you. I'm the second richest merchant in Linghai City, and now I'm also the titular president of the Mad Thunder Guild. You dare to kill me? The law enforcement team will definitely investigate you. You've only just graduated, your future is limitless, you shouldn't want to bury your future in this, right? Looking at the still proud and unyielding expression on Shi Wuhai's face, Qin Yu could not help but smile and shake his head. You are really as unattractive as that son of yours. What? You sent someone to kill me, can't I still resist? What rich merchant? What Mad Thunder Guild president? I don't care at all. No matter who you are, you must die today. Qin Yu waved his blood-stained arms, and the countless dragons in the air suddenly let out fearful low roars. Anyone who tries to kill me, I won't stay. Blame it only on the fact that your son provoked me first, and moreover, he doesn't have the ability to kill me yet. Including you, and the entire killer association, I won't let any of them go. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Shi Wuhai's heart instantly went cold. This kid, it seems that he is determined to finish him off today. However, he was not something that ordinary people could kill just because they wanted to. As long as he managed to escape back into the city, he would be able to retrieve his life. Thinking of this, Shi Wuhai immediately raised the curved bow in his hand. However, he did not aim it at Qin Yu, but at his feet. And with this bizarre scene, Qin Yu froze for a few seconds after seeing it. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. An arrow shot at Shi Wuhai's feet exploded instantly blowing Shi Wuhai into the distance. In just a blink of an eye, Shi Wuhai was nowhere to be seen. Want to run? Qin Yu naturally did not intend to let this fellow go. With a single leap, he went up to the dragon ridge and chased after him that way. However, he did not realize that the three of them, Song Wanru, had just arrived here. Seeing the departing dragons in the air and looking at the blazing flames around them, they instantly guessed what had happened here. Qin Yu must have gone after that Shi Wuhai. This guy, he was the master of not letting go until he reached his goal. Being provoked by that guy on his own accord, he definitely wouldn't let go of that Shi Wuhai. But over there, it's the direction of the city. If they really hit the center of the city, it won't be a simple matter of seeking revenge. If they were discovered by the law enforcement team again, I'm afraid it would be quite troublesome. 123. The law enforcement team intervened, since it was impossible then the law was broken. At the edge of Linghai City, a group of law enforcement teams were patrolling. On the one hand, they were afraid that some wild monsters would suddenly attack the city. On the one hand, they are afraid that there will be riots outside the city. The law enforcement team was the direct subordinate organization of the city government. In the city, it was an existence that had more say than the guild. It could be said that as long as any riot occurred within the city, their law enforcement team would immediately arrive and take them down instantly. Confess to the crime, be ambushed, and put in jail. Even if it was some dignitary who had committed a crime, they would still have to go in for a few days before they could do so. This was also a rule set up by the contemporary Chinese god of war, Suzhan. As the chief leader of the entire Chinese law enforcement team, and the man known as the god of war who had once resisted a monster invasion, almost no one dared to disobey his orders. Naturally, the law enforcement team was also the boss of Huaxia City. The members of the law enforcement team, although their professions and ranks might not be high, however, no one dared to mess with them. Therefore, since the establishment of the law enforcement team, there had never been any fights or riots in the 5 provinces and 15 cities of China. At least during Xiao Pingxing's tenure as the captain of the Linghai City law enforcement team, he had never seen a large-scale battle. Suddenly, however, a dragon's roar came from the air in the distance. He then saw that a group of dragon-shaped monsters with worm heads flew towards them. But at that moment, another cry for help quietly rang out. Save me! Save me! Only Shi Wuhai limped out of the woods, shouting for help as he ran. Shi Wuhai, he had some impression. This guy was the second richest merchant in Linghai City, second only to that great mage of the Song family. However, the Song family was always away from home, so this Shi Wuhai made people more familiar. But this guy's strength wasn't weak, so how did he turn into this wretched appearance? Could it be that he was being chased by the dragon-shaped monster in the sky? But there had never been any dragon-shaped monsters in the vicinity of Linghai City, and usually only at the borders would dragons appear. How could so many dragon monsters suddenly appear here? Boss! Look at the back of that dragon, is there a person standing there? The junior brother at the side suddenly opened his mouth and exclaimed. The crowd looked in the direction he was pointing at, and sure enough, on that one of the golden-scaled insects, there stood a teenager. Could it be that these dragon monsters were related to him? At this time, Shi Wuhai had already rushed over, his face terrified as he hid behind him. Help! That kid is going to kill me! Without much hesitation, Xiao Pingxing immediately pulled out the long sword at his waist, then shouted. Formation! As soon as Xiao Pingxing shouted, he instantly caused the 6 members of the enforcement team beside him to simultaneously draw their sabers and set up a herringbone formation. Herringbone was a combat-type formation, usually used when meeting the enemy. However, looking at the dozens, or even more, of gargoyles in the air, they were all a bit intimidated. After all, it had been a long time since a monster of this level had appeared here. Even Xiao Pingsheng, who was the captain, couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Especially after seeing the young man on that dragon's back. This guy, at such a young age, could actually have such a large entourage of dragons. When did Linghai City produce such a dangerous person? Who dares to cause trouble in Linghai City? Come down quickly. However, Xiao Pingsheng quickly regained his composure and let out a high roar towards Qin Yu in the air. Seeing the law enforcement team, Qin Yu did not continue to pursue. In the city, the law enforcement team was the authority, and it was still necessary to give them some face. However, Qin Yu had just landed, and before he could open his mouth, Shi Wu Hai, who was on the side, was the first to complain evilly. Several judges, he's the one who tried to kill me. You guys quickly take him down. Lock him up in the bureau. Xiao Pingsheng glanced at the terrified Shi Wu Hai beside him, then he turned his head to look at Qin Yu once again and slowly spoke. Kid, come back to the bureau with us. If you do not comply, you will be executed on the spot. Looking at the members of the law enforcement team who gradually walked over, Qin Yu naturally would not be easily ambushed and immediately took a few steps back, then spoke. The law enforcement team shouldn't arrest people for no reason, right? You guys believe whatever that guy says, it's too much to take me seriously, right? What if I say that it was this guy who took the initiative to seek revenge on me, but was defused by me? Revenge was neutralized? Xiao Pingsheng's eyes shifted back and forth between the two, and then he revealed a light smile. I guess, you should have only just switched professions not long ago, right? How could Shi Fu Shang have a grudge against you? What's more, why did you lay such a deadly hand on him? He was the one who made the first move against me before I tried to fight back. It shouldn't be my fault, right? Hearing the argument between the two, Shi Wu Hai immediately walked over to Xiao Pingsheng and said in a loud voice. Captain Xiao. Don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up and arrest him back to the law enforcement bureau. Intentionally injuring someone is a felony, you saw it all just now, this kid was trying to put me to death. If it wasn't for me running fast, I'm afraid I would have already died in his hands. Seeing this, Xiao Pingsheng was silent for a few seconds, then he immediately waved his hand. Take him down for me. Bring him back to the bureau and slowly interrogate him. What a nest of snakes and rats. Qin Yu could not help but let out a cold snort, and then with a single claw, he knocked back the law enforcement team members who rushed over. I thought that the law enforcement team were all just honest people, but I didn't expect them to be so brainless. With guys like you who can't distinguish between right and wrong, sooner or later, China will be finished. You're so stubborn, how dare you resist? And how dare you slander our law enforcement team? Brothers, give it to me. Let him know how powerful we are. The 6 members of the law enforcement team quickly spread out and surrounded Qin Yu in the center. The long knives in their hands were ordinary, but their moves were powerful and deadly. And with the same chapters, it was clear at a glance that this was specially trained. This was the War God Blade technique that all members of the law enforcement team needed to learn. As the name says, this is the sword technique passed down from the god of war Suor. The purpose of this was to allow the law enforcement team to have the power to fight with professionals that were higher than their strength. This set of blade technique was able to maximize the power of the long sword, especially in a situation where there were many against few. Once the opponent was approached and was found to have a slight break, he would be hit in the vitals. With just one strike, the enemy could be put into a state of near death. That was why they all wore swords. Once they encountered a difficult opponent, they would give up their professional skills and turn to the War God Blade technique to annihilate the enemy outright. But they had clearly underestimated Qin Yu's strength. With just these yet to be established blade techniques of theirs, they were simply not enough to slash him. Even, Qin Yu didn't need to dodge at all, standing still and letting them hit, he wouldn't suffer a bit of damage. However, in Xiao Pingsheng's opinion, this kid was clearly provoking him. Just as he was planning to take care of Qin Yu himself, he suddenly heard a dainty cry from not far away. All stop. Whoever dares to touch him again is an enemy of my Song family. 124. Reversing the situation, the self-inflicted Shi Wu Hai. Only Song Wanru, as well as Ling Sha and Lin Haoyu darted out of the woods, and upon seeing the crowd in front of the city gates, they immediately interrupted the battle with a shout. Song family daughter? Xiao Pingsheng was stunned, then quickly took a few steps forward and asked softly. You recognize this criminal? He's not a criminal. Song Wanru let out a long breath and slowly spoke. You can't jump to conclusions just based on some people's words. Having seen it with my own eyes, how can this be false? Seeing this, Shi Wuhai hurriedly came over to Xiao Pingsheng's side once again and said in a churlish manner. Xiaoru, do you still remember Uncle Shi? Your father and I are good friends. I even went to hug you when you were small. You can't turn your arm outward and help an outsider, can you? It's true that guy chased me. Captain Xiao also saw the whole process, so don't plead for him anymore. No matter who it is, no one will be able to protect him today. Uncle Shi? I don't remember you hugging me as a child. Hearing Shi Wuhai's words, Song Wanru instantly frowned, her face filled with speechlessness. Besides, seeing it with your own eyes doesn't prove anything? Obviously, it was you who sent the challenge to Qin Yu first, and then pulling such a stunt after you were defeated. It's a bit too humiliating. An intermediate-level professional is being chased by a low-level professional. Do you think such words are believable? What challenge? I have no idea what you're talking about. Seeing Shi Wuhai denying it, Song Wanru immediately took out the note and placed it in front of Xiao Pingsheng. Read it yourself, Captain Xiao. I believe that the law enforcement team should have the ability to distinguish between right and wrong. After reading this, it will be clear who is lying. Xiao Pingsheng took the note and immediately frowned after seeing the words on it. Shifu Shang, explain? Taking the initiative to provoke others, this is your fault first. Even if you die, it's not enough to die. Captain Xiao. Don't listen to this little girl, this must be something they fabricated. I've never sent him anything like this. Upon hearing this, Song Wanru immediately revealed a difficult look. It was indeed as he said, there was nothing else to prove on this note other than a name of Shi Wuhai. Still, she immediately asked. Then why did you appear in no man's land and why did you bump into us? Can't I go brush up on my levels? Shi Wuhai pretended to be calm as he hugged his arms and spoke with a light hum. I just acquired the Mad Thunder Guild, and the guild is recently charging to the top of the charts in China, so isn't it normal for me to go over there to explore the books and brush up on my leveling in the meantime? On the contrary, it was him who took advantage of my unpreparedness to sneak attack and tried to put me to death. And you, actually favoring a murderer. Equally guilty. This impeccable reasoning couldn't help but leave Song Wanru instantly speechless. However, at this time, Qin Yu on the side once again applauded. Boss sure really does have a mouthful of iron teeth, he really is exactly like that dead son of yours. But even if you can explain this note, then how do you explain this? Qin Yu silently pulled out 5 badges from his pocket. This is the badge of the Slayer Association? Where did you get them from? Xiao Pingsheng immediately exclaimed, revealing a surprised expression. The Killer Association was a very mysterious organization. By secretly taking on missions and killing people to get paid. This secret organization, although not recognized by the Chinese government, it had to be said that those killers in the Killers Association were not a good guy to mess with. They come and go without a trace, and kill invisibly. Every killer is perfectly suited to the profession of a killer. And in the Killer Association, there were low, medium and high levels. Low-level killers, mid-level killers, high-level killers. Different levels of killers wear different badges. They are bronze badge, silver badge and gold badge. The order envoys, which are of a higher rank than assassins, are crystal badges. See the badge as a person. But this kid actually has 5 badges in his hand. Moreover, there was one for each of the low, medium and high levels, and there were even 2 order envoy badges. What the hell is going on here? In the face of Xiao Pingsheng's questioning, Qin Yu only opened his mouth to explain in a cloudy manner. You have to ask Boss Shi about that. He hired assassins to kill me, and he hired 5 of them in one go. Among them, there were also 2 order envoys who also intervened in this matter. However, not surprisingly, they were all killed by me. If it wasn't for my superior skills, I'm afraid I would have died in the middle of nowhere, and no one would even be able to know of my death. He sent people after me, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to fight back to the death, right? Mr. Shi, is that true? Fornicating with the Killer Association is a felony. Even if you're a government official, you won't be spared. Xiao Pingsheng immediately turned his head to look at the panicked Shi Wuhai beside him and asked in a deep voice. How? How is it possible? I've never come into contact with the Slayer Association. Shi Wuhai shook his head without thinking, revealing a pitiful face. It must be that they are slandering me. Smearing you? What about this? Qin Yu pulled out a cell phone this time, and there was a call record in it, signed by Mr. Shi. This is what I searched on the body of one of the killers. You're the only family in Linghai City with the surname Shi, what else do you have to say now? Xiao Pingsheng took the phone and after checking it carefully, he immediately looked embarrassed. He originally wanted to ask Qin Yu how to prove that this phone was that killer's. But in the next second, he realized that the phone also had a Killer Association logo on it. It meant that this cell phone was issued within the Killer Association. A non-sale item, it was impossible for an outsider to be able to obtain it. Having received the actual hammer, Shi Wuhai's face darkened with anger. Wanting to defend himself, he had nothing to say. And Xiao Pingsheng, who understood the ins and outs, did not delay any longer and took Shi Wuhai down quickly. Qin Yu turned around and wanted to leave, but was stopped by Xiao Pingsheng raising his hand. "Judge? Is there anything else?" Looking at the hand in front of him, Qin Yu could not help but ask. "He has major problems with this matter, our law enforcement team will deal with it seriously. But it is also true that you chased after him and will soon be chasing him to the city. Although you don't have to go to jail, the fine still has to be paid." Xiao Pingsheng quickly opened the payment interface, on which $2 million was clearly written. Maliciously chasing and killing with bad circumstances is punishable by a fine of $2 million and detention for 15 days. But seeing as you're just a fresh graduate, detention is saved. However, this fine still has to be paid. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look at the Chinese law. I have no intention of swindling you. Looking at Qin Yu's somewhat unhappy expression, Xiao Pingsheng then shook his head with another smile. "You can also make an IOU and pay some every month." "No need, I'll consider this money fed to the dogs." Qin Yu transferred the $2 million without hesitation and then turned around and walked into the woods. 125. Breaking the bank to avoid disaster. I have always made a clear distinction between grudges and enmities. Looking at the extra $2 million on his account, Xiao Pingsheng obviously didn't react. This kid looks ordinary, how can he take out $2 million so easily? Could it be that he was also the offspring of some rich family? He hadn't heard that there was any rich merchant surnamed Qin in Linghai City? Could it be that? Xiao Pingsheng immediately guessed what happened. The fact that Song Wanru was able to show up in time and defend him without any fear meant that the relationship between the two of them was definitely not ordinary. Most likely, they were boyfriend and girlfriend. This is big news. The daughter of the richest man in Linghai City and the #1 mage in China has a boyfriend? It's nothing special, but if this kid can summon a dragon, he must be pretty strong. And most importantly, it was also able to make even an intermediate-level professional like Shi Wuhai scared. Even, taking out 5 killers in a row. Among them, there are also 2 order ambassadors. This strength, it's simply unimaginable. Just graduated and you have this kind of strength. Then in time, this Qin Yu, I'm afraid, will become an existence that will shock China. We have to hurry up and tell the director about this. Thinking of this, Xiao Pingsheng immediately withdrew his thoughts and escorted Shi Wuhai into the city with quick steps. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had already started rushing towards the uninhabited area, and the remaining 3 followed behind him, all of them not saying a word. They all knew how strong or weak Qin Yu was, but they didn't expect that he had already taken out 5 killers who came to kill him. Moreover, this time, he was actually able to overcome Shi Wuhai, leaving him powerless. The dragon flames that roamed the mountains, Song Wanru spent a while to make them subside. It was enough to see that they were afraid that they had underestimated the damage Qin Yu's entourage could do. There was also some excess worry that something would happen to him. But the one who was most shocked was Lin Haoyu. He had thought that Qin Yu would definitely suffer heavily this time. After all, the gap between him and Shi Wuhai was too obvious. But the facts proved that his gaze was a bit narrow. Qin Yu had not only easily handled that Shi Wuhai, he had even handled 5 professional killers. Those guys from the Killers Association, he had also heard about them. In Central Province, they were even more rampant. Especially those high-level killers, and the order envoys, almost killed without blinking an eye. As long as enough money was given, then they could kill anyone you wanted to take out. However, those who were at the peak of their battle power, they wouldn't touch. However, he did not expect that Qin Yu would actually be able to block their 5 waves of attacks. He was also able to take out 2 order ambassadors. This all proved that his current strength was unfathomable. Perhaps it had already surpassed a small number of intermediate-level professionals. When he thought of this, the resentment he felt towards Qin Yu in his heart disappeared. This would only make the gap between him and Qin Yu widen. Seizing the time to improve his own strength was the top priority. And at this time, Song Wanru slowly walked beside Qin Yu and softly asked. "It's because of Shi Yong that his father wanted to kill you, right?" During the grand examination, I actually saw you chasing after Shi Yong and Lu Chanshan. But I know that you actually had a reason. What are you trying to say? Qin Yu asked rhetorically as he walked forward. Could it be, are you trying to threaten me? No. How could I mean that? Song Wanru immediately shook her head and immediately explained. If I wanted to use this threat, I could have revealed you to the crowd at the end of the grand examination. Instead of at this time. Qin Yu was silent for a long time, then opened his mouth again and asked. Do you still remember the day the two of us first teamed up to go to the hidden copy? I remember. Why? After we separated that day, an assassin found me. But at that time, hadn't the big exam not started yet? It's true that it hadn't started yet, but that Shi Yong and Lu Chanshan had already hooked up and wanted to strangle me in the cradle. Stealing my girlfriend, and wanting to kill me because of my sudden awakening. Wait. Are you saying that the assassin that time was found by Shi Yong? As if she had heard something heavenly, Song Wanru instantly exclaimed. Yes. Qin Yu nodded his head in a cloudy manner. The number on that cell phone is actually Shi Yong's, not Shi Wuhai's. This is also the reason why I must kill this pair of dogs in the grand examination. If they don't move to kill, I definitely won't go easy on them either. And the same goes for that Shi Wuhai. If it wasn't for the fact that he found so many assassins to kill me, I wouldn't have wanted to kill him either. Even immediately, I'm going to chase him to the city and make sure to kill him as well. My code of conduct as a human being is to repay one for another. I don't punish anyone who doesn't commit a crime, but if someone commits a crime, I will definitely commit a crime. Never let go of anyone who wants me dead. Listening to Qin Yu's calm reply, Song Wanru could not help but feel a complex emotion in her heart. She knew that Qin Yu was an orphan. Both of his parents were soldiers, and after their sacrifice, he had been living alone. Also because of this, he had not been bullied by his classmates much. All this time he had always endured it in silence. That Shi Yong was the most exaggerated of them all. Unexpectedly, he even snatched Qin Yu's girlfriend? And sent assassins to kill him? This kind of person, dying 100 times is not too much. She didn't have a good feeling about Shi Yong, including the Shi family. Now this is their retribution. There was nothing to say. Due to the delay of half a day. Before a few people could return to no man's land, the sky had once again darkened. So, they casually found a small hotel nearby and stayed there. But as soon as they entered the inn, Lin Haoyu was filled with reluctance. What kind of Thai place is this? I've stayed in 5-star hotels in the central province, how can you let me stay in this old raggedy place? On the edge of this uninhabited area, it's good to have something to live in, and you're still picking and choosing? Spirit Sand couldn't help but spit out. Otherwise, why don't you go outside and keep watch? That way you can still utilize some of your residual energy, and you can still preserve your persona as a rich son? That won't work. And let me do this job, I'd rather live in this thatched hut. Lin Haoyu immediately rushed up the stairs without the slightest hesitation. And at this time, Qin Yu politely gave way a few steps. You guys go up and rest too, I'll go pay for the room. It's better for me to go. Seeing this, Song Wanru hurriedly pushed back. You've just been fined $2 million, you probably don't have much left on you, right? It's fine, I can still afford to shell out for a place to stay. Without giving Song Wanru and Ling Sha a chance to react, Qin Yu was about to turn around and walk towards the front desk. However, at this time, he happened to bump into the boss who was walking over. The boss was holding a plate with 4 cups of sake on it, showing a kind smile. Welcome everyone to the little store, this is a little sake I specially prepared for you, it helps you sleep oh? 126, Dark Store? You old man is really not afraid of death. The cup wafted with a rich fragrance of wine, and after just a single sniff, he felt his body and mind swirl. What a fragrant wine, huh? Song Wanru couldn't help but let out an exclamation and took the wine tray in the old man's hand. This shouldn't be cheap, right? It's all home brewed, it doesn't cost much. The boss stroked his white beard and said with a smile. I'm not afraid of you guys laughing, I'm a bartender, I'm getting old which is why I opened a small store here to barely make a living. I'm really happy that you guys are here. At this time, he saw that Qin Yu on the side did not taste the wine, so he picked up a cup and handed it over. Young man, it must have been hard after all the traveling, right? You also taste my wine, although it's not much of a plus, it will definitely allow you to quickly recover your spirit and have a good night's sleep. Looking at the wine cup that was handed over, Qin Yu, who originally had no idea, did not want to sweep his boss's face, so he drank it down. And seeing this scene, a satisfied smile appeared on his face and took the remaining cup upstairs. The room charges can be settled at the bar itself. I wish all guests a pleasant stay. Listening to the sound of the old man's footsteps as he slowly walked up the stairs, the three of them didn't think much about it and just savored the aroma of the wine they had just enjoyed. Song Wanru and Ling Sha followed suit and also went upstairs, while Qin Yu went to the bar. This inn was very small and had that old wooden house design. There was only a QR code on the bar with a price list placed next to it. Other than that, there were countless bottles of wine. In this regard, Qin Yu did not think too much, but silently paid and went upstairs. There were only 4 rooms on the second floor of the hotel. Lin Haoyu stayed in one, Song Wanru and Ling Sha stayed in one, and he stayed in one. The last room was that old man, the boss's room. After returning to his room, he laid down on the bed. Although this small and looked shabby, the room had all the facilities and was clean. Opening the attribute interface, he skillfully converted all the increased life value into experience. Originally, he still needed 30,000 experience value to level up to 20. Now only 5,000 would be needed. The pot of greed could convert the extra life value into experience, and together with the experience given by the monsters themselves, the double experience upgrades were tremendously fast. Just that one copy of the Bloodthorn Forest from before, he had gained 25,000 experience. If he just brushed a level 30 copy, I'm afraid that the highest he could gain was 5,000 experience. It could be said that after brushing these 4 copies, it was not too much of a stretch to say that he would most likely be able to rise to level 22. On top of that, his blue level had also risen to 60,000 points, 20,000 points for one copy. In other words, just taking out that one monkey group plus the Monkey King had allowed him to increase his blood and blue levels by almost 20,000. This growth rate, it's unlimited. Name, Qin Yu. Profession, Summoner. Level, 19. Blood, 1. Blue, 60,500. Power, 10. Speed, 10. Intelligence, 101. Physique, 10. Defense, 60,501. Talent, Insect Heart. Equipment, Deadwood Staff Blue Helmet of Resurrection Gold Nun Poison Ring Gold Necklace of Undead Gold. Skill, Summoning LV2, Skill, Summoning LV2. Cooldown, no cooldown. Consumption, 20 blue, Consumption, 20 blue, Consumption, 20 blue, Consumption, 20 blue. Can summon 2 larval stage and 2 full-grown insectoid creatures to fight for you. Larval stage creatures have 50% of the summoner's attributes, full-grown insectoid creatures have 60% of the summoner's attributes. Available gold words: Ring of Reflux, Gorgeous Strike, Sacrificial Strike, Parasitic Worm, Nest Worm, Possession, Equipment, Master, Pot of Greed. Insect Nest summons: Eagle-Eyed Dragon Worm, Giant Insect, Arachnid Mother, 3-Headed Demon Worm, Inferno Dragon Worm, Abyssal Python Worm. Consumption, 100 blue. Golden Scale Worm, 1,000-foot Centipede. Consumption, 200 blue. Cooldown, no cooldown. Available points, 0. Available drawing gold phrase, 4 times, available drawing gold phrase, 4 times, available drawing gold phrase, 4 times. This exaggerated attribute interface was something that Qin Yu was already accustomed to. He was curious, what grade would his second talent awaken? If it was a golden color, then it would be great. But it would also be fine if it was purple. As long as it wasn't too outrageous, then it was acceptable. He didn't want to spend a lot of money to buy a talent book, that would be costly and laborious. Closing the attribute interface, Qin Yu intended to close his eyes and rest. But at this moment, a rustling sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the room. Because of the insect attachment, Qin Yu's perception was now connected to the insects and was very sensitive. Plus, he had the habit of leaving behind hidden winged insects in the dark. So as soon as the footsteps appeared outside, he immediately opened his eyes. Through the vision of the Cryptoptera, he saw that white-bearded old man had quietly groped his way up from downstairs and stopped in front of a room door. However, that room was not his, but Song Wanru's and Ling Sha's room. Qin Yu remembered it clearly. It was because the room of the two of them was exactly opposite to his own, while that old man, who was also the innkeeper's room, was next door to them. Could it be that he was mistaken? When in doubt, the old man actually pulled out a set of keys from his pocket and inserted them in their room door. With a gentle twist, he opens it. This could not help but make Qin Yu suddenly freeze. This old man can't be the senile, right? The room is wrong? The key actually did not recognize the wrong one? About a second's reaction time, Qin Yu understood the reason. This guy is not a good person? He deliberately went into the two girls' rooms. Thinking of this, Qin Yu immediately pushed open the door and leaned over. However, he was still a bit puzzled. This old man was obviously just a bartender, a life faculty profession. How could he be so bold as to lay his hands on two S-rank profession girls? Could it be that he wasn't afraid of death? Until he saw the two already sleeping like dead pigs in the room, Song Wanru and Ling Sha, then he instantly snapped out of it. It was that cup of wine. Qin Yu's eyes quickly turned bitter. It seems that there really aren't any good people in this wilderness place. As a bartender, it was still easy to mix a few drinks with hypnotic effects. Moreover, judging from those empty bottles on the bar, this old guy must not have done this for the first time, being an old repeat offender. But unfortunately, this time, he was encountered. And after the old man entered the room and saw the two girls on the bed who had already fallen asleep and passed, a lewd smile appeared on his face. It had been a long time since he had encountered such beautiful girls. Although he was already a handful of years old, his old heart was not old. Two little cuties, since you've taken the initiative to come to the door, then don't blame the old man for me destroying the flowers with my hot hands? The old man smiled as he raised his hands and walked over. As soon as he thought that he was going to have sex with these two extremely beautiful women in a moment, he couldn't stop his excitement. It felt like the next second, he would fly straight up. However, he had just walked to the edge of the bed when a hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder from behind, instantly causing him to tremble. Old man, laughing so happily, how about taking me one? 127, outrageous demands, a sinkhole with no return. The sudden appearance of the poem, and the sound, caused the old man to instantly turn around. Only then did he realize that Qin Yu had somehow arrived behind him. It's you. Why are you still awake? Yes, oh? Why am I still awake? Qin Yu smiled and patted the old man's shoulder with such force that it immediately made him kneel down. Old man, you're really bold, actually daring to drug the wine? If it wasn't for my immunity to debuff status, I'm afraid I would have really fallen into your trap. I was wrong. Can you let me off the hook? The old man knelt on the ground and apologized prayerfully. I'm so old and living alone in this no man's land, I can only subsidize my household a bit through this method, so can you spare my life and let me go as a fart if you're an adult? Do you think this is possible? Qin Yu smiled as he patted the old man's face and spoke playfully. Old man, I don't care how many people you've victimized before. But this time you fell into my hands, count yourself unlucky. If you want to beg for forgiveness, then you can just go to hell and beg for forgiveness with the king of hell as well. Qin Yu waved his arm and a wind blade flew out, slicing towards the old man's neck. However, the old man suddenly turned into a puddle of black water and dodged the attack. The black water seeped into the floor and fled towards the downstairs. This old man doesn't have a word of truth. How could the promised bartender have this kind of skill? But none of this mattered. Qin Yu quickly descended the stairs, the hotel door was wide open, the gloomy wind was gusting, and countless pairs of eyes with flashing red light were staring at him with death. At this moment, the old man's voice came ghostly from outside the door, as if it was an echo. Kid, I didn't expect that I would miss on you today. But it doesn't matter, you're all going to die anyway. Dying asleep and dying awake are both the same. Dying awake, on the contrary, is a punishment for you. Pretending to be a god. The moment he heard the voice, Qin Yu's eyes snapped into a glare, and it was an unseen pressure that burst out from his body, instantly causing those guys outside to be startled. The originally blood-red gaze instantly trembled. You can't even carry my dragon might, and you still presume to want to kill me? How hilarious! Qin Yu quickly waved his arm, and several wind blades rushed out. Only a wail and screams could be heard from outside, and then those eyes that were emitting red light all disappeared in an instant. Want to run? Sensing the old man's aura, Qin Yu rushed out of the inn in an arrow step and pounced on him to the ground with just one claw. The old man still wanted to do the same trick, but was cut off by Qin Yu. Old man, if you still dare to run? Believe it or not, I can make you burn to a crisp in an instant? Burnt to a crisp? Hearing Qin Yu's words, the old man burst out laughing. Kid, it's not that I'm bragging with you, I haven't seen anyone who can burn me. My profession is a water magician, I can completely change my body into a fluid state. What can you do even if you discover my ruse? You can't kill me anyway. If you have the ability, you can burn me to death? The old man was so emboldened that he wasn't even in a hurry to escape. And at this time, all those frightened red-eyed monsters returned. They had a very strange appearance, with the upper body of a fish and the lower body of a human. A pair of dull eyes grew on both sides, spikes grew on the fins, and there were sharp teeth in their mouths. This was the first time Qin Yu had seen this kind of strange monster outside of a copy. But although these monsters looked bluff, their strength was definitely not high. After all, they don't look very intelligent at first glance. Oh? Is that so? Qin Yu sneered, and then a dark golden flame suddenly appeared in his hand. This is the first time I've heard someone with such an exaggerated request? Originally, I hadn't planned to kill you, but now it seems that I was still thinking too much. You old man, you're simply not worthy of death. The dragon flame in his hand slowly approached, and the moment that it looked like an inconspicuous flame, it caused the old man to not be able to help but feel a burst of drilling pain the moment it was pasted over. He hadn't felt this kind of pain for a long time. After all, as a water magician, something like fire was simply useless to him. Let alone injuring him, much less killing him. However, this sudden sizzling sensation was something that made him somewhat doubt his abilities. How could he, a water magician, be burned? But this feeling could not be wrong. His body wouldn't lie either. The old man subconsciously tried to dodge, but by this time, the dragon flame had already completely ignited his entire right arm. Oh no! How is this possible? Looking at the old man who couldn't extinguish the dragon flame on his body even after turning into a puddle of black water, Qin Yu couldn't help but have an even wider smile on his face. Save me. Please save me. I don't want to die yet. After struggling for a while with no result, the old man turned his head and knelt at Qin Yu's feet again, reverently begging for mercy once again. But Qin Yu just shook his head and said with some regret. I'm really sorry, old man, this flame of mine, even I have no way to extinguish it easily. Blame it on the fact that you had to provoke me, right? Upon hearing Qin Yu's reply, the old man's face instantly turned ashen. That wrinkled old face could not stop trembling, as if he was struggling before dying. As for those mermaid monsters that were surrounding them on the side, they rushed up at this moment. They, as the old man's dependents, those travelers that he had gotten killed in the past, would be thrown into the nearby lake. Over time, the fish in the lake took on human form. Only, the evolution was not too complete, and it turned into this inhuman and strange appearance. Notably, these mermaid monsters still retained the skills of the previous monsters. But before they could attack, Qin Yu waved his hand and burned them all to ashes. Seeing this scene, the old man instantly lost the desire to struggle, paralyzed on the ground as if he were a dead body. However, the dragon flame that was still burning on that arm, the pain was getting more and more intense, causing him to be worse than death. Seeing this, Qin Yu then slowly squatted down and snickered with interest. Tell you what, old man, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can answer my question, I can keep you alive. What question? I'll definitely answer it properly. The old man rose from the ground almost instantly, straining, nodding his head like pounding garlic. You just said that you've been living on the edge of this no man's land for many years? Then one must be familiar with the no man's land, right? Qin Yu immediately placed the approximate location of the next copy he was going to in front of the old man. This copy called Underground Mining Cave, do you understand it? Underground Mining Cave? The moment the old man saw the name of this copy, his pupils widened violently, even wider than when that dragon flame was scorching. Can't go. Can't go, ah? This copy is in the heavenly pit, where there is no return. 128, super ancient monster, practicing 25,000-year-old chicken. Seeing that the old man was actually so scared, Qin Fei quickly extinguished the fire on his arm and then immediately asked. Oh? So you know where that copy is? Can you take me there? As if sensing that he had said the wrong thing, the old man immediately covered his mouth, but because of the severe pain, he had no choice but to put his arm down again. That's a heavenly pit, isn't it? It's said to be a heavenly meteorite that fell here, forming a wondrous sight for the ages, with monsters running rampant inside. No one dares to venture in. How can I accompany you with my old bones? Sorry, you don't have the right to refuse. Qin Yu grabbed the old man's collar and spoke in a deep voice. Either you take me to find that copy, or wait for the others to wake up and let them dispose of you. Let me tell you, those two girls, but they are even more brutal than me. Once they know that you just tried to defile them, I'm afraid you will die a horrible death. I can't even think about that scene. Qin Yu spoke in a colorful manner, while the old man was trembling with fear. But he still didn't dare to go to the heavenly pit. That wasn't a place where ordinary people could go. Even if he got close, he might be in danger. Even though he could turn into liquid to protect himself, he didn't want to take that risk. But if he didn't agree, he would die now. Okay. I can take you there. As if he had made a great mental effort, the old man nodded laboriously. But I won't go into the sinkhole, you're no different from taking my life. Okay. Qin Yu smiled and patted the old man's shoulder before pulling him up. Leave early tomorrow morning, remember to wrap the wound on your arm, otherwise if you die, it has nothing to do with me? Looking at Qin Yu's back as he left, the old man immediately felt a vicious chill. How could he be so unlucky to meet such a difficult guy like Qin Yu? This kid was obviously just a young adult, but he actually had such exaggerated abilities. Suddenly, his pupils widened once more. A thought popped up violently in his heart. Unbelievably, it was a dragon race? Only Dragon Flame could ignore attribute restraints and inflict high damage against attributes. This kid was actually an awakened occupation related to the dragon race? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be a bit thankful. But even so, wanting to go to the copy in that pit was a 1 in 9 chance of death. Forget it, why think so much? The old man let out a light laugh and slowly walked towards the inn. Since that kid is rushing to his death, what do I have to worry about? The monster inside will naturally teach him a lesson for me. Early the next morning, the 4 of them gathered downstairs. However, the other 3, except for Qin Yu where he was, all had a hard look on their faces. Apparently, the medicinal strength of the glass of wine last night had not yet passed. It's really weird, why does this head of mine hurt so much? Lin, how you couldn't help but spit out. Can't it be that it's just the water and soil? Qin Yu, why don't you just let me return to the guild? It's probably hard for me to continue in this state. Don't fart. You're in good shape. Qin Yu immediately blanked Lin Haoyu, and then looked at the old man standing at the side. I had a long talk with the boss last night, and he promised to take us to the next copy of the underground mines today. Really? Song Wanru instantly opened her mouth in excitement. Then thank you so much, you're such a good person. Ahem. It should be. Should be. The old man lightly coughed a few times, then sighed somewhat helplessly. Entering the uninhabited area, it was still the familiar thorn forest, but as he walked, the thorn trees beside him became much less, turning into an endless wilderness. There wasn't much vegetation as far as the eye could see, just gravel and rubble piled up in deserted rock piles. There were also the remains of corpses everywhere, and the disgusting smell of decay. And this couldn't help but make the 2 girls, as well as Lin Haoyu, all look embarrassed. After all, this level of corpse pile could be seen in the wild, which was really a bit hard to accept. Judging from the degree of corruption of that corpse, as well as the wounds on its body. There must be an extremely ferocious swarm of monsters infesting this place. And further on, the environment became even more barren, but there were many fewer corpses and bones, and only many unseen monster footprints were found. Among them, the most numerous was a 3-fingered footprint. In front of the foot, 3 extremely long claw marks were listed. Like a chicken foot. Spirit San stared at the footprint for a long time, and then said in a deep voice without thinking. It's an ancient flaming chicken. This is a species from the ancient times, I thought it was extinct, but I didn't expect to actually encounter it here. Is this monster powerful? Can it break my shield? Lin Haoyu suddenly snorted coldly from the side and spoke disdainfully. Sorry, it's really possible. Spirit San didn't give Lin Haoyu any face and spoke bluntly. Ever heard of a corruption effect? A corruption effect that corrupts the equipment on the enemy, thus rendering it useless. Without waiting for Spirit San to explain, Qin Yu was the first to speak. That's right, that ancient flaming chicken, also known as the ancient phoenix. As a monster that has been born since super ancient times, its attack carries a corruption effect that can instantly corrupt the equipment on your body, turning it into a piece of ragged metal. What do you think, that shield of yours can be preserved? This. Lin Haoyu instantly closed his mouth. Although he didn't understand any corruption effects, he realized the severity of the problem after knowing that his equipment would instantly turn into scrap. It was important to know that the main thing for a professional was to attack and defend through weapons and equipment. This was also the key to quickly raising their strength. However, if all of these things were to fail, even though they weren't permanent, they could still be immediately weakened in combat. In such a situation, I'm afraid that as long as one is hit a few times by a high-level monster, one would have to pass away. For a while, the crowd fell into silence. The appearance of this kind of dangerous monster here meant that the danger for them had also greatly increased. A few of you, before we reach the heavenly pit, I advise you to hurry back. At this time, the old man once again helplessly advised. The no man's land isn't like those copies in the city, the danger isn't that high, and professions like yours with high ranks can completely handle it. This no man's land is full of crises, and that copy you're going to, in the heavenly pit, doesn't just have that ancient phoenix you're talking about, there are other terrifying monsters as well. If you guys don't want to lose your lives, you'd better go. It's fine. But as soon as his words fell, Qin Yu on the side confidently shook his head. It's just a mere phoenix, or a phoenix that has already degenerated, it's not enough to fear. I've fought dragons, I'm still not afraid of a pheasant? Afterward, Qin Yu glanced at the old man and smiled faintly. Boss, continue leading the way? Don't be lazy, otherwise, you know what will happen? 129. Deeper into the sinkhole, Lin Haoyu who had his head swallowed. The old man did not dare to slack off and could only walk forward with a stiff upper lip. While Qin Yu followed behind, he pondered about this so-called ancient flaming chicken. Super ancient monsters were usually very bullish. Dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns were among them. There were also monsters extended from some divine beasts that were also quite powerful. And this ancient flaming chicken known as the ancient phoenix, although it wasn't a true fire-bathing phoenix, its strength was not to be underestimated. Just that attack with a corruption effect was enough to make them take it seriously. If the level was a bit higher, ordinary people would have to see the light and die, I'm afraid. But in front of him, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. A wild phoenix that wasn't a genuine one couldn't possibly fight against a dragon. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the sinkhole. The immense deep pit was several kilometers in length, while below it was a bottomless darkness that could not be seen at a glance. Even, occasionally, an inexplicable, inaudible cry of some monster could be heard coming from inside. When the crowd saw this, they also revealed somewhat worried expressions. The more unknown a place was, the more fearful it was. This deep pit had rarely been visited, and without information, they naturally had little confidence. Coupled with the footprints of the ancient flaming chicken that they had just discovered, they were even more terrified. After all, they were only over 10 levels. If the level of the monsters under that pit was too high, they would not even be able to escape. However, Qin Yu did not feel this way at all. With a wave of his staff, a golden dragon appeared and stopped in front of the crowd. The moment he saw the golden dragon, the old man sat down on the ground in fear. He was now finally certain why Qin Yu could resist the medicine in his wine? This brat, indeed, had something to do with the dragon race. Even, being able to summon a real dragon to appear. It was already a blessing that he didn't die when he messed with this kind of guy. But fortunately, he promised him to come to this heavenly pit. It was also considered a grudge that could save a small life. But at this time, Qin Yu came forward and patted his shoulder, smiling. Boss, please go down and explore the way? Ah. The old man instantly froze, and after realizing that Qin Yu was not joking, he immediately revealed an aggrieved and embarrassed expression. That? Handsome man, how can this be done? I'm a big old man, if you ask me to explore this heavenly pit, isn't that the same as asking me to jump into a fire pit? This is definitely a no-return scenario, right? How could it be? Can't you turn into water? It shouldn't be easy to die, right? Or maybe, you're lying to me? Then what happened last night? Qin Yu was just about to open his mouth when the old man stopped him. Looking behind Qin Yu, at the three people with puzzled faces, he could only nod his head stiffly. Just go. But how do I go down? Of course you'll go down in my dragon. Qin Yu glanced at the golden dragon beside him, his meaning very obvious. Don't worry, it's very obedient, as long as you don't move around, it won't swallow you. Do you think I believe that? The old man couldn't help but curse in his heart. This kid probably planned to use himself to go down and explore the road from the very beginning, so that he could avenge his own poisoning. This man's mind was actually so ruthless, and his heart was extremely deep. However, it was indeed as he said, once he encountered danger, as long as he turned into water in time, he would be able to avoid the attack and save himself from death. Thinking of this, the old man didn't think any more and tremblingly climbed onto the dragon's back. The moment he touched the dragon's scales, he couldn't help but be in a trance. The real texture of it instantly made his heart thrill with excitement. Whether he was looking with his eyes or touching with his hands, it was not like he was dreaming. This really was a dragon. Only, the head of this dragon was a worm. Would there be a dragon that looks like this? At this time, seeing that Qin Yu even wanted to let the old man go down to explore the road, the remaining 3 people also gathered around. Song Wanru even directly opened her mouth to question. Qin Yu, people are only here to help us find the way, what are you doing? It's so dangerous here, it's better to let him return first. But before she could finish, Qin Yu immediately interrupted. Isn't this just letting him find his way? Moreover, I didn't force him, he volunteered. Don't you think so? Boss? That's right. Helping people to the end, that's how enthusiastic I am. The old man replied forcefully, and as the golden scale insect slowly entered the heavenly pit, the environment inside began to become visible. This heavenly pit was caused by a meteorite falling from the sky. It was said that one night, a meteor fell in this no man's land, with a huge impact. The explosions were endless, and even swept away all the plants and animals in this neighborhood. But the meteor suddenly disappeared after the fall. That's why this bottomless pit was left behind. Over the years, many people have come to explore this pit. There were guild members, monster hunters, and even some high-level professionals who came. The purpose was simple. Generally, when a vision arose, it would be accompanied by the appearance of new monsters and new copies. This kind of unknown brand new copy, the first time through, will usually burst out very rare equipment or materials. That was why they would think of coming to explore it for the first time. However, the people who entered the heavenly pit, without exception, all disappeared. No one knew what happened to them, whether they were alive or dead was unclear. Only know that after they entered the pit, they never came out again. After a long time, no one dared to enter the pit. Even, no one was willing to enter the no man's land. After all, no one wants to waste time going to such a dangerous place. It's not a good idea. On the walls around the heavenly pit, there were many small, uneven holes, in which flickering light would appear from time to time, as well as the occasional roar. This couldn't help but make the old man who was continuously descending, as well as the few who were waiting on top of it, tremble with fear. Before seeing the monster, one could hear its sound. This was a rather terrifying phenomenon. However, no monsters stepped forward to attack the old man on the dragon's back, and he arrived at a hole below very smoothly. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu immediately summoned another golden scaled insect and jumped up. Seeing this, the remaining 3 also leapt up. The 4 of them similarly quickly reached the vicinity of the cave entrance. When they landed, Lin Haoyu, who had never spoken, couldn't help but let out a light hum as he looked around and shouted. What heavenly pit with no return? It's all just something to scare people. I guess it must be those guys being alarmist. How is this place that scary? It's just a deeper pit. Even if there are unknown monsters, little master, I can easily handle them. There's no need for anyone else to make a move at all. After saying that, he also purposely glanced at Qin Yu, the meaning of which was self-evident. But at this, the crowd had long been accustomed to it. Qin Yu, in particular, did not have any thoughts of ignoring him at all. Song Wanru, who was on the side, was thinking of mocking him, but just after turning her head, she suddenly froze with her eyes, her mouth wide open but without any sound. Seeing this, Lin Haoyu just laughed and opened his mouth to snicker. What? Wasn't it by me being handsome? But don't worship me, I've always been so undisturbed. Lin Haoyu was still immersed in self-satisfaction and couldn't help himself, but in the next second, his head was instantly swallowed. 130. Flock of ancient flaming chickens, the 3-member squad's power praying for golden votes. Only to see that an ancient flaming chicken had appeared behind Lin Haoyu at some point, its huge beak opening just enough to swallow his head whole. The overall appearance of the ancient light chicken was then the same as the cuckoo chicken. However, it was more than 10 times larger, covered in flesh-colored, hard skin with patterns. With its wings open, it was more than 10 meters long. There were also fiery red feathers on them, which were incredibly sharp. But the biggest feature was its huge mouth. Opening its mouth completely, it could even swallow a person completely. And Lin Haoyu was wearing armor, so he wasn't completely swallowed. Moreover, his head was also well protected by the helmet, so he luckily didn't lose his life directly. Level 33 Ancient Flaming Chicken. 8 trigrams Injury Control Formation. Seeing this, Ling Shai immediately pulled the frozen Song Wanru behind him, and then the Bagua mirror in his hand rotated violently, instantly laying down a formation underneath that ancient flaming chicken's feet. Taking advantage of the moment when the ancient flaming chicken was controlled, she quickly rushed over and pulled Lin Haoyu out as well. However, with the difference in level, her current damage control formation could only control this level 33 ancient light chicken for a few seconds. After a few seconds passed, the ancient flaming chicken regained its movement and charged towards the few people once again. Dragon Flame. Right at this moment, Qin Yu let out a low roar, and the two golden-scaled insects standing by in the air violently spat out a mouthful of dragon flame, instantly engulfing the ancient flaming chicken. The scalding flames brought about a wave of heat that instantly caused several people to retreat into the mouth of the cave. And this was what caused the old man standing at the very back to be shocked once again. The power of the dragon flame was truly immeasurable. This could be even bigger and fiercer than the flame that burned himself last night. It was hard to imagine that any monster could survive this kind of flame. But in the next second, the ancient flaming chicken rushed out from the flames. A loud and clear cry resounded throughout the entire sinkhole. This monster isn't even afraid of the dragon flame? The old man couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Only to see that there were no burns on the body of the ancient flaming chicken, only those sharp feathers on its wings were now transformed into gusts of swirling flames. Reborn in fire. Spirit Sand, who was at the side, said slowly. It's not for nothing that this monster is called the Ancient Phoenix. Qin Yu's dragon flame caused this ancient flaming chicken to instantly change into a new state. While replacing its new state, its strength also rose a notch. Moreover, the crowing sound just now caused all the rest of the ancient flaming chickens in the sky pit to poke their heads out. Almost instantly, hundreds of ancient flaming chickens scurried out from the hole next to the wall and rushed towards them. This couldn't help but make them freeze in place as they were not expecting it. Hurry! I'll pad the back. Qin Yu let out a low roar, instantly waking up the frozen few. The old man was the first to rush into the cave entrance, followed by Lin Haoyu. Qin Yu, I'll help you. However, Wanru was determined to stay beside Qin Yu and raised the staff in her hand, and a 7-colored light appeared. And me. Lingsha similarly did not leave, but held up the 8 trigrams mirror to look at the flock of ancient flaming chickens rushing over, without the slightest bit of timidity in her eyes. You guys? Looking at the two people beside him, Qin Yu was silent for a while, then suddenly revealed a helpless bitter smile. That's just it, pay attention to your own safety, I don't have the work to take care of you guys. Qin Yu just gently waved his arm, and countless, sky-covering eagle-eye flying insects, 3-headed devil insects, as well as golden scale insects. They instantly blocked the onslaught of those ancient flaming chickens. Although he said that, Qin Yu was still considerate and left a few beetles beside the two girls as protection. With the swarm of insects holding them back, the more the three of them fought, the more energized they became. Wanru and Ling Sha's cooperation also became more and more tacit. One was responsible for attacking, and the other was responsible for controlling recovery. It was as if they were a perpetual motion machine. Although one of them was level 18 and one was level 16, their damage was not low. Wanru's 7 elemental attacks that hit the level 33 ancient flaming chicken also caused it to rapidly lose blood. After all, the reactions between the individual elements and the extra damage was just as explosive. This was coupled with her top-notch equipment. Although it wasn't as good as the nightmare suit from the grand exam, the added attributes were also ridiculously high. At the very least, being 15 levels below the monster and still being able to finish off an ancient flaming chicken within a few minutes, this kind of damage was already far beyond what other professions could match. However, this was only in an environment where one could output peacefully. The swift attack made these ancient creatures, which had lived for hundreds of millions of years, realize the danger and quickly fled back to the cave. Roughly, only about half of them remained. Phew! Finally beat those monsters away. Wanru let out a big breath, her small face became red because of her nervousness and hard work, but on the other hand, she looked cute to the extreme. This could not help but make Qin Yu look stunned. Wanru's appearance can be said to be one of the best in Linghai City, or else she wouldn't be honored as the school flower. Pavilion, clean, like a perfectly carved work of art. It could be said that with one look, one could fall in love with the existence. However, he quickly turned his head. Lu Chanxian's shadow had not yet been erased in his heart. Right now, he only wanted to honestly fight monsters and upgrade to become the strongest in the world. As for these love affairs, he didn't even want to think about them. On the other side, Ling Sha very keenly sensed the loss in Qin Yu's eyes and couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. This bewitching man would even reveal that kind of look. With her woman's sixth sense, this must have been emotionally frustrated at one time to have that kind of look appear. Could it be that it was related to the Wanru? But then, she immediately shook her head and dismissed her inner thoughts. If there had been a gap between the two of them, then they shouldn't be so close now. But that expression, there was no way she could be wrong. It must have been the thought of a sad past that caused her to show that lost expression. Curiosity drove her towards Chinu. However, she felt that it was not good to ask directly, so she turned back to Song Wanru. Sister Wanru, you and Chinu should be very familiar with each other, right? The sudden inquiry made Song Wanru a little puzzled. As a matter of fact, she had long felt that the relationship between this spirit sand and Qin Yu was not right. Obviously, they had not been too happy during the examination before, but how come they were now teaming up together to brush the books? Could it be that this temperamental imperial sister liked Qin Yu? What's so good about that guy? Although he wasn't too ugly, his strength was quite okay, and he even helped her several times. Thinking of this, Song Wanru immediately shook her head and said softly, "Although we are classmates, we are actually not that familiar. What do you want to ask? If I know, I can tell you instead. Qin Yu, does he have a girlfriend?" Hearing Ling Sha's words, Song Wanru instantly became certain of her inner thoughts. This woman, I'm afraid that she really has a crush on Qin Yu? This is why she wanted to sidestep Qin Yu's situation from her. And seeing the dismay on Song Wanru's face, Ling Sha could only open her mouth again to explain. Don't get me wrong, what I mean is, didn't he have a girlfriend once? 131, here and there, a copy of the 18 Layers of Hell. I didn't misunderstand. Song Wanru smiled faintly, appearing cloudy on the surface, but in reality, she was lightly grunting in her heart. Still asking her not to misunderstand? Wasn't this just a case of here and now? Who in their right mind would suddenly ask her such a question at a time like this? But this woman wanted to know, it wasn't like she couldn't say. The beauty of being an adult, she still understood. But before opening her mouth, she still glanced at Qin Yu, who was not far away. This matter was a knot in the heart for Qin Yu. Although those two guys had been killed off, the feeling could not be erased. He did have an ex-girlfriend before, named Lu Chanxian. But she betrayed him before the big exam and took up with an A-ranked professional. A rank? Ling Sha instantly frowned in confusion. It couldn't be that he broke up because he thought Qin Yu was a B-rank summoner with no future, right? You've guessed it, so I don't need to say anymore. Song Wanru spread her hands and her face was also filled with helplessness. What an eye without a pearl, how can you be sure of a person's strength or weakness just based on their occupational grade? There are no weak professions, only weak professionals. This is the truth that Boss Su told me. If she had fallen for this kind of strong person, I'm afraid she would have joined the Dragon Bane Guild by now as well, right? Spirit Sand's words caused Song Wanru to fall into a bit of a trance. There's no such chance. Remember that middle-aged man who was arrested just now? You mean, that Shi Wuhai? That's right. Song Wanru nodded. That Shi Wuhai is Shi Yong's father, and Shi Yong is the boy who robbed Qin Yu's ex-girlfriend Lu Chanxian. And because of that, Qin Yu killed them all in the big exam. That's why Shi Wuhai is targeting Qin Yu so much, cooperating with the Killer Association, wanting to get rid of him. But he probably didn't expect that Qin Yu would be so difficult to deal with. No wonder. Spirit Sand, who understood all, fell into a short period of contemplation. Although this plot sounded reasonable, her heart felt a tinge more emotion towards Qin Yu. If it were anyone else, she was afraid that she would only be able to tolerate the anger and take it. But Qin Yu did not do so. This could not help but make her even more curious about Qin Yu's past. Obviously just a summoner, how could he have such exaggerated strength? Just as she was still pondering the reason, Qin Yu in the distance let out a call and said, "Hello? Are you two leaving or not? If you're scared, then wait for me here, I'll break into this copy alone. Coming right away." Seeing this, the two women immediately stopped talking and hurriedly followed. Without walking for long, they saw Lin Haoyu and the old man in the depths of the cave. The two men's faces were filled with shock, but upon seeing the three of them, they immediately revealed expressions of delight. "I knew that you guys were definitely fine. So, I rushed here at the first opportunity and found this portal, awesome or not? If you're scared, then you're scared, why are you pretending? Your guts are a waste of this S-rank profession." Qin Yu didn't give Lin Haoyu any face and walked straight to the teleportation door, his eyes full of excitement. You know. I'm a hallowed knight, would I be afraid of those turkeys? I'm just trying to give you guys a chance to perform. Alright. Don't be a goody two-shoes. Seeing this, Spirit Sand immediately said with a chortle. A defensive profession that runs faster than anyone, and you still have the nerve to boast here? It's a shame to say it out loud. That's right. Song Wanru helped out from the side, her face full of disdain. You don't feel ashamed either? If you were on the battlefield, you'd be a deserter. Don't be sarcastic with him, it's important to advance the copy. Qin Yu immediately opened his mouth to interrupt a few people arguing, then quickly entered the teleportation portal. Seeing this, Song Wanru and Ling Sha also followed closely. What are you laughing at? Dead old man? Laugh again and I'll smash all your teeth and throw them into that pit to feed the chickens. Lin Haoyu exasperatedly glared at the old man who was snickering at the side, and then he quickly entered the portal as well. However, he didn't notice that after he entered, the smile on the old man's face was frozen in an instant. Humph. How dare a few milquetoast guys look down on me like that? It's fine for that kid to ruin my good deed, but he actually dared to threaten me and ask me to come here to scout? If it wasn't for the fact that you have the power of the Dragon Clan, I would have raped and killed all of you first, then raped and killed again. I would have thrown all of you into the pumping pool and turned you into monsters. However, even if you're powerful, there's nothing you can do after entering this copy. You guys, just die here obediently and become unknown corpses in this sinkhole. After saying that, the old man turned into a puddle of black water, flowing towards the outside of the cave. After the four of them entered the portal, Qin Yu triggered the copy information. But unexpectedly, it was not the copy called Underground Mining Cave that they were familiar with. Instead, it was called 18 Layers of Hell. Just by hearing this name, one would think that this was a very scary copy. After all, this expression was still very well known in the hearts of the Chinese people. As the saying goes, when you enter the 18 layers of hell, you will have to peel off the 18 layers of skin on your body before you can be reincarnated again. Of course, this is just a superstition and cannot be taken seriously. However, there was indeed an eerie flavor in this copy. The long corridor went all the way up, and the spiral staircase couldn't be seen at a glance. On the surrounding walls, there were also dots of dim green lights that accompanied the gusts of gloomy winds and kept swaying. Most of all, occasionally a mournful scream could be heard from above. It was as if there were really little ghosts being executed above. Such a horrifying scene couldn't help but make the two girls tense up once again. However, this time, Lin Haoyu was uncharacteristically calm, and with the shield in his hand raised, he rushed straight up the stairs. Don't worry guys, I'm definitely not dragging my feet this time. Stay close to me, I'll protect you all. Looking at the forward-looking Lin Haoyu, the few people then didn't continue to worry and followed one after another. There wasn't much of an introduction to this copy, so they could only slowly feel their way up. This spiral staircase, the higher they went, the heavier the smell of blood became. Before climbing up for long, there was a white bone that fell from somewhere above and instantly broke into several pieces on the ground. Subsequently, dozens of white bones fell again from the next. However, Qin Yu realized that the white bones that appeared afterward. Something was not quite right. On top of the white bones, there was a little bit of mucus. It felt like some monster had turned those guys into this. Soon, they reached the top of the stairs. At the top was a platform. In the depths of the platform, there was a hole, deep and quiet. Obviously, that hole was the way to the upper level. However, in the center of the platform, there was a person covered in blood kneeling there. When several people came to the platform, it slowly raised its head. And its mouth opened unnaturally. It then picked up a huge pair of scissors at the side and cut off its tongue with one hand. 132, the hell of tongue pulling, where the tongue is the essence. Petition for golden tickets. In an instant, blood flowed. The tongue that had been cut off fell aside, still pulsing. And the crowd that saw the scene was struck with a vicious chill. Lin Haoyu, who was standing at the very front, even vomited directly. Tongue-pulling hell. Qin Yu said subconsciously. Since the name of this copy was called the 18 Layers of Hell, it meant that the content of the copy was definitely unrelated to this. And this first layer is the tongue-pulling hell. During the crowd's shock, the bloody man had slowly stood up, holding that huge scissors in both hands, and with his mouth wide open, he rushed towards them. Lin Haoyu didn't run away this time, raising the shield in his hands in a flash. But even so, he was still knocked back several meters by the huge impact. I'll go. This guy has so much strength? The strength is estimated to break 100, right? Seeing this, Song Wanru and Ling Sha immediately took up a fighting stance, and the three of them presented a horns position, quickly entangling the bloody man. Lin Haoyu was in front, Song Wanru and Ling Sha were on the sides behind them. This was a very classic team formation. A defensive profession was in front to fend off attacks, an auxiliary was in the back to recover status and provide control, and another attacker was responsible for attacking. With this kind of formation spread out, battles basically wouldn't have any problems. Especially when taking advantage of a large number of people. Unless it was the enemy's strength was so strong that the formation would be directly dispersed, so that there would be a possibility of defeat. But this bloody man clearly didn't have that kind of strength. Aside from the scary-looking appearance and the extremely sharp scissors, other than that, there was nothing special about it. Qin Yu did not make a move, but quietly looked at the tongue-pulling bloody man who had fallen into madness. He always felt that this fellow was not that simple. The hell of tongue-pulling, as the first of the 18 layers of hell, punishes those who sow discord, slander and harm others, smooth-talking, cleverly arguing, lying and cheating. To punish such people, the judges would slowly pull out their tongues and cut them off instantly. But as the guard of the tongue-pulling hell, why would it cut out its own tongue? Thinking of this, Qin Yu turned his head to look at the constantly trembling tongue on the ground, and a horrifying thought instantly surfaced in his mind. Wind blade. With that, Qin Yu immediately swung his arm and a wind blade slashed towards that tongue. However, at that moment, that tongue suddenly jumped towards a short distance away, just dodging the attack. Indeed. That tongue is the main body, while that bloody person is just a container. In fact, at the very beginning, Qin Yu felt that there was something wrong with that constantly trembling tongue. As a human tissue, it should not have moved after being cut off. But this thing managed to keep trembling. It felt like a heart. Now it seems that this thing probably has its own consciousness. The operation of pulling out the tongue just now is to protect the commander-in-chief. This is also the way to make the intruder think that if he kills the bloody man, he can pass through this hell of tongue-pulling. However, in reality, it was likely that the bloody man could not be eliminated, and the only way to do so was to finish off this tongue. The situation was indeed as Qin Yu thought. The attack of the remaining three only increased, and at one point, they even beat the skin of the bloody man. But in the next second, it always recovered from its injuries. Moreover, the scissors in his hand, as if it also carried a corruption effect, only touched Lin Haoyu's shield, causing it to instantly lose its luster. Not only did the special effect disappear, but the high defense power shield provided was also gone. Damn it! This guy is too difficult to deal with. My defense power is about to bottom out. Don't be afraid. I'll restore your status, so don't let up. Once the formation is broken up, we'll all die. Spirit San kept releasing spells, his face filled with doubt. Logically speaking, a level 30 monster shouldn't be this difficult to kill. The several of them were all S-rank professions. Even if there was a difference of 10 or so levels, they wouldn't have fought for so long, with their blue levels almost finished off, without finishing that guy off. One must realize that this was only the first level. If this was really the 18 layers of hell, then they would still have to pass through at least 17 layers. If the first level was this difficult, wouldn't the next 17 levels kill them? At this moment, she suddenly realized that Qin Yu had not joined the battle. At this moment of crisis, shouldn't he have immediately stepped in and killed the monster? In the past, when they encountered difficult monsters, as long as Qin Yu made a move, then they would definitely turn the danger into peace. However, why didn't he make a move this time? No, he didn't stand still. Instead, he stretched out his tongue. What is he doing? Without waiting for Ling Sha to figure out what was going on? Qin Yu then cut off his tongue with a gentle stroke. Blood immediately poured out. This could not help but cause Ling Sha to freeze at once. Was Qin Yu crazy? How could he cut off his own tongue at a time like this? Suddenly, she noticed again. On the ground not far in front of him, there was another thick tongue. The scene was very bizarre for a while. Qin Yu was holding his severed tongue in his hand. And across from him, there was another tongue. The two sides were staring at each other without any action. But in the next second, the tongue on the ground violently rushed towards Qin Yu. The speed was so fast that it seemed like a bullet suddenly shot out. And its target was also very obvious, it was in Qin Yu's wide-open, bleeding mouth. However, Qin Yu was revealing a smirk at this moment. Little bastard. Gotcha. When that tongue was about to reach him, Qin Yu waved his hand violently, and a green mist was dispersed, instantly wrapping around the incoming tongue. Neurotoxins were applicable to any creature, unless it was the kind of enemy that was naturally immune to control effects. Watching that tongue land heavily on the ground, Qin Yu directly stomped on it and crushed it, bursting out black thick pulp. And it was also at this moment that the bloody man collapsed to the ground in response, losing his vital signs. Seeing this scene, Lin Haoyu and Song Wanru, who were still fighting, were both a bit puzzled. They thought that they had finally dragged this monster to death and fell into the joy of victory. Unbeknownst to them, this was all due to Qin Yu. Only Ling Sha at this time silently walked over to Qin Yu's side, looked at the tongue in his hand, and inquired in a low voice. "Qin Yu, are you alright here?" "It's fine, it can still be connected." Qin Yu slowly took the tongue in his hand and put it into his mouth, and in a few seconds it was as good as new. And this instantly made Ling Sha say no more words in shock. Seeing the shock on Ling Sha's face, Qin Yu just smiled faintly and then spat out his tongue. You. Don't make a fuss, what? Haven't seen an instant recovery? Seen it. But for you, a summoner, to be able to do it, isn't that a bit too outrageous? Is it? I think it's quite normal, huh? Qin Yu patted her shoulder and said with a meaningful expression. It's better to hurry up and go, this is only the first floor, there are still 17 floors waiting for us? 133. There are more women who want my second brother, who are you? The few people went through the cave entrance, still walking upwards. Lin Haoyu's confidence increased greatly, holding the big scissors of the bloody man just now in his hand, walking in front to show off. While walking, he also showed off with Song Wanru behind him. How was it? Was little Master Me fierce just now? If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid you guys would have been killed by that tongueless monster long ago. I guess the tongues are all gone now too. Song Wanru ignored it and glanced at Ling Sha, who was talking happily with Qin Yu on the side. These two fellows, they really did have a thing. For a moment, some feelings of loss actually surged in her heart. But it only flashed by. But she was puzzled. Obviously, she didn't have any feelings for Qin Yu, so how could she feel so uncomfortable in her heart when she saw him chatting with another girl? Was this right? Unbeknownst to her, Ling Sha's curiosity had risen sharply because she had just witnessed Qin Yu cutting his own tongue and connecting it again. Therefore, now one is following Qin Yu around and asking questions. It was hard to imagine a tall temperamental imperial lady, following his ass and begging him for explanations, with an inquisitive and clingy face. However, Qin Yu just answered easily and coped with the situation with scribbled words. Soon, they arrived at the second platform. Since they knew that this was the 18 layers of hell, the second level, presumably, was the Hell of Scissors. At this moment, Qin Yu glanced at the scissors in Lin Haoyu's hand and had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. This scissors hell, even though it carried the word scissors. But what it wanted to punish was the family destroyer. Especially that kind of third party. And that scissors, what it cut was not the tongue. Without waiting for him to open his mouth to remind him, Lin Haoyu rushed into the cave with a confident look on his face, still holding the large-handled scissors in his hand. Yo! Still a beauty? How do you make brother feel good about doing this? In the cave, there was a woman kneeling, naked, with her long black hair covering almost her entire face. Beside her, a pair of scissors was also placed. But the size was much smaller. It was also the moment Lin Haoyu entered the cave that the woman raised her head, revealing that delicate and stunningly beautiful face. However, her expression was slightly frantic, and there was a trace of dried blood at the corner of her mouth. Handsome. Are you here to make love to me as well? The woman's body stood up as if twisted, so she picked up the scissors on the ground with her hands. Before Lin Haoyu could react, she quickly rushed towards him. While rushing, she also shouted. Ha ha ha! Let me cut off your second brother, right? Give it to me quickly. The woman's mournful roar instantly resounded throughout the cave. And this made Lin Haoyu instantly shudder, completely losing his aura and confidence from earlier, wanting to escape immediately. But where in this cave was there any place to escape? Hey! What the hell are you guys looking at? Quickly come over to help ah? With no other choice, he could only hope on the three people who had just walked into the cave. However, the three of them didn't act immediately, but stood still and quietly watched him. The reason for this was because, on the other hand, they realized that this woman appeared to only be chasing after Lin Haoyu, and even if other people appeared in her field of vision, she wouldn't take care of them. Student Lin, this woman seems to have her eye on you, how dare we intervene from the middle? Otherwise, why don't you just obey her? That way maybe we can go to the next level. You don't want us to stop here, do you? Bull. Hearing Qin Yu's playful mocking voice, Lin Haoyu immediately cursed loudly. Is this woman looking at me? That's him looking at my second brother. If you guys don't save me, I'll become a ing eunuch. Looking at Lin Haoyu's anxious face, the crowd remained motionless. Qin Yu was not wanting to care at all, while Song Wanru and Ling Sha did not dare to care. Song Wanru already knew that the tongue-pulling hell just now was because Qin Yu had found that blood person's weakness, which allowed them to successfully pass through. Therefore, seeing that Qin Yu did not make any moves, they did not dare to act rashly. After all, this copy wasn't quite the same as the ones that brushed the monsters. If they couldn't find a way to pass through, I'm afraid they could mess with the monsters here. But it's not a solution to keep waiting, is it? Qin Yu. Thinking of this, Song Wanru opened her mouth somewhat worriedly and asked. Aren't we going over to help? If this continues, that Lin Haoyu will be castrated by that woman sooner or later. It's not that I don't want to help, but we can't. Qin Yu shook his head and spoke somewhat helplessly. This level is the Hell of Scissors, it is specialized in treating family destroyers. If we go over to help, wouldn't that make us the third party that destroys their families? Once we do that, that woman will definitely go even more crazy, and I'm afraid the situation will be very uncontrollable at that time. What then? Ling Sha asked immediately afterward. This woman can only be resolved by Lin Haoyu alone. Blame it on him for being too flamboyant. Before I had the chance to remind him, he rushed in with a brain. Even if he dies, it's still a self-inflicted death. But I guess it shouldn't die, the odds are that he'll just lose his second brother. Qin Yu's voice echoed in the cave, and this caused Lin Haoyu's heart to turn ashen. In other words, he can only deal with this woman alone? But he was only a defensive profession, and even though he was S-ranked, his attack power wasn't that high. The only thing he was proud of was his extremely strong defense and recovery ability. But in front of monsters with corruption abilities, his defense was like a piece of paper. After all, his level was too low, and the defense value he provided was simply not enough. As long as he was sprayed by a high-level monster, I'm afraid his defense would be broken. But fortunately, he had a special ability. With luck, he might be able to grind this crazy to death. Quickly give it to me. Give it to me. The woman was still holding the shears and kept chasing after Lin Haoyu. But suddenly Lin Haoyu stopped, which caused a sudden sardonic smile to appear on her face. Handsome. You finally stopped running. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? Honestly, hand over your second brother so that you can save a little life? I'll hand it over. Lin Haoyu quickly raised his shield and roared angrily. Come and kill me if you can. I'd rather die than give in, Kam you motherer. Hearing Lin Haoyu's curses, the woman's eyes gradually became sultry. At the same time, the hand holding the scissors turned white. Handsome. When you come to Scissors Hell, you have to listen to what you're told. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave here. Got it? Give it to me now. The woman rushed over hysterically, holding the scissors in both hands with a clear target, Lin Haoyu's crotch. This attack with a corrupting effect, once it succeeded, it would surely be the severing of a child. But just as the scissors were about to reach their destination, Lin Haoyu's figure suddenly panned aside for a while, and then with a fierce push, he pushed the woman back a few steps. There are more women who want my second brother, who are you? 134. The God of Shield Reversal, a sudden change of heart. Seeking golden tickets. This sudden change of heart caused the other three to suddenly light up. But they all thought it was just an accident. But when they saw the same situation several times again, they realized that it wasn't an accident. Rather, it was one of Lin Haoyu's abilities. Shield counter. Qin Yu smiled and spoke slowly. This is an ordinary skill of a knight that can only be activated when about to be attacked, and the trigger conditions are quite harsh. For this guy to be able to consistently make a shield counter all the time, it means he must have trained systematically. It seems like Mr. Lin really doesn't want to lose his second brother, huh? Shield counter. This was considered a divine skill for shield-wielding professionals. Since the triggering conditions were difficult, no one usually wanted to attack and counterattack in this way. After all, once there was a mistake, it was possible to take one's own little life. The utility was not high, plus the difficulty in triggering it. As a result, the crowd gradually forgot about this buggy divine skill. But that didn't mean that the ability was useless. At least at times like this, it was very useful. But how long could Lin Hao last? This kind of skill required a very strong concentration. Once one froze, or was unable to concentrate, it would never be possible to trigger a shield reverse. To put it more plainly, I'm afraid that at that time, Lin Hao will be that woman as scissors cut off the sexual happiness of the second half of life. From then on, a man's virility would cease. Everything depended on how long Lin Hao could hold out. Damn it! Damn it! Obviously you guys came here and took the initiative to provoke me, why can't you even fulfill this request? Damn you! If you have the guts, I'd like to see if you have the strength to toy with me or not. As he spoke, Lin Hao even stretched out a finger, arrogantly roaring low. Come over here. Provoked, the woman was naturally not polite. Holding up the shears, she charged towards Lin Hao again. However, it was once again bounced off by the shield counter. Shield counter actually did damage, but the damage of the counter was related to one's own defense. And all of his weapons and equipment were now corrupted. With just his own defense, the damage of a shield counter was estimated to be a few hundred at a time. And this woman had level 30 and 30,000 blood. In other words, he would have to trigger about 100 shield counters in a row without fail to do so. This was an almost impossible task. However, for the sake of his happiness for the rest of his life, he must do it. Once. Twice. 5 times. 10 times. 30 times. 50 times. The 3 people watching the battle from a short distance away were silently counting the number of consecutive shield reversals that Lin Hao had used. Like him, the calculated number of times they had to use shield reversal had to be at least 100 or more before they could possibly resolve that crazy woman. But this was just too difficult. For a skill with extremely harsh triggering conditions like this, once or twice was normal. But to do it more than 100 times in a row, the probability was just a little too low. But Lin Hao had refreshed their knowledge. He kept attacking with a shield counterattack. Until, that crazy woman was worn down alive. Along with that woman falling to the ground in response, Lin Hao also knelt on the ground in a disengaged manner. If it wasn't for the fact that he had resisted the shield, I'm afraid that he would have directly collapsed. Seeing this, Spirit Sand immediately threw a recovery array over, and only then did his face gradually ease up. Remember not to be so adventurous in the future, this time it was your luck, otherwise you wouldn't even know how you died. Qin Yu walked to Lin Hao's side in a cloudy manner, and kicked the scissors to the side. It's time to show you all what is meant by true strength. Without waiting for the 3 to react, Qin Yu quickly walked towards that exit. Wait for us. Ignoring the shouts of the 3 people behind him, Qin Yu reached the 3rd level of the platform almost at a flying speed. After observing the first 2 floors, he had now roughly understood the operating rules of this 18 layers of hell copy. Those monsters were tailored according to the characteristics of each hell. Therefore, as long as one was wary of the characteristics of those hells before entering the cavern, one would be able to easily pass the level. And according to the law, the 3rd level was that Iron Tree Hell. The Iron Tree Hell punished those who provoked. After seeing a huge tree in the cave, this also meant that Qin Yu's guess was basically correct. With just a thought, dozens of golden scale insects lined up in front of him. Afterward, Qin Yu raised a finger and pointed at the iron tree, saying softly, "Dragon flame! Burn me!" Dozens of golden scaled insects opened their large mouths and spewed out dragon flames that instantly filled the entire cavern. It also caused the iron tree to instantly melt into iron. At this time, the remaining 3 rushed from below just in time to see this scene, and their faces revealed a look of surprise. With this kind of ability, wouldn't any copy be an easy second? Looking at the flames rolling and burning in the cave, Qin Yu just waved his hand and extinguished them completely. The 4 of them walked into the cave and just wanted to continue walking upwards. The ground, however, suddenly shook violently. What's going on? While several people were puzzled, the entrance and exit of the cave suddenly closed, and then the ground of the cave suddenly cracked, and dozens of extremely long copper pillars violently rushed out from underneath, just toppling several people to mid-air. At the same time, the ground collapsed to nothing, and then the sound of water being released appeared from nowhere. In just a blink of an eye, the bottom was filled with boiling hot, steaming, gurgling and bubbling boiling water. The rising heat quickly spread inside the cave, causing their vision to be obstructed. Moreover, the temperature rose so rapidly that even breathing was very difficult. Most importantly, a wave gradually began to appear in that boiling hot water, and then dozens of bloody people swam out from it, their faces full of hideousness, and their screams were endless. After seeing the few people on the copper pillar, they then immediately climbed up along the pillar. What the hell is going on here? The increasing temperature caused the 4 people to instantly become drenched. Most importantly, their defense values and blood levels were also decreasing. Obviously, this high temperature had begun to exceed the highest range that the human body could withstand. Seeing this, Spirit Sand immediately opened fire, placing recovery arrays underneath everyone's feet, and only then did he barely manage to stop the declining blood levels. And at this moment, Qin Yu's brows had already wrinkled into twists. The dragon flame just now must have already broken the iron tree hell to be right. After all, fire overpowers wood, and even though it was an iron tree, it would definitely not be able to carry it in front of the extreme flames. But what was the reason for this sudden change? The rising hot steam, the copper pillar that crumbled and appeared, and the boiling hot oil and water underneath. Is it hard? Qin Yu immediately widened his eyes, then turned his head towards Song Wanru and shouted. Wanru! Quickly use your ice attribute attack to quickly lower the temperature. We can't let the temperature rise any higher. Otherwise we'll all die here. 135, for hells, and the frying pan could not withstand the thousands of insect swarms. Hearing Qin Yu's shout, Song Wanru immediately regained her composure. Swinging her staff, she aimed it at the frying pan below. Ice rain! With a dainty cry, countless beams of ice rained down from the air, falling into the hot, steaming frying pan. However, the effect was minimal, and the temperature only dropped slightly. At this time, some blood people had already climbed to the feet of a few people, but were smashed down by Lin Haoyu with his shield. All 3 of them had moved, but only Qin Yu was still standing in place, and copper pillar hell. Steamer hell. Frying pan hell. The 3 hells came out at the same time. Is this because of my quick pass? This was the only reason he could think of. The dragon flames blaze had instantly changed this originally iron tree hell into a state where the 3 hells merged. While the difficulty was greatly increased, it was also exceptionally dangerous. That frying pan was slowly rising, and once it rose past the location of that exit, there would be no chance for them to pass through again. But that exit had been sealed, how to open it was the point. Qin Yu. Quickly think of a way. Holding on like this is not a solution, we will all be burned to death here. Qin Yu did not hesitate and waved his hand heavily once again. Dozens of inferno-armored dragon bugs then descended from the sky and fell into the boiling hot frying pan. This copy was not quite the same as an ordinary monster swiping copy, there were still organs present. Then, when faced with the mechanisms, the simplest way was to violently break them. Inflammable armored dragon bug. Break through this frying pan for me. The inferno-armored dragon bug itself lived underground, and with the same flames burning on its back, it had strong heat resistance, and in this frying pan, it could survive for a long time. And as long as there were enough of them, he would be able to forcefully break this mechanism and thus leave this place. The Inferno Dragon Bug fell into the frying pan, and almost only lasted for almost a minute before it turned into a gush of pus. This was enough to prove that the damage that this organ could cause was completely immeasurable. Even the flame beetle could only last for a minute. If they fell in, I'm afraid that they would perish in no more than 10 seconds. But he had more than just a few Inferno beetle insects. Along with the countless Inferno dragon worms falling into the frying pan, the level of the scalding hot oil and water was also rising rapidly. And this caused the other 3 to express their disbelief. Especially Lin Haoyu, who immediately roared loudly at the sight. Qin Yu. What are you doing? Are you trying to get us killed? I felt something was wrong just now. If you hadn't suddenly set fire to that iron tree, we wouldn't be trapped here. And now you're suddenly having an attack, hurry up and stop it. Shut up. What a raucous noise. Qin Yu blared at him in annoyance and growled in a low voice. Any more nonsense and I'll throw you down and blow you up right now. Without continuing the argument, Qin Yu anxiously looked towards the rising water level under his feet, still summoning the Inferno armored dragon bugs without stopping. Just as the water level was about to reach the top of the copper pillar, this was when a crisp cracking sound was suddenly heard from below. Subsequently, the water level dropped extremely fast. Within a few seconds, it disappeared without a trace. All that was left were those bloody people who had crawled out of the frying pan. There was also the undead swarm of Inferno dragon worms. Realizing that the crisis was lifted, the uneasiness on the faces of the crowd gradually dispersed. Without the boiling hot oil and water, these bloody people were simply not enough to be feared. In 3 tries, they were taken care of by them. Lin Haoyu and Song Wanru were responsible for killing the monsters while Ling Sha moved her gaze to Qin. It wasn't because he had once again broken their perceptions and saved them. Rather, she realized that there was no recovery formation present at Qin Yu's feet. Her recovery formation and injury control formation were the ones that would automatically look for targets to recover and control. At the feet of her teammates was recovery, while at the feet of her enemies was control and damage. It could be said that there was nothing that would be missed. However, there was no recovery formation at Qin Yu's feet. This could only mean one reason. In the battle just now, he probably did not have any consumption. Without being injured, she could understand the lack of depletion in blood. But after summoning so many inflammable beetle dragonworms, there should be a drain on the blue amount more or less, right? But this guy, however, was not locked by the recovery array. That proved that before she released the recovery array, Qin Yu had already restored his blue level to full. He actually has such an exaggerated recovery ability? How many other cards does he have that he doesn't know about? As if he felt the hot gaze of Ling Sha behind him, but Qin Yu only glanced back, he leapt down, stepped over the corpses on the ground and entered the exit, continuing to walk upwards. He was thinking of quickly clearing the level, but he didn't expect to unlock the other 3 hells in advance. But this was good. Although there were some surprises, at least there was no danger. Moreover, having cleared 4 hells at once, this was also a good thing, shortening the time it took to clear the copy. Coming to the next level. There were no platforms here. Or rather, the platform here was completely recessed, like a semicircular scoop. At the very center of the platform, there was also a huge stone mill, and beside the stone mill, there were numerous bloody people waiting beside it, casting their eyes over the moment Qin Yu's 4 came in. Those eyes that were bubbling with red light were full of killing intent. However, compared to the frying pan and steam just now, these blood people were no longer enough to make them feel scared. Lin Haoyu even directly mangled in and tangled with those blood people. Although Song Wanru was on the side to assist in the attack, she did not go down into that platform, but stood beside Qin Yu. After so many levels, she had actually sensed that something was wrong with this copy. 18 layers of hell, each layer was full of crises. And it wasn't all about taking care of those bloody monsters to be able to smoothly enter the next layer. One had to figure out, what kind of hell was this layer? It's the stone mill hell. The huge stone mill standing in the center of the platform was too clear. There was no need to guess at all. However, at this time, Spirit Sand on the side was the one who suddenly spoke up and corrected her thoughts. No, it should be the stone mill hell and the pounded mortar hell. Pounded mortar hell? Song Wanru immediately frowned, and without waiting for her to inquire, Ling Sha immediately explained. See this semicircular platform? Why, is the platform on this level this shape? Have you ever thought about it? Does it look like a container for pounding grains? Song Wanru was instantly enlightened at the sight. But knowing this wasn't of much use, one had to find a way to open the door to the next floor. Since that's the case, then by destroying that stone mill, would it be equivalent to passing through this layer of hell? Song Wanru was full of confidence as her staff leapt up in her hand, and 7 rays of light surfaced beside her. But just as she wanted to launch an attack on that stone mill, Qin Yu interrupted her by pulling her hand. Wait a minute. Something's not right.